Chapter 1: The Beginning of Everything. Amid the curling gray smoke from quietly burning tobacco, I lounged lazily on the cafe corner sofa. Fingers scrolling, I kept refreshing web pages on the laptop, resting on my knees while silently watching the chat messages in the WeChat group. It was an afternoon so tranquil it became tedious, so ordinary it turned dull. Though already October, everything outside the window still basked under the sun's scorching glare. I turned my head, glanced out the floor-to-ceiling window, then took another look at the glaring solar halo hanging high in the sky. My lips twitched as I muttered, "The sun today is bizarrely intense." After silently typing this message in the group chat, I deftly switched screens and clicked the Submit Resume button on the web page. This was my last summer vacation that barely qualified as such. At 23 years old, I had just concluded the happiest phase of my student life and was preparing to enter the legendary real world, ready to contribute to human societal progress by joining the monotonous army of 9-to-5ers shuttling between 2 points. Yeah, same here. It's been rainy for days, and the weather forecast predicted more rain today, but instead, +1 I glimpsed these replies in the WeChat group named Gaming Squad before ignoring them. I still have countless resumes to send out, and countless great job opportunities waiting for me. If I don't finish sending them today, these companies will miss out on an elite talent, consequently losing their chance to go public in the future. I feel it's my responsibility to prevent such a tragedy from happening. Originating from planet 932-221-0182, intelligent organism. What was that voice? A clear, robotic female voice echoed in my mind. I tensed and looked around nervously. The voice had sounded right beside my ear, almost as if whispered directly into it. Yet, there was no one. The closest person was the only waiter in this nearly deserted cafe, at least 20 meters away, and he was unmistakably male. Strangely enough, the waiter in the cafe mirrored my movements, glancing around with a bewildered expression as if he too had heard something. Before I could figure out what was happening, that mechanically fragmented female voice spoke again. Under Galactic Order Statute 30102, all lifeforms who have received the spirit voice must participate in Origin Drift. What the hell? Galactic? Order? Spirit voice? Origin Drift? I was completely dumbfounded. Who's yelling? Can you keep it down? A 40-something man with a buzzcut roared as he stood up nearby, blaring furiously in all directions. The French melody in the cafe was still lingering softly. The burly man glanced around and noticed no one was speaking, making the atmosphere somewhat awkward. The waiter, sensing this, tactfully switched off the stereo. Given that planet 932-221-0182 has never undergone large-scale biological collection, the first dimensional drift will commence at cosmic scale 0.0021 epsilon, planetary time in 30 minutes. A long segment of burnt cigarette ash crumbled from between my fingers. Did you all hear that? The waiter looked panicked. You heard it too? That planet thing? Biological something? The previously aggressive burly man hesitated before replying. The waiter nodded, and I noticed other customers in the cafe silently nodding too. I jerked my head toward the window. Under the scorching sun, the crowd that should have been bustling along was eerily frozen in place. The reactions varied, some sneered, some panicked, others were bewildered. One thing struck me as certain: everyone, literally every person I saw, had heard the same voice. I heard a strange voice, but no one's around me. I might be haunted, someone suddenly typed in the WeChat group chat. You heard it too? Are you guys pranking me? Holy shit. Me. Did the game launch early or something? Fuck off. I'm in Xiantang. I heard it too. Everyone around me heard it. It was a woman's voice. I immediately started typing. I'm in Yanjing. I heard it too. And so did my classmates. All the same woman's voice. Someone instantly replied. Same in Yangchang. Same in Shujun. But I'm absolutely certain my grandfather didn't hear it. Same in Jinling. Wait, you said your grandfather didn't hear it? That's right. My grandfather was right beside me, and he confirmed he didn't hear it. Everyone, I feel something big is about to happen. This isn't something current technology can achieve. A veteran in the group spoke up. What we heard probably wasn't sound, but some sort of shortwave resonance or vibration. And this voice didn't come through our auditory senses, it bypassed them to reach something deeper. While scanning the group messages, I quickly dialed my father's number. The call connected almost instantly. Dad, did you hear a woman's voice just now? I gripped my phone tightly as I asked. You heard it too, came my father's reply. For the first time I could remember, his normally unshakable voice was trembling. Yes, I asked many friends in other cities, and they all heard it too. I could feel my heart pounding more intensely than ever before. Dad, the voice said there's only half an hour left before we have to participate in some kind of wandering. The other end of the phone fell into brief silence. Son, half an hour isn't enough for you to come back home. I'll go find your mom now, and we'll head to your grandmother's place together. No matter what happens, we'll be together. If you get the chance, come back to Grandma's house to find us. Our family needs to stay together. Father's words suddenly halted. After a pause, he said heavily, if anything really happens, remember this: your mother and I have always been proud to have you. We love you forever. Okay, Dad, I love you too. Don't worry, I'll take care of myself. I'll call mom now, drive carefully. I guess it's just some joke using new technology, nothing serious. After hastily ending the call, I immediately rang my mother. She clearly didn't grasp the severity of the situation, cheerfully saying everything was fine and asking when I'd be coming home for National Day holiday. Maybe it's not so bad being like mom sometimes, I thought to myself. I glanced at the time displayed in my phone's upper right corner, about 20 minutes left now. To all intelligent lifeforms of planet 932-221-0182. According to Galactic Order Statute 30102, all intelligent lifeforms receiving this psychic broadcast must participate in the dimensional divergence. Given that planet 932-221-0182 has never undergone large-scale biological collection before, the first divergence will occur at universal scale 0.0021 epsilon, which translates to 30 minutes in planetary time. A senior member in the group chat typed, "This is what everyone just heard, right? I'm not sure if the wording is exact, but it shouldn't be far off." That's right, boss is awesome. Definitely right. Those are exactly the words I heard. Everyone hurry up and check the TV, plus Weibo, and all the news websites, it's blowing up everywhere. I immediately called the waiter to turn on the cafe's television while simultaneously opening news websites myself. Various headlines in bold font instantly flashed across the screen. Mysterious voice appears simultaneously. ZF urges citizens to remain calm and enter nearby buildings immediately. First contact from an alien civilization. Extraterrestrial visitors have finally arrived. Origin drift. Intelligent lifeforms. Before I could click through each headline to read the articles, the television suddenly came alive with sound. Breaking news, 10 minutes ago, citizens across the nation reported receiving mysterious transmissions of unknown origin. The authenticity and source remain unverified. Citizens are advised not to panic, stay indoors, or enter the nearest building immediately if outside. Await further instructions. Emergency alert. The news anchor inside the television began repeatedly replaying this message, his voice clearly trembling as well. Fear stems from the unknown. The nation's response couldn't be called slow, yet it appeared utterly feeble when faced with the incomprehensible. I turned my attention back to the WeChat group. Planet 932-221-0182 likely refers to Earth. Intelligent organisms aren't just humans, cats and dogs are intelligent creatures too. Those of you with pets at home, check if they're showing any unusual behavior. The group's expert began analyzing step by step. Galactic Order Statute 30102 is probably some alien equivalent of constitutional law. The phrase large-scale biological conscription connects to the mention of origin wandering. Seems like they want intelligent organisms to perform some collective action. The cosmic timestamp 0.0021 epsilon corresponds to 30 minutes. Big shot. Even though you explained it, I still don't get it. What's really going on here? Yeah, first cats and dogs, then the Milky Way. I'm totally lost here. I roughly understand what the big shot is saying. Let me keep reading. Simply put, civilizations higher than Earth's, under their laws, are demanding all intelligent creatures on our planet to carry out some sort of task. The big shot quickly typed out his response. Got it. Understood. I feel like we're all doomed. Time ticked by as I lit another cigarette. In the cafe, the TV anchor's voice kept repeating the same updates while everyone was busy making phone calls. New guests trickled in one after another, all having heard the government's emergency alert, seeking shelter in the nearest buildings. They sat down haphazardly, faces etched with panic. Faint sobs reached my ears, along with desperate cries of "What do we do? What now?" Slowly, I packed my laptop and gadgets into my backpack, silently watching the wall clock. Ding! I glanced at my phone screen and saw a text from my father. Just a few words. "Your mother and I have arrived at Grandma's place. Don't worry. No matter what happens, stay safe. Your mom and I will always love you." I briefly replied to the text, then smiled faintly. As the second hand made its final sweep, the 30-minute countdown reached 0. Intelligent beings of planet 932-221-0182, planetary dimensional divergence will commence in 10 seconds. The voice sounded in my head, as expected, short, blunt, and without a single wasted word. If this truly is an alien civilization, it's not hard to imagine how insignificant and vulnerable humanity must appear in their eyes, so much so that we wouldn't even have a chance to struggle. 10, 9, 8. Wah! Mommy! Inside the cafe, a little girl clung to the middle-aged woman beside her and burst into uncontrollable sobs. "Honey, I love you. Son, Mom loves you." Various farewell cries erupted simultaneously. This atmosphere reminded me of the supposedly real doomsday rumors back in 2012. Damn, I still have 17 resumes left to send. I turned my head to look at the sky outside the window. This was supposed to be just another ordinary afternoon. Everything before my eyes began to blur. I could feel it. It wasn't my surroundings that were changing, but myself disappearing. No beams of light enveloped me, nor did I feel anything particularly special. The only sensation was a surge of heat pulsing in my chest. I had no time at all to observe my surroundings, because immediately, an overwhelming pressure began crushing me from all sides. It felt like being squeezed amidst a rush-hour subway crowd, suffocating, stealing my breath away. I couldn't see anything, not because I was blind, but because everything before my eyes was pure darkness. Just as the mounting pressure made me feel I was about to burst, it vanished in an instant. Though some pressure remained, it had diminished to a bearable level. After about 3 to 5 seconds, light suddenly pierced through. At first, it was hazy, but soon everything came into focus. Oh my God! The space before me was filled with people, countless, overwhelming numbers of them. Some looked dazed, others vacant with fear, and some were grinning foolishly. Then came a chaotic explosion of human voices, as unknown panic spread, infected, and detonated through the crowd. Some people collapsed to the ground, wailing uncontrollably, while strangers clung to each other, unrestrainedly releasing their terror. I remained silent, quickly processing the surrounding information. Within seconds, everyone had been collectively transported to an unknown location. The teleportation appeared to follow some pattern. I noticed several coffee shop customers and staff nearby, and that mother-daughter pair was here too. Everyone's original clothing had vanished, replaced by black jumpsuits. One now covered my body as well. The jumpsuit covered me from toe to neck, leaving only my head exposed, with sturdy soles that could double as shoes. I rubbed my fingers together and realized that even though they were encased in the jumpsuit, my sense of touch remained sharp and unaffected. The jumpsuit's material was unknown. It felt like rubber but clearly wasn't. It had excellent elasticity and was so lightweight I could barely feel its presence. The surrounding noise continued unabated, yet my mind remained strangely calm. I knew venting emotions wouldn't solve anything. Understanding this new environment properly was the only thing that could help. I peered into the distance and saw that beyond the crowd stretched seemingly endless woods. Beneath our feet lay a vast grassy clearing amidst the forest, bisected roughly into 2 areas by a meandering stream. My bag was gone, and so was my phone. I sighed helplessly. Both the phone and laptop had been bought with my hard-earned part-time wages, barely a few months old. Scanning the crowd, I noticed several peculiarities. There were no elderly people here, to be precise, no particularly aged individuals, nor were there any children. The youngest I spotted appeared to be around 14 or 15. During my observation, I suddenly realized with shock that everyone within my line of sight now had an information bar hovering over them. Category: Organic Intelligent Lifeform. Origin: Galactic Order. Species: Human. Gender: Male. Height: 1.64 meters. Planetary measurement. Physical: Insufficient permissions. Psionic: Insufficient permissions. Faith: Insufficient permissions. Elemental affinity: Insufficient permissions. This is just a F*** character stat window from a game. The corners of my mouth curled up as a sudden ominous feeling washed over me. The aliens are making us play a game. The crowd gradually quieted down from their initial panic and disorder, though it was only a relative calm. There were still sobs, but they were soft whimpers. Once people sensed no immediate danger in their surroundings, they began to calm down. Groups of acquaintances started gathering to discuss countermeasures, while more people scrambled to find friends or family. Others waved their arms repeatedly in the air, likely adjusting to the information boxes now visible in their sightlines. With so many people present and no means of communication, those who knew each other formed protective circles, men shielding younger boys and women in the center to prevent anyone from getting lost. The city of Qiantang, where I live, boasts a population of at least 10 million. By rough estimate, excluding the elderly and children, 6 to 8 million people must have been transported to this grassland. Such a massive population base provided everyone with some sense of security. But then an uneasy thought surfaced. Millions of people meant millions of mouths to feed. What would we eat and drink? At this thought, I glanced at the river nearby. That should solve the drinking issue. But what about defecation? Would we all have to eat, drink, and relieve ourselves in the same river? However, these survival concerns didn't trouble me for long. With so many people here, including plenty of smart ones, representing all walks of life from Qiantang, surely someone else was worrying about these problems. No need for me to lose sleep over it. I began to devote myself to studying this unknown entity that had somehow appeared within my body, unsure whether it could even be called a system. If it could display partial attributes of others, what about myself? I tried various methods to uncover more information. It turned out to be simpler than expected. With just a thought, an information panel appeared. Category: Organic Intelligent Being. Origin: Galactic Order. Species: Human. Gender: Male. Title: None. Height: 1.76 meters. Planetary measurement. Physical stats: Stamina, 5 strength, 5 agility, 5 explosiveness, 5 psionics, none faith, none elemental affinity, none mastery, none combat skills, none psychic skills, none. Well, a certified weakling with all stats at 5, plus a 6-fold none package. Was hoping to be the luckiest bastard alive, but turns out I'm starting from scratch with 5, none. Breaking free from my disappointment about personal attributes, I've at least gathered some information. 1. The system isn't controlled by touch or gaze, but rather by consciousness. 2. This place clearly isn't the Earth I knew. Terms like psychic energy, faith, elemental affinity, and mastery in the status bar definitely exceed my original understanding. 3. The setup here resembles a game more. And based on my gaming knowledge, I can even guess that this world has magic. Just as I kept trying to activate the system's startup function, a voice abruptly sounded in my mind. Intelligent life form from planet 932-221-0182. Welcome to Origin Point. This voice was distinctly different from before. Though both were female, their tones differed, the previous one more mechanical, this one more human-like. We're all humans here, so I'll skip formalities. That's right, I'm human too, ha. Ahem, a woman's voice cleared its throat and got down to business. The place you're in now is called Origin Point. Don't ask why it's named that, you don't need to know right now. This is no longer the domain of planet 932-221-0182, also known as Earth. The vast majority of knowledge and skills you previously possessed are utterly useless here, considering the low-level civilized technology of Earth itself holds little value. Your current physical forms are unique to Origin Point. Your original bodies remain on Earth. What was transported here are merely your spiritual forms, or consciousness entities. In other words, you are alive simultaneously on both Earth and Origin Point, but with different dimensional bodies. Regardless of any prior illnesses or physical impairments, all initial stage bodies here are in perfect health. If you die here without your spiritual essence being completely destroyed, the Galactic Order will transport your souls back to your original bodies on Earth. Understand? Dying here means an immediate return, ha ha ha. But tell me, are you really content to go back and barely survive in that low-level civilization on Earth? I know you must be wondering why you were transported here. Be patient and hear me out. According to Galactic Order Statute 30102, this conscription involves intelligent life from planet 932-221-0182, Earth, and millions of other planets. You're merely a tiny fraction of this massive drafted force. Don't ask me what the Galactic Order Code 30102 is, it's far too lengthy. Anyway, this is a force you cannot resist. I've covered the basics. Considering I'm your kind, more precisely, your ancestor, I'll make an exception to share some bonus information with my descendants. Listen carefully now, as I won't repeat myself. What you gain at the Origin Point will nourish Earth's version of you, bringing tremendous benefits to both yourselves and Earth's civilization. So don't lightly abandon this opportunity. Yes, this is an opportunity. Well, I've said far too much today. Finally, I must now execute the Origin Point protocol. Then, the woman cleared her throat and solemnly announced, according to Origin Principle 271, all intelligent lifeforms entering the Origin for the first time shall be granted one complimentary reward, either an object or knowledge administered by the governing jurisdiction of the lifeform's native star system, with authorization from the Origin. Very well, juniors. Choose your first reward prudently. As her words faded, a message appeared before my eyes. Should the intelligent lifeform accept Principle 271? With a mere thought, the message transitioned to please select, object or knowledge. I really felt like cursing out loud. How the hell was I supposed to choose when I didn't even know what items or knowledge were available? This was downright shady. It wasn't just me, most people around were hesitating too, but quite a few had already made their choices quickly. Soon, bizarre items of all kinds materialized in midair before those who'd made choices, then dropped to the ground before anyone could catch them. A quick glance revealed everything from stools and clothes to sunglasses, sleeping bags, and frying pans, though some items looked practical at least. Take frying pans, good for both offense and defense, plus their essential camping cookware. The woman's voice vanished after that, and many people started shouting various questions into the sky, hoping for a response, but I knew it was futile. Even if she were human, would she answer a million questions? Just as pilgrims pray in droves, does the Bodhisattva truly manifest? I didn't make a choice. Right now, I had more important matters to attend to. I needed to find a group to get more reliable sources of information. This doesn't come from life experience, but rather years of gaming expertise. In this unfamiliar world, those who possess more information control more resources. To remain unknown in the sea of people is to live at the mercy of others. I searched through the crowd, hoping to find a group that suits me, one that will accept me. Soon, I spotted a group of about 30 people around my age, likely college students or fresh graduates. I moved closer at a measured pace. More than 30 of them formed a circle, with the girls huddled together for support. Several looked utterly exhausted, tears still streaming down their faces, while the boys remained much calmer, showing no signs of panic. I tapped a guy on the shoulder and asked, "Hey, are you from the Teachers College?" Because the cafe I was at previously was near Chientang Normal University. The young man turned around and, seeing that I appeared to be around his age, nodded and said, "Yes, we're graduates from the normal college." "What's up?" I asked directly. "I'm from City College, also a graduate. Can I join you?" "I'm not from Chientang originally," the boy said with an awkward expression. "It's possible, but I don't have the final say here." Just then, a tall and handsome young man at the center of the group spoke up clearly, "Sure, come join us, friend. The more hands we have, the stronger we'll be." None of us are locals either, he continued. We're all strangers in this city without relatives to rely on. In times like these, we can only stick together. I nodded to him and stepped into their circle. This young man made a good impression on me. From their positions, he and a short-haired girl seemed to be the core leaders of the group. I introduced myself proactively. Hello everyone, I'm Lu Xiao, this year's graduate from City College. I'm originally from Wucheng. The tall, handsome guy asked with a smile. What a coincidence, I'm from Wucheng too. From the north shore or south shore of the river? Only locals from Wucheng would understand that question. I replied, North Shore. He grinned, a true Wucheng native then, just like me. I'm Li Tianjia. Then he pointed at the ground and added, we're discussing survival tactics here, want to join in? I nodded in agreement. Li Tianjia jerked his chin toward a chubby fellow beside him and said, Chubby, tell everyone again how you got that fishing rod. Then the Taoist will explain the details about skill rewards. Everyone, listen carefully. The chubby guy said, alright, I chose the item reward. Then the system prompted me to visualize the shape and function of the item in my mind. I thought about how many people needed to eat, and since there's a river over there, I wanted to go fishing, so I imagined needing a fishing rod. I'm an amateur angler, so I know every detail of a fishing rod. Then this appeared, he said, waving the over 3-meter-long fishing rod in his hand. Li Tianjia nodded and turned his gaze to another young man. The young man said, I chose knowledge. After that, the system gave me a menu-like option listing some names, most of which we could understand. Let me mention a few that I remember. Cooking knowledge, mineralogy knowledge, tailoring knowledge, construction knowledge, trap-making knowledge, planting knowledge, low-level native plant knowledge, within this region, low-level native animal knowledge, within this region, and he racked his brain for a long time. I really can't recall the others. Li Tianjia said, good, then tell us the details. The young man continued, well, I chose low-level protozoan knowledge, within this area. This was agreed upon with Fatty. He said he'd handle fishing, but he might not recognize the fish here, so I needed to learn about animals to identify which fish are edible. After making the choice, all the information instantly became clear to me. I now have a general idea of the animals in this area, and I remember everything vividly, as if it had been taught repeatedly in class. Li Tianjia said, good point. The flora and fauna here aren't what we're traditionally familiar with. We can't rely on conventional thinking to judge them. I think we should try to compile a complete list of available knowledge and have each person learn one unrepeated subject. The rest can then choose items based on this knowledge. If the knowledge and items we've acquired still aren't enough to ensure everyone's survival, we'll bring others into the group. Does anyone have any other suggestions? He glanced around, seeing no objections, and finally his gaze settled on me. I voiced my thoughts. I agree. But I'd like to add a speculation. Surviving here probably isn't as simple as solving basic needs like food and sleep. Combat capability will be extremely important. We need to maintain a certain level of fighting capacity. A voice responded, I agree. Everything here feels disturbingly like a game. But for now, let's make survival our first phase objective. Alright everyone, let's start moving immediately. All female members should focus on learning skills first, making sure to cover different knowledge areas. Male members can begin after the women finish. The group of young people sprang into action immediately. I approached the boy who had gained knowledge about lower animals, wanting to inquire about the creatures in the surrounding area. The boy was named Wu Pindao, but everyone called him Taoist Priest. He was roommates with the chubby guy who had received the fishing rod earlier. He didn't hold anything back, sharing all the information he had learned with me. From his descriptions, I was astonished to discover that many animals were almost identical to those on Earth, like wild rabbits, boars, and carp. Yet there were others I'd never heard of before: glowmice, rodents that emitted fluorescent light at night with a single horn on their foreheads, hoverflies, insects that floated suspended in midair among the trees, and bouncerfish, which had frog-like legs. There were various animals, easily over 100 species. Before the Taoist priest could finish, I signaled for him to wait. Slowly standing up, I faintly heard unusual human voices in the distance, accompanied by an unsettling dread. Chapter 4, Survival. A large crowd was streaming toward the riverbank in the distance. Since I wasn't far from the river, merely 100 meters away, I quickly walked toward it as well. The riverbank was packed with people. Pushing my way to the front, I only needed one glance at the river to understand the source of that unease. On the calm surface of the river, several bodies floated slowly downstream from upstream. No, not just several. When I looked further upriver, the sight would haunt me for the rest of my life. Countless corpses, nearly covering the river's surface, drifted slowly downstream with the current. Along both banks upstream, many more people were leaping into the water one after another. I watched helplessly as a mother and daughter, weeping, embraced each other and sank beneath the surface, vanishing after only brief struggles. Facing death so directly weighed heavily on everyone. Nearby, a woman wanted to sob but dared only to muffle her cries behind her hands. Life used to be ordinary, not exactly blissful, but free from war and famine, with few encounters with death. The primal fears of existence rarely had to be faced, but now, everything had changed, completely and irrevocably. Even if what the female voice said is true, the death here doesn't mean actual death. Everyone understands that their current bodies are undeniably real. Who dares to prove the truth of that woman's words with their own death? What kind of courage would that take? What if everything she said was a lie? People kept falling into the river endlessly, the floating corpses seemingly announcing a grim truth to those still on the shore: we've gone back first, while you remain here to suffer. So more people wavered, and more joined the crowd. Seeing this scene, I didn't linger any longer. I turned around, squeezed through the crowd, and left the riverside. I didn't believe, not that I disbelieved the woman's words, but rather that I couldn't accept higher civilizations would transport us here without any purpose. What stuck with me were the woman's parting words: this was an unprecedented opportunity. If that's the case, then why miss it? For thousands of years, which emperor standing at the pinnacle of their dynasty could claim their life was better than that of an ordinary middle-class person today? This is not just a technological gap, but a cultural chasm, and ultimately a civilizational divide. The corners of my mouth curled upward. In this moment, I resolved to survive here at all costs. Fearing his team members might be affected by the river jumping incident, Li Tianjia decided to relocate the group to a spot farther from the water, closer to the woods. The team members remained relatively stable. After all, when faced with death, rational people will still choose cowardice. Meanwhile, the team's numbers have seen a slight expansion, with 7 more isolated college students joining us. The girls have basically completed their knowledge acquisition. I noticed that each person's optional knowledge rewards differ, which also indicates that at the origin point, the variety within the knowledge system is immense. Mastering it all is nearly impossible. Everyone understands this point. After all, even within Earth's known knowledge systems, a single person could scarcely hope to learn everything in one lifetime. But at least we now possess the foundational knowledge for survival. I didn't have time to inquire in detail about each individual's acquired knowledge, merely grasping roughly which girl obtained what type of knowledge, while also asking for their names and memorizing their faces. Soon, Li Tianjia gathered everyone to begin preparing for survival. There's a lot of information and knowledge scattered about. I'll mention a few key directions. The girls can combine their knowledge to give suggestions, and then we'll decide what items the guys should obtain and what our next steps should be. Once everyone had gathered, Li Tianjia spoke up. The top priority is food and water, followed by safety concerns, and then rest. We still don't know the day-night cycle situation here, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Yishan, Li Tianjia called out a girl's name. If Li Tianjia was the leader of this small group, then Yishan was unquestionably the big sister figure among the female members. She was the top academic achiever of their graduating class, quite renowned within the school. Straightforward and righteous by nature, she also served as the vice president of the student council. If not for her petite stature, which couldn't provide enough sense of security in this environment, she would have been the perfect candidate for leader. Alright, I'll speak. Yishan followed Li Tianjia's statement. The river water remains our primary drinking source, though there are many corpses, but it's flowing water, and those things haven't decomposed yet. We can fetch and boil the water, solving our drinking problem, though this requires containers for water storage and tools for boiling. As for food, Yishan grabbed a yellow-stemmed plant at her feet, struggling to pull it up. Give me a hand. Realizing her own strength wasn't enough, she turned to the boys for help. 2 young men immediately stepped forward and helped her uproot the plant. Beneath it, they saw 7 or 8 elongated tuberous roots attached to the base. This plant is called foot eggplant. According to records of basic botanical knowledge, its tubers can be consumed directly, she explained. With that, she snapped one of the tubers in half to show everyone its interior. Doesn't that look a bit like yam? Since when does yam grow like this in your family? A boy broke off a piece and tasted it. How does it taste? Everyone stared at his expression. Not bad, kinda sweet. Tastes similar to sweet potatoes, the boy remarked while savoring the flavor, popping the rest into his mouth. This is one of the food sources. Also, this waist-high plant with green tassels at the top is called wormwood. Its roots are edible too. And those plants bearing blue finger-sized fruits are called creeping wintersweet. Their berries can be eaten directly. There are others deeper in the woods. Yishan gazed toward the distant trees, her eyes slightly hesitant. I'm warning everyone, aside from the plants I've mentioned, many others are dangerous, not just poisonous, but aggressive. What? What the hell? Attack of the plants? Yes, aggression, though we've only uncovered knowledge about the low-level plants nearby. Even some of these basic plants possess the ability to attack humans. For example, there's a plant called wood tears, which likely clings to branches like ivy. It secretes venom toward animals on the ground, and when this venom drips from above onto an animal's body, it can corrode their fur. If the toxin lands in your eyes, it will directly corrode them and cause blindness, Yishan said gravely. Muley, as I've mentioned, should be considered the most threatening among the low-level plants. There are others that can only slightly harm animals of our size. As for what lies beyond low-level plants, it's impossible to assess right now, so if we need to enter the woods later, we must be careful. Perhaps because of the sheer number of humans transported here, most of the nearby lower animals have fled into the woods, so before entering the forest, aside from aquatic creatures, we might rarely encounter animals that could serve as food sources. As for the issue of rest, let me share a fundamental rule of this origin point. There are still day and night cycles here, but each full cycle isn't 24 hours. Instead, it lasts nearly 336 hours, meaning one local day equals half a month on Earth, with daytime spanning an entire Earth week. WTF. So does that mean we'll have to sleep during daytime here? Those damned capitalists have finally devised the ultimate solution to 996. Let Yishan finish speaking first. Li Tianjia timely interrupted everyone's complaints. Yishan continued, saying that sleeping on Earth was meant to allow the body and brain to rest, enabling cerebrospinal fluid to enter the brain and flush out metabolic waste and toxins. But sleeping here must serve another purpose, since our physical structures are now different from before. However, she couldn't pinpoint exactly what those differences were. Though surprised, the group didn't dwell on it any longer. After all, with so many unknowns in such a short time, everyone's capacity to adapt had improved significantly. While listening to Yishan's explanation, I also kept an eye on the movements of the other groups nearby. I felt we couldn't wait any longer, so I interrupted Yishan, saying, "We need to take action immediately." I pointed about 100 meters away. "Look over there, they've already started gathering food." Everyone followed my finger and saw indeed that about 100 people were bending over, searching through the grass. Some were working together to uproot mugwort and nightshade, while many carried hoes and shovels, tools that significantly boosted their efficiency. I told the group, although this grassland is vast, it certainly can't sustain millions. We must gather as much food as possible before more people start doing the same. To speak frankly, if we want to survive at ground zero, we must act faster than others in every aspect. If we compete with the majority for resources, we'll have no advantage. Our living space will gradually shrink. This principle comes from my extensive gaming experience. When famous domestic online games launch servers, millions of players crowd the novice village fighting for resources, quests, and monsters. Those who quickly complete tasks and level up to leave the novice village early can rapidly widen the gap in levels, equipment, and strength with other players, maintaining their advantage all along. I was precisely the type who raced out of the novice village in online games, often ranking at the top of leaderboards. Li Tianjia recognized the severity of the situation and immediately started assigning tasks. He instructed Zhou Peng and Chui Wei to secure entrenching tools, assigned Huang Yuchen to take an axe and Hu Liya a saw, directed Wu Dongquan to find a large water container, and tasked Lao with obtaining outdoor fire-starting rods. The boys were selecting reward items while the girls went directly to gather creeping time. In the end, including Li Tianjia and me, there were still 4 boys without assigned tasks. The item retrieval went smoothly, and Yizhen assigned tasks to everyone. Soon, they were all busy working. At this moment, Li Tianjia called together us 4 boys who had no tasks. Zhou Yuk smiled and asked, "Boss, got nothing for us?" He was on good terms with Li Tianjia. Li Tianjia gave him an exasperated kick and said, "No work? What are you thinking about?" He motioned for us to gather closer, whispering, "Earlier, Lu Xiao suggested forming a combat squad. I've had the same idea. I've got this gut feeling that something dangerous is coming. Us being teleported here definitely isn't just about surviving in the wilderness. Old Zhou, Big Yang, Little Yang, the 4 of us are from the physical education department, so we're in good shape. Lu Xiao's my hometown buddy from Wucheng, where the Qi family army originated. The 5 of us will form the first combat squad. What do you all think?" Yang Zhao and Yang Zhao answered in unison that they had no objections. Being twins from the Normal University's physical education department football team, they were built like bulls. Zhou Yuka said he'd follow the leader's orders. He specialized in sprinting. I also voiced no objections, mentioning my background in archery. Li Tianjia exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "You practice archery? Excellent, I'm skilled with knives. It's a family legacy." The elder twin brother Zhang Jia added, "We both practiced martial arts in high school. Zhang Zhao handles spears, while I specialize in swordplay." Everyone turned to look at Zhou Yuk, whose expression stiffened slightly as he said, "I helped my grandma rake the fields when I went back to my hometown during summer vacation. Does that count?" Li Tianjia didn't understand, so Zhou Yuk mimed the action of using a rake to explain. Yang Zhao scoffed and called it the kind of tool Zhu Beiji would use. Li Tianjia said it was acceptable and told us to each choose a weapon we were comfortable with. I nodded, opened the rewards panel, and selected an item. Then a message appeared. "Please simulate the existence of this item mentally. Note, the item must be an object that truly exists within the biological entity's star system." But I closed my eyes and imagined the wooden compound bow I was most skilled with at the archery club, along with scenes of shooting arrows. Opening my eyes, an identical compound bow appeared before my chest, and I quickly grabbed it. To my delight, there was also a quiver with 20 feathered arrows. The system counted these 3 items as a single piece of equipment. The weapons of the other 4 also materialized. Li Tianjia received a ceremonial dao, a rare saber inspired by Japanese katana techniques but refined from the Qi family's blades of the Ming dynasty, the very weapon used by Qi Jiguang's army against the Japanese pirates. Zhang Zhao obtained a spear over 2 meters long, while Zhang Zhi received a short sword. When the 9-toothed rake appeared in Zhou Yuka's hands, we all turned our heads away, struggling not to laugh. The 5 of us stood guard around the pile of supplies with our weapons, and Zhou Yuka with his rake looked particularly conspicuous. Someone teased, "Old Zhou, not bad, eh?" Finally evolved into Beiji. Zhou Yuka shot back, "Buzz off, I'm Marshal Tianpeng." Everyone burst into laughter. The food gathering operation proceeded in a tense yet orderly manner. I noticed the distance between different groups was widening, an ominous sign indicating territorial awareness as each faction began shrinking their core areas. Moreover, increasingly more groups were foraging for food. Conflicts over gathering territories were likely to erupt soon. Just as anticipated, members from a 1,000-strong group ventured near a 100-person team to harvest wormwood, provoking the smaller group's discontent. After exchanging verbal insults, the confrontation escalated to physical violence. Over 100 middle-aged men from the larger group charged forward armed with farm tools, makeshift weapons, and stones. The 100-strong team clearly faltered, though both sides remained relatively restrained. No blood was shed. After all, just an hour ago, everyone had been civilized people who'd probably never been in a fight. In the end, the 100-strong team withdrew, abandoning the disputed area. A creeping unease settled over me. This wasn't a viable solution. Looking around at our own team, we barely scraped together 50 people, hopelessly outmatched in a fight. When survival pressure outweighs reason, violence becomes trivial. My gaze drifted toward the distant woods, that expanse of primal greenery crouching like an ancient beast at the periphery. Chapter 5, One Small Step. I'm going into the woods to take a look. Lu Xiao approached Li Tianjia and whispered. Li Tianjia was initially somewhat surprised. He looked into Lu Xiao's eyes, trying to discern from his gaze whether Lu Xiao was serious. Soon, he seemed to have found his answer. Need us to go together? No, I'd be better off alone. Lu Xiao wasn't putting on airs, it was just that the team needed combat units for protection more than ever, while his own actions resembled exploration more than anything else, or perhaps pioneering. Go on, we can't stay here for long. Sooner or later we'll have to enter the woods, so you scout ahead. But be careful, if there's any danger, turn back immediately. Li Tianjia didn't say much more. He wasn't blind to the team's survival crisis. The forest remained everyone's only way out. Lu Xiang nodded slightly to him and turned to walk towards the woods. Li Tianjia gazed at Lu Xiang's receding figure until it disappeared from sight. As his silhouette merged with the tree shadows, Lu Xiang stepped into the forest. The light became dappled, and the clamor of the crowd gradually faded away. Following a single direction, he cautiously made his way through, where trees so massive that dozens couldn't encircle them stood alongside shrubbery as sharp as spears thrust into the earth, amid countless unfamiliar flowers and vines. Lu Xiao walked slowly, pausing to carefully observe any plants he encountered along the way. A girl named Zhang Lina in their group had studied basic botany, and Lu Xiao had inquired with her about which plants merited caution, which were edible and which were toxic. As he moved forward, Lu Xiao cross-referenced each one. He'd noticed earlier that whenever one possessed basic knowledge and memory of an unfamiliar organism, the system automatically displayed its details whenever encountered. This makes everything so much easier. Knowledge memory plus entity detection equals complete system information. This is simply the eternal equation where theory plus practice equals truth. This is far more reliable than just staying at the knowledge stage. Having a system is great. Although everyone has one, these tangible benefits are real. Lu Xiao leapt over a massive root with a diameter of nearly 1 meter, which protruded from the ground. The tree trunk it belonged to was nowhere in sight, making it hard to imagine just how enormous this tree must be. He crouched down, searching for where the root connected to the earth. In a damp and shadowy corner grew a small plant, its stalk crowned with 5 round, white fruits. Finally found you, shade ripe. Category, organic plants. Source origin point. Name, shade grass. Characteristics: they grow in dark and damp soil, and can be found among tree roots, rock crevices, or places lacking sunlight exposure. Their fruits are called shade berries, round, white, translucent, and when ground into powder, possess rapid blood-staunching properties. Lu Xiao picked 5 fruits and placed them in his palm, examining them carefully. After confirming they were correct, he clenched both hands tightly and then opened them again. The fruits had turned into a pile of white powder. He casually plucked a leaf nearby, folded it into an inverted triangle, poured the white powder inside, then sealed the opening. A medicine powder packet was complete. Not bad. But what's with this feeling of stumbling upon free money? Why do I feel this strange happiness like finding treasure in a game? Maybe I've gone crazy. After a brief moment of self-satisfaction, Lu Xiao stuffed the leaf-wrapped bundle into his quiver and continued deeper into the woods. A lizard-like reptile nimbly climbed along a tree branch, its blue and white scales rhythmically pulsing with light. Sensing nearby movement, the palm-sized creature first turned its head toward the sound, then suddenly unfurled a pair of wings from its back and fluttered away. Before long, Lu Xiao emerged from the undergrowth. the animals in the forest were extremely alert. Along the way, barely any large animals were spotted, mostly insects and creatures aligned with basic zoological knowledge. Perhaps this area was still at the forest's outer fringe, and the loud noises from human activity had driven medium to large animals deeper into the woods. Drawing a feathered arrow, he skillfully carved a mark into the trunk of a tree. After roughly 2 hours of venturing deeper, Jiang Lina had already identified nearly all the plants she had emphasized. The ones the system couldn't recognize were either harmless or utterly insignificant. As for dangerous flora like wood tears, which actively attack living beings, Lu Xiao hadn't encountered any, likely because such plants were rare to begin with. It made sense when he thought about it. As a plant, why would you recklessly attack animals with poison? You can't run away, and if your toxins aren't lethal, the outcome is obvious. Who dies and who lives is hardly a mystery. The reason for their scarcity is easy to understand. Not just scarce, they were probably on the verge of extinction. A belt now hung around Lu Xiao's waist, made from a particularly resilient tree bark. Attached to it were 2 palm-sized baskets woven hastily from vines. Crude as they were, they served their purpose. In truth, he didn't have much choice. The system had dumped them here stark naked, not even providing a trash bag. Along the way, he'd found more shadowvale fruit and other plants with special uses: bruise leaf for relieving contusions, looptail flowers to counter certain toxins, nodding incense, which emitted a strange odor to repel animals. But all these herbs needed somewhere to be stored. So, gritting his teeth, relying on fragmented memories and plenty of trial and error, he somehow managed to cobble together a makeshift storage belt. At his current pace, he should have only traveled about 5 kilometers. Lu Xiao turned to look in the direction he had come from. He didn't possess extraordinary stamina, nor did he have any experience surviving in the wild. Moreover, his journey had been stop and go, mostly spent identifying the plants and animals along the way. Ahead, the terrain began to slope noticeably upward. Is it finally time to enter the mountains? At the very moment Lu Xiao set foot on the hillside, a system message appeared. Primary danger zone discovered, outer perimeter of the falling star sky eye. Primary exploration reward obtained, free physical attribute point +1. First entry by Milky Way order intelligent lifeform detected in this zone, Milky Way origin merit points +10. Received Milky Way order merit points +1000. Permission granted, Milky Way order merit exchange. Detected intelligent biological spiritual core has not undergone metamorphosis. This permission cannot be used. Lu Xiao. He stared blankly at his own feet, recalling Armstrong's first words when he stepped on the moon: "That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind." This is a lot to take in at once. First, does this mean I've officially left the novice zone? The area ahead is already dangerous? That makes sense, they need to protect the weak newcomers. Second, exploring unknown areas yields rewards, and directly awards physical attribute points. In other words, I can improve Origin's physical condition just by allocating points. That also checks out. After all, Origin can replicate an entirely new body, so modifying it would be a trivial task. Third, I'm actually the first intelligent creature from the Galactic Order to enter this region. That implies beings transported by the Galactic Order are scattered far apart. With millions of planets worth of intelligent life, there must be at least trillions. There's no way I'm the very first to enter an unfamiliar area. Lastly, there's the matter of merit points. Origin clearly holds a higher status than the Galactic Order, since the latter even needs to earn merit from Origin. Meanwhile, the Galactic Order rewards me with 100 times their own merit points. That definitely raises some questions. Just what kind of existence is this Origin? As for being unable to redeem Galactic Order merit points right now, Lu Xiao can't make sense of it, but there's no point dwelling on it. No one will give him answers either way. Thinking of this, he felt an urge to complain a bit. When others traveled through dimensions, their systems played both parent and guardian, worrying endlessly about whether the protagonist understood everything, going to great lengths to grant them cheat abilities. But with him? Oh well, don't understand? Too bad, figure it out yourself. This system of yours must be a text message alert from 10,086. Looking at the free attribute points, 1, in the character status info, now that's something tangible. Chapter 6, Growth Reward. The entire deliberation process lasted only about 2 seconds. With a fleeting thought, Lu Xiao's agility attribute changed to 6. At the same moment, he could sense subtle changes within his body. His legs, shoulders, and wrists had slightly strengthened. Just as he had thought, the agility attribute directly influenced ranged attacks and speed. From this, he could deduce the roles of other physical attributes. Fortitude represented stamina, likely corresponding to health points and defense. Strength stood for raw power, affecting melee attacks and carrying capacity. Burst denoted explosive force, impacting both ranged and close combat. Finally, stepping out of the ranks of the combat incompetent, Lu Xiao didn't immediately advance deeper into the falling star sky eye. He knew the real danger had only just begun. Until now, he had merely been hopping around the beginner's zone like a kindergarten kid venturing from the classroom into the hallway. But now, that kid had reached the front gate. If we don't prepare ourselves, things are really going to go south. Lu Xiao turned sideways, gripping the bow with his left hand while his right hand effortlessly drew an arrow from the quiver, knocked it, hooked the string, and drew the bow in one smooth motion. A textbook perfect 3-level stability, 5-point alignment, 99 returning to one stance. His gaze fixed intently on a tree trunk about 30 meters ahead. Regulate your breath, calm your mind, eyes gleaming sharply. Loose the string, swish. The arrow shot toward its target with a sharp whistle. A sharp slap rang out. Lu Xiao's lips twitched. It crooked, and its way off. After all, this bow was gifted by the system, it would take time to adjust to it. Moreover, while the origin point replicated my earthly body, muscle memory was certainly not included. Lu Xiao wasn't discouraged. What he lacked could be made up for. He refused to believe that in this distraction-free environment, he couldn't regain his former archery skills. Swish, thud, swish, thud, swish, thud. Sa Xian, Sa Xian, Sa Xian. Only when his right hand could no longer grasp arrows from the quiver did Lu Xiao pick up the feathered arrows from the tree trunk in the ground, starting all over again. I shoot, I shoot, I shoot, shoot, shoot. I refuse to believe I can't pierce through the clouds to see the sun, or shoot down your 9 sons. I'm known as the top descendant at City College, damn it. When hungry, I chew on a fistful of creeping thyme. When thirsty, I drink some dew. His fingers grew stiff, his shoulders went weak, so he wrapped banana leaves around them to ease the muscle soreness. There was a time when Lu Xiao was known as the guardian of the spider den in a certain game. What did that mean? It meant this guy camped at a spider spawn point in a cave for 3 whole days just to level up quickly. For those 3 days, he didn't sleep a wink. As he put it himself, only those who endure loneliness and hardship can eventually earn everyone's reverence. Draw the arrow, knock the arrow, hook the string, draw the bow, aim, focus, loose. Draw arrow, knock arrow, hook the string, draw the bow, aim, focus, release. What is muscle memory? When the same motion is repeated numerous times, it forms a conditioned reflex in the muscles. As for how many repetitions are needed, it depends on the level of reflex you wish to achieve. This was the last palm leaf. Lu Xiao used it to wrap his trembling wrist. Glancing at the tree trunk nearby, riddled with feathered arrows, he shook his head in dissatisfaction. After nearly 3 hours of intense training, I could barely regain 30% of my previous skill level out of 20 arrows. Only 3 hit the precise target point. The rest, while not as wildly off mark as the initial attempts, were still barely passable at best. But those were stationary targets. What about moving targets? Keep going. No use wasting words on myself. Just get it done. The bay leaf treatment quickly took effect on his body, immediately relieving the soreness and bruises. He shook his wrist, feeling confident again. After retrieving the scattered arrows, Lu Xiao stood still and turned sideways toward the target. His arrow-drawing motion was no longer stiff. Bending the bow and setting the arrow, he inwardly shouted, "Solar flare arrow." Swish, snap, as the descendant's ultimate skill accurately hit its target. Lu Xiao froze in place, not because this arrow had actually turned into the ultimate skill like in the pesticide game, but because the system had delivered a message. Reached beginner level in archery proficiency. Reward, 1 basic physical skill. Please choose from the following basic physical skills. Beginner precision, passive physical skill, slightly increases ranged attack accuracy. Beginner sharpness, passive physical skill, slightly increases ranged attack damage. Beginner charging, active physical skill, consumes stamina to enhance a single ranged attack's damage. System benefits have arrived. The legendary saying proves true, perseverance prevails. Once again, it was an instant choice. Lu Xiao directly selected primary precision. It was inevitable. If you can't hit your target, no matter how strong your attack power is, it's all pointless. Acquired combat skill, primary precision. Detected intelligent life form acquiring a combat skill for the first time. Received primary growth reward, plus 1 free attribute point to physical stats. Double blessings arrive, but the reward title has changed this time. Before, it was the primary exploration reward, now it's the primary growth reward. It seems this origin point has quite a variety of reward mechanisms up its sleeve. Without hesitation, I allocated the point to agility. As a rookie who had just escaped the combat trash industry, leaning into my sole combat skill was the most reasonable choice. Looking at his attribute information panel again, he noticed changes had appeared. Category, organic intelligent life form. Origin, galactic order. Species, human. Gender, male. Title none. Height 1.76 meters. Planetary measurement. Physical attributes. Endurance 5. Strength 5. Agility 7. Burst 5. Psionic none. Faith, none. Element affinity, none. Proficiency, Bow mastery, novice. Body technique, primary precision, passive body technique, slightly increases ranged attack accuracy. Spiritual skill none. With 1 point of agility and basic precision enhancement, the improvement in archery was immediately evident. As thwack after thwack sounded, 20 arrows were loosed, with 5 striking the target this time, a result that remained consistent over subsequent rounds. Previously it was 3 hits out of 20, about a 15% accuracy rate. Now it's 5 hits out of 20, reaching 25%, a full 10% increase. This calculation only counts bullseyes. Even arrows that missed the center showed improved accuracy. This kind of improvement is no joke. Back on Earth, how long would you have to train diligently to achieve such a qualitative leap? And the key point is, this is just a beginner-level skill. What about intermediate? Advanced? Surely there can't be a super level 2? With this thought in mind, Lu Xiao decided to head into the Falling Star Sky Eye region. For greater rewards, for faster growth, he absolutely refused to remain a flower shielded in a greenhouse. After gathering some nearby barn grass to soothe his still aching wrists and shoulders, Lu Xiao stepped into the outer perimeter of the Falling Star Sky Eye. Chapter 7, Fortune Favors the Bold. Lu Xiao lay crouched in the bushes, his gaze fixed intently on the patch of ground not far ahead. There, 7 or 8 unicorn horn goats were grazing on green plants growing at the roots of trees, accompanied intermittently by muffled sobbing sounds of *****. Yet the cries did not come from the horned goats themselves. Instead, they originated from the very plants being chewed in their mouths. The plant seems to emit the sound of a child weeping whenever it's attacked. Quietly, Lu Xiao drew his bow and arrow, taking careful aim at a unicorn goat chewing contentedly. Whoosh! The arrowhead plunged precisely into the skull of the unicorn goat. Then came the thud of its collapse. The other unicorn goats immediately scattered wildly in all directions, vanishing in the blink of an eye. After waiting for a while and seeing no further movement, Lu Xiao stepped forward and pulled the feathered arrow from the corpse of the unicorn goat. After attempting unsuccessfully to snap off its horn by hand, he simply walked away. It wasn't that he didn't want to make good use of the unicorn goat, he eyed those 2 legs with longing, but he simply didn't have the tools. Sure, he could start a fire by rubbing sticks, but roast a whole goat? There was no way to even remove the wool. Having confirmed that slaughtering the animal didn't grant him any experience points, Lu Xiao left disappointed. So much for gaining anything from hunting. Apparently, he'd overthought it. The flora and fauna within the Fallen Stars Eye had already surpassed the knowledge previously rewarded by the system. With unfamiliar plants and creatures emerging everywhere, Lu Xiao grew increasingly cautious. The slope of the mountain grew steeper, but the dense canopy made it impossible to see the peak's height, forcing them to climb upward bit by bit. A low, mournful wailing sound drifted from the distance. Lu Xiao recognized the noise and walked toward its source. Sure enough, they encountered a massive creature unlike anything seen before. Nearly 2 meters tall and 3 meters long, the 4-legged beast resembled a deer but was completely hairless, with an oversized head. Most strikingly, it sported a giant suction cup-like mouth that, when fully opened, could likely swallow a basketball whole as it voraciously devoured surrounding vegetation. The colossal creature knelt on all fours, sweeping its gaze across the surroundings. No, wait. Lu Yao noticed that the animal's hind leg was clamped by a metal trap, blood continuously seeping from the crushed wound. No wonder it couldn't move freely and could only nibble on the grass near its burrow. So the question arises, the metal clip is clearly a trap, and where there's a trap, there must be someone nearby. No, to be precise, there must be more intelligent creatures here, creatures capable of using traps. Lu Xiao found a hidden spot, concealing himself behind boulders and tree trunks while maintaining a clear view of the massive creature's location. He wanted to wait for the intelligent being who'd set the trap to appear and see exactly what kind of thing it was. He didn't have to wait long, no more than 10 minutes or so. From the distant woods came the sound of snapping branches. The large beast began to thrash in distress, clearly uneasy. Lu Xiao sensed it, the hunter had arrived. The large animal began to struggle violently, its massive body thrashing about in all directions, yet the metal trap clamped around its hind leg kept it firmly trapped. Lu Xiang hid in the shadows, quietly observing everything. The hunter emerged from the bushes, a green creature standing about my height. Its entire body, except for the chest and abdomen, was covered in green scales. Walking upright, it swung a long, muscular tail from side to side behind it. Its lizard-like head bore 2 blood-red eyes, and a forked tongue flicked in and out of its mouth now and then. Lu Xiang didn't need any system prompts to know what this creature was, unmistakably a lizard man. The lizard man clearly possessed high intelligence. Though it wore no clothing, it carried a massive bundle on its back and had daggers and a machete strapped to its belt. The craftsmanship of these items appeared no less sophisticated than Earth's technological products. Eyeing its prey with evident satisfaction, the lizard man slowly drew its machete while making eerie clicking noises from its throat, presumably some racial language that Lu Xiang couldn't understand. The large animal seemed to have accepted its fate. Having exhausted its energy earlier, its beady eyes simply watched the lizard man without further struggle. A flash of cold light, the seemingly ordinary machete cleanly severed the animal's head, the cut as smooth as if made by a paper cutter.
At that very instant, a feathered arrow came whistling through the air.
For the Oriole, the moment the mantis stalks the cicada is the perfect time to strike, and Lu Xiao wouldn't let such an opportunity slip by. With a dull thud, the arrow pierced the lizardman's neck, missing the most lethal spot. The intense pain in his throat threw the lizardman off balance. He never expected someone would ambush him mid-swing. With a gurgling growl, his three-toed claws had just grasped the arrow shaft, preparing to pull it out.
The second arrow was already whistling through the air.
This time the arrow struck his left eye, the arrowhead piercing directly through the blood-red eyeball into the brain. The second arrow was fatal enough, but it was followed by a third, then a fourth, until the fifth arrow also lodged in the lizardman's chest. The hunter who had been so complacent just moments ago fell completely silent. After a brief moment of rigidity, it collapsed to the ground, needing its end here along with its prey. Detection confirmed. Galactic Order intelligent organism has eliminated a transstellar metamorphic creature. Galactic Order origin merit points +1. Galactic Order merit points +100 acquired. Detection confirmed. Intelligent organism has eliminated a higher tier intelligent organism.
Obtained crossfire elimination reward, +1 free physical attribute point. Detected first elimination of metamorphic organism by intelligent lifeform. Obtained elimination reward, please select reward type. Random auxiliary category item, origin point. Random combat skill, beginner. Random support mastery, novice. Free attribute points for physical ability +2. Lu Xiao. Happiness always arrives so unexpectedly. Last time it was double blessings, and now it's triple prosperity. What the hell? Did my earlier cursing at the system actually work? Fortune favors the bold, and brute force brings miracles. History's lessons never lie. Lu Xiao could never have imagined that this lizardman would be worth so much. He dared to ambush precisely because he believed the lizardman's keen sense of smell would quickly detect his presence after killing their prey. Taking the risk, he seized the moment to fire an arrow, intending to flee regardless of whether it hit. Unexpectedly, though the first shot missed, it wasn't by much. The lizardman's stunned reaction after being hit made him stay instead of running away, promptly followed by 4 more arrows. Rubbing his palms together, Lu Xiao found himself uncharacteristically at a loss. He admitted that the lizardman's equipment had aroused his greed, stirring thoughts of murder and robbery. He also admitted that the moment he released the first arrow, the lizardman's slash had sent a chill straight through his heart. But no matter what, the ending is just that perfect. Forget about merits or anything, my authority level isn't high enough anyway, and the system won't say how to increase it. Killing above my rank proves there's a class gap between me and this lizardman. The success came down to 2 things: attacking from a distance and perfectly timing the ambush. Getting free attribute points for killing above your level? That's fucking amazing. As for the first kill, evolved creature reward, it's like getting a world first. The system mentioned I haven't evolved yet, while this lizardman had no clue what the difference is. Eye color? Or would evolving turn me into a lizardman? Whatever, not important now. This reward is truly quite perplexing. As for the last reward of free attribute points, forget it, I'm an archer. What do archers do? We're the originators of killing monsters above our level. The ultimate ambush masters in the wilderness. If there's already a reward for cross-level kills, why would I care about this measly +2? The other 3 are all random. He did acquire a basic combat skill before, but that was a specialized archery technique granted by bow mastery. A random skill comes with too much risk. What if he ends up with a farming rake technique? Who'd he even complain to? So the random combat skill reward is an instant pass. Support class mastery? Pass. Not because it's bad, but because Lu Xiao has no clue what support class mastery even entails. Why gamble on a completely unfamiliar mastery? No point. That leaves only the auxiliary items. Lu Xiao must have pondered those 2 words in parentheses, origin. In other words, the randomly rewarded auxiliary items belonged to origin. That alone made it worth taking a gamble. If it had said Earth instead of origin, he wouldn't have given it a second glance. But origin? That was something even the Galactic Order could be crushed beneath. Steeling himself, Lu Xiao chose the random auxiliary item, origin. Chapter 8, Defective Product. Calculating random reward for auxiliary item, origin. Random reward auxiliary item, origin point, confirmed. Acquired auxiliary item, origin point defective. What the hell? Lu Xiao couldn't help but feel like slapping himself twice. Wouldn't 2 free attribute points in physical strength have been great? Or mastering auxiliary skills, wouldn't that have been nice? Why on earth did he have to go and pick this garbage? Just look at this rubbish he got, a defective product. Is this even something a sane person would give out? A brown cloth pouch-like object faintly appeared on his chest. Lu Yao clenched it tightly in his hand, his anger flaring even hotter. It's just a damn rag bag. Ha! The moment the system displayed the item information, his expression changed strangely. Name, defective product. Quality, rare. Creator, anonymous. Message, failed again. What a piece of junk. Item details, storage type auxiliary item containing an independent sealed space with a capacity of 125 cubic meters.
planetary measurement unit.
Items can be retrieved or stored at any time. Lu Xiao froze. This, absolutely heavenly. He tried sticking his hand into the tattered cloth bag, only to find it gone. His hand vanished into the bag's opening. He reached deeper until his entire arm disappeared into a pouch no larger than the palm of his hand. Next, Lu Xiao began placing leaf pouches containing functional plants inside. The space within was isolated, vacuum-sealed and gravity-free. He could sense the items remaining precisely where he had positioned them. It smells so good. 125 cubic meters, equivalent to a cube measuring 5 meters in each dimension. Plenty of room to spare for these two corpses right in front of me. And this is actually just a flawed, failed product, so what would it be like if it had succeeded? Enough, don't bite off more than you can chew. Having obtained such a rare item, Lu Xiao was already content. After allocating his newly gained free attribute points to agility, his agility stat had reached 8. Hurrying to the lizardman's corpse, Lu Xiao stripped it of all its belongings and stuffed everything into defective goods. When he tried lifting the massive undulating foreleg to stash it as well, he embarrassingly realized he couldn't even budge it. So all he could do was take off the defective product, open the bag, and slide it over the hoof, slowly working it upward. Thankfully, the bag's opening could stretch to a miraculously large diameter of about 2 meters, otherwise, this massive body truly wouldn't have fit. Following the same pattern, Lu Xiao also stuffed the lizardman inside. The ground was covered in copious amounts of splattered green and red blood, with no other foreign objects in sight. Just to be safe, Lu Xiao still covered the bloodstains with soil, at least making sure it looked clean. After swiftly completing all these tasks, he headed in the opposite direction. After sprinting for over half an hour, Lu Xiao found a relatively sheltered hollow at the base of a massive tree root. He plopped down and began tallying his spoils. He hadn't dared linger too long in the earlier environment. These lizardmen likely lived in groups. If others came looking, he'd be in serious trouble. Reaching into the makeshift pack, he fished out the lizardman's backpack and belt. First, fasten the belt around your waist. Something I hadn't noticed earlier was that the belt had 4 small pouches. Upon opening them one by one, each contained an item. The first pouch held 3 dark red pills, each the size of a tablet. The second pouch contained a foul-smelling, ping-pong ball-sized lump of flesh. Just one glance at it had Lu Xiao gagging, forcing him to toss it straight back among the defective items. Inside the third pouch was a small vial. Calling it glass wouldn't be precise, as it appeared to be made of some crystalline material filled with a green, viscous liquid. The fourth pouch also held a vial, but instead of liquid, it housed a glowing, luminescent insect. Damn it, seems like they could all be useful. Except none of them actually are, because I have no idea what they're used for. Setting them all aside for now, Lu Xiao opened the lizardman's package. A metal clip +1. Well, including the one attached to that giant animal's hind leg, he now had 2. Roasted animal legs +2. Not bad. This solved the meat supply problem. An extremely elastic rope +1. The material was unclear, but it was incredibly strong. It should prove useful too. Conical goat horns +5. These were familiar to Lu Xiao. They were the things growing on the heads of one-horned mountain goats. Clearly, they had some use, otherwise the lizardmen wouldn't have specifically preserved them. Unknown animal hide +1. It was impossible to tell what creature it came from, but the entire skin had been cleanly stripped and rolled up into a bundle. Unknown animal tendons +2. These would definitely be useful to Lu Xiao. They could be used for bowstrings, but since he had no idea how to craft them, he decided to save them for later. Assorted unknown plant fruits. Aside from a handful of BA leaves, he didn't recognize any of the others. Empty, there was nothing else left in the pouch. Lu Xiao put everything back into the defective items bag except for the grilled meat and the bottle containing the glowing insects. These things probably had value, but that was for later. Right now, they were useless anyway. He gnawed on the roasted meat. The quality was average, a bit tough, lacking cumin, and the flavor could only be described as uninspiringly plain. Fiddling with the bottle, the previously motionless insect clinging to the bottom was disturbed into flight, its glow growing increasingly brighter. What the hell is this thing for? A light source at night? No way. This tiny bit of light is completely useless. Food? This wouldn't even make a decent snack. Could it be kept as a pet? Lu Xiao, with rather twisted humor, said a few words to the bottle. Not a single reaction. The tiny insect had been continuously bumping against one side of the bottle wall after takeoff. At first, Lu Xiao thought it was just the insect panicking and flailing about, but after changing the bottle's position and orientation several times, he noticed the little creature kept hitting the bottle wall each time against a different spot, but always in the same direction. It suddenly dawned on him. This little bug was leading the way. Of course, Lu Xiao smacked his forehead in realization. The lizard man must also get lost sometimes, so he needs something that can guide him back from anywhere. This little bug must be his map and compass combined. What's more, the bug's entire body glows with fluorescence, making it easily recognizable even in total darkness. This is a real treasure, Lu Xiao thought as he viciously tore off another chunk of roasted meat. But where exactly does it lead to? No need to guess, most likely straight to the lizardman's nest. their settlement. Where else could he go? Those things beyond his comprehension remained unimaginable. He could only speculate based on the habits of carrier pigeons and old dogs. Nest, ha. The reward for defeating a higher rank opponent descended from the sky in 6 thunderous words, making him gnash down on another chunk of meat savagely. Finishing the roasted meat quickly, Lu Xiao dragged out the corpses of the flawed lizardmen from the batch while retrieving his dagger and cleaver. Facing the lizardman's sturdy scales, he first slashed with his dagger, leaving only a deep scratch. Then he thrust forcefully, but the scales dispersed the impact and simply repelled the blade. Undeterred, he raised his cleaver, its power something Lu Xiao had witnessed firsthand, though he couldn't guess what material it was made of, and swung it hard against the armored scales. The machete sliced through the outer layer of scales but was stopped between deeper tissues, unable to penetrate further. This doesn't mean the machete isn't sharp enough, it just shows that Lu Xiao's strength is too low, being only 5. If it were Zhang Zhao and Zhang Zhao brothers, or Li Tianzhou wielding it, the blade might not cleave the lizardman in two, but at least it could deal lethal damage. Having roughly gauged the defensive capability of the scales, Lu Xiao stepped back 10 meters and shot an arrow at the scale back. The arrowhead pierced the scales, embedding to the depth of a finger. As expected, arrows couldn't inflict significant damage on the lizardmen through their scale-covered body parts. Lu Xiao flipped the lizardman's corpse over, exposing its belly. The lizardman's chest and abdomen lacked scales, appearing milky white and feeling surprisingly soft to the touch. On this side, whether using a dagger or arrows, one could easily pierce through the surface skin. It seemed the head, chest, and abdomen were currently the most vulnerable areas he could target. Stuff the corpse back into the defective product. Lu Xiao took out another bottle, where the green viscous liquid inside caught his attention. He needed to verify his suspicions. He dipped the tip of a feathered arrow into the bottle's opening, letting the arrowhead soak up some of the mucus before withdrawing it. 10 minutes later, Lu Xiao crouched in the bushes, drawing his bowstring taut before firing an arrow at a monkey-like creature clinging to a tree trunk. The feathered arrow pierced the hind leg of the tailless monkey, precisely where he had intended to aim. The arrow skewered straight through, pinning the monkey against the tree. The panicked black monkey screeched and flailed its limbs wildly. Lu Xiao silently counted the seconds. Before he reached 4, the monkey's cries abruptly ceased. Its body slumped lifelessly, hanging upside down from the lodged arrow. Lu Xiang stepped forward, pulled out the arrow, and carefully examined the monkey corpse lying on the ground. The area around the arrow wound had turned black on a large scale, with veins protruding all over its body and turning distinctly black. Even the blood that had spilled had shifted from red to black. Confirmed, it was indeed poison, deadly poison at that. Haha, Lu Xiang's lips curled into a smirk as he glanced at the little glowing insect in the crystal vial, completely oblivious and shimmering innocently. Chapter 9, Upon the Mountain Peak. Following the direction indicated by the tiny insect, Lu Xiao continued ascending to higher ground while making sure to pass by noticeable landmarks along the way. He'd need to find his way back, after all. With this in mind, he pulled the bottle from his pocket and glanced inside. The little creature was clinging to the bottom. He gave it a shake, and the obedient thing took flight only to bump into the glass wall. Lu Xiao adjusted his route according to the bottle's angle, then tucked it back into his pocket. He didn't strictly follow the initial guidance. Instead, he first climbed upward, planning to head straight for the destination once it reached the same altitude as himself. For one thing, directions were hard to discern in the forest. Traveling in a straight line made retracing steps easier. For another, he had no intention of retracing that lizardman's path. Who knew how many bloodthirsty hunters might be lurking along that trail? To tell the truth, he had made some preparations for this adventure. He fastened a large number of weeds and leaves to his belt. Although this might hinder his movement, it provided some concealment. At the very least, when he crouched or lay still, it would be difficult to spot him with the naked eye at close range. Of course, part of the reason he did this was his obsession with ghillie suits. Besides, he smeared mud all over his body, which should help mask his scent. After nearly 2 hours of continuous uphill trekking and navigating around a cliff, Lu Xiao finally reached the summit of the mountain. Plumped down on the ground, panting heavily. It hadn't been easy. While he often went hiking before, none compared to this mountain. Plus, being cautious every step of the way, watching his surroundings and footing, left him utterly drained. Though he'd reached the summit, the mountaintop stretched surprisingly wide. It felt like that time he visited the mountain city, taking an elevator from the 1st to the 13th floor, only to step out and wonder, why is this still the 1st floor? No matter, time for a break. Before me, unobstructed by any tree canopy, the scenery below the mountain stretched out in full view. To stand atop the highest peak and gaze afar. In the far distance, beyond the forest, lay an expansive hexagonal plain. Faint moving black dots could be glimpsed, with tendrils of black smoke rising here and there. A winding river snaked across the terrain that must have been the place we came from. The thought that millions were still struggling to survive on those wild plains stirred a sigh within Lu Xiao's heart. He could only hope Li Tianjia and the others had managed to stabilize the gathering point by now, securing at least the basic necessities for survival. So many humans, yet without towering buildings, without streams of traffic and smog, it still feels somewhat unsettling. He wanted to see farther, to glimpse what lay beyond the plains and woods, but unfortunately, the peak he stood on wasn't high enough, so he had no choice but to give up. Fatigue in his legs had already dissipated under the effects of Bei. Lu Xiao stood up, took out the bottle, and sure enough, this time the tiny insect pointed in a perfectly straight horizontal line. After circumventing yet another incomplete skeleton, the fifth animal carcass he had encountered on his path, Lu Xiao also spotted 4 traps on the ground. Sadly, these 4 had already been claimed as trophies and stuffed into his pouch of spoils. The signs of intelligent creatures' activities became increasingly evident, with well-trodden paths through the forest from daily use, making Lu Xiao tread even more cautiously. Finally, just as he retrieved the 5th metal trap, Lu Xiao heard an eerie, rattling sound. The lizard men he had been longing to see had arrived. Quietly, Lu Xiao crouched down, gently pushing aside the foliage that obstructed his view. Damn, double trouble at the door. Not far away, 2 lizard men stood facing each other, continuously emitting eerie screeches. One of them kept poking the other's chest with the tip of its tail, a move that undeniably looked like outright provocation. Lu Xiao mentally filled in their dialogue. Lizard man A, the hell re you looking at? Lizard man B, what you looking at? The other one impatiently smacked away his companion's tail with a swipe, letting out a sinister cackle. This only infuriated the first lizard, whose shrieks grew more frantic and vicious. It was clear a fight was about to break out. Not to be outdone, the second lizard bared its fang-filled maw and roared back, sending half a pound of saliva flying. From shoving with limbs to competing over who could produce the most saliva, their fangs collided unexpectedly, igniting the battle in an instant. At first, they used their tails to brace against the ground for balance, nearly tangled in each other's grip. Later, their tails became weapons too. Soon they were rolling across the ground, lashing each other's backs with their sturdy tails. The scene wasn't exactly bloody, as no wounds were drawn, but there was certainly no shortage of ferocity. As they fought, one of them gradually sensed something amiss. The opponent seemed to have lost strength, allowing itself to be easily overpowered. But soon, it realized something was wrong. The lizard man still draped over it had clearly stopped breathing entirely. It felt puzzled, its small eyes blinking repeatedly. Could it really be this powerful? At that moment, it noticed a spike embedded in the side of the opponent's head, long but thin, with black and green liquid dripping from the wound onto its own cheek. This looks like PFT. It felt a sudden chill pierce its eyeball, the coldest drilling straight into its brain. Soon, in its dazed state, it gradually lost consciousness. Before death claimed it, its remaining intact eye seemed to glimpse a green-furred monster creeping stealthily from the shadows of the woods. Lu Xiao separated the 2 corpses from their piled position, opened the mouth of the defective storage bag, and swiftly stuffed the bodies inside one by one. 3 human corpses plus 1 giant beast, yet the sealed space within the defective bag had only been filled by 1/3. After burying traces of poisonous blood with soil, Lu Xiao immediately vacated the scene. Detected Galactic Order Intelligent Lifeform eliminating cross-dimensional metamorphic creature. Galactic Order Origin Merit Points +1. Obtained Galactic Order Merit Points +100. Detected Intelligent Lifeform eliminating higher tier Intelligent Lifeform. Award for cross-tier elimination granted. Free physical attribute point +1. Detected elimination of cross-stellar metamorphic organism by Milky Way Order Intelligent Lifeform. Milky Way Order Origin Merit Points +1. Galactic Order Merit Points +100. Detected Intelligent Life Form eliminating higher tier Intelligent Life Form. Reward for defeating a higher level enemy. +1 free attribute point to physical. Crouching in a relatively safe grassy patch, Lu Xiao happily allocated his 2 attribute points to agility. He discovered one benefit of this system was its ability to confirm whether a target had died, something seemingly trivial but critically important in actual combat. Moments ago, he assumed the second lizard man was dead, but when no system reward notification appeared, he immediately dropped flat on the ground until the message finally came through. His attributes reached even numbers, but as expected, no rewards came with that milestone. Otherwise, Olympic champions or fitness gurus would have been showered with rewards the moment they got transported here. After scavenging the belongings from the 2 lizardmen, the haul was meager. Unknown material breastplate +2. Unknown purpose dark red pills +4. Blade gauntlet +2. Belt +2. Judging by their equipment, these 2 seemed more like gatekeepers than hunters. None of their gear appealed to Lu Xiao. While the breastplate offered defense, his absolute strength was too low. Wearing it would essentially nullify the agility bonuses he'd previously gained. It's a shame there were no venom vials. After experiencing the benefits of poison arrows, he felt this sticky substance deserved an award, the most valuable backstabber trophy of the year, specially designed to screw over your own allies. Distant thunder rumbled across the horizon, and soon the surrounding light dimmed. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky, followed by a thunderclap that sent Lu Xiao shuddering. Torrential rain poured down recklessly. Lu Xiao quickened his pace toward the target direction. The sudden downpour was an unexpected but perfect opportunity for him. After walking for over 10 minutes,
the woods halted before an open clearing. More than 20 low stone houses were scattered across the clearing. At the edge of the clearing stood a high cliff, atop which sat a stone hut. The exterior of this hut was adorned with numerous animal skulls. Behind the stone hut rose a stone pillar at least 5 meters tall, topped with a statue of some unknown creature. A dark red lizard man over 2 meters tall stood on the cliff, roaring relentlessly at the sky, while 2 other lizard men knelt below, gazing reverently at their crimson companion. Every time the lightning flashed across the dark clouds, the crimson-skinned lizardmen would brandish the rod-like objects in their hands. Lu Xiao had no time for such a shamanistic performance. His only concern was checking whether those stone houses harbored more lizard folk.
Ha ha!
The crimson-red lizard man pointed at one of them and shouted.
That lizard man stood up and walked forward.
This one wasn't particularly tall, probably only around 5 feet, and its physique wasn't as robust as its kin I'd encountered before, giving off a somewhat malnourished impression.
It approached the crimson-red lizard man and knelt on one knee.
The crimson lizard man pulled something from the sack behind him. The distance and heavy rain made it impossible for Lu Xiao to discern what it was, but he could see the object gleaming with a pure white sheen. The small-statured reptilian creature grasped the luminous object with both hands. Soon, the light gradually dimmed. Meanwhile, the dark red lizardmen cackled eerily as they brandished their clubs incessantly. Lu Yao noticed a faint halo gradually appearing around the statue atop the stone pillar.
Bloody hell! The short lizardman's body was visibly expanding at an astonishing rate. This has gotta be cheating.
Their whole damn race grows by exploiting game glitches.
System, origin, I want to report. Damn it, no response at all.
Lu Xiao felt he should rethink his approach. The little lizard was holding a glowing orb, and then the statue emitted some light before it became stronger. Both the glowing orb and the statue are suspicious.
If there's a problem, we'll take them away. Chapter 10, The Strongest Creature.
Green slime dripped from the arrowhead, falling to the ground along with the raindrops. Lu Xiao's gaze locked onto the dark red lizardman's head. The rain would slightly alter the arrow's flight trajectory, but it was hard to say by how much. To be safe, he still aimed for the head. The first ritual had concluded.
The crimson-scaled lizard man was ushering forward a second, shorter lizard folk.
The previous participant descended slowly, his body still convulsing involuntarily. Evidently the transformation process was neither comfortable nor quick to complete. A web of lightning spiderwebbed across the clouds. In the fleeting moment when the bolt fractured the darkness, Lu Xiao released his fingers. The poison arrow shot forth like vengeance, carried on the roaring thunder's tide, driving toward the crimson lizard man just as his claw reached for the luminous orb. As the thunder's wrath subsided, the arrow found its mark, piercing clean through the lizardman's scale throat.
Lu Xiao's second arrow followed without mercy.
This missile sought the other lizard man still writhing in metamorphic ecstasy. The shaft punched through his skull, dropping the euphoric creature mid-transformation.
The dark red lizard man had already noticed Lu Xiao, its throat torn open by an arrowhead, rendering it incapable of roaring.
The smaller lizard man in front of it snapped out of its convulsions and immediately lunged toward Lu Xiao, letting out a sinister, grating growl. Lu Xiao swiftly drew a third feathered arrow, aiming at the lizard man charging straight toward him, ready to release the bowstring. Out of the corner of his eye, he unexpectedly glimpsed a head peeking out from a stone hut. Cursing his luck under his breath, he twisted toward the head and loosed an arrow. The arrow struck true, embedding itself between the eyebrows of that skull. Lu Xiao had only prepared 3 poison arrows, the last one had just been fired. Unhurriedly, he drew his 4th arrow and took aim at the approaching small-statured lizard man. Thud! The arrow embedded itself in the lizardman's chest, but the damage was limited. The creature merely paused for a brief moment before continuing its charge. Lu Xiao threw his bow and arrows to the ground, reaching into his belongings to pull out that flawed machete. The short-statured lizard man roared furiously, leaping toward Lu Xiao from less than 2 meters away in a flying pounce.
Idiot!
The machete swung downward in a vicious slash through empty air. The blade tore from the lizardman's left shoulder down to its right abdomen, nearly slicing it in half. This stunted creature had barely gotten close to Lu Xiao before meeting its maker. Lu Xiao swiftly sheathed his blade, wiped the splattered green blood from his face, picked up his compound bow, knocked an arrow, and let loose another shot at the tottering maroon lizard man. The arrow pierced straight through its face, sending the lizardman's head snapping backward as its body toppled over in a heap. Without giving Lu Xiao any chance to catch his breath, 2 more lizardmen burst from the surrounding woods near the stone hut. Spotting their convulsing crimson comrade on the ground, they roared and charged toward Lu Xiao. Unlike the smaller lizard man that had pounced earlier, these 2 were not only bullier and clad in breastplates, but also wielded lethal fist blades. If they closed the distance, Lu Xiao would be dead for sure.
Panic now would mean certain doom. Everything hung in the balance.
Lu Yao followed his own rhythm: knock, draw, aim, release. The 5th arrow skimmed past the lizardman's cheek, leaving no damage. For the 6th arrow, he lowered his sights. This arrow pierced through the nearer lizardman's calf, embedding itself into the ground. Held back by the arrow, the lizardman fell directly to the ground. Another one circumvented it and charged forward. Lu Xiao fired the last arrow he could launch at this distance. The arrow flew wildly off course, missing the charging lizard man by at least a meter. No, to be precise, it was aimed at the lizard man lying on the ground with a thud. The lizard man, still struggling to pull the arrow from its leg, was struck in the face. At such close range and with such force, the arrow had pierced clean through the back of its skull, clearly a fatal blow. Closing his compound bow, Lu Xiao turned and sprinted away. Now, that lizard man was a mere 5 meters behind him. After just a few steps of running, Lu Xiao abruptly drew his machete and turned around to face the lizard man. Outrunning it was impossible, his only choice was to fight head-on. The lizard man couldn't care less about Lu Xiao's inner turmoil at that moment. It stepped over the severed corpse on the ground in 2 pieces and lunged forward aggressively. To the creature, a fragile being like Lu Xiao with his scrawny limbs wouldn't survive even a single attack. He would devour this bastard alive and tear him apart limb from limb. Crack! Ha! The lizard man felt only a chill around his ankle before he could even look down to see what was happening. Crunch! What about the other foot? A searing pain shot through as the lizard man let out a sinister screech, collapsing to the ground. Now it saw both its feet were clamped tightly in trap jaws, the sharp teeth already cutting into its bones, and surrounding it, there were 5 more traps lying in wait. Raising its head, it glared furiously at the despicable creature before it. But what met its gaze was a flash of cold steel amidst the torrential rain. In a dazed moment, it could see its own body spurting blood, now perfectly severed from its head. Lu Yao let out a long exhale, with no time to dwell on the battle he had just fought. He swiftly opened the mouth of the inferior-grade pouch, stuffed the trap clamp inside, and hurriedly stripped the corpse of its belongings before tossing them into the pouch. Spending too much time disposing of the body was unwise. Quickly climbing onto the high ledge, he found the dark red lizard man had already stopped twitching. This was one corpse he planned to take with him. Approaching the stone pillar, Lu Yao strained with all his might but couldn't budge it an inch. Of course, standing unwavering in a place like this, its foundation had to be impossibly sturdy. Frustrated, he glanced up at the statue atop the pillar. It seemed this treasure wasn't coming with him. Regret? Just a little, but not much. Entering the enormous stone house filled with skulls, the stench inside nearly knocked him over. Holding his breath, Lu Xiao stuffed anything that looked valuable into his flawed artifact, ransacked the place completely, then dashed into a smaller stone house. No time! No time! I want it all! I want it all! 2 conflicting thoughts battled in his mind. After searching 5 stone houses, reason triumphed over greed. Lu Xiao ducked into the woods he'd come from, his figure vanishing into the tree shadows as the rainstorm intensified. He had arrived with cautious steps, but now fled in desperate haste. Fortunately, the rain drowned out all other sounds, allowing him to move freely through the forest without restraint. Before long, Lu Xiao reached the spot where he had rested during his ascent. He immediately began sprinting down the slope. With over 20 huts in the area, who knew how many lizard men might be lurking around? Only by fleeing beyond the perimeter of the falling star celestial eye would he truly be safe. Almost stumbling and tumbling, Lu Xiao reached the foot of the mountain in under an hour, paying the price of multiple scratches all over his body and over a dozen tears in his black bodysuit. Sprawled out in the grass, breathing heavily, the exhaustion and pain from his entire body surged up all at once. Too tired to tend to his wounds, he decided to rest for a while. Some of the cuts had already stopped bleeding on their own anyway. Raindrops patted his cheeks, bringing an indescribable comfort. Ha 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 ha. Lu Xiao laughed heartily, his laughter mingling with the sound of rain. Sweet. Only now did he have time to check the system messages. Detected Silver Order Intelligent Lifeform eliminating cross-dimensional metamorphic lifeform. Silver Order Origin Merit Points +1, *5. Galactic Order Merit Points +100 *5. Detected High-Tier Intelligent Lifeform eliminating Intelligent Lifeform, *5. Received Crossfire Kill Reward, Free Physical Attribute Point +1 *5. Detection, elimination of the strongest creature in a primary danger zone by an intelligent lifeform under Galactic Order. Galactic Order Origin Merit Points +10. Galactic Order Merit Points +1000 obtained. Detection of intelligent lifeform eliminating peak organism in primary hazard zone. Primary hazard zone elimination reward obtained, +5 free physical attribute points. Primary hazard zone elimination reward obtained. Please select reward type. Random faith ability, beginner. Spiritual energy crystal, broken, *1. Random elemental ability, beginner. Random support mastery, basic. Bountiful harvest. And we even took down the strongest creature in the area? Could it be that dark red lizard man? That thing was actually the strongest creature in the falling star Heavenly Eye's periphery. No way. That bastard kicked the bucket without even letting out a fart. Alright, maybe precisely because it didn't do anything. If it had acted, it would have been me who bit the dust instead. 6 lizardmen, 5 kill rewards. that little one I bisected didn't count. This confirms it was at the same level as me, also untransformed. Yet the one that grew larger on the spot had already transformed. Could what I witnessed have been the transformation process of these lizard men? Holy crap! Is there any way to rewind time? Could the strongest lizard man please perform a ritual dance for me too and help me transform? Damn it! I actually missed this opportunity. And what's this about area kill rewards? What the hell are faith skills? What kind of demonic thing are elemental skills? And energy crystals? System lady, could you come out and explain properly? I don't understand any of this. Guess I'll postpone the choice for now. Picking randomly might just waste it. 10 free attribute points for physical abilities, all allocated to agility at once. Category, Organic Intelligent Life Form. Origin, Galactic Order. Species, Human. Gender male. Title none. Height 1.76 meters. Planetary measurement. Physical capabilities. Endurance 5. Strength 5. Agility 2-0. Explosiveness 5. Psionic none. Faith none. Elemental affinity none. Mastery, Archery Mastery Novice. Body Technique Elementary Precision. Passive Body Technique, slightly increases ranged attack accuracy. Spirit Technique none. With a sudden 10-point increase in agility, Lu Xiao instantly felt his legs brimming with power, while the coordination and strength in his wrists, shoulders, and arms multiplied. He could sense that his arrows could now pierce through the scaled armor of the lizard men. Chapter 11 Transformation. This was a medieval European castle, its spacious great hall teeming with thousands of creatures of various kinds working nervously. Countless disembodied octopus-like entities floated midair when suddenly one descended, landing before a human girl. The feigning sleep girl opened her eyes and locked gazes with the semi-visible octopus for a prolonged moment. Appearing to comprehend something, the corners of her lips curled upward slightly. With a waving motion, the octopus returned to hover midair once more. The girl had her own designated seat in the grand hall, just like thousands of other beings who similarly enjoyed exclusive seating arrangements, each one representing a different species entirely. Gurgle gurgle, the creature near the girl's seat turned towards her, its throat undulating as it spoke. My brethren are utterly hopeless. Only 817 have undergone metamorphosis so far, and that's only because we got lucky with fractured energy crystals. Gurgle gurgle. This creature was massive in size, resembling a giant worm, yet it bore a disturbingly human face. The attrition rate has already exceeded 30%. Gurgle gurgle, looks like my performance review will be failing again this time. The human-faced worm made a woeful expression, its tiny eyes darting around as it asked, "And how about you humans?" Glug glug. The girl crossed her legs with a sly, enigmatic smile. "The attrition rate is about the same as yours," the girl replied offhandedly. The faceworm's expression shifted from worry to joy. Apparently it wasn't the lowest performer after all. But then, the girl took a dramatic pause. "I just learned that some humans have already completed regional elite kills, and their origin merits have been credited. As for completed evolutions, a mere 893 so far." Gurgle, gurgle, the faceworm looked astonished, its emotions fully displayed on its features. "Impossible. It hasn't even been a full origin cycle yet." "Ha!" The girl smirked drily, having no further interest in entertaining this disgusting worm. However, in just 10 short Earth hours, someone had already achieved a regional kill. This was beyond her comprehension. As a member of the Galactic Order's Origin Tribunal, she was responsible for guiding and evaluating new human entrants. Though her rank wasn't high, billions of humans from the Galactic Order had been transported to the Origin this time. The transformation ratio matched expectations, but what was with this regional kill record? Have our human physiques become this formidable? While not unheard of in the Galactic Order, such feats typically only occurred among those top-tier races, those monstrously powerful species. The girl gazed toward the far end of the Grand Hall, still so distant from her position. She hoped this event might finally bring her a step closer to that coveted space. This little guy still deserves a reward. With a thought, the girl revealed Lu Xiao's information. Seriously? This little guy hasn't completed his metamorphosis yet. The girl's face darkened. Fine then, considering you helped me get rid of that disgusting insect. The girl snapped her fingers. The scene zoomed out. Outside the castle, undulating mountains and scattered buildings stretched across the landscape. But all of this existed solely on the back of a colossal black tortoise. Spanning tens of thousands of meters in circumference, the giant tortoise leisurely hovered above the clouds, soaring somewhere within the origin point. Lu Xiao applied the powder from the shade fruit to his wounds, and the effect was immediate. Except for the injuries on his back that were simply out of reach, all other wounds stopped bleeding swiftly. Message initiated by Galactic Order received. Whether to receive? This message was actively sent by Galactic Order, approved by Origin Point. Receive. Methods of intelligent life-form metamorphosis. Energy crystals contain the vital forces required by spiritual entities. Absorbing the spiritual energy within these crystals constitutes one of the core methods for biological metamorphosis. This, a knowledge benefit package sent by Galactic Order?
Absorbing energy crystals can directly trigger biological metamorphosis, so that lizardman transformation process I witnessed?
That luminous object must have been an energy crystal.
Wait, the reward for kills in the primary danger zone includes energy crystals. Doesn't that mean I can collect the reward and absorb them right away? No.
Lu Xiao restrained himself and didn't immediately choose to claim the energy crystal reward. Instead, he first organized the spoils from this haul. He hadn't paid much attention at the time, but now, as he carefully took out each item, Lu Xiao realized just how much loot he had gathered during his sweep.
Blade fist +4, breastplate +5, machete +2, dagger +4, boning knife +2, trap clamp +3,
Poison vial +12,
dark red pill +30,
meatballs with strong fishy smell +11,
unfamiliar white pellets +17, bottle of guiding insects +3, waist belt +4, package +7, complete animal hide +5, complete animal fur +1,
unknown creature organs +41, including horns, tendons, internal organs, tails, bones, etc.
animal hide map +3, animal hide with special inscriptions +9, metal hammer +1,
large metal rivets +12,
rope +3, roasting fork +1.
These were the items scavenged from several stone houses. Pressed for time with urgent tasks, Lu Xiao truly grabbed whatever he could lay hands on. Looking back now, it seems he missed many small items. Regret, the original sin of still lacking strength. The climax arrived as he dragged out the corpse of the region's strongest creature, the dark-skinned lizardfolk. The poor bastard hadn't died peacefully, sporting gaping holes through both its neck and forehead, with its entire head now blackened.
Sorry about this, bro. Lu Xiao still held some reverence for the title strongest. Without ceremony, he stripped every last item from the corpse.
With a final tug, he pulled the short stick free from the corpse's grasp. The stick was about half a meter long, made of what seemed to be wood but lighter than ordinary timber. At its tip sat a carved statue of a monstrous creature in a seated posture. Tossing it aside, Lu Xiao picked up the belt and opened each pocket one by one. There were also 4 pockets.
The first contained a crystal vial holding 2 fingernail-sized red stones that faintly glowed with a crimson light. The second pocket held a black gelatinous sphere. After fiddling with it, Lu Xiao discovered the orb was warm but couldn't discern its purpose. When rubbed between his hands, sparks appeared on its surface. With a forceful pinch, the entire sphere suddenly burst into flames. This thing is literally a lighter for lizard people.
It's a great item, can be used to create fire in emergencies, and doubles as a hand warmer during normal times. The third pocket also contained a crystal vial filled with golden liquid of unknown purpose. The fourth pocket contained a stone, egg-shaped and sized.
Could this be an egg laid by this lizard?
A shiver ran down his spine as he casually tossed it into the defective pile. Finally, there was a pouch made of animal hide, tied to the belt. Lu Xiao was most intrigued by its contents.
Sure enough, the moment he opened the pouch, Lu Xiao couldn't conceal his excitement. Inside lay a pear-shaped crystal, smooth and translucent, radiating a pure white glow.
This must be the energy crystal. Originally there should have been 2, but the short lizard man had already used one, leaving this last one unused. This thing can cause organisms to undergo metamorphosis. Lu Xiao carefully extracted the energy crystal with his hand. The moment his fingertip touched the crystal, a system message appeared. Discovered spiritual energy crystal, fragmented. Absorb? No wonder the information about the galactic order didn't specify how to absorb the energy crystal.
Turns out it's automatic. Lu Xiao took a deep breath and chose yes. Spiritual energy charging in progress. Grow massive, my body. Lu Xiao inwardly roared, ready to embrace a transformation as robust as a lizardman's.
Yet, what came was not the sound of his body growing mightier. Rather, it was an internal metamorphosis. A certain part within him was rapidly filling a portion that unmistakably belonged to him, yet one he had never before perceived. At the same time, his heart rate continued to slow down. It seemed his brain's central functions no longer required energy from his bloodstream, as something else had replaced it. The energy crystal in his hand gradually dimmed until it lost all luster. Spiritual energy crystal absorption complete.
Intelligent life form has undergone spiritual metamorphosis.
Intelligent organism detected with psionic energy supply, initiating central link.
Central link established.
Origination code retrieved for intelligent organism, 87242-82231-25241-2241. Origination privileges upgraded for intelligent organism.
Activate Galactic Order Merit Exchange. Activate Civilization Language Switching. Activate Origin Basic Mission. Activate Galactic Order Mission. Galactic Order Merit Exchange activated. Spiritual Attributes unlocked. Pay 1. Spiritual Pool 5. What the hell is this all about? Utterly bewildered. Chapter 12, privilege escalation. This time the system responded immediately. Intelligent Lifeform 87242-82231-25241-2241 has been detected inquiring about biological metamorphosis. You may exchange 10 points of galactic order merit for related knowledge. This operation is approved at origin point. Proceed with exchange? Yes. Damn, Lu Xiao couldn't wait any longer. 10 points of galaxy order merit consumed. Biological metamorphosis. The process of replacing a creature's spiritual core's biological energy supply with spiritual energy. Spiritual energy, as the foundation of all energies, spiritual energy serves as the life force of a creature's spiritual core, capable of powering all energy-based skills and central systems. Spirit body. The spirit body consists of a spirit core, spiritual energy, and other special abilities. The strength of the spirit body determines its defense against mental interference and spirit core attacks. Spiritual energy affinity is an index of spiritual energy capacity. The higher the value, the more spiritual energy can be mobilized. Spirit core, the life essence of all living beings. The extinction of the spirit core means the complete death of the organism. All memories, extraordinary abilities, data information, and cognitive faculties are generated and preserved by the spirit core, whose existence relies on life energy for sustenance. Same paragraph structure preserved, terminology consistently translated while maintaining the original technical tone. Core, an information hub composed of higher knowledge entities. Intelligent beings interact with the core by expending psychic energy. Alright, I think I've got the gist of it. In other words, my brain already had this spiritual core, which was previously sustained by blood oxygen as vital energy. Now it has evolved to generate spiritual energy, and the core is directly powered by it. What I thought was a system is actually called the Nexus. Interaction with the Nexus requires spiritual energy, which explains why it previously ignored me. Now that Lu Xiao has completed his metamorphosis and can supply the required energy, the interactions have indeed multiplied. Moreover, my access privileges within the Nexus seem to have leveled up, otherwise, it wouldn't have instantly responded to every inquiry I made. The information overload was intense, but Lu Xiao felt he could process everything just fine. His mind was extraordinarily clear. Even childhood memories, certain images, fragments, and words suddenly came back to him. Clearly, these were all effects of the spiritual metamorphosis. He could also sense a space within his mind that didn't belong to this dimension, filled with a white liquid. The size of this space was impossible to measure, but the liquid was nearly at full capacity. This must be his spirit body, and that liquid must be spiritual energy. If we're going by game mechanics, this damn thing must be my mana pool. With a thought flashing through his mind, Lu Xiao wanted to examine the newly unlocked functions of the central system. First was the Galactic Order Merit Exchange. Galactic Order Merit Exchange. Current merits 2,790 points. Spiritual body teleportation minus 100 points. Enables teleportation of spiritual body between original space and origin point. Physical replication minus 20 points, allows single item physical attribute replication from origin point to original body. Body sustenance minus 20 points, maintains existence energy of original body. Identity protection 1000 points, Galactic Order will safeguard one's original identity from disclosure. Modular body replacement 50 points, picoscale carbon-based body part replacements. Item exchange, enables exchange of goods within Galactic Order's jurisdiction. Enter item exchange. Planetary ownership starting from 2 million points. Galactic ownership starting from 100 million points. What the hell is this? The merit of Galactic Order can directly get me a star system. But what does this starting price mean, the lowest price? Never mind, can't afford it. Let's look at something more realistic. Intelligent lifeform targeted search for exchangeable items. Earth human civilization, equivalent exchange currency, RMB. Exchange rate, 1 merit point equals 100,000 RMB. Plop, Lu Xiao collapsed onto the ground, landing hard on his backside. Suddenly, he recalled the woman's words, what he gained here would feed back to his Earth self. This was an unprecedented opportunity. With 2,790 points in Galactic Order merits, if converted entirely to RMB, that would be a staggering 279 million yuan. And all this had happened within just over 10 hours. I've become a billionaire, and I can exchange spirit teleportation at any time, allowing my spirit to return to Earth. Isn't this invincible? Isn't this the path to the pinnacle of life? Detected resistance against origin thought fluctuations in intelligent being 87242-82231-25241-2241. According to Origin Law 103, no intelligent being spirit shall depart from the origin for more than one origin cycle, 14 Earth days, otherwise the spirit will be indiscriminately eradicated by Galactic Order enforcement. Fine, I get it. I'll stop thinking about it, alright? Lu Xiao suddenly realized this hub also had the function of monitoring his thoughts. However, he also noticed another issue.
Detected intelligent lifeform 87242-82231-25241-2241 has queries regarding the interpretation of origin laws.
No informational cost incurred. For non-transcendent intelligent lifeforms, Origin Law Article 103 enforcement is not applicable.
Lu Xiao immediately followed with another question. Detected intelligent lifeform 87242-82231-25241-2241 has queries regarding spiritual transmission.
No informational cost incurred. Soul teleportation can be directionally used on other intelligent beings.
Bidirectional teleportation cannot be performed when the original body has perished.
Good.
He breathed a sigh of relief. This way, he could safely teleport his parents or friends back home. But if they had already completed their metamorphosis, detected that intelligent organism 87242-82231-25241-2241 wishes to establish information exchange with other intelligent beings,
this action will consume 10 points of galaxy order merit.
Holy shit, sending one message costs 1 million. Gritting my teeth, this message must be sent.
The central system cannot locate intelligent beings that haven't undergone metamorphosis.
Beings receive biological identification numbers after metamorphosis.
Damned.
Without metamorphosis, you don't even get a biological ID number. There's absolutely no way to send messages. His heart turned cold. He'd originally wanted to send his father a message to warn him never to undergo metamorphosis.
Looks like he'll have to find his parents himself. Foundation mission. Explore unknown areas of origin. Increase total physical attributes to 51. Increase total soul attributes to 21. Possess any proficiency, beginner level.
Possess any of the following: beginner level faith, elemental affinity, or energy technique. This is unquestionably a milestone mission.
It seems Origin's primary objective for the metamorphic creatures is to grow stronger, followed by continued exploration. Take another look at the Galactic Order's character system. Galactic Order mission. Exploring the Origin Zone. Annihilate cross-dimensional creatures. Obtaining psychic crystals. Searching for the Origin Town.
The missions from the Galactic Order reveal some crucial information.
First, the Galactic Order also desires energy crystals. Second, through these missions, they're indirectly urging intelligent beings to quickly locate towns within the Origin, a clever workaround, really. After all, who'd expect the Galactic Order to have so little influence here in the Origin? Finally, interstellar relations appear far from harmonious. These missions blatantly encourage the elimination of beings from rival star domains. Is this for resource plundering or to help the Galactic Order accumulate merits in the Origin?
Lu Xiao swiftly processed all the information. From the moment his spirit underwent metamorphosis, he was no longer that fresh graduate from Earth's civilization. The lifestyle of Earth had completely left him behind, just like Peter Parker, bitten by a mutated spider, couldn't return to his old life the instant he became Spider-Man. Those resumes, seems there's no need to send them out anymore.
Chapter 13: The Hunter's Disguise.
While gathering the items from the ground, Lu Xiao continued his endless string of questions.
So what exactly is faith? And what's element affinity? Might as well explain auxiliary masteries too.
Faith, the deity worshipped within the spiritual essence of an intelligent being. The creator deity receives devotion-based power from intelligent beings and transfers divine abilities and techniques to them. Faith is activated and materialized through bio-spiritual energy. The higher the faith tier, the greater the divine power granted.
No deity-related faith detected within the intelligent being's spiritual essence.
10 galactic merits consumed.
Creator deity, insufficient authority. Elemental affinity, the elemental core nurtured within the spiritual essence of an intelligent being.
World-building elements include foundational elements: water, earth, wind, fire, lightning, light, darkness, as well as other latent or subsidiary elements.
Through elemental affinity, intelligent beings cultivate elements within their spiritual essence and convert elemental power via techniques, a process requiring biospiritual activation and materialization. Higher elemental affinity correlates with greater core energy and mastery of elemental techniques. No elemental core detected within the intelligent being's spiritual essence.
Consuming 10 galaxy merits.
Support mastery. Mastery is divided into combat and support categories.
Support mastery leans more towards the survival of intelligent beings at the origin point, creating environments and resources suitable for the creatures themselves. Common support masteries include skinning, forging, smelting, drawing, cooking, planting, etc. 10 galactic merits consumed. So it seems that faith and elements lean more towards combat, while support masteries are survival-oriented, akin to life skills in games. The rewards look decent, but none are what Lu Xiao urgently needs right now. What he truly wants are physical combat techniques, specifically archery skills. These so-called beliefs and elemental affinities might sound impressive, but paired with his 20-point agility attribute, they don't seem all that practical.
Of course, thinking this way carried a hint of sour grape sentiment. After all, he possessed neither divine faith nor an elemental core. As for energy crystals, sigh. Who knew whether these things were blessings or curses? After careful consideration, Lu Xiao ultimately chose the random auxiliary mastery, beginner, option. At the very least, it seemed somewhat useful for now, and by skipping the entry-level tier, there was another perk. One of Origin Point's basic missions specifically required a beginner-level mastery. Let fate decide then. Random reward support specialty, beginner, calculating. Random support class proficiency, beginner, confirmed. Acquired support type proficiency, beginner appraisal, beginner. Detected intelligent entity 87242-82231-25241-2241 achieves apprentice level identification proficiency, automatically acquiring basic material knowledge, basic biological knowledge, and basic reconstructed matter knowledge. In an instant, a massive influx of information violently poured into Lu Xiao's mind, or rather, his spirit core now. The entire process lasted only 3 breaths. There was no dizziness or disorientation, but the difference between his original brain and his current spirit core was like night and day. He could distinctly feel that the spirit core's efficiency and capacity for receiving information had increased by at least 100-fold. Alright, this was the appraisal. To put it simply, it wasn't so much a skill as a complex fusion of knowledge. So this also counts as auxiliary mastery. From the digested information, the function of appraisal pertains to the judgment and identification of materials. This includes biological materials, mineral materials, elemental materials, and special materials. Honestly, this auxiliary mastery of appraisal is quite useful for Lu Xiao. While it doesn't let him understand the habits and traits of every unknown creature, it does reveal which parts of these creatures hold value. Not bad at all. Lu Xiao is quite pleased. As for reconstructed items, they are objects newly formed from various materials, such as Lu Xiao picked up the lizardman's cleaver. Combining his newly acquired knowledge of materials and reconstructed items, his core immediately provided information about the blade. Name, hunting knife. Quality, ordinary. Origin, origin point. Blade material, Bailao iron. Hilt material, rain willow wood. Item details, a relatively sharp common machete. How should I put it? Even with this knowledge, it still seems rather useless. Lu Xiao then took out 2 crystal vials looted from the dark red lizardman, one containing 2 fingernail-sized red stones, the other holding golden liquid. He took out a red stone from the bottle and placed it in his palm. This should be blood sakura petals. Holy crap! Lu Xiao's lips twitched. This thing was actually blood sakura petals. Name, blood cherry blossom petal. Origin, point of origin. Item details, petals from the blood cherry blossom tree, infused with concentrated life essence. Can be consumed directly, where the absorbed vitality transforms into bodily tissues, moderately enhancing toughness and strength. Creatures with insufficient physical resilience may suffer explosive bodily rupture due to excessive essence concentration. The effects are undoubtedly remarkable, but the risk of explosive rupture makes one hesitant to experiment. For a weakling like Lu Xiaoqian with both toughness and strength at a measly 5, body explosion was practically inevitable. Putting the petals back into the bottle and securing it, Lu Xiao proceeded to examine the golden-colored liquid. But this time, the identification process didn't go as smoothly. Simply observing seemed ineffective. There were far too many liquids of similar color within his knowledge base. I took a sniff, and damn if that thing didn't actually smell kind of nice, almost like roses. That ruled out a whole bunch of wrong possibilities. He reached in with his fingers and felt around, nothing sticky. Excellent, that ruled out a whole category. Ha, got it. Name, Tears of Sorrow Nectar. Origin, starting point. Item details, tearful blossom sap, can be consumed directly. Upon ingestion, it balances blood energy concentration within the body and also neutralizes blood-based toxins. So that's how it works. This bottle of floral essence is meant to be combined with the crimson cherry blossom petals. One boosts blood chi intensity, the other reduces it. Perfect harmony. As for the dosage issue, Lu Xiao's appraisal expertise could only tell him the effects, not the prescribed amount. Try it out. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Fortune favors the bold, and miracles come from daring. Here goes. He took out a blood cherry petal and placed it in his mouth. Gulp, his Adam's apple trembled. Swallowed whole. Holy shit. Not even the size of a capsule. The petal sank into his abdomen and instantly unleashed its primordial power. Lu Xiao could almost feel a scorching heat spreading from his abdomen, surging violently through every part of his body. Almost simultaneously, he watched the veins in his arms bulge, while his muscles faintly sensed an explosive tension radiating outward. Next, bruises began appearing all over his body. Damn it, his blood vessels were bursting. Without hesitation, Lu Xiao downed half the bottle of golden liquid. If he didn't drink it soon, he felt like his little life would be snuffed out. Half the bottle down, the effect was immediate. The raging blood energy began to calm, and a cooling sensation spread throughout his body. Gradually, the bruises faded, and his muscles felt indescribably comfortable. A few more breaths passed. Everything settled into tranquility. Fortitude +1, strength +2. Two insignificant lines of text appeared, yet they sent Lu Xiao into rapturous delight. Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed another blood cherry petal directly. He did this to test whether, with the medicinal effects of the sorrow bloom still active, he could directly suppress the fury of this one. As expected, the second crimson cherry blossom petal gently contributed its essence without any violent reactions, as docile as a cup of goji berry tea. Fortitude +2, strength +1. The enhancements to the body are actually random too. Or does the order of consuming morning tear flower juice determine the attribute boost? Never mind, that can be studied later, but overall, this is already a huge win. And of course, the good fortune doesn't end there. At the same moment he acquired appraisal expertise, beginner, the system delivered 3 messages. Only then did he begin reviewing them one by one. Prime Directive Basic Task Completed, Intelligent Being 87242-82231-25241-2241. Please select your reward from the following options. Item, Hunter's Disguise. Ability Clue. Free Physical Attribute Points, +2. This was Lu Xiao's first time completing a basic task assigned by Origin Point, and he outright ignored the reward of attribute points. After the metamorphosis, the central system provided much more information than before, and the rewarded items now displayed all their attributes directly. Name, Hunter's Disguise. Quality, good. Creator, Taroto. Creator's note, couldn't find Shadow Rock, couldn't achieve the invisibility effect, used floral bark as substitute. Item details, resists damage up to a certain energy level, comes with camouflage capability that can be activated through psychic energy. Camouflage shifts colors according to the surrounding environment when activated. Lu Xiao couldn't help rubbing his hands again. This was clearly a reward item tailor-made for him. Clothing with camouflaging effects that could be activated through psychic energy. As for the skill clue, had it been an actual skill reward, Lu Xiao might have hesitated, but since it was just a clue, forget about it. He didn't hesitate before choosing the Hunter's Disguise. A dark green leather outfit gradually materialized across his chest. Without ceremony, he simply slipped it on, glancing disdainfully at the original black jumpsuit he'd been wearing. Name, Cocoon Suit. Quality, none. Creator, Galactic Order. Item details, covers the body, provides minor defensive effects. Lu Xiang had already tested this thing's defensive capabilities in actual combat. If even tree branches could tear through it, at best it could count as underwear. Changing into this outfit immediately made him feel more prestigious. No wonder players in games were so obsessed with buying skins. This was truly a symbol of both spending power and strength. The Hunter's Disguise was clearly made from whole animal hides, its dark green hue naturally serving as camouflage in the jungle. The moment he put it on, he could sense something different about this garment. With a single thought, the spiritual energy within the spirit body has decreased slightly, estimated at about 1/10. The spiritual energy is stimulating the hidden power within the hunter's camouflage. Upon closer inspection, the dark green surface has subtly transformed, now displaying the deepening green hues of surrounding shrubs and the brown shades of vegetation, with gradient stripes gradually appearing. When the colors cease shifting, the hunter's camouflage has completely blended into the environment, leaving Lu Zhao's exposed head eerily floating mid-air. Top-notch gear. Lu Xiang really wanted to give this Taroto a 5-star review. This thing was practically made for him, the ultimate tool for assassination, robbery, and all sorts of shady business. With the hunter's disguise, did he still need a ghillie suit? The answer was obviously no. Feeling utterly pleased, Lu Xiang proceeded to check the other 2 messages. Chapter 14 Return to Camp. Reached Appraisal Proficiency Beginner Level. Awarded 1 Appraisal Technique Related Item. Please select from the following recipes. Vision +1. Tactile +1. Smell +1. Hearing +1. Taste +1. Reached Appraisal Mastery, Beginner Level. Awarding 1 Associated Item for Appraisal Skill. Please select from the following recipes. Vision +2. Tactile +2. Olfactory +2. Hearing +2. Taste +2. This time it was granted as 2 targeted rewards for advancing appraisal mastery, but what Lu Xiao hadn't expected was that the rewards would actually be enhancements to the 5 senses. Can something like this even be given as a reward? Reality proved that yes, it could. After all, the 5 senses are fundamentally part of one's physical body. The enhancement of the 5 senses indeed adds wings to the mastery of appraisal, as the foundational auxiliary mastery is merely a knowledge system, not a skill. This knowledge must be practiced through the body. Lu Xiang seemed to suddenly grasp something profound. He immediately chose the reward of +1 vision for the beginner level of appraisal mastery. There wasn't much unusual sensation, just that the images within his field of view gradually became sharper,
with colors of the surrounding scenery growing more vivid. At the same time, his visual range expanded and extended. What was once indistinct and blurred now appeared remarkably clear. Liu Xiao had learned in university that an organism's visual acuity is determined by the quantity and density of photoreceptor cells. Eagles, currently Earth's creatures with the sharpest vision, possess photoreceptor density 6 to 8 times that of humans, capable of spotting a tiny insect in grass hundreds of meters away or a rabbit kilometers distant. Humans, by comparison, have clear vision only within 300 to 500 meters. As for spotting small insects, one might barely discern them within 20 meters after prolonged staring. After gaining Vision +1, Liu Xiao didn't hesitate to also select the Vision +2 reward from his appraisal beginner proficiency. This time he quietly closed his eyes, waiting for several seconds with evident enjoyment on his face. Then suddenly opening them, 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, his gaze extended further. 60 meters out, on the branch of a distant shrub, a droplet of amber-colored tree sap was slowly trickling downward along the bark's grooves, drawing the bough and releasing the arrow. Whoosh! Thwack! The arrowhead firmly embedded the tree sap into the trunk, and then the tremendous impact force sent the arrow straight through the tree. Nice! Liu Xiao clenched his fist in excitement. The improvement in eyesight had directly elevated his archery accuracy by leaps and bounds. Not only that, his visual range had tripled, crucial for any marksman or hunter. Being able to spot and lock onto prey from farther away, what did that imply? The Nexus of Origins truly hadn't shortchanged him. First, it randomly granted him appraisal mastery, then gave him hunter's camouflage to conceal his presence. And now this game-changing +3 vision boost, it was like hitting the jackpot. And that wasn't even counting how appraisal mastery indirectly enabled him to strengthen his physique with the blood cherry petals. Central Hub, thanks a bunch. Liu Xiao looked up at the sky, piously pressing his palms together in mock reverence. Category: Organic Intelligent Lifeforms. Origin: Galactic Order. Species: Human. Gender: Male. Title: None. Height: 1.76 meters. Planetary measurement. Physical ability: Endurance 8. Strength 8. Agility 2-0. Burst 5. Spirit: Soul 1. Spirit Pool 5. 5 senses. Visual 3. Mastery Bow Proficiency Beginner. Appraisal Elementary. Body Techniques Elementary Precision. Passive Body Technique, slightly increases ranged attack accuracy. Examining his status panel, Liu Xiao was fairly satisfied, estimating that about 16 hours had passed since being forcibly transported to Origin Point. From being a completely clueless newbie to completing his transformation and gaining a rudimentary understanding of Origin Point's survival rules, he confidently believed that if this were a game, he'd already be among the front runners. But what lies ahead for him remains uncertain. One thing he is sure of: Origin Point is no game. It is a tangible space or dimension where creatures are transported, stripped of their technology and civilization, forced to regress to primal instincts. With super civilizations like the Galactic Order involved, there are undoubtedly dangers beyond his comprehension and treasures equally unimaginable awaiting everyone. Since he could no longer break free from the law of origin, he had no choice but to march forward into the unknown. Packing all the items back into the defective container, Liu Xiao hurried toward the direction of the plane. With his dexterity now at 20, Liu Xiao's speed through the woods increased several-fold. Given that the danger level of this stretch of forest was negligible, it took him less than 20 minutes to reach the tree line. Beyond the shadows of the trunks, the open plains came into view. Even distant figures were now clearly visible. Along the way, he wasn't idle either, examining each item left to him by the lizardmen one by one. The dark red pellet turned out to be a concoction made from crushed fruits of the manching plant mixed with the juice of another plant called luakue, its function being rapid recovery from internal injuries and replenishing vitality, essentially a crude yet potent healing potion. The foul-smelling meatball, on the other hand, was the cheek gland of a beast called the tuo creature. These glands emit a pungent, fishy odor capable of attracting fellow beasts from afar, perhaps reflecting the lizardman's particular fondness for hunting and feasting on them. As for the white pellet, it was made from crushed fruits of the familiar shadegrass combined with bay leaves, kneaded into pill form, an effective remedy for treating external wounds and bruises. As for the beast hide and map inscribed with unknown writings, Liu Xiao also wanted to decipher them. The system had hinted that translations were possible, but they required consuming merits from the Milky Way order. He wasn't in a hurry, planning to wait until returning to camp to deal with it. Emerging from the woods, his gaze fell upon crowds rushing about and cooking smoke wafting through the air. Though he'd been gone barely half a day, it gave him the surreal sensation of returning to reality after lifetimes away. Gatherings of hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands had formed, as people used whatever materials they could find to set up survival spaces for their own groups. The bizarre assortment of modern items made Liu Xiao chuckle bitterly, especially when he spotted middle-aged men holding tea parties while lounging on deck chairs, making him half wonder if this was just some holiday camping trip for city dwellers escaping to the suburbs.
Actually, thinking about it, it makes sense.
Before facing real danger, maintaining one's usual lifestyle and habits is a normal human reaction.
After all, who could have imagined that just a few kilometers away lurked a group of unknown creatures ready to hunt them at any moment?
Lu Xiao didn't approach the crowd-gathering areas, nor did anyone pay special attention to him despite wearing hunter camouflage, since many people had chosen trendy clothing as their items. Soon, Lu Xiao spotted familiar faces in his line of sight, thanks to his exceptional vision. At this moment, the teacher's college group was sitting around a bonfire, with a simple wooden shed beside them.
The team's numbers hadn't increased, in fact, they seemed to have somewhat decreased.
As Lu Xiao approached swiftly, Zhou Yuk caught sight of him with a sidelong glance, his small eyes widening abruptly after a brief moment of confusion. His unusual reaction instantly alerted several others nearby, who lifted their heads to look at Lu Xiao. Perhaps because Lu Xiao hadn't spent much time with them, after a fleeting moment of recollection, an odd mix of astonishment and delight flashed across their expressions. Li Tianjie stood up and nodded at Lu Xiao with a smile.
Safe return? Of course. After the brief greetings, Lu Xiao crouched down beside Li Tianjie.
Whatever they had been discussing earlier, all eyes were now fixed on Lu Xiao.
It seems like there are fewer people here. Lu Xiao looked around and asked.
Zhang Lina and her boyfriend left, he's a local, and there's a group of over 1,000 people near his place.
Li Tianjie replied.
Also, those 2 college students who joined us temporarily left too, they have relatives in Xiantang.
Lu Xiao nodded.
It was only natural, a bunch of fresh graduates hardly posed any significant threat, especially with such small numbers.
How was it? What's in the woods? And where's your bao? Li Tianjie asked.
Lu Xiao had returned empty-handed, with all his belongings stored inside the defective item.
Let's not talk about the bao for now.
This trip yielded great gains, and I've learned much about the origin. I'll share everything with you all gradually. For the time being, Lu Xiao didn't want to reveal the existence of the defective item, but sharing information was essential. What I'm about to say might challenge conventional understanding, so I'll frame it using gaming terminology. The area we're currently in is essentially the beginner's zone. With minimal danger, this includes the outer perimeter of the forest. But the deeper woods are high-risk territory, inhabited by various hostile creatures, some extremely aggressive and beyond our current combat capabilities.
Whether they'll emerge from there remains uncertain.
Here's the crucial part. Lu Xiao surveyed the group with solemn emphasis. Some of these dangerous creatures have undergone spiritual metamorphosis and don't belong to the Galactic Order faction. Killing them triggers system rewards. The gathered crowd exchanged bewildered glances, completely lost by this explanation.
Lu Yao had no choice but to patiently explain what a spiritual body and metamorphosis were.
Only after gradually digesting these unfamiliar terms did everyone begin to grasp the situation. Among the rewards, there's something called the Galactic Order Merit. According to the system's display, it can be exchanged for many valuable things on Earth. There's a wide variety of options. To put it simply, 1 merit point can be exchanged for 100,000 renminbi.
As for other possibilities,
I suspect curing terminal illnesses wouldn't be a problem.
Literally speaking, even immortality might be achievable. The group fell into prolonged silence.
Lu Xiao's words, if spoken just a day ago, would have been considered outrageous madness by these graduates who had studied diligently for over a decade. But now, at the origin point, they seem to hold a sliver of possibility.
You're not lying to us, are you? Zhou Yuk stammered out the question.
At first I didn't believe it either, Lu Xiao replied with a smile, but a civilization or race capable of transporting everyone here probably has no reason to deceive us.
Swallowing hard, Zhou Yuk voiced the question on everyone's mind. Does this mean you've already completed soul metamorphosis? You've killed dangerous creatures?
Lu Xiang stared directly into his eyes and nodded slowly. Got lucky, killed a few, and the spirits did evolve indeed. So my system gained higher access privileges to the central hub and learned more things.
Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they fixed their gaze on Lu Xiang. But I'm also bound by the laws of origin point now.
Evolved creatures can't stay outside the origin world for extended periods.
Can't leave for long? Does that mean we can leave this place? Yi Shan asked urgently.
Yes, through the merit points of the Galactic Order, we can return to our original world, Lu Xiao replied. Clearly, everyone's faces lit up with joyful smiles upon hearing these words. Moreover, I believe what that voice said earlier was correct. Before spiritual transformation, dying here means we can return directly to Earth. Lu Xiao felt it was necessary to share this information with everyone. It was a pivotal decision. Sure enough, after hearing those words, the expressions in everyone's eyes grew peculiar and hesitant. Death signifies a return to the original life, while surviving here signifies danger. Even being bound by laws like Lu Xiao, but equally presents infinite opportunities. To break free from the fate of earthly creatures, to live eternally. This was never a gift that Earth's civilization could bestow. But everyone's thoughts were different. I want to go back, a girl said timidly, even raising her hand as if speaking in a classroom.
Me too,
Another girl beside her mustered the courage to say. For these defenseless girls, surviving here was no different from slow suicide. Back on Earth, they had families to shelter them from life storms. There was nothing wrong with living an ordinary life. I'll stay, said Yang Jia, the elder twin, speaking up before turning to his younger brother Yang Zhao beside him. I'm staying too, Yang Zhao quickly added. Yang Jia and I have a younger sister who's had heart problems since childhood. After all these years, there's still no cure. If what Lu Xiao said is true, we could use the merit points from the Galactic Order to heal her. I want to stay too. Worst case scenario, I die, but even then I just return home, right? The chubby guy chimed in. Me too, I'm staying as well. Count me in. For whatever reason, the vast majority chose to continue living at the point of origin. This was something Lu Xiao never anticipated. Lu Xiao, do you know why the Galactic Order teleported all of us here? Yi Shan always contemplated things differently from others. I'm not sure. I've just undergone my transformation, and the central nexus informed me my clearance level is insufficient, Lu Xiao replied truthfully. Then what's our purpose here? Yi Shan frowned, asking herself aloud. Based on available information, Origin Point wants us to first strengthen ourselves before exploring uncharted territories, while the Galaxy Order demands we eliminate creatures from other star domains and locate existing settlements in this world. So the answers must be found by ourselves, Yi Shan murmured to herself. Sort of, Lu Xiao replied. I'll be returning to Earth once, first to verify some things, and second to see how things are there now. Hearing that Lu Xiao planned to return to Earth, everyone grew restless. Lu Xiao, could you check on my parents for me, please? Help me ask about mine too, I'll send you their numbers. I also. Lu Xiao remembered all the information given to him, including numerous phone numbers, addresses, names, and appearances. Li Tianjia, what about you? Do you need me to go back and verify your family's situation? Li Tianjia had remained silent all this while, seemingly deep in thought. No need. My parents divorced long ago and have their own families now. I've been living on my own, so there aren't many burdens to worry about, Li Tianjia said calmly. Clearly, he would also survive at the origin point. His prolonged silence stemmed from not wanting to bias the judgment of others as the group's core member. Fine, then at least tell me the location where you were transported from. I'll go check if it's safe. Another crucial purpose for Lu Xiao's return was to verify the condition of his physical body on Earth, whether it posed any danger, a matter of vital importance to every one of them. Lu Xiang looked at the girl who had just voiced her desire to leave the origin point. Before I return, survive here first. Otherwise, if our physical bodies on Earth are in danger, dying here might mean real death. Only after Lu Xiang spoke these words did everyone realize their physical bodies on Earth could also be at risk, so each of them reported the address where they had been on Earth. After confirming nothing was overlooked, Lu Xiao patted Li Tianjia's shoulder, signaling he wanted a private chat. The two of them walked into the wooden shed. The wooden shed had dried grass spread across the floor, with piles of edible root vegetables neatly placed atop the straw. Lu Xiao began pulling out supplies one by one from the defective batch. Breastplate, machete, dagger, belt, sack, animal limbs. Li Tianjia's eyelids twitched uncontrollably at the sight. When Lu Xiao dragged out the entire carcass of a gigantic beast, Li Tianjia reached out to steady himself against the wooden shed, supporting his swaying body. You this. His voice trembled slightly. Got a bit of hunting done. Lu Xiao laboriously dragged out all the corpses and clapped his hands. These supplies should last you a while. I'm not sure how long I'll be gone, might not even come back. The hub told me I can only go back for one origin cycle at most. If I'm not back after one day and night in the origin, don't even think about trying to return by killing yourselves. Though Lu Xiao spoke grimly, deep down he was certain this return to Earth held little risk. Li Tianjia nodded mechanically, his gaze still glued to the giant beast's corpse. How did you take down this monster? There are even more terrifying ones than this, but I won't bring them out to avoid scaring the girls. Alright, you're really something. Got lucky. If luck had been slightly worse, I wouldn't have made it out. Thanks. Li Tianjia withdrew his gaze from the corpse and looked at Lu Xiao. Though we haven't known each other long, you're definitely a reliable partner. Lu Xiao smiled at the young man who stood half a head taller than him. I believe you are too. We may be few, but we're more united. In this place, numbers aren't necessarily an advantage. I'll return as soon as possible. With that, he raised his palm. Their hands gripped each other firmly. Don't worry, with these supplies, we're already much better off than most. If anything unexpected happens, we can always retreat into the woods. As long as we avoid the danger zones, they're perfectly safe. Li Tianjia nodded. Lu Xiao completed all arrangements and chose spiritual transmission. Consumed 100 points of Galactic Order merit, preparing for spiritual transmission. 100 points, that's quite painful. Chapter 15 Portrait of the Apocalypse. Galactic Order initiating spiritual transfer for intelligent organism 87242-82231-25241-2241. Searching. Original Law 99 approves current transfer. Scanning intelligent organism's life status, meets transfer requirements.
Intelligent Lifeform 87242-82231-25241-2241 Primordial Body Reversion. Spiritual transmission in progress. Just as Lu Xiao's spirit entered an ethereal state, his physical body vanished into thin air before Li Tianjia's eyes. Li Tianjia noticed an oval-shaped stone appearing where Lu Xiao had been standing moments before. This stone was virtually identical to the one Lu Xiao had discovered in the dark red lizardman's belt. Li Tianjia picked up this stone, examined it carefully for a long while, then cautiously placed it into a pouch. On Earth, inside a coffee shop in Xiantang City, Huaxia Country, leaning back on the sofa, Lu Xiao slowly opened his eyes. Before him was a familiar scene, the air filled with the fresh scent of lemons. He didn't rise immediately, instead surveying everything around him. The 100-square-meter cafe had more than a dozen people collapsed on the floor, while other customers lay slumped haphazardly in the booths. Checking his phone, there were numerous unread messages, mostly from service providers, seemingly emergency alerts issued by the government, along with a few from his grandmother's landline. The phone's display showed it was already the second day since the teleportation. It seemed the timeline between the origin point and Earth was roughly synchronized, which eased Lu Xiao's worries. He had feared that time disparities between different dimensions might mean returning to an Earth years into the future. Everything was eerily quiet. The coffee shop was devoid of music, the streets outside empty of passing cars or even a single pedestrian. The silence was unnervingly profound. Lu Xiao took deep breaths to calm himself. He was struggling to adjust. The stark contrast between the two worlds had overwhelmed him. At the same time, he needed to get used to the dissonance of his vision and body returning to normal. After a long while, he felt he had grown accustomed to it. Taking out his phone, he dialed back the landline number from his hometown. After a prolonged series of beeps, the call connected. "Xiao Xiao, is that you?" A hoarse yet delighted voice came through the phone. It was Grandma. "Yes, Grandma, are you okay? Are Mom and Dad with you? How are they doing now?" "Xiao Xiao, you're okay? Thank heavens." Grandma's voice trembled with tears. She was a remarkably resilient woman, an originally Manchu-bordered Yellow Banner descendant from Yanjing who'd been sent down to Wuchang during her youth. In this small city she'd never even heard of before, she married, raised children, and built a home. Decades passed, but Lu Xiao had never once seen his grandmother cry in all his memory. "Grandma, I'm fine, really good, don't worry. Are Mom and Dad still not awake yet?" "Yes, your parents, your uncle and aunt, they're all here with me, but they're asleep and haven't woken up. Their bodies are ice cold. I went out to check, and in the whole neighborhood, except for the elderly and children, everyone else is asleep like this. I called you many times, but you never picked up. Thank goodness you're okay. Thank goodness you're okay. Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine. Like Mom and Dad earlier, I was asleep too, but now I'm awake. Everyone who's still sleeping is alright. Their bodies feel cold for their own safety. So Grandma, please don't worry. Just let Mom, Dad, Uncle, and Aunt stay asleep. They'll wake up before long. Please don't fret, they're all completely fine. Take care of yourself, and don't be sad." Lu Xiao felt deeply sorry for his grandmother, as he had spent the majority of his childhood growing up at her home. Alright. Hearing you say that makes me feel much better. Xiao Xiao, since you're alone, you must take good care of yourself." Gradually, Lu Xiao could sense his grandmother's emotions stabilizing, but the sight of her unconscious children lying beside her undoubtedly dealt the elderly woman a devastating blow. After chatting for a while longer, Grandma finally emerged from her gloom. She was a wise old woman who, in the face of difficulty, chose to confront it bravely. After hanging up, Lu Xiao gathered his belongings, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and stood up. He approached a middle-aged man lying spread-eagled on the floor in the center of the cafe. He reached out to check the man's breath long and steady. It seemed the man was still alive, but when touching the man's skin, Lu Xiao felt a chill. He touched the man's cheeks and arms, discovering his body was in a hypothermic state. Feeling for a pulse, he found a heartbeat, but unnaturally slow. Evidently, the galactic order maintained bodily functions by keeping the physical shell in a cooled hibernative state. No wonder he'd felt that penetrating cold earlier. This brought him slight relief. At least these soulless vessels, these abandoned physical shells, would remain preserved safely, even without nutritional replenishment for extended periods. He pressed the light switch and realized the cafe was in a blackout. Stepping out through the cafe entrance, he found the road ahead wasn't spacious, just a narrow two-lane street in each direction. But when he looked around, what he saw left him utterly stunned. Several people lay scattered haphazardly on both sides of the sidewalk, while at the intersection not far away, black smoke billowed. Within the smoke were three sedans seemingly crushed together. The accident scene was littered with broken car parts and scorch marks burned into the pavement. It was clear this traffic accident had occurred long ago, with the three vehicles now reduced to mere skeletal frames. Lu Xiao could faintly discern the charred remains of human corpses inside the car frames. It wasn't hard to imagine that these three drivers had been transported while still in the midst of driving. At least they weren't truly dead in the conventional sense, as long as they hadn't chosen to return through death at the origin point. Lu Xiao lifted his gaze to see the distant skyline obscured by rolling black smoke everywhere. Before Lu Xiao could catch his breath,
He lifted his head in shock, looking higher above the clouds, at the very apex of the dome of heaven. There, unimaginably vast words stretched across the horizon. Someone was writing in the sky, and each character was colossal beyond comprehension. Origin era. 3 incredibly vivid and majestic characters abruptly marked the forefront, followed by Galactic Order, Planet 932-221-0182, Race Emissary, Record of Merit, 1.87242-82231-25241-2241-2800, 2.87242-82339-43242-3245-1600. The alphanumeric code remains unchanged as it appears to be a unique identifier or reference that should not be translated. 3.87242-82644-5213-6634-1500. 100.87242-82524-34120-7795-1000. The text was voluminous, yet each character remained clearly legible. It's not hard to understand that this text information likely represents the number of bank order merits obtained by all humans on Earth at the origin point. As for this race proxy thing, what the hell is that? He has no idea. But if the Galactic Order behaved like a virtuous stepmother at the origin point, why is it acting so domineeringly here on Earth? Was this grand spectacle really necessary? Wait, hold on. Perhaps from staring at the sky too long, he suddenly felt a bit dizzy. The top entry on the merit record, though the number was quite long, somehow felt vaguely familiar. A thought flickered through his mind. Intelligent Being Origin Point ID, 87242-82231-25241-2241. Just as expected, after spiritual metamorphosis, interaction with the core was possible even outside the origin point. Another confirmation, unsurprisingly. The first name on this record of merits was indeed his own. Lu Xiao suddenly wondered if he should change his name. Originally just an obscure fresh graduate who wouldn't stand out even in a flock of chickens, he'd now risen to such prominence that the entire world was looking up at him as the absolute number one. Across all of history and cultures, there had never been such an outrageously domineering and show-stopping performance art, right? Moreover, judging by the ranking on the merit list, his 2,800-point achievement seemed unlikely to be surpassed anytime soon. Does this mean I don't even need to send out resumes anymore? I could just walk into any major company, have their HR look up at the sky to verify my ID number, interview guaranteed on the spot. Suppressing his mischievous thoughts, Lu Xiao secretly resolved that once his merits grew further, he must redeem that identity protection. Otherwise, putting aside whether there might be any real risks, he at least didn't want to become a public figure. The brief fantasy ended, and Lu Xiao began analyzing the information revealed by this record of merit. First, the Galactic Order clearly has no intention of letting Earth peacefully develop through farming after forcibly teleporting a large portion of humanity to the origin point. This move blatantly signals to all Earth's regimes and ruling powers, we did this, we endorse it, stop pretending you don't see it. Don't even think about using public authority to suppress or resist, your petty technological civilization is insignificant before us. We can even bring down your skies. So tell me, aren't you scared? Second, while the record of merit displays the top 100 rankings, being ranked first currently grants no substantive benefits beyond the rights exchangeable through merit points. So what purpose does this record serve? Detected inquiry from Intelligent Lifeform 87242-823339-43242-3245 regarding the purpose of the record of merit. Insufficient access rights for intelligent life. Get out. Cursing under his breath, Lu Xiao decided not to dwell on it any longer. The situation in Xiantang City was far from optimistic, in fact, it was downright dire. After walking through a few blocks, Lu Xiao found that while the city wasn't completely devastated, chaos reigned everywhere. Most areas were plunged into darkness due to power outages, and roads were clogged with abandoned vehicles, many still occupied by unconscious individuals. Fires caused by car crashes, electrical shorts, or malfunctioning machinery raged unchecked. Most critically, there were no police officers, firefighters, or military personnel to maintain order. He saw quite a few people as well. On the streets, people weeping uncontrollably, panicking, running helter-skelter. Most were elderly, though plenty of adults were among them, predominantly women. One could imagine these adults were likely the ones who chose to end their own lives. Amidst the panic, people searched desperately for their loved ones, calling out in vain to those already unconscious, utterly bewildered and at a loss. This isn't the end of the world, but amidst such chaotic scenes, few besides perceptive individuals like Lu Xiao could confidently claim otherwise. Lu Xiao made no attempt to reason with the panicked crowds, knowing such efforts would be futile. Stepping over the security guard sprawled across the university's main gate, Lu Xiao entered the campus once renowned for producing a successful entrepreneur. A female student came running toward him from the direction of the lecture building, hands covering her face, stumbling as she brushed past him before fleeing the campus grounds. Lu Xiang was already somewhat numb to it all as he hurried toward the gymnasium. Pushing open the gym doors, he found a standard indoor basketball court with more than 20 unconscious boys and a few girls scattered across the floor. Lu Xiang inspected each boy's face one by one. At last, he spotted Li Tenjia, the Yang brothers Yang Zhao and Yang Zhe, and Zhou Yuk on the basketball court. At the same time, he found the fatty, the Taoist priest, and two others by the sidelines. Lu Xiao's goal was simply to confirm the safety of each team member's physical body. After verifying that these few were still peaceful, he moved on to other areas. The search proceeded smoothly until he reached the front of a girls' dormitory building. Looking at the smoke-blackened walls, Lu Xiao had a foreboding sense of unease. Starting from a dorm room on the east side of the first floor, nearly a quarter of the dormitory building was affected. The charred doors and windows gave a vivid impression of how fierce the flames must have been at the time. As for how the fire was eventually extinguished, he had no idea. Lu Xiao stepped over puddles as he climbed to the third floor. Pausing outside the third room on the east side, he glanced inside. He continued to the second and first rooms on the east side, briefly peering into each one. Afterwards, he went to the first room on the east side of the first floor and checked the situation inside. He let out a long sigh and walked away. The source of the fire was a water heating rod. After its owner lost consciousness, it freely scorched itself until it evaporated all the liquid in the kettle, then continued radiating intense heat until it finally burned out. Lu Xiao understood why the power had gone out. If it wasn't due to absenteeism among power grid workers, then it must have been to prevent similar incidents from occurring. And this moderately serious fire also determined the fate of the 4 girls in the group. This included the 2 girls who had immediately chosen to return, along with Yi Shan. Chapter 16, Information. He casually hopped onto an electric bike within the campus and swiftly left the teacher's college. Body reconstruction, 1000 points, reshapes the corporeal form of a spiritually transformed intelligent being according to their most recent data anchor point. Scanning through the list of merits for galactic order exchange, Lu Xiao found this particular entry. The possibility of reviving a deceased body on Earth indeed existed. But, data anchor, the central hub collects and stores biological data on any spiritual entity undergoing intelligent metamorphosis. Intelligent beings that have not completed spiritual metamorphosis cannot execute data anchoring. This is practically an infinite death loop. Currently, the only way for Earth's humans to complete their transformation is at the origin point. Yet once the spirit undergoes metamorphosis there, it becomes constrained by the origin's laws. Meanwhile, without this transformation, the central core simply refuses to assign biological data anchors, rendering any deceased earthly bodies impossible to reconstruct. Lu Xiao felt the Milky Way order's overflowing malice for the second time. The answers seemed to imply that creatures who hadn't perfected their spiritual metamorphosis weren't worth reshaping because they were essentially trash. He fiercely gripped the handlebars as the electric bike surged forward. The social order was already showing signs of crumbling. Lu Yao stood at the entrance of a large supermarket, watching crowds of people pushing shopping carts loaded with goods as they hurried out. Yet this was completely understandable. People needed to survive. With no cashiers, no checkout counters, and no police to maintain order, the concept of order itself had vanished. Facing the empty food shelves, Lu Yao left with a sense of helplessness. This city that had never truly belonged to him now felt even more alien than before. Finally, he found some sealed bread, canned food, and bottled water in a small supermarket with its door smashed in, sitting by the roadside silently eating. Just as he was feeling somewhat idle, his phone buzzed with a new notification. It was a WeChat message alert. Slightly surprised, he tapped open the notification window. Someone actually spoke up in the gaming group chat. "Anyone alive here?" The user named Cold River posted, "I'm here." Before Lu Xiao could reply, another user named 4 meters popped up. "So there are actually survivors?" Han Jiang continued asking. "Don't even mention it. What fucking bad luck. I was just watching the commotion nearby when I got accidentally shot. Hit an artery, blood gushed out uncontrollably. Died in absolute agony. Ah ha ha, let me laugh first. You're even unluckier than me. Our whole group got overrun by monsters. Probably no survivors left there." "Monsters? Han Jiang, you're in Gillen, right? Why would there be monsters at your spawn point?" "Exactly, how should I know? Everything was developing fine at first. We were building infrastructure, clearing land to start farming, then suddenly these damn monsters came swarming out of nowhere. We had weapons and all, but the problem is those things were just too powerful. We got wiped out in the blink of an eye. Even now, just remembering the sword that took my head off gives me full body chills. Holy shit, is that origin point really that insane? Then I guess we had it relatively easy." "Wait, 4 meters?
are you in Jiling? Yeah, in Jiling. After I got killed, my parents and everyone else offed themselves to respawn too. It worked out in a way.
But the city's in complete chaos now, total mess, just utter mayhem.
We're doing okay here, since almost everyone died and came back. I just saw an ambulance driving down the street. Actually, it's better if everyone died and returned.
At least our original lives can stabilize. Over there, I heard the army isn't coming back, they're staying to do something big there.
We civilians just need to handle logistics. The government definitely knows more than us common folks. How could this origin point be so mysterious?
Even now I feel like I'm dreaming, playing a game where I got instantly killed by a max-level boss at the start.
Ah ha ha, same here.
I woke up from that dream only to find another apocalyptic game continuing in this world.
Simi, now that you mention it, I realize it really is true. Look up. Holy shit, what the hell? Brother How has descended upon the world. What does that mean? Oh my god, what do those numbers mean? Maybe countries? Or planets?
Those are people. At this moment, the ultimate expert in the group, Long Yu, suddenly spoke up. This gaming group doesn't have many members, just over 50 people, but they form the core backbone and combat force of a gaming guild. The guild composed of these 50-plus members has been famously renowned in every game they've played. Of course, this reputation doesn't necessarily mean they're the #1 guild on the server, but they're definitely the arch-enemy of the entire server. Because aside from killing or fighting, these people are also obsessed with leveling up. And this Long Yu is the leader of this group. There's even an online post that listed the top 10 guild leaders in the national gaming community, where he ranked 8th. The evaluation was quite touching too, combat prowess overflowing beyond the full score of 11 points, intelligence 5 points, management 5 points, diplomacy 0 points. To put it plainly, aside from leveling up and fighting, he can't be bothered with anything else. Diplomacy is useless, just fight first and think later.
Dragon Bro. Hey Dragon Bro, congrats on dying and coming back too. Piss off, you think I'm like the rest of you? I was teleported back here. What does that mean? You get what a spiritual metamorphosis is, right?
Our whole team took down 5 tusk fiends, roasted and ate them. Then I went and devoured one of their heads, and bam, spiritual metamorphosis hit. Every person who undergoes one gets assigned a number, just like those on the leaderboard floating above your heads.
Lu Yao trusted Long Yu's words.
The system had previously hinted to him that absorbing energy crystals was one of the ways for spiritual evolution. It seemed devouring the evolved spiritual essence of other creatures could also facilitate transformation. Hey Boss Long, Lu Shao decided it was time to surface from lurking and took the initiative to speak up.
Dude Shao, you bastard were lurking this whole time? Simi instantly exploded. Welcome to the Undead Legion.
Piss off, be gone undead scum. I got teleported back too. Lu Shao snapped back irritably.
Not bad Shao, Long Yu replied immediately. What's the situation over there in Qiantang? How did you complete your metamorphosis?
There's a forest near Qiantang with lizardmen from an extraterrestrial star system deep inside. After killing them, you get an energy crystal that enables spiritual metamorphosis, Lu Shao mentioned casually.
What? There's such a method?
After we killed the tiger-devouring beasts, we also got system notifications about rewards for cross-rank and cross-stellar kills.
But for spiritual metamorphosis, we had to consume their spiritual bodies before they died completely. It doesn't work after death.
Out of 5 tiger-devouring beasts we killed, only 2 of us achieved metamorphosis. So that's how it works. The spiritual cores of deceased intelligent beings get automatically transmitted back to their original bodies. But if they're not completely dead yet, their spiritual energy can be absorbed.
It seems this consumed spiritual energy can recharge one's own spiritual body.
The reason some didn't complete metamorphosis might be because either the spiritual body had already been transmitted away, or the remaining spiritual energy wasn't sufficient to meet the metamorphosis requirements after recharging.
What's your ID number?
Let's stay in contact after we return. Long Yu continued typing.
This left Lu Shao in quite a dilemma.
If he revealed his serial number, everyone would immediately know he currently ranked first globally.
I'll contact you later.
I'm tied up right now. Quite a few people have died here in Qiantang, some of whom I knew.
Lu Shao fabricated an excuse.
Those who died, they're already gone for good.
Alright, my serial number is.
Long Yu immediately shared her number without hesitation.
4 meters? I'm realizing we're completely redundant here, remarked Han Jian with melancholic resignation.
Yeah, doesn't it feel just like that game's public beta when the servers opened, both of us couldn't get in while everyone else made it through?
Tell me about it. When facing an unfamiliar world, what's most important is obviously information. The more you know, the faster and farther you can go.
On the highway, Lu Zhao's electric bike raced like the wind. 2 crying children blocked his path, forcing him to stop. This was the entrance of the district kindergarten. At this moment, the gates stood wide open, with several security guards and teachers collapsed on the ground.
A group of children wept silently on the playground.
Having gone nearly a day without food, they no longer had the strength for loud cries.
Lu Xiao took the hands of two children in the middle of the road and led them back to the kindergarten.
Big brother, Mom and Dad still haven't come to pick us up, the little girl holding his left hand said with a hoarse voice, her watery eyes looking up at Lu Xiao.
The teacher fell asleep too. Lu Xiao crouched down and patted the girl's head. Mom and Dad just fell asleep too. They'll be back soon.
The little girl brightened, turned to the other children, and forced a smile.
I told you Mom and Dad would come.
Lu Xiao scanned the surroundings. There were at least 40 children here, with 7 or 8 already in critical condition. Their parents were likely migrant workers who'd come to Qiantang for jobs, and with no elderly relatives in the city, these kids were practically orphans now unless their parents could return soon. He dialed 110, 119, 120, even 12345. No one answered any of the calls. What should he do? He wasn't some saint, but he'd never just let children starve or die of thirst here either. Even if he knew that in Qiantang alone, there might be hundreds of thousands of children facing the same plight, saving them all was beyond his reach, just as anxiety was consuming him. Intelligent Lifeform 87242-82231-25241-2241, do you accept the spiritual voice communication request?
Accepting this interaction requires no consumption of merit points.
Lu Xiao was momentarily stunned.
Sure enough, the system was still the system, it could even function as a phone. Accepted.
Hello. The voice echoed in my mind as if someone were speaking right beside me. But what did this clumsy English mean?
Detected interlocutor using languages from different civilizations on this planet. Initiate language conversion?
No merit points required. Hello. Ignoring the system prompt, Lu Xiao, who had been through the gauntlet of the college entrance exams, responded directly in English.
Nice to meet you. Lu Xiao squinted. What the hell kind of development was this? Nice to meet you, too. How are you? Fine, thank you, and you? A classic soul-crushing triple whammy. Damn, a fellow Chinese. The code matches.
The other party finally stopped continuing the terrifying first lesson of 7th grade English.
Chapter 17, Hidden Dragon. Who is it, and what do you want? Lu Xiao replied irritably. Such authority, truly worthy of being the foremost among our commissioned ones.
I am Long Yufeng, affiliated with the Hidden Dragon Group.
Since you have presumably returned to Earth, might I humbly request an audience with you? Lu Xiao felt like cursing. The awkward English earlier was bad enough, but now we've got classical Chinese? Really? As a science student, this is way beyond what I can handle. Cut to the chase, I'm busy right now.
Lu Xiao indeed had urgent matters to attend to, so many children still relied on him for food and fresh water.
Yet he had a reason for not abruptly ending the spiritual transmission.
This Feng Yufeng must have already completed his metamorphosis, and with the apparent backing of state power behind him, it also suggested he might possess more intelligence.
Straight to the point, I see. Then I'll speak frankly as well.
The Hidden Dragon Group intends to recruit talented individuals from across the nation. For you, Chief, to earn 2,800 merits in a single day, such a feat is beyond ordinary capability. In these turbulent times, we need formidable individuals like you to join us at Origin Point and build a glorious era together.
Lu Xiao remained silent, waiting for the other to continue.
The Hidden Dragon Squad is a revered national asset, where every member stands as a peerless talent among men. Though lacking in profound ability, I have merely attained moderate mastery over wind elemental affinity, slain a few of those barbarian outsiders beyond our borders, and earned minor merits, hence my return to the mundane world to settle some trivial affairs.
Damn it, Lu Xiao cursed under his breath. That Lang Yufeng actually got wind element affinity. Could it also be because of his name? What bullshit luck. What are the restrictions for joining Hidden Dragon? What are the benefits? Lu Xiao took the other person for a recruitment HR. This part could be translated as, what performance requirements are there? What's my salary? Good, judging by the chief accent, likely from East China. May I know which city you're currently in? Qiantang.
The other party paused slightly in contemplation.
Excellent. Joining Hidden Dragon imposes no restrictions, simply maintain mental voice communication.
Upon returning to the origin point, I will induct the chief into Hidden Dragon's constellation mark, enabling mutual resource sharing among members.
For valuable intel, Hidden Dragon will verify and generously reward accordingly.
By agreeing to join, the chief already gains partial privileges of Hidden Dragon Group.
Details can be accessed by calling this number.
The other person recited a string of bizarre numbers, which Lu Xiao noted down.
Does this mean I'm officially part of Hidden Dragon now? Lu Xiao found it hard to accept this kind of phone interview followed by immediate job offer. Indeed. Let me ask you something. Please, could you stop using classical Chinese?
Bro, our Hidden Dragon is after all a secret organization with prestige and ancient heritage.
Using archaic language makes us seem more mysterious, doesn't it? Goodbye.
Lu Xiao was exasperated and ready to cut off the spiritual connection.
Wait, no, hold on. Speak. How did you become a transcender? This might be a bit forward, but such information is crucial. Fine, I'll tell you, but answer me this first. How did you gain an affinity for the wind element? Deal.
I obtained a psychic crystal from an extraterrestrial creature.
I see.
The other party showed no surprise, clearly familiar with the methods of spiritual metamorphosis. Brother, Chief, you know we can't move long distances within the origin point. If psychic crystals appear, it means there must be a crystal mine near the Qiantang teleportation point. You're saying there's a place where we could dig up large quantities of psychic crystals?
That's right. This information is crucial.
Energy crystals have already become strategic national reserves, and the Galactic Order places immense importance on them too. Brother, if we could control an energy crystal mine. The speaker paused, as if choosing his words carefully. It would bring earth-shattering changes to our nation's technological civilization. I'll try to look, but don't get your hopes up too high. Now that he knew this information, Lu Xiao definitely wouldn't let it slide.
But something like an energy crystal mine, would the extraterrestrial creatures really not want it? Impossible. The danger was certain. If you can find it, brother, you'll have rendered an extraordinary service to the nation.
Answer my question first, Lu Xiao interrupted him. Ahem, brother, as you know, the primal stage of elemental affinity is nurturing an elemental core within the spiritual body.
To put it simply, forming an elemental core is 10% luck and 90% talent.
The wind elemental core in my spiritual body formed spontaneously during my spiritual metamorphosis. This is what we call an elemental core awakening.
Damn. This time, Lu Xiao genuinely couldn't hold it in anymore.
9 parts depend on talent, but after my transformation I ended up with nothing.
Bro, what did you awaken? Critical damage. You beast. Goodbye. This time, Lu Xiao decisively ended the spiritual voice.
He then immediately prepared to dial the strange number Lung Yufeng had given him, yet he hesitated at the last moment, suppressing his impulse. Instead, he went to find a vegetative patient's phone by the roadside.
Beep beep. Hello, how may I assist you? Typical customer service jargon. Hello, Lung Yufeng asked me to call this number. Lung Yufeng didn't give him any secret signal either, so Lu Xiao had no choice but to speak his name outright. Alright, please hold on while I transfer you now. Transferring, please hold. Greetings to you, may I ask who I have the honor of addressing?
Soon, a crisp female voice came through, sending a chill down Lu Xiao's spine.
Speak Mandarin. Hello, may I ask who you are?
Gang Lang Yufeng just reached out to me about joining Hidden Dragon Group, so I'm calling to inquire about your team's compensation package. The other party fell silent.
Lu Xiao fell silent as well. Alright, since it was Lung Yufeng who actively recruited you, then there's no issue. May I ask how I should address you? This simple question stumped Lu Xiao completely. He couldn't very well just say my name is Lu Xiao, that would be giving himself away outright. But he couldn't just make up some random nickname either, like Genghis Khan, Feng Qingyang, the Sweeping Monk, or maybe use a gaming handle like Grave Love Tyrant, or Peng Yuyan of Qiantang? Ugh, the 40 Thieves? Please be serious. Fine, my name is Ren Pingsheng. Alright, Mr. Ren, I'll make a note of it. I don't have the surname Ren. Ren Pingsheng is just my label, not my actual name. Understood, Mr. Ren Pingsheng. May I ask which 3 characters compose it?
A straw-cloaked man spends his life in mist and rain, the last 3 characters from that line. Lu Xiao replied somewhat impatiently.
Understood, noted.
Mr. Ren Pingsheng, you are now a reserve member of the Hidden Dragon Group, codename Mocking Wind.
Alright, just came up with a name, and now there's another codename added. Mocking Wind, I will be your dedicated contact and personal assistant going forward. My codename is Nightingale.
I'll now briefly introduce the organization's rules and regulations. Lung Yufeng said there are currently no restrictions imposed on me as long as we maintain spiritual voice communication at the origin point and exchange information. Lu Xiang interrupted directly.
Hold on, let me confirm something. After several minutes of silence, the voice returned. Xiaofeng, your previous statement has been verified, but we're adding one condition. Absolutely no disclosure of any information regarding the Hidden Dragons unit that's non-negotiable.
Let me restart this briefing about the privileges and benefits you'll receive as a reserve member of the Hidden Dragons unit.
Alright, go ahead, Lu Xiao said with satisfaction. 1. Confer military ranks. 2. Family members can enjoy relevant benefits for elite talents, including medical resources. 3. Companies with no more than 100 employees can be established, fully funded by state-owned enterprises, with an annual cost not exceeding 100 million renminbi, and no profitability requirement. 4. Equipped with private aircraft, covering all domestic routes, including airport parking spaces, dedicated pilots and flight attendants. 5. Access to 1-star classified documents. 6. In the event of a preparatory team member's death, their family continues to enjoy the benefits listed in Article 2. That is all. Lu Xiao remained silent for a long time. Just one phone call, a few polite exchanges, no more than 100 words spoken between them in total. Family members also enjoy top-tier talent benefits,
with social status guaranteed to the fullest. They'll give you 100 million a year, throw in a private jet, fly anywhere you want domestically. And if you unfortunately meet your end, no problem, your family's benefits stay the same. Alright, I have to admit, Lu Xiao was a bit dazed from the impact. The reason he didn't outright faint was the apocalyptic chaos surrounding him, but he knew this was temporary. The nation was a meticulously systematized machine operating with precision, and as more people returned from the origin point, society would inevitably stabilize. He felt someone tugging at his hand. Lowering his gaze, Lu Xiao saw the little girl staring up at him with pleading eyes.
I'm issuing the decree now, Lu Xiao declared with determination. Please proceed, Bailing responded calmly. Within 2 hours, resolve the survival issues of the trapped children in Xiantang. They need food, water, and adult protection. Each word was uttered with deliberate emphasis. Okay, noted. I'll keep you updated on the progress. Is there anything else I can assist you with? Not for now. Goodbye. Lu Xiao chose to end the call. Looking up towards the sky, his ranking number remained far ahead of the rest. Chapter 18 Lingering Echoes. At the kindergarten, he found some clean fresh water and had the children replenish their fluids a little. For the weaker ones, he carefully fed them water with a spoon. Thankfully, these kindergartners had already learned to use small potties for their needs, otherwise, things would have required some truly complicated maneuvers. While parents struggled for survival in the origin wilderness, their children endured hunger on Earth. After nearly an hour spent accompanying these little ones at the kindergarten, the distant chugging of a tractor engine gradually approached until the sound finally stopped at the front gate. This was an agricultural three-wheeled cargo truck, from which 6 adults disembarked. 5 women and 1 man. 6 adults hurriedly ran into the kindergarten. The man wore military uniform, likely a soldier from Qiantang station troops, while the women were dressed in official business attire and white lab coats. The soldier walked up to Lu Xiao, who was surrounded by dozens of children, gave a military salute, but didn't say much. The salute alone spoke volumes. Watching them unload food and fresh water from the tricycle one after another, with the doctor beginning to treat the listless children, Lu Xiao felt relieved. After bidding a brief farewell to the children, he left under their reluctant gazes. Intelligent Being 87242-82231-25241-2241, do you accept the psychic voice interaction request? Accepting requires no merit point consumption. Lu Xiao, who was speeding along on his electric scooter, once again received a notification about a spiritual voice connection request. Is Long Yufeng up to something again? Accepted. Salat, Divine Generation. Detected that the spiritual voice communicator is using different civilized languages of this planet. Activate language conversion? No merit points will be consumed. Lu Xiao silently chose to activate it. Respected Chief Delegate, greetings. Go ahead. The other party fell silent for a moment, presumably also activating language conversion. It's truly an honor to converse with a distinguished citizen of the great Huaxia nation through spiritual voice transmission. Machem, go on. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Noel from the Bonaparte family of the Gaul Republic, 71st on the merit register. I've taken the liberty of contacting you spiritually because I wish to befriend you and invite you to join our brotherhood. Rest assured, the brotherhood isn't religiously centered. Our members include several powerful figures from the merit register, along with members of ancient families, active nobility, and sages. As the current top ranked on the merit register, you're qualified and indeed require substantial support. Continue. The world's landscape is about to change. Existing nations, civilizations, systems, resource allocations, and class concepts will all be overturned. In the near future, control of global discourse will belong to those who secure more origin resources. Power, as always, will concentrate in the hands of a select few powerful individuals. The strong require powerful allies and robust support systems to maintain their strength. I'm certain someone as esteemed as yourself understands my meaning perfectly. This Noel indeed interpreted the possible trajectory of Earth's future from a higher vantage point, a perspective Lu Xiao couldn't refute. Any more? To demonstrate sincerity, I can share a piece of intelligence with you, one of the highest classified secrets belonging to the Brothers of Revelation. After a pause, Noel continued speaking. This dissociation of humanity is not the first occurrence. Since ancient times, or more accurately, ever since humans evolved into intelligent beings and met the criteria of the word intelligent, individuals have been continuously dissociated back to the origin point. Lu Xiao slammed on the brakes and pulled over to the roadside. Throughout history, many cases of mass disappearances or bizarre deaths have been linked to this, though of course, that's not the main point. In our Europe, there are families whose rights and wealth are passed down through generations, enduring unbroken, and some of their members even possess unimaginable great power, none of which relies solely on the wisdom of family members or noble bloodlines. This record of celestial achievements only registers the data of current human drifters,
The ancient ones are not accounted for here.
Now, would you like to join the Brotherhood of Apocalypse? Noelle's tone kept shifting, until finally, she sounded almost certain that Lu Xiao would break down in tears and beg to join them.
Let's talk about it later, we'll leave it at that for now. Lu Xiao twisted the handle and continued riding forward. He couldn't be bothered to consider whether this so-called Noelle from the whatever bar family was hopping mad somewhere.
Since you wanted to recruit me and gave me some information, I'll thank you for that, but I'm already spoken for. After all this roundabout blathering, Lu Xiao suddenly found Leng Yufeng much cuter by comparison.
This intelligence, well, how should I put it, it's still quite valuable. What is the value? At the very least, Lu Xiao knew there were other Earth humans surviving in origin, individuals who might be unimaginably powerful. It also implied that certain people or organizations possessed vast amounts of intel about origin.
However, based on Noelle's reaction, Lu Xiao deduced that the support elders could provide to juniors was quite limited.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have openly topped the rankings, and there certainly wouldn't have been an initiative from these people to recruit him.
In origin, even the Galaxy Order must seek permission for any action it takes. But following this line of reasoning, if Gaul has predecessors, then there's no reason Huaxia wouldn't have them either.
Let me find a chance to ask about this later. Over the next hour, Lu Xiao received 3 consecutive spirit voice transmissions. One was a recruitment offer from a European nation, another a friendly overture from a private faction, and the last was simply from an individual looking to strike up a friendship. All 3 were devoid of sincerity, tangible benefits, or valuable intel, a classic case of 3 no products, no substance, no advantage, no information. Frustrated by the nuisance, Lu Xiao even queried the system on whether he could disable spirit voice entirely and reject all incoming requests. But then he remembered that the hidden dragons specifically required him to maintain open communication channels. Left with no choice, he reluctantly dropped the idea. He was no stranger to this kind of situation. Back when he played online games, he consistently ranked among the top 3 on the level leaderboards. Every day, unfamiliar players and guilds would pester him relentlessly, as if skipping a chat with him meant they hadn't truly experienced the game. The game mechanics were downright malicious, slapping an oversized title above his character's head that drew relentless crowds wherever he went. Lu Xiao was not the type to show off with a dragon-slaying sword while idling in the beginner's village. He just wanted to enjoy the game for what it was. Sure, the admiration, friendliness, respect, and reverence from strangers felt nice, but what real purpose did they serve? Exploring uncharted worlds, experiencing the thrill of battle, wasn't that infinitely more exhilarating than idle chatter with a few strangers? When shopping, consider cost-effectiveness. When gaming, weigh time efficiency. With that time, wouldn't it be better to farm more gear? After circling the Qiantang urban area, I finally managed to gather information on the family members of all the teachers' college team members. Fortunately, their relatives' bodies were preserved intact and located in safe zones. Yet the entirety of Qiantang remains in chaos, with fires breaking out everywhere amidst sporadic explosions.
Mass casualties now appear unavoidable. Following Lu Xiao's executive order, the children's situation has improved.
A text from Bailing arrived on his second phone. Within 2 hours, personnel had been deployed to all kindergartens and elementary schools in Qiantang. Once the machinery of state begins moving, its execution capability truly inspires awe. At this moment, Lu Xiao was at the highway entrance, gazing at the completely gridlocked road and sighing silently. Returning to Wuqing via the highway was already impossible. These stationary vehicles wouldn't be moved anytime soon. Just before his electric scooter ran out of its last bit of charge, Lu Xiao returned to his rented high-rise apartment. He opened the door, covered his face, and collapsed onto his bed. His thoughts slowly settled. In just one short day, he had already experienced too much. Strong as he was, even he needed time to settle and soothe himself. The days gone by can never return. This is not a dream. I'm no longer a fresh graduate, and all my plans and aspirations for life have crumbled and vanished with that ethereal voice. The sheets remain soft and warm. How I wish this were just an ordinary afternoon. A lazy weekend spent in bed until nature calls. How I wish. Lu Xiao abruptly clenched his fists and swiftly pushed himself upright from the bed. He took a deep breath, then turned off the gas, water, and main electrical switch, closing all the windows one by one while leaving just half a pane open for ventilation. Once everything was ready, he exchanged 20 merit points for somatic life support and received a green flower bud. Following the instructions, he placed the flower bud against his temple, where it implanted itself into his skin like taking root. He lay down quietly and called his grandmother to tell her a few things. Finally, he took one last glance at the wind chime on the windowsill. Then, close your eyes. Spiritual body transmission in progress. Chapter 19, Narrow Roads Meet Enemies. Opening my eyes, vision gradually returned. As if someone had put glasses on me, everything before my eyes became vividly clear and bright. Why am I in a forest? All around me is wilderness surrounded by dense bushes. I clearly remember leaving from a plane, that's for sure. Just as Lu Xiao turned to check his surroundings, the tip of his nose nearly collided with someone's chin. With a startled yelp, Lu Xiao leapt backward in surprise from this sudden turn of events. Li Tianjia,
what are you doing here?
But he saw that the person almost pressed against him was none other than Li Tianjia, whose face also wore a bewildered expression. Li Tianjia remained speechless for a long moment, seemingly just as confused about the situation.
I was on the plains when I left, wasn't I? What the?
In Lu Xiao's understanding, the departure should have left behind a vegetative human body on Earth, just like when humans were taken away by spiritual entities.
But reality seemed different. At least Lu Xiao didn't believe Li Tianjia and the others would abandon him in the woods. I'm baffled too. Give me a moment.
Li Tianjia scratched his head, glanced at the distance between himself and Lu Xiao, and plopped down on the spot. Lu Xiao's sudden appearance before his eyes, coupled with the fact that he had just leaped over 5 meters in a single bound, had momentarily short-circuited Li Tianjia's brain. Unconsciously, Li Tianjia's gaze drifted to his belt, where a torn pouch hung loose.
You couldn't possibly be that stone egg transformed, could you?
As if recalling something, Li Tianjia spoke up.
What stone egg? What are you talking about?
Lu Xiao grew even more bewildered by his words. Here's the thing, after you teleported away, a stone egg appeared on the ground, about this big. As he spoke, Li Tianjia gestured with his hands. At the time, I thought it was some kind of resource item, so I put it in my waist pouch. Lu Xiao frowned. Li Tianjia's description had reminded him of something.
Stone egg? Is this what you're talking about?
Lu Xiao retrieved a stone egg from the defective goods pile. It had been confiscated from the dark red lizard man.
Yes, this one, exactly the same. How come you have one too?
At the very moment Lu Xiao placed the stone egg in his palm, it suddenly showed signs of movement. Cracks rapidly spread across the egg's surface before his eyes, while a white brilliance began to radiate through the fissures.
Lu Xian looked at Li Tianjia, and Li Tianjia looked back at him.
Their eyes exchanged a single unspoken thought.
What the hell is going on? A tremendous force surged from his palm, forcing Lu Xian to jerk his arm back.
The stone egg enveloped in white light crashed to the ground, and simultaneously, a massive figure emerged from the void. Nearly 2.5 meters tall, its body was covered in bumpy scales, with forearms clutching bladed fists thicker than Lu Xiao's thighs. 5 long spears were strapped to its back, and the creature's entire skin was a deep crimson. Holy shit! Though Li Tianjia had never seen such a thing, Lu Xiao recognized it instantly.
Wasn't this goddamn thing just a lizard man, and a dark red one at that? Run! Lu Xiao roared, immediately turning to sprint desperately into the depths of the woods.
Only a goddamn idiot would stay put in this situation.
Li Tianjia was nearly as quick, bolting in the opposite direction. Hat ha! Hat ha! The lizardman's roar echoed from behind. As he ran, Lu Xiao turned his head to glance backward.
That casual look sent chills down his spine. The lizard man stood tall, raising its spear while gathering strength. Its beady crimson eyes locked onto him, then came the swing of its arm. Holy shit! Lu Xiao desperately flung himself sideways, not even bothering to track the spear's trajectory. By the time he saw it clearly, it would already be too late. The spear tore through the air beside his ear, its passage wailing like a ghost's mournful cry. Thud, thud, thud. One after another, the dull thuds of tree trunks being pierced sent chills down the spine with every sound.
This overwhelming force sent shivers down his spine.
Had this beast maxed out its strength stats?
And why the hell is this one using his spear?
How's a mere archer like me supposed to compete with this?
Rolling to his feet in one motion, Lu Xiao continued his desperate sprint.
This time, he abandoned any attempt to make a straight line escape, instead weaving between thick tree trunks to obscure his moving silhouette. Just as he took cover behind a tree trunk thick enough for 5 people to embrace, the second spear followed like a shadow. The seemingly sturdy trunk couldn't withstand the spear's momentum. Its tip pierced straight through the wood, flying past just 2 fist lengths from Lu Xiao's face. The turbulent air it whipped up burned his eyes like fire, while splintering would slice 2 bleeding gashes across his cheeks.
Lu Xiao, are you okay?
Not far away, Li Tianjia shouted anxiously at him. The lizardmen had been attacking Lu Xiao relentlessly, giving him time to escape farther away. But he hadn't left. Instead, he was observing the situation from behind a massive boulder.
Leave me alone. Get out of here. Lu Yao's eyes burned with pain as he screamed with his eyes tightly shut.
This lizard man was currently the strongest creature he knew of, its strength undoubtedly exceeding 20. Judging by the terrifying accuracy of those long spears, its agility couldn't be lower than 10 either. Against such an enemy, he had to maintain sufficient distance. Once its spear supply ran out, there'd be no resisting it head-on, let alone with just primitive Li Tianjia by his side. A sinister, cackling noise echoed across the wilderness as the lizard man, having flung 2 spears wide of their mark, began charging toward Lu Xiao with long strides. Lu Xiao had no intention of sitting around waiting for death. He prepared to dart away in a zigzag pattern toward the distance, but the third spear whistled through the air to block his path. Still unwilling to give up, he darted in the opposite direction. The fourth spear gave him no chance, seeming to have anticipated his thoughts and grown accustomed to his speed. Lu Xiao only felt a chill on his right leg. He knew things had taken a turn for the worse. Lowering his head for a glance, what he saw made his eyes nearly split with rage. The spear had pierced clean through his thigh, and the impact had blasted the wound into a gaping hole.
Though the bone remained unbroken, the flesh was mangled beyond recognition, utterly drained of strength.
Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, Lu Xiao scrambled back behind the large tree on all fours. His eyes bloodshot, he leaned against a large tree, panting heavily, and with trembling hands retrieved red pills, stuffing them into his mouth all at once. He had no idea how effective these pills truly were. Desperate times called for desperate measures. The distance between him and the lizardmen was roughly 60 meters.
In just a few seconds, perhaps even the very next instant, they could appear right before his eyes. What should he do? What should he do? Bang, bang, bang. Just as despair set in, the sound of metal striking metal came from nearby. Grandson, your grandpa's right here. Li Tianjia's furious roar followed shortly after. Hey, slimy worm, look over here, la la la. Not only Li Tianjia, but also Zhou Yukai's bizarre screams. Lu Xiao turned his head towards the direction of the sound. There, atop the rock where Li Tianjia had previously hidden, both Li Tianjia and Zhou Yukai stood boldly, striking various poses to attract the lizardmen's attention, especially Zhou Yukai, who kept shaking his upturned rear at the creatures while intermittently slapping his taut buttocks. Ha, ha! Even through his excruciating pain, Lu Xiao couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity, though convulsions of agony immediately racked his body as the movement aggravated his injuries. The Yang Zhao and Yang Jia brothers were also present, currently hiding behind a massive rock.
Yang Zhao made a silencing gesture toward Lu Xiao, while Yang Jia pressed his palms downward, signaling him to stay put. How did your mother give birth to such a freak like you? Your dad must be that bastard old Wang next door.
Aya, don't get mad. Why glare at me with those tiny eyes?
If I didn't look closely, I wouldn't even notice your eyes were open. No wonder old Wang's family thinks you're too ugly to keep. It's only natural since you weren't born with a turtle shell. Zhou Yuka kept firing off verbal salvos without repeating himself, leaving Li Tianjia at a loss for words, yet he happily continued cursing out the lizardman's entire family.
What Zhou Yuka didn't realize was that extraterrestrial creatures could translate unfamiliar languages through a central system.
Whether the lizardmen did this or not, Lu Xiao didn't know, but they were truly infuriated and began charging toward their group. Truth be told, in the lizardman's eyes, Lu Xiao's current condition was nothing more than a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, weaponless, with an injured right leg. A prey that couldn't even tie up a chicken and was half crippled couldn't compare to two lively, bouncing targets radiating maximum taunt energy.
Watching the lizardmen approach step by step, Li Tianjia and the other three didn't choose to scatter and flee.
Instead, they tightened their grips on their weapons and stood their ground atop the boulder, maintaining the high ground. The lizardman retrieved its last spear, cackling as it approached without even speeding up. Lu Xiao could tell from the sound the lizardman was laughing, mocking the weak prey that dared to oppose it.
Humph, laugh all you want, you bastard.
Drawing his compound bow, Lu Xiao could no longer feel the pain as he began coating the arrowheads with poison.
Laugh to your heart's content. I fucking admit I can't take you head on, but since you forced me back into the shadows, that makes you the fool. Camouflage activated. Chapter 20, The Hunter and the Prey. While Lu Xiao was making combat preparations, Li Tianjia's side had already engaged in close-quarter fighting. Both sides stood confronting each other across the massive boulder. The lizard man leapt directly into the air, its muscular tail sweeping toward Zhou Yuka while its blade-fisted hand slashed through the air at Li Tianjia. Zhou Yuka blocked with his rake but immediately sensed the disparity in their strength. The brute force of the massive tail made his grip falter along the handle. As his hand slackened, the rake's head was instantly pressed against his chest, and the next moment he was sent flying, smashing onto the boulder with a loud thud. Li Tianjia fared no better. Though he raised his ceremonial saber horizontally to parry, the moment the dual blades crossed, there wasn't even a metallic screech, just the crisp snap of the blade breaking, leaving him clutching only the severed hilt. Shit! The moment the lizard man's foot landed on the boulder, Li Tianjia also flipped off the top of the rock. In just one exchange, both men were stunned. This beast is fierce, Zhou Yukai shouted in surprise, yet didn't retreat an inch. He swung his rake toward the lizard man's shins, while simultaneously, a spear and a sword struck. Brothers Yang Zhao and Yang Jia had concealed themselves precisely for this moment of ambush. The rake landed squarely on the lizardman's calf, yet its 9 prongs failed to penetrate the knot-like scales. Simultaneously, the spear thrust met the same fate, its tip halted upon contacting the surface. Yang Jia's sword fared even worse, snapping clean upon impact. The scene fell eerily silent. Ha ha! The lizard man snorted mockingly. Kicking the rake aside, he swung his spear tip away, stab its belly and head. Li Tianjia shouted, knowing their weapons and strength couldn't possibly penetrate the creature's scaly armor. With the lizardman's chest protected by breastplate, only its partially exposed abdomen and head remained vulnerable targets. Yang Zhao's second thrust aimed directly for the lizardman's abdomen, but the creature deflected the spear with a whip of its tail, leaping off the boulder with deliberate ease. The four spread out but held their ground,
forming an encircling formation around the lizard man. Li Tenjia and Yang Jia discarded their broken blades, drawing the machetes tucked at their waists and raising them in defense.
Damn it, this thing's useless, I'm switching too.
Zhou Yuk threw aside the rake, drew his machete, and crouched low, licking the corner of his lips with the tip of his tongue.
Boys, screen and block.
The group shot him puzzled glances.
Cycle it down.
Zhou Yukai roared as he charged forward. The lizard man was drawn to him, glaring at this chattering anomaly who'd been yammering non-stop.
Yet after just 2 bounding steps, Zhou Yukai immediately retreated back.
I just wanted to scare it, testing whether it'd be afraid. With an awkward laugh, he suddenly kicked his right foot out. A clump of dirt swept up by his foot flew straight toward the lizardman's face. Unfortunately, his aim was off, the dirt nearly struck the creature's breastplate.
Yet all 4 warriors seized this moment to launch their attack simultaneously. Yang Zhao's spear struck first, aiming directly at the lizardman's eyes.
The lizardman ducked low and closed the distance, evading the thrust. It had never intended to defend against attacks from a bunch of weaklings. Yang Zhao's cleaver came down in a slash, sparks flying as the blade struck scaly armor. Li Tenjia thrust straight with his cleaver, but the lizardman headbutted both blade and man away, sending him crashing 5 meters across the ground. Zhou Yuka was clever enough to dodge to the lizardman's side, aiming to stab its abdomen, only to get swatted away by its tail. Mid-air, he screamed with a trembling voice before crashing beside Li Tenjia. The Yang brothers launched their second attack, but their movements were a beat slower than the lizardman's. They were sent flying left and right. Younger brother Yang Zhao fared slightly better. He blocked most of the force with his spear's shaft, though the long handle bent at a 90-degree angle, rendering it completely useless. Older brother Yang Zhao landed with his head smacking against a tree trunk. Though the wood wasn't particularly hard, his skull split open, blood gushing out. His left shoulder also dislocated, leaving his entire arm dangling limp. Li Tenjia had the lizardman's head directly implanted into his chest, his ribs completely shattered. He vomited blood violently, his breathing labored. Gritting through unbearable pain, he used his machete to prop himself up from the ground, barely managing to stand only to spew another mouthful of blood and collapse onto one knee, utterly incapable of rising again. Now, the only ones left with any fight in them were Zhou Yuka, who stood up casually brushing himself off, and Yang Zhao, who drew his machete.
Haha, the lizardman's maw split wide in a mocking grin at these 4 foolish creatures before him. In his eyes, these beings posed less threat than the usual animals he hunted for food. Yet instead of fleeing, they dared confront him head-on.
Perhaps these creatures lacked enough intelligence to understand that fleeing was the only option when facing a superior being. The previous one had been much smarter and noticeably faster, which was why he'd wasted 4 spears taking it down.
As for the ones before him now,
its beady crimson eyes roved over Zhou Yuk's body, assessing which part of this upright walking creature looked most succulent.
Xiao Yang, I think it's taken a liking to me, Zhou Yuka said somewhat innocently. Don't tell me you want to capture me back to be your mountain stronghold's bride.
Yang Zhao scoffed, then your chrysanthemum might just bloom.
Piss off.
Before Zhou Yuka could finish speaking, the lizard man was already pouncing at him, bladed fists poised to strike.
Fuck. Zhou Yuk angrily cursed as he bent down, gripping the blade with both hands.
Even at this moment, the thought of retreating even a single step never crossed his mind.
Whoosh! Thud!
Zhou Yukai was delighted to discover an extra feather-tipped arrow embedded in the lizardman's thigh. The projectile had pierced through its scaly armor, with a third of its length already sunk into the flesh. The lizardman was also stunned.
Another arrow followed immediately.
It pierced clean through its right arm, the arrow passing through its limb with undiminished force before embedding itself firmly in a tree trunk nearby. Now fully alert, its crimson eyes swept sharply toward the direction from which the arrow had come, but there seemed to be nothing there.
Its small eyes suddenly narrowed.
Right in the seemingly empty thicket, an arrow materialized out of thin air. With a shrill screech, it instinctively twisted its head, barely dodging the projectile, yet the arrow tip still grazed its eye and pierced straight through its nostril. Of course, its nostrils had always been pierced before, but this time the hole went completely through, leaving it whistling with every breath. Enraged beyond reason, the lizard man abandoned the 4 encircling it and charged toward the source of the arrow. Another arrow flew, only to be blocked by its massive tail as the shaft buried itself into the fleshy appendage, leaving only the fletching exposed. At last, it locked onto its enemy, a hovering brown composite bow suspended midair. Behind the weapon blurred a figure nearly indistinguishable from the surroundings, whose piercing gaze alone stirred primal danger signals in the reptilian creature's instincts. Swatting Zhang Zhao aside with its tail, the beast dismissed the insignificant threat, but the movement felt wrong. Its usually unstoppable tail responded sluggishly, the swing noticeably delayed. The whistle of another arrow split the air. The lizard man raised its left arm in defense, but the projectile punched through scaled flesh and lodged deep in its chest. It let out a screeching cry, this time not in mockery but from genuine pain and rage. With a vicious yank, it tore out the arrow along with a chunk of flesh, snapped the shaft single-handedly with a crisp crack, then crushed the other arrow piercing its thigh. Another arrow whistled past as the lizard man crouched to evade, drawing its final long spear in the same motion.
Hunter's eyes locked onto Predator's gaze, two killers staring down each other's sights.
"I'll shove this up your ass."
A furious roar erupted from behind.
The lizard man hesitated briefly, yet still hurled its spear with full force. Thud, the arrow pierced its neck, spraying green blood, then flew deep into the woods. The spear it had thrown missed its target by a hair's breadth, yet failed entirely. The lizard man endured excruciating pain and twisted around in fury, only to see Joe Yuck wielding a knife stabbing into his abdomen, the blade already buried deep inside his body as Joe Yuck struggled to pull it out. With a vicious grip, he seized Joe Yuck by the neck and lifted him up.
Joe Yuck grabbed at the lizardman's wrists with both hands, his legs thrashing wildly in desperation.
His struggles proved effective. Just as his face turned purple and he was on the verge of suffocating to death, he suddenly felt the lizardman's three-clawed grip weaken. He managed to pry it open and crashed heavily to the ground. The lizardman stared in disbelief at his right arm, the hole pierced by the arrow was oozing black blood, and his entire limb was now veined with dark tendrils of corruption. It seemed to realize something, suddenly twisting its head to look into the distance, its eyes filled with terror and rage. This time, it saw someone who had removed their hood, precisely the prey it had wounded at the start. But now, the roles of hunter and prey had been reversed. Lu Xiao quickly closed the distance, raising his hand to fire two more arrows, one pinning the lizardman's left leg to the ground, the other piercing its left arm, until he stood right before the lizardman. The lizardman could no longer stand, utterly drained as it collapsed with a thunderous crash, one foot still nailed to the ground, immobile. Lu Xiao gazed down at the ferocious creature, his eyes devoid of any emotion. He tossed the bottle containing the red pills to Joe Yuka, urging him to quickly administer them to the group. The efficacy of the red pills had already been personally tested by him, the newly grown flesh on his thigh served as proof of their healing power. Watching the struggling men swallow the crimson pills, Lu Xiao drew his cleaver and hacked with all his might at the lizardman's left arm, one savage chop, then another, until the entire limb was severed clean from its socket. Then he turned to the right arm without hesitation. After finishing all this, he squatted beside the lizardman's head, locking eyes with the creature that hadn't quite died yet.
"I know you can understand what I'm saying. I'm not looking to pry anything out of you either.
Before you die, I just want to tell you that I've killed many of your kind before, including a dark red lizard man exactly like you."
Hearing this, the lizard man's eyes abruptly constricted as it desperately strained to raise its neck, attempting to bite this person before it to death.
Lu Xiao smiled lightly, turning his gaze towards the four individuals gradually converging around him. Li Tianjia's complexion had improved significantly, while Zhang Zhe's dislocated shoulder was resetting with audible cracking sounds. After returning to Earth, I acquired a piece of intelligence. Consuming the spiritual body of a metamorphic carrier might allow one's own spirit to potentially undergo metamorphosis.
Now here's the choice: do you wish to become metamorphic carriers? Lu Xiao's words plunged the four into silence.
Becoming a transcendent means you can't return to Earth for extended periods, essentially bidding farewell to your former life.
This choice rests solely with you. If we become transcendents, can we turn into something like that? Zhou Yukai pointed at the limbless lizard man. It's hard to say. Everyone has their own talents.
Some awaken their innate abilities after transformation, while others gain nothing, like me.
But the transformation itself brings the opportunity to become stronger. This is just the beginning. Cough.
Li Tianjia was about to speak when he suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood, followed immediately by another.
Joe Yuka, how many pills did you give him? One handful, probably about 4 grains.
Damn, that stuff is way too potent for his vital energy. Do you want his body to explode from overload? As he spoke, Lu Xiao took out some golden medicinal liquid and administered it to Li Tianjia. You said to give it to him, but didn't specify how much. How was I supposed to know this stuff was so potent? Zhou Yuka's lips twitched as he stared at the small bottle containing red pills in his hand. After taking the medicinal liquid, Li Tianjia's flushed complexion gradually subsided.
I want to become an evolver.
You all know my situation, whether I'm here or not makes no difference.
Besides, if I die after becoming an evolver, I can still return, Li Tianjia said resolutely.
Well then, you three can think it over some more. We don't have time to waste. Otherwise, once this guy fully dies, his spirit body will be permanently gone. Without another word, Lu Xiao prepared to chop off the lizardman's head for Li Tianjia to eat. But suddenly, he froze.
Something doesn't feel right. Do I have to literally eat this thing's head raw to devour the spirit? This whole approach feels fundamentally wrong somehow.
Long, you only mentioned roasting corpses to eat them, but never explained how to consume spirits.
Could cooking it be the secret trick?
Attempting to communicate with Long Yu via soul voice, but the system directly prompts that the target is not within the origin point, making interaction impossible.
Damn, Soul Voice even has a service area concept?
No wonder no one has been harassing me with it since I returned to the origin point.
Whatever, desperate times call for desperate measures.
Swift as the blade fell, it struck the lizardman's forehead, splitting open a gash.
Dig out its brains and eat them raw.
Lu Xiao wasn't sure if it was the right approach, but he figured having Li Tianjia try first wouldn't hurt. Li Tianjia didn't hesitate at all, he immediately put strength into both hands and started prying it open. The scene had everyone watching on tenterhooks, but Lu Xiao secretly rejoiced at how uniquely refined his own transformation had been. Just as Li Tianjia's right hand was about to reach into the lizardman's skull, his movement suddenly froze. He stood there, eerily rigid in place. Hopefully this lizardman could offer its final value. It was undoubtedly the most formidable creature Lu Xiao had encountered since arriving at the origin point. If not for the fearless determination of Li Tianjia's team and the enemy's underestimation of them, combined with their complete unfamiliarity with Lu Xiao's combat methods, the one lying dead on the ground wouldn't have been the lizardman.
Such is the way between hunter and prey, it's either you die, or I live.
It's just that this guy died a bit too tragically. Just as Lu Xiao was lamenting the lizardman's miserable fate, Li Tianjia slowly stood up over there. Lu Xiao patted his shoulder.
Don't worry, there'll be other chances.
No, Li Tianjia said agitatedly, no need to wait.
I've already evolved into a metamorph. Chapter 21 Pearl Holding. Chapter 21 Talent, Pearl Holding. Wait a moment, I need to digest this. Li Tianjia closed his eyes, signaling for everyone to wait for him.
Lu Xiao naturally understood and told the others not to disturb him.
Didn't you just receive a system message? Lu Xiao asked. What message? Everyone looked puzzled. The reward notification for defeating a higher tier enemy. No, what's the reward? Physical attribute points. Damn it. Why don't I have one?
Alright, Lu Xiao had nothing more to say. Either the kill would belong to whoever delivered the final blow, or it would be judged based on contribution during the battle. Truthfully, the four of them had played crucial roles throughout the entire process. But if judging purely by direct damage inflicted on the lizardmen, their contributions would be negligible. If physical attributes can be rewarded, Lu Xiao, does that mean you're practically a superhero now? Zhou Yukai asked curiously. Killing this one only gives us 1 point, don't you think? Lu Xiao retorted impatiently. That's way too little. We almost lost all 5 of our lives killing this one, and we only get this much. My stats right now are toughness 6, strength 6, agility 7, and burst 7. I still feel so weak. Zhou Yuka blurted out his attributes without hesitation. Short distance runners are all weaklings, the Yang brothers sneered contemptuously. Damn, as Lu Xiao, whose initial stats were all 5s, suddenly lost interest in chatting with these sports department guys. By the way, why did you guys enter the woods? Lu Xiao didn't want to continue the previous topic. With the supplies you gave us, everyone doesn't have to worry about survival in the short term. Li Tianjia thought we should prepare for the next step, so a few of us came to check if there's any suitable gathering spot in the woods. Yang Jia rubbed his shoulder as he spoke. So, why did you come back so soon? I thought you were staying for the full 2 weeks, Yang Zhao asked. I only went back to verify a few things. Once that was done, I returned. Xiantang City is quite chaotic right now. Most adults are still stuck at the origin point, and a city without anyone maintaining order, well, you can imagine the situation. What about our situation? Zhou Yukai's we naturally referred to their motionless bodies left behind at the university. Don't worry, you're all lying safe in the gymnasium. The Galactic Order maintains your bodily vitality through cryogenic means. I've personally checked each one of you. As for your families, I've also contacted your elders who are now by your parents' side. However, but what? Several of them asked in unison. The girls' dormitory at the normal college caught fire. Yi Shan and 3 other girls, they can't go back, Lu Xiao said with evident reluctance. Hearing this, all 3 of them felt a pang of discomfort. They weren't fools, each clearly grasped the implication behind Lu Xiao's words. How could this happen? Younger brother Yang Zhao pounded the tree trunk beside him with all his might. Fellow sufferers under the same sky, yet also trusted classmates and companions, he felt this pain as if it were his own. The annihilation of one's physical body on Earth is even more unbearable than death at the origin point, for it signifies the complete severing of any path back. Not completely without a chance to go back. What else can we do? The physical body on Earth can be reshaped. I haven't tried it myself, but with the power of the Galactic Order, rebirth should be achievable by expending a certain amount of merit. However, the precondition for all this is becoming a transcender. Hearing Lu Xiao's words, everyone's tension eased. After all, the cart will find its way around the hill when it gets there. What they feared most was hitting a dead end. As long as there was a way forward, everything would be manageable. What's your next plan? Tian Jiali suddenly spoke up and asked Lu Xiao. I'm done on my end. I heard everything you just discussed. I plan to explore deeper into the woods. There's a mountain over there marked as a primary danger zone, but the strongest monsters shouldn't be tougher than this one. If you're talking about that direction, I'll go with you. Li Tianjia pointed toward a certain direction deep in the woods. Lu Xiao frowned. Why do you want to go that way? I don't know either, but something over there is calling to me. Lu Xiao narrowed his eyes. He felt the urge to start cursing again. Did you awaken something extraordinary? He tentatively asked. No, not really. I just feel something calling me from that direction. Lu Xiao felt frustrated. How come he didn't gain anything after his transformation? Alright, let's go together. Lu Xiao agreed without hesitation. Li Tianjia might not be the most capable ally, but growth takes time. Helping a reliable comrade become stronger is profoundly meaningful in its own right.
Guys, can we address the hunger situation first? Zhou Yuka clutched his stomach and groaned. I've been seeing stars from hunger since earlier. Did you bring any food?
Lu Xiao scanned the group. Everyone shook their heads in unison. The corners of his mouth twitched as he spread his hands helplessly.
I gave you all my food before we left. I've got nothing left to eat now.
The defective batch only had some supplies and lizardmen corpses left. Truly no food remained.
What do we do then? We've been walking deep into these woods for ages. We'll starve before we ever make it back. Zhou Yuka was dumbfounded. Let's roast and eat it. Li Tianjia pointed at the corpse on the ground. Think of it as grilled gecko. Everyone.
Now that the decision was made, no one wasted words. Zhou Yuk kicked the lizardman's head aside. The sight of the thing was creeping him out. The young brothers gathered dry firewood and quickly got a fire going. One of them sliced off a piece and was about to roast it over the flames.
Fuck, we can't eat this. I almost forgot this shit's poisonous.
Lu Xiao flung away the lizardman limb he was holding and gestured for the others to immediately discard theirs too.
What should we do?
Zhou Yukai asked pitifully.
Lu Xiao then laboriously dragged out a complete lizardman corpse from the pile of defective goods, this being his very first prey.
The group fell into an awkward silence. After reorganizing their belongings, the five of them finally gathered cheerfully around the campfire, watching the lizard skin and meat crackle in the flames. The lizard meat was roasted to a golden crisp, with yellow oil oozing out, looking quite appetizing.
One bite down, huh? So tough. Can't chew it. Turns out I bit into the skin, turned it around and took another bite.
The flesh was tender and practically melted in my mouth.
Who would have thought this monstrosity could turn into such a delicacy on the dining table? After exchanging glances, they immediately abandoned all decorum and wolfed down the meal with gusto.
Just as Lu Xiao was relishing both the food and the dopamine rush, Zhou Yuk abruptly remarked, "Hey, not bad. This lizardman's grilled meat temporarily boosts strength by 1 and fortitude by 1.
Ha! This left Lu Xiao utterly baffled. What fresh madness was this now? Not bad.
That beast earlier only temporarily added 1 point of toughness. Just wonder how long this will last," Li Tianjia said calmly.
You have it too?
Lu Xiao turned to look at Li Tianjia's composed expression, as if this kind of experience had already become commonplace.
Last time it lasted half an hour.
Let's time it this time too, Zhang Jia chimed in. Too bad we didn't get to take a few bites before running into this guy earlier, otherwise it wouldn't have been this rough, added younger brother Zhang Zhao. Lu Xiao's gaze shifted back and forth between them.
Did I eat too little? Or is Mercury in retrograde for me, destined to be a jinx? Why don't I have any reaction at all? It's just delicious, it fills me up. So how did it grant attribute points?
Lu Xiao suddenly felt like crying. It was so disgusting it made him want to cry.
Am I not a normal person or something? Fine, not giving me elemental affinity is whatever. But even Li Tianjia had something summoning him after his transformation, so what about me? Just eating some grilled meat, others get attribute bonuses, so what about me? What the hell? Are you bullying archers or something? Heavens above, earth below. Lu Xiao raised his head, tears of frustration glistening in his eyes. Look quick. Lu Xiao's choked up, tears are coming out.
Zhou Yuka nudged Zhang Jia with his elbow and whispered,
Soul talent, pearl embrace, passive activation.
Absorbing the physique of an intelligent being, physical attributes slightly enhanced.
What's going on? Could it be that my circumstances are too pitiful, and the origin takes pity on me?
Lu Xiao quickly checked his status panel, but his physical attributes showed no change. Puzzled, he took a few more bites, and the message popped up once again. Absorbing physical essence from intelligent organism.
Physical attributes slightly enhanced.
This time, he couldn't stay calm. He checked his panel again, still no change. Then it popped up twice more in succession, with the same outcome. Just as nearly an entire chunk of grilled meat was about to be finished, new information appeared. Absorbing intelligent creatures' vitality, strength attribute +1.
Holy crap, Lu Xiao finally understood the situation.
Those previous prompts were telling him that by consuming the flesh of exceptionally powerful creatures, his strength would increase.
However, he hadn't eaten enough yet, just enough to indicate improvement, but not enough to boost his actual attribute values.
This was probably what they meant by quantitative change leading to qualitative transformation.
Now this is impressive.
So eating high-tier creature meat can actually increase attribute points, and while others get temporary buffs from consuming meat, mine boosts permanent attributes.
This is just invincible.
Detected that intelligent organism 87242-82231-25241-2241 has questions regarding spiritual aptitude.
Exchange 10 Galaxy Order merits for relevant knowledge origin point authorization granted. Proceed with exchange. Consume 10 points of Galaxy Order merit.
Spiritual talents are innate abilities hidden within spiritual beings themselves. The types of these abilities vary greatly, as their activation conditions differ and remain concealed when inactive. Neither the individual nor others can detect them through spiritual energy. Currently, there are 92,819 known types of spiritual talents, with 51,112 having clearly identified activation methods. Detected intelligent organism 87242-82231-25241-2241 has inquiries regarding the pearl-containing spiritual body. Exchange of 1 million points of galactic order merits required for relevant knowledge.
This operation is Origin sanctioned. Proceed with exchange? Is that so? This spiritual body's innate pearl-containing talent, just asking about it, costs so many merits? Origin, is it because my name Xiao has 4 mouths, Chinese character components, and that's why it's like this, right? Lu Xiao tilted his head back, tears of happiness welling up in his eyes. Look, he's choking again. Chapter 22, The Storm is Coming. Chapter 22, Storm Clouds Gather. Lu Xiao, just how hungry were you? Having polished off everything with evident satisfaction, Zhou Yukai rose to his feet, only to notice Lu Xiao still stuffing roasted meat into his mouth without pause. Ignoring him entirely, Lu Xiao continued his frenzied feast. After devouring an entire arm, his strength had already increased by 2 points. This cultivation method where one grows stronger simply by eating, you people wouldn't understand it. Help me up. Only when his stomach could hold no more did Lu Xiao cease his frenzied eating, but by then, he realized he could barely even stand up. Of course, there was another reason that made him quiet down for the time being. He discovered that while the spirit body was absorbing energy, his own spiritual energy was also being continuously depleted. Lu Xiao estimated that currently his strength had increased by about 2.8, while over 20% of his spiritual energy had been consumed. Including the 2 previous uses of the disguise ability, only half of his spiritual energy remained. One must conserve both stomach space and the risk of insufficient psychic energy. After all, the psychic core requires psychic energy for sustenance. Once the energy is depleted, who knows what might go wrong. Moreover, the self-replenishment rate of psychic energy is excruciatingly slow, and there's no telling how long it would take to fully recharge. What couldn't be eaten mustn't be wasted, it had to be packed and taken away. The remaining carcasses were stuffed into defective containers, along with the corpses of the crimson-skinned lizardmen. Looking purely at this skirmish, the gains were disappointingly meager. Apart from the gear on their bodies, the crimson-skinned lizardmen were practically penniless, leaving everyone with dashed hopes. Fortunately, this deadly creature at least contributed a fresh spirit, and Li Tianjia's spirit metamorphosis was quite a rewarding gain. Zhou Yuka supported Lu Xiao as the group slowly made their way toward the outskirts of the forest. By the way, Lu Xiao, how did that lizard man suddenly appear? This question had been troubling Li Tianjia for a long time, but he couldn't figure out the reason. That thing must have appeared the same way you did. If I'm not mistaken, that stone egg serves as a coordinate marker. Any creature that leaves the origin point and returns does so with reference to this stone egg. Lu Xiao had actually tried consulting the central hub about this issue, but the system demanded an exorbitant 1,000 merit points for the answer, forcing him to give up. That explanation makes sense, but why did this guy instantly teleport back the moment you took it out? Li Tianjia pressed on. This gets a bit more complicated, and I haven't quite figured it out yet. Lu Xiao pondered for a moment before continuing. First, there's a time limit for leaving the origin point. You must return within 1 origin cycle, or your spiritual entity will be obliterated. Second, the stone egg was previously stored in my dimensional inventory, and extra-dimensional storage spaces likely don't meet the conditions for biological returns. We can simulate this scenario. If someone was preparing to return to the origin point but found they couldn't execute the return transmission, and the time limit was fast approaching, they would definitely keep trying. Then, just as I removed the stone egg, they managed to execute the transmission at their end. That's how I see it. Now that you mention it, that does make sense. Li Tianjia nodded thoughtfully. So if we put an enemy stone egg into your item storage space and left it there for 14 days, even a god would be done for. Oh, you're right. Hearing Li Tianjia's words, Lu Xiao realized this flawed item actually had that capability. The implication was fascinating, and he instantly came up with several ways to exploit it that would be absolutely lethal. After metamorphosis, my authority within the hub was upgraded, but acquiring any knowledge now requires consuming Galaxy Order merit points. That's right, and the hub won't give you hints proactively unless it's something that's already happened, Lu Jiao added. It seems the hub wants us to find the answers ourselves, or earn enough merit points. Sometimes, a good question is more important than a good answer. Before seeking answers, we must first know the right question to ask. Always feels like neither the hub nor the system takes responsibility. Li Tianjia smiled helplessly. Or perhaps the central system itself knows very little about the origin point, just like Earth's cloud computing that relies on accumulated big data rather than innate knowledge. Otherwise, why would it keep urging us to explore the unknown here? Lu Xiao had his own judgment. Maybe, but it's still quite interesting. At least everyone starts from the same point. Not necessarily. When you say everyone, you can only mean our batch of people. What do you mean? Literally speaking, Earth has existed for billions of years. Did the Galactic Order really trick humans into showing up just once? Damn, Li Tianjia couldn't stay calm. So there's a chance we might actually run into ancient people?
Who knows, maybe those old geezers just kicked the bucket from old age.
Lu Xiao didn't even believe his own words. Tell me about your spiritual transformation. You didn't seem to do anything special, so how did you succeed? You ask me? I should be asking you. Li Tianjia said indignantly. Didn't you say we should take that guy's head out and eat it?
But the moment I reached in to pull it out, my hand touched some hollow space inside. And then I got a prompt asking if I wanted to recharge.
That's literally all that happened. A cavity? In the head? Lu Xiao pressed further. Exactly.
That area was completely empty, like someone carved a spherical hole right in the middle of the brain, Li Tianjia recalled.
Oh, right, when the spirit form started charging,
I also received several reward notifications for first kill, cross-dire kill, interstellar kill. Those gave me 1 free attribute point and 100 merit points, plus a reward for my first kill of an evolved creature. Alright, seems the rule really is winner takes all. Lu Xiao finally understood the kill reward mechanics.
Didn't you get any? Li Tianjia frowned and asked.
The winner takes all means whoever delivers the final blow gets all the rewards, Lu Xiao explained.
Then didn't I take what should have been your rewards? Li Tianjia exclaimed anxiously. No, you killed this lizard man, these rewards should go to you. Don't be silly.
Not only must this lizardman's reward go to you, but if we get another chance later, we'll give the opportunity to our brothers.
For no other reason than the first kill reward, the sooner we get it, the better. Even if I got the same kill, the reward would just be 1 attribute point.
Besides, if you hadn't fought tooth and nail to buy me time and create the conditions, we'd be the ones roasting over a fire right now. The system may coldly enforce its rules, but we're human, not machines.
We have brains and loyalty, we can't afford to be so rigid-minded. That's easy to say, but Li Tianjia was about to say something more. Tianjia, Lu Xiao is right. We need to efficiently earn rewards within the rules to quickly improve ourselves. We don't want to be deadweight every time, Yang Jia interjected before Li Tianjia could reply.
This was my first real battle at Origin Point, and to be honest, it left me frustrated.
I'm sure you all feel the same.
Back on Earth, with our physiques, we could walk around with our chests puffed out and glare sideways at people.
But here, we're completely outclassed.
If we don't grow stronger fast, forget about protecting the others, we won't even be able to save our own skins. Bro, it's rare to hear you speak with such passion, but this time I'm with you. Yang Zhao gave his brother a thumbs up.
I want to get stronger too, and I've decided after you, I'll be the next to evolve into an advanced tier. Anyway, even if I don't make it back, you'll get home.
Bro, the honor of taking care of our parents will be all yours.
Scram! We either leave together or stay together. Since you've decided to stay, then I'm staying too.
Yang just slapped his younger brother on the back.
If you're all saying this, then I can't possibly break from the group.
It's settled then, after Zhangzhe, I'll be next in line for transformation.
What can I say, we are family.
Scram! They all shouted in unison. The battle had erupted suddenly, but it allowed Lu Xiao to witness the true nature of his companions. Their composure in the face of formidable enemies and their willingness to lay down their lives for each other filled him with deep respect. Lu Xiao had been closely observing the battlefield, taking note of each person's performance.
Some emotions can be well hidden ordinarily, but before death, all pretenses vanish.
And from start to finish, not a single person trembled with fear, nor did anyone shrink back in terror. Lu Xiao wondered quietly whether he could have done any better than them in the same circumstances.
The group chatted and laughed as they ambled slowly toward the edge of the woods.
As they neared the forest's outskirts, they gradually began encountering small teams and solitary individuals, strangers who, like them, seemed to have their own designs on this stretch of woodland. Beyond the trees, countless adults came into view, a sight that felt deeply unfamiliar to Lu Xiao, freshly returned from Earth. Every group began constructing their own wooden sheds and cabins. Countless trees were felled as people used various tools to saw through thick trunks, then carried the logs back to their gathering areas by hand. Some even relocated their campsites directly beside the woods, cutting trees and building shelters nearby, making the forest outskirts unusually bustling. Arriving at the student group's designated patch of land, Lu Xiao was immediately surrounded by students eager to learn about their physical conditions and families back home.
Patiently, Lu Xiao answered each inquiry in detail. Meanwhile, Yi Shan and 3 other female students were separately summoned by Li Tianjia into one of the wooden sheds. Soon, crying could be heard from inside the shed, but before long, the sounds gradually subsided as Yi Shan and Li Tianjia emerged. Upon learning about the death of her physical body on Earth, Yi Shan showed remarkably little emotional turmoil. Her composure earned unexpected respect from Lu Xiao, who grew to regard this academically gifted teacher training student in a new light. Don't disturb them, let them calm down first.
Yi Shan instructed the others before walking aside with Li Tianjia to discuss something privately. After confirming their loved ones were safe, the students asked Lu Xiao about what he'd witnessed upon returning. When they heard that all of Qiantang had descended into social collapse with basic living conditions barely maintained, bewildered expressions returned to their faces. Several had already resolved to return to Earth since Lu Xiao confirmed their physical bodies were intact. The next logical step was to terminate their lives at origin point to swiftly return to familiar surroundings.
Yet news of Earth's current state gave them pause. Even if they returned, would the world remain as before? Nobody could say for certain. Lu Xiao had disclosed Earth's situation without omission precisely to leave the choice in their hands. He had no intention of deciding others' fates, even though he easily could have done so. Lu Xiao, we've got some updates here to share with you.
Yi Shan and Li Tianjia stood at a distance, calling Lu Xiao over.
What's going on? Lu Xiao approached them and asked.
Here's the situation, Yi Shan explained with her usual pragmatic calmness, as if completely unaware that she might never return to Earth. The garrison troops in Xiantang have already mobilized armed police, reservists, veterans, police officers, and military academy students.
They're preparing to implement temporary military control here.
While you were away, military personnel reached out to various groups, urging everyone to cooperate.
I think this is a good move, but we wanted to hear your thoughts. Does the military have any specific plans? What are our responsibilities under military control?
Lu Xiao agreed that the measure was beneficial, but he wondered what organizing millions of people would ultimately achieve. First, the military hopes at least half of the people can return to Earth as soon as possible, especially those with physical abilities below 20. Second, the military will compile a list of those unable to return as quickly as possible, and until the list is finalized, everyone is urged not to act recklessly. Third, all lethal weapons must be handed over to the military for safekeeping. Fourth, individuals with special abilities, unique items, or specialized skills will be recruited into the military.
This is the information I've received.
It seems the military has a way to monitor the situation on Earth. Lu Xiao pondered for a moment before continuing.
From what we can see now, the military's decisions are sound.
Getting most people back will help stabilize China's situation. After all, everyone's roots are still there.
But that list probably won't be finalized anytime soon.
The military might prioritize certain professions for early return, like doctors, firefighters, and power technicians. Otherwise, the chaos over there will only worsen, and the number of people unable to return will keep growing.
Li Tianjia told me about your next steps and what happened in the woods.
You can proceed with peace of mind. I'll lead the remaining group.
With the military's intervention, we'll.
Before Yishan could finish speaking, a commotion in the distance drew their attention. People could be seen running toward the riverbank while others shouted everywhere. Something happened on the other shore.
Hurry and look.
In the blink of an eye, large crowds surged toward the river, yet stranger still, those already by the river desperately pushed outward, trying to escape. Lu Xiao could see it clearly, their faces were etched with terror and panic.
It really seems like something happened, Lu Xiao exclaimed as he sprinted forward, swept up in the surging crowd. Chapter 23, Chaos Unleashed. Chapter 23, Chaotic Battle. He quickly ran to the riverside, yet confronted by walls of people numbering in the hundreds of thousands, Lu Xiao found it impossible to push his way through. Come, climb onto my shoulder. Li Tianjia's voice came from behind.
Lu Xiang turned around to find the man squatting low, gesturing for him to step onto his shoulders. Without another word, Lu Xiao leaped lightly and brushed past. Li Tianjia, standing nearly 1.9 meters tall, instantly gained a broader view from the shoulders of this small giant. Lu Xiao raised his eyes to survey the scene. They were on the northern bank of the river. Innumerable people could be seen struggling to swim across, while even more were wading desperately toward them from the southern shore. The river stretched at least 100 meters wide, with 1/3 of its central waters dangerously deep. Countless voices screamed for help, begging for aid from the northern bank. Even just a few pieces of floating wood would have sufficed. Beyond the southern bank, Lu Xiao spotted armed figures. Their sharp gazes and rigid postures betrayed them as military personnel, likely the original garrison forces of Qiantang. Normally, these soldiers should have been maintaining order amidst the chaos, yet every one of them stood in eerie silence, uniformly facing southward.
What on earth is going on?
At first, Lu Xiao thought it might be another mass suicide by jumping into the river, but this time was clearly different. People's eyes were filled with both desperate hope for survival and abject fear of death. Finally, thanks to his vision that was 3 times sharper than average, he spotted something unusual. About 5 kilometers from the southern riverbank, a distance so great Lu Xiao could only make out silhouettes, a group of people were desperately fleeing. A monstrous creature effortlessly caught up with them, leaving no chance for resistance. One person was torn clean in half, limbs and severed body parts flung into the air as blood gushed across the ground. Within seconds, the creature was already chasing others, leaving behind none of its victims alive. Lu Xiao swallowed hard. He realized there were at least tens of thousands of such monsters. The entire southern bank had become a hellish slaughterhouse. He suddenly remembered what Cindy in the gaming group had described, how everyone in Gillen had been completely slaughtered by monsters. He desperately suppressed the unease in his heart. The people around him probably couldn't see clearly what was happening in the distance yet, but the panic was already spreading from those who had swum across from the south shore.
Run! The monsters are coming! Everyone on our side is dying! Run!
A man who'd been carried ashore shouted hoarsely, suddenly breaking free from those helping him and desperately pushing through the crowd to flee north.
Run!
Those monsters have 4 legs and 4 arms. They kill us on sight, one swipe of their claws guts us.
We're doomed! Run!
Another middle-aged man in his 40s collapsed to the ground, retching while warning everyone around him. More and more people crossing from the south bank shouted the same warnings, their desperate cries causing unrest among the crowd on the north shore.
Chaos soon followed as masses of onlookers by the riverside began fleeing back toward their own settlements. Regional alert. Designated area, Sandan River Valley Plains has been reclassified as a war zone. Regional alert. Designated area, Sandan River Valley Plains has been reclassified as a war zone. Regional alert. Designated area, Sandan River Valley Plains has been reclassified as a war zone.
3 consecutive system warnings made everyone, including Lu Xiao, wear solemn expressions. Tianjia, lead our people into the woods immediately, go as far as the system indicates the danger zone begins.
Leave bulky supplies behind and move fast.
Lu Xiao jumped down and spoke to Li Tianjia while looking him in the eye.
Got it. But what about you?
Li Tianjia trusted Lu Xiao's judgment completely. I'll stay to gather more intel here. Don't worry, I'm fast. Take this, follow the direction where the small insect hits the bottle wall when it moves around. I'll regroup with you later. Lu Xiao handed him 2 guide insect bottles. Be careful, we'll wait for you. With these words, Li Tianjia turned and ran toward the gathering point. Lu Xiao continued walking toward the shore. The crowd along the bank had thinned considerably now, with more people running past him in the opposite direction. Few remained moving against the tide like Lu Xiao. Brutal slaughter unfolded at various locations along the southern shore. Human blood dyed patches of grass crimson, while severed limbs and entrails littered the ground everywhere. Some picked up weapons to fight back, but their hands trembled. Many were crushed skull-first before even swinging a blade. Others knelt begging for mercy, yet received not an ounce of compassion. Those playing dead fared no better, as the monsters seemed determined to leave no body intact, reducing all to unrecognizable pulp. The southern wind carried a thick, metallic stench of blood. This, I'm afraid, is the true origin, a savage land where the strong reign supreme, forcing all creatures to fight for survival through bloodshed. Sporadic gunfire echoed from the south bank. The vanguard of the monsters had already reached the military's defensive line. From this distance, Lu Xiao could see it clearly. The creature was exactly as described by the fleeing survivors, 4 limbs that functioned as both arms and legs, standing about human height, its entire body a dark muddy brown. Its forearms were skeletal and elongated, ending in clawed, 5-fingered hands. The lower body resembled an ancient tripod cauldron, with limbs extending in 4 different directions, while the upper torso appeared more humanoid. But the head, that monstrous head bore nothing but a gaping, fanged maw stretching across its face, and above it, a single enormous eye. The monster's running speed was twice that of an average human, its upper limbs equally agile, yet its torso appeared swollen and cumbersome. The dense sound of gunfire erupted as soldiers crouched halfway and opened fire on the monsters, flames spitting from muzzles while bullets whistled through the air toward the creatures. The leading few monsters instantly fell under the concentrated fire even at point-blank range. The dominance of firearms remained unchallenged. Monsters in the distance witnessed their kin falling and abandoned their pursuit of fleeing humans, turning instead to charge toward the military line deployed along the shore. Tens of thousands of beasts surged forward, mingling with countless panicked civilians in their rush. Monsters hidden among the crowd casually harvested lives around them. Their small stature and seamless blending made precise targeting impossible for the soldiers. Close ranks! Close ranks! The NCOs sprinted along the front line, their voices hoarse from shouting. But the chaos in the front line being overrun by the panicked crowd made their orders impossible to execute. A monster burst through the crowd. The 2 soldiers in its path were sent flying before they could even fire. Carried by its momentum, the creature skidded some distance before stopping and pivoting toward another direction. An NCO drew his pistol and fired point-blank into the beast's head and chest, putting the damn thing down for good. As the NCO moved to check on the 2 fallen soldiers, a razor-sharp claw punched through his chest, 5 lone fingers clutching a still-beating heart. More monsters surged into the defenseless front lines. Gunfire erupted everywhere as the battle between monsters and humanity's strongest forces began under brutally unequal terms. Fight these damn monsters. Running is useless. If we don't fight, we all die. You cowardly bastards. Spineless worms. Some adults, armed with hoes, spears, or whatever makeshift weapons they could find, shouted furiously amid the blindly fleeing crowd. Many men stopped in their tracks, picking up stones to join the fight, while even more still surged mindlessly towards the opposite shore like zombies. As the world's second-largest economy, China's citizens had grown up in orderly, stable, and comfortable environments, rarely encountering danger, let alone life-or-death battles. All they could think about was running with the crowd, letting the monsters kill others so they might have a chance to escape. As for the brave soldiers and ordinary people who stood up to fight the monsters, they were deeply grateful. thankful these souls bought them more time with their lives. But in the end, it was just gratitude and nothing more.
No matter what, humanity here still holds an overwhelming numerical advantage. A monster was struck by a bullet, staggering before collapsing to the ground.
Several burly men wielding clubs immediately rushed in, beating it relentlessly until it was reduced to a pulpy mess, utterly and irreversibly dead. The monster being slain by ordinary people emboldened more men, many of whom had lost loved ones to these creatures. With the mindset that death would simply mean returning to Earth to reunite with their families, they steeled themselves to fight the monsters head-on. The battlefront, previously shattered by the monstrous onslaught, began to see local reversals. Scenes of dozens of people ganging up on a single monster emerged all across the battlefield. Perhaps this was the deeper meaning behind the military's decision to position their defensive line by the river. This place of desperation and currents also became a site of triumphant hope, finally stirring courage in those who still had fire in their veins. Even now, many remained stationed along the northern riverbank. Beyond assisting skilled swimmers who successfully crossed, numerous spear and bow-wielding fighters still lingered. Like Lu Xiao, they hadn't retreated. Instead, they watched the opposite shore with nervous intensity. Good swimmers were ultimately few in number. Even though the current wasn't particularly swift, less than a third of the crowd managed to swim across, while most became floating corpses drifting downstream. Hundreds of rafts shuttled back and forth across the river, desperately ferrying as many women as possible back to safety and transporting weapons and soldiers to the opposite bank. Quick, look, the western line has been breached. At the shout, Lu Xiao turned his gaze westward. Indeed, a dozen or so monsters had broken through the defensive line and were already carving through the crowd by the riverbank. Women and men paralyzed by terror were being slaughtered like livestock, while those hesitating in the shallows were driven into deeper water, flailing briefly before disappearing beneath the current. More monsters surged through the breach toward the shore, sweeping from west to east in a relentless killing spree. The chaotic frontline battle left the military powerless to stop the small horde of creatures at the rear. Some men armed with melee weapons rushed forward, but their numbers were pitifully inadequate. Soon, they all lay slaughtered on the shoreline. Before long, more men began gathering, this time nearly 1,000 strong. The leading monster didn't charge head-on. Instead, it pivoted, leading over 40 creatures straight into the river as they swam toward the northern bank. They cannot be allowed to cross. Lu Xiao had been seething with pent-up fury, and now, seeing these beasts stupidly choosing to ford the river, he finally had his chance to strike. The monsters are crossing. Let's go drown them all. They've killed so many of us, they're done for. Those who remained on the northern shore couldn't be called fearless of life and death, but they were certainly the most courageous and capable group. Sharing the same thoughts as Lu Xiao, they roared defiantly as they sprinted westwards. The moment the monsters entered the deep water, they displayed abilities vastly different from humans. Their bloated midsections floated on the surface like buoyant air sacs, while their four legs paddled swiftly beneath the water, effortless as walking on land, and their swimming speed was astonishingly fast. Soon, several monsters crossed the midpoint of the river, instantly met with a barrage of rocks and arrows from the northern shore. However, the accuracy of the crowd was pitiful. Only a few small stones found their mark, barely dealing any significant damage. Sensing the danger, the monsters abruptly dove underwater, vanishing without a trace. Aside from the floating corpses of humans, not a single monster remained visible on the river's surface. Get away from the shore. They can dive. The men by the shore scattered in panic as a group armed with spears and wooden clubs rushed to take their positions. Everyone tensely watched the water's surface, their cold weapons poised to strike at any moment. Just when people thought this would be like playing whack-a-mole, over 30 monsters simultaneously emerged from the shoreline, their four legs pounding the ground as they leaped into the crowd. Like a tiger among sheep, the monster wielded its agile, withered arms like four long blades, swiftly slicing through the crowd. In mere moments after landing, it had already impaled the chests and abdomens of those around it. A middle-aged man was pierced through the chest, but with his dying strength, he clutched the monster's arm and shouted for others not to let it escape. Unfortunately, his eyes dimmed before he could witness anyone avenge him. Over a dozen men armed with short clubs surrounded a monster, each battling fearlessly. Yet wooden sticks proved woefully inadequate. By the time the last man collapsed in a pool of blood, the creature remained standing. Where the monster had landed, 300 to 400 people had gathered. Within mere minutes, they all lay dead on the shore. The number of monsters they had killed hadn't even reached double digits. Without the advantage of firearms, humans were vastly outmatched by these creatures in terms of physical ability, combat skills, and fighting spirit. After the slaughter ended, the remaining 20-plus monsters didn't retreat. Instead, they formed a semicircle, guarding the shore where they had landed. Across the river, even more monsters were charging toward the breach in the defensive line, preparing to cross. We absolutely cannot let them secure this landing point. The steadily reinforcing group of men halted 100 meters away from the monster's defensive line. Their numbers were insufficient, and charging forward would mean certain death. Lu Xiao moved swiftly, arriving just in the nick of time. Don't go over. Wait for more people. A burly man noticed Lu Xiao preparing to charge ahead alone and called out a well-meaning warning. Seeing Lu Xiao show no reaction, he could only shake his head helplessly. Lu Xiao swiftly broke away from the crowd, notched an arrow to his bow, and with barely any aim, released it with a sharp twang. The arrow flew like a shooting star, striking a monster squarely. The creature didn't even have time to react before crumpling lifelessly to the ground. Incredible! A few others armed with bows nearby could only gape in awe. For them, hitting a target from 100 meters away was almost unthinkable. Landing an arrow at all would have been considered an accomplishment. Just as they marveled at that astonishing arrow shot, Lu Xiao swiftly released 3 more arrows in succession. Arrow after arrow strikes true, 1 reveals the hidden, 2 pierce the heart. Unbelievable! If hitting the target with 1 arrow might be luck, then landing 4 in a row is undeniable skill. The gazes fixed upon Lu Xiao now carried an entirely different weight. The monsters likewise locked onto Lu Xiao. Their enemy's unexpectedly precise long-range combat capabilities prompted a brief exchange of glances among them, after which half the creatures surged forward on all fours, charging directly toward him. Draw arrow, knock arrow, aim, release. A monster that had barely begun its charge crumpled with a shaft through its skull. 80 meters distant, another arrow loosed. Crimson blood, indistinguishable from human plasma, geysered from a monster's severed neck as it staggered several paces before collapsing. 50 meters away, a monster suddenly tumbled to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a complete halt. 30 meters out, Lu Xiao remained steadfast. At this range, he hardly needed to aim. With his compound bow held horizontally, he loosed an arrow that struck the beast's abdomen. Though the creature continued its frenzied charge, the searing pain and the arrow embedded in its vitals soon rendered it powerless, its snarls turning to agonized silence. "Shield this young man!" Several men shouted in unison, positioning themselves protectively in front of Lu Xiao. More people stepped forward from behind him, forming rows of human walls. 9. Lu Xiao fired another arrow, murmuring under his breath. The monsters collided with the human walls, sending the men in front flying through the air. 10. An arrow shot through the crowd, piercing the monster's single eye with deadly precision. 11. A single arrow seals its fate. A monster with hands drenched in human blood collapses in bewildered shock. 12. More than a dozen middle-aged men who had shielded Lu Xiao fell unwillingly under the monster's vicious claws, yet before dying, they witnessed this arrow of vengeance plunge into the hairless beast, sending both their killers and themselves crumpling together into a pool of blood. 13. More people arrived, rushing past Lu Xiao without hesitation, fearlessly charging toward enemies far stronger and more vicious than themselves. Yet this single arrow had gravely wounded their target. 14. Lu Xiao counted coldly, each arrow carrying his fury. 15. The system notified of a new message. 16. 17. 18. He reached into his quiver, only to find it completely empty. "Here, use mine." A stranger's voice came from beside him. Lu Xiao turned his head to see a girl gazing at him with excitement, holding out a bundle of arrows. "Thank you." Lu Xiao merely gave a slight nod, took her arrows, and turned his attention to the next target. Yet the moment the arrows left her hands, the girl's heart trembled as she caught the fleeting chill in Lu Xiao's eyes, those eyes brimming with rage, indifference, and the loneliness of one who disdained life itself. She took a deep breath, steeling herself to be a competent arrow passer, determined not to let this somewhat handsome boy lose his weapon. Those eyes were terrifying, yet she still longed to know him. The girl secretly watched Lu Xiao's retreating figure, that sense of security making her so infatuated her cheeks tinged pink. Ah, victory! The final monster that charged into the crowd died beneath the swarm of attacking people. Everyone present was shouting from the depths of their hearts. Even if countless monsters still lay ahead, at least this time, they had won. Chapter 24 The Ant 10 Slashes. 24th Chapter The Ant 10 Slashes. Examining the dead monster at close range, its information promptly displayed itself. Category: Organic Intelligent Life Form. Origin: Poro. Species: Shishio. Gender: Male. Height: 1.78 meters. Planetary measurement. Physical stats: access denied. Psychic ability: access denied. Faith: insufficient permissions. Elemental affinity: insufficient permissions. As expected, these extraterrestrial creatures, the monsters called Shishio, were probably dumped into the origin point by higher civilizations just like humans, and now they wreak havoc everywhere thanks to their formidable combat abilities. They leave no survivors, likely hunting for evolved humans among us. Nor do they feed on corpses for the same reason. Only the souls of evolved humans hold any value to them. These riders were not evolvers, at least not the ones Lu Xiao had killed, otherwise there would have been at least some merit rewards from the Galactic Order. Speaking of rewards, Lu Xiao's thoughts stirred slightly, and the message he had overlooked during the battle surfaced. War Domain Creature Kill Count achieved. War Title acquired, Ant 10 Slayer. Title name, Ant 10 Slayer. Title obtained, completed 10 ant-level creature kills in the War Domain. Title effect, all physical attributes +1 within the War Domain, all spiritual attributes +1. Alright, it seems I still don't fully understand the laws of the origin point.
For the Chixiao race, the significance of this war clearly extends beyond just hunting down human metamorphs. Obtaining a war title must be one of the primary motives too.
That said, I must admit the title is quite appealing, even if its effects only apply within the war domain. Category: Organic Intelligent Life Form. Source: Galactic Order. Species: Human. Gender: Male. Title: and 10 slashes. Height: 1.76 meters. Planetary measurement. Physical attributes: Endurance 8+1. Strength 10+1. Sensitivity 20+1. Burst 5+1. Spirit Body Pearl containing hidden. Pneuma 1+1. Spiritual Pool 5+1. 5 senses. Vision 3. Proficiencies: Archery Proficiency Beginner, Appraisal Elementary. Body Technique Basic Precision, Passive Body Technique, slightly increases long-range attack accuracy. Opening his personal panel, the tangible boost from the title was undeniable, yet Lu Xiao felt perplexed about Origin's refusal to let him have a name. Detected that Intelligent Organism 87242-82231-25241-2241 has queries regarding biological nomenclature. Expend 10 points of Milky Way Order merit to exchange for relevant knowledge. This operation authorized by Origin. Proceed with exchange? Yes. Low-level intelligent creatures don't deserve names. Lu Xiao. Origin, I thank you. Such a malicious yet shamelessly justified answer left him both furious and amused. And this title, why insist on adding ant before 10 slashes? Couldn't you at least replace it with true? So I just killed 10 ants? Or am I just an ant myself? Raising his gaze, his eyes locked onto the arrayed Chixiao warriors standing by the shore. If there's a reward for 10 kills, then there must be rewards for 100, 1,000, 10,000, even more battle incentives. That gives me yet another reason to slaughter you all. The crowd gathered around Lu Xiao, but made sure to leave space in front of him, allowing him to shoot his arrows with ease. 3 dull thuds rang out: thump, thump, and the Chixiao on the shore began to waver. Those 3 arrows had instantly claimed 1 life and wounded 2 others. Their leader was no fool, holding their ground was no longer an option, and charging again would only mean certain death. The Chixiao's single eye trembled violently in its socket, a telltale sign of their rage pushed to the extreme. Without turning around, the creature stepped backward into the river with its 4 legs, but its body remained squarely facing Lu Xiao. Run! Did you ask for my permission? Lu Xiao instantly dashed forward at breakneck speed. By the time the crowd around him reacted, he had already covered over 30 meters. He loosed 2 arrows mid-sprint, but his accuracy suffered from the motion. Both shots missed their mark. Charge through. Kill these damn monsters. Avenge our brothers in the south. Fresh off a small victory, the morale of the North Shore contingent was soaring as they charged forward closely behind Lu Xiao. The remaining Chixiao abandoned 3 corpses and 2 severely wounded companions before all diving underwater. Those swimming north from the southern bank likewise turned decisively around, submerging to retreat. Pulling the feathered arrow from the corpse and shaking off the blood, Lu Xiao stood on the riverbank 10 meters away from the water. The crowd had reclaimed the lost ground, but the fierce battle raging on the opposite shore gradually erased the excitement from his face. The victory on the north bank came from the open terrain, courageous warriors, numerical superiority, and most crucially, Lu Xiao, the lethal long-range weapon. On the southern bank, they had nothing but numerical superiority. The soldiers had fixed bayonets and begun close-quarters combat with the Chixiao cavalry. Like Lu Xiao's bow and arrows, the initial ammunition provided was just 1 magazine. Once emptied, their rifles became nothing more than blunt sticks. The battle line still held, but only because increasing numbers of ordinary people had conquered themselves. They couldn't overcome fear, but they could deceive themselves, fool themselves into believing survival depended on victory. Trembling and weeping, people still clung to the Chixiao warriors' waists. Even as their bodies were torn apart, they fought to create openings for the armed fighters behind them. Chaos erupted everywhere in small skirmishes, with the Chixiao riders so deeply embedded in the crowds that extraction had become impossible. Shouts and clamor filled the air, complete pandemonium. Should we go help them? Someone nearby tentatively asked Lu Xiao. Given the situation across the river, Lu Xiao's archery skills were utterly useless. As for close combat, better not embarrass himself. The past won't help us now. Holding the riverbank is enough, someone answered before Lu Xiao could speak. Don't forget, our families and friends are behind us. Suddenly, a bow bent and an arrow flew. Across the river, a Chixiao warrior had barely raised its head when an arrow struck true, vanishing beneath the water's surface this time for good. Damn! Such archery! Such eyesight! 100 steps piercing a willow leaf. Truly 100 steps piercing a willow leaf. That young man is definitely Olympic champion material. The crowd showered Lu Xiao with unstinting praise, as if each compliment could cast an enhancement buff on him. Go for it, murmured the girl, handing him arrows softly. Lu Xiao glanced at the several bundles of arrows held by the girl, estimating there were at least 100 or so left. It seemed those who had chosen bows as their initial reward had all handed their arrows to her. Previously, he had always refrained from shooting arrows across the river, fearing each shot would permanently reduce his supply, but now such concerns were clearly irrelevant. The Chixiao are swift runners with agile upper limbs, but their bulky, cauldron-shaped torsos make them rather inflexible. The mounted warriors who had plunged underwater dared not surface, while those on the opposite bank faced calamity. Lu Xiao drew back the bowstring, took a brief aim, and with a sharp hiss, the feathered arrow shot toward the opposite bank, piercing straight through the skull of a Chixiao warrior locked in fierce combat with nearby humans. This time, he decided not to keep count. It was pointless anyway, because many Chixiao hadn't died immediately upon falling, they were finished off by the humans swarming in afterward, so the final kill tally was left to sheer luck. With good fortune, a single arrow might bring instant death. With bad, it would at least count as an assist, though assists like these came with no rewards. His full-draw shooting range was about 300 meters, not that he couldn't shoot farther, but he was limited by this earth-crafted composite bow. For now, though, that range would suffice. One by one, the Chixiao steeds fell beneath the cold arrows, and the crowd on the southern bank noticed the miraculous archer from the northern shore. Though they couldn't see who was shooting from across the river, every time someone was saved by those arrows, they would wave vigorously toward the north. Some even deliberately lured the Chixiao to the riverbank, surrounding them without engaging, giving Lu Xiao enough room for mishaps. Or perhaps they feared that if his hand trembled, an arrow might find its way into their own flesh. The arrows in the girl's hand dwindled rapidly as Lu Xiao's firing speed increased. Each arrow he released was met with cheers from the surrounding crowd. Unable to endure the water any longer, the dozen or so Chixiao warriors leaped out simultaneously. So you finally come out, huh? Well, go ahead and keep holding your breath if you dare. Among this group of Chixiao, Lu Xiao spotted their leader, its frame noticeably more robust than the others. You're the target. Aiming straight at the creature's head, the bowstring was drawn taut before releasing with a sharp twang. The powerful arrow streaked like a shooting star, piercing clean through the rider's skull from back to front. The once ferocious beast collapsed limply on the shallow riverbank. It never imagined that Lu Xiao could hold such a grudge over merely locking eyes with this human a few times too many. Slay centipedal carnage. Detected elimination of cross-dimensional metamorphic organism by Galactic Order intelligent lifeform. Galactic Order origin merit points +1. Obtained Galactic Order merit points +100. A system notification flashed by. It turned out this rider was also a metamorph. What a pity, missing a chance for an ordinary person to transform. Still, it avenged the hundreds of lives it had slaughtered. Chapter 25, The Melancholic Battlefield. Chapter 25, The Melancholic Battlefield. With no more Chixiao cavalry within shooting range, Lu Xiao reluctantly lowered his compound bow. Turning to the arrow-handing girl beside him, he noticed she still cradled several bundles of arrows in her arms. He had no idea where so many kept appearing from. Meeting her blazing, worship-filled gaze, he hastily turned away to survey the southern battlefront. Sporadic skirmishes still raged across isolated pockets of the battlefield. Most of the Chixiao had already been annihilated under the assaults of human forces 10 or 100 times their number. Their corpses endured endless desecration from enraged crowds until they dissolved into pitch-black pulps of flesh. What? Geneva Convention? That's for humans. Does this thing count as human? The military began tallying personnel and armaments. This chaotic battle would undoubtedly cause heavy losses among the troops, and the remaining ammunition reserves remained an unknown quantity. Having survived this crisis, Lu Xiao wondered if his decision to have Li Tianjia and the others retreat into the forest had been too hasty. After all, with nearly 10 million soldiers and civilians, they might have stood a chance against tens of thousands of alien creatures. Still, it wasn't wrong to take precautions. Had it not been for the effective organization of Hangzhou's garrison troops, it would have been difficult to ignite the fighting spirit and resolve of ordinary people. Who knows whether these mere tens of thousands of Chixiao riders could have broken through their defenses. As the last Chixiao beast fell with a roar of defiance, an earth-shaking cheer erupted from the southern front, sweeping both shores like a tempest. Victory! We've won! Humans are the strongest! We are the strongest! Long live Huaxia! Long live our army! People embraced each other in ecstasy, riding the final surges of adrenaline. Lu Xiao, swept up by the crowd around him, half-heartedly jumped a few times, though with millions leaping and roaring in unison, the ground itself trembled. Strangers kept rushing to hug him enthusiastically, and even the arrow-passing girl shyly wrapped her arms around his waist from behind. Soon, a group of people lifted him up and began tossing him into the air. After all, he was the North Bank's greatest hero, deserving of such treatment. With a look of resignation, Lu Xiao glimpsed someone pushing through the crowd to salute him with a crisp military gesture. The crowd, catching on, gently set him down. Hello, I'm Chen Sui from the 2nd Regiment, 105th Division of the Qiantang Garrison, the soldier introduced himself. Hello, my name is Rin Pingsheng, Lu Xiao lied, giving the same alias he'd used with the hidden dragons. We witnessed your performance from across the river just now. With the battle situation critical, your courage in stepping forward deserves recognition. On behalf of the 105th Division, I thank you. I've also received authorization from my superiors to recruit you for temporary service with our unit, Shui said earnestly, getting straight to the point. Sorry, but I've already joined another official state organization, Lu Xiao refused outright. With the Hidden Dragons group in his corner, local military recruitment held far less appeal. In that case, I, representing the 205th Division 2nd Regiment, wish you safety and success. Farewell. Without any hesitation, Shui gave him a slight nod, saluted once more, then turned with effortless grace toward the wooden raft waiting by the riverside. Young man, you really are impressive. Even the army has extended you an olive branch. What kind of talk is that? Our brother Rin from the North Shore single-handedly took down at least 100 monsters. Even if their troops have guns, which of them could match that? Right, but I heard the military's guns don't even have bullets. The initial reward only gave one magazine, just 30 rounds. That whole battle's already used them all up. As Shui left, the surrounding crowd began to chatter, shifting topics from Lu Xiao to the military, then from the military to the differences between the north and south banks. Lu Xiao could only shake his head helplessly. Better hurry back and fetch Li Tianjia and the others before the situation here resolved only for them to run into lizardmen elsewhere. Lizardmen are far more formidable than the Qixio. To put it simply, if an equal number of lizardmen were to attack this time, the outcome would almost certainly not favor humanity. The Qixio's strength lies in their physical structure being better suited for combat, but they emphasize offense over defense. Coupled with their superior physical attributes compared to humans, they were able to overturn an army of 1 million with just tens of thousands. As for the lizardmen, they were an entirely different concept, thick-skinned, versatile in both offense and defense. Lu Xiao even doubted whether Earth's current firearms could penetrate their scaled armor. Though victorious, it was still a Pyrrhic victory. On the southern plains, people searched for their loved ones amidst the scattered corpses. Many carried the bodies of their closest kin and leaped into the river together, uncertain whether their physical bodies on Earth were safe, yet surrendering their lives to fate in their overwhelming grief. Casualties on the southern bank were estimated at half or more of their forces. This melancholic ending cooled the newfound joy of victory, leaving people in somber silence. The drowned, trampled, and those who took their own lives even outnumbered those slain by the Qixio. A rough estimate put the casualty ratio at nearly 100 to 1. Too weary to observe the opposite bank, Lu Xiao decided to first retrieve Li Tianjia and the others from the woods. Watching his idol turn and leave, the crowds around gradually dispersed, but the girl who passed him the arrows and 2 other bow-carrying young men followed behind. These 3 had previously expressed their wish to join Lu Xiao's team. All were university students, not locals of Qiantang. They had temporarily joined their rented neighborhood's organization but clearly couldn't integrate into that homeowners-dominated makeshift group. The 2 young men had archery experience, and after witnessing Lu Xiao's heroic performance, naturally wanted to follow him. Lu Xiao didn't refuse either. After all, mentoring newcomers wasn't his concern, and the arrow-passing girl even came carrying so many arrows with her own supplies. Why not take them along? Master, I chose the bow as my initial reward and got laughed at by everyone around me. Even I regretted wondering if I'd made the wrong choice. Now it's their turn to regret, one of the young men joked. Tell me about it. There's this uncle in our neighborhood who keeps showing off his recliner in front of me, saying you can both lie down and sit on it normally, and if push comes to shove, you can even fold it up to use as a weapon. Ha, I'm just speechless, another guy chimed in. These 2 were like a classic comedy duo, always playing off each other's lines. Speaking of which, those 3 warnings just now really scared the hell out of me. You mean the warnings about the area changing into a war zone? Yeah, 3 times in a row, terrifying, right? Indeed, I saw it and trembled. But now that the battle is over, shouldn't there be some information explaining what happened? Hearing these words, Lu Xiao abruptly halted in his tracks. Right, the battle is over. The area attributes of the war domain should have changed, so why isn't there any notification? He turned around, his expression grave, gazing southward as unease stirred in his heart. Unless the war never ended. His gaze stretched endlessly toward the south, where something dark seemed to writhe faintly. The distance was too great. Lu Xiao couldn't make it out clearly, so his eyes shifted elsewhere. But the black mass continued to grow, and when his gaze returned, focusing squarely on it, his expression completely changed, twisting into something distorted and grave. What's wrong? The 3 people beside him also sensed that something was amiss and asked simultaneously. Lu Xiao fell silent, his gaze lowering as he took a deep breath and closed his eyes in contemplation. Moments later, he opened his eyes and spoke a single sentence. Go now, quickly into the woods. His tone carried a chill and weariness. He pulled out a vial containing a pathfinder insect and handed it to the girl, then gathered all the arrows she had been holding into his own arms. Keep following the direction this worm indicates, and you'll meet up with my team. The leader is named Li Tianjia. Tell them the situation here. If my guess is correct, humanity stands no chance this time. How could that be? The 3 of them reacted with disbelief and exclaimed in shock. Hurry and go. I'm not sure if the Qixio might breach the woods. Wait till I return for further instructions. If I'm not back within 2 hours, take orders from Li Tianjia. Lu Xiao didn't waste any time. He immediately turned and strode back toward the riverbank, stuffing several bundles of arrows into the defective product. The three didn't ask further questions and hurried toward the woods, glancing back repeatedly at Lu Xiao and the southern bank. Until they saw it, that black tidal surge, piercing through the crowd like a sharp sword, crushing everything in its path, unstoppable and overwhelming.
Run!
A man shouted and broke into a sprint from a brisk walk.
What about Brother Ren?
The girl cried out in a trembling voice, watching as Lu Xiao moved against the tide, dangerous and utterly intoxicating to behold. If the expert says so, just do it, no more talking, hurry up, or we won't get out of here in time. Another guy grabbed the girl's arm and pulled her along as they ran. Lu Xiao shrugged his shoulders, swallowed a white pill, and soon the soreness in his shoulders and arms faded away.
Now he stood alone on the northern riverbank, glaring at the dark torrent on the opposite shore. Chapter 26, Chasing the Wind. Chapter 26, Chasing the Wind.
Now Lu Xiao could be certain, the tens of thousands of riders from before were merely this race's vanguard forces.
With the vanguard encircled and annihilated, the main force would soon arrive.
This black tide had already flooded mountains and plains, numbering no fewer than 1,000,000 strong. The crowd on the southern bank, having learned from prior encounters, formed tight circular formations. Yet under the relentless charge of the Qishao cavalry, these formations shattered like soap bubbles, bursting one after another, vanishing without so much as a ripple. The flood of steel showed not the slightest pause in its onward rush.
The plains were the natural battleground of the Qishao cavalry.
Their four-legged gallop was unstoppable, and their massed charges were even more devastating. In less than 15 minutes, the Qishao forces had swept through all human resistance on the periphery and were about to collide with the millions of humans gathered along the shore. At this moment on the southern battlefield, Lu Xiang recalled his wartime nickname Ant Slayer, Decapitator of 10. It was indeed vividly apartment humans were like the common black ants one sees at home, hard-working, struggling to survive, their gaunt frames carrying burdens. The Kirxia, on the other hand, were like army ants, cruel, tyrannical, wreaking havoc everywhere, without even a nest to call home. The previous chaos did not recur. People seemed to have gained clarity, uniting around the military forces. Rafts constantly shuttled back and forth across the river, transporting women from the southern bank to the northern shore, but returned empty each time. No one was willing to go back south anymore. The troops had regrouped and were quickly distributing cold weapons to civilians. They built flesh walls with human and Qishao corpses, preparing to make their final stand. On the northern shore, a large crowd had gathered once again, some drawn by curiosity, others eager to help, yet all stood in grim silence, watching as their fellow humans across the river were harvested like crops.
No sooner had a wall of flesh been hastily erected than the Qishao cavalry arrived in force. With relentless momentum, they leapt over the meter-high barricade of corpses, crashing violently into the densely packed crowd. The first wave of Qishao were caught off guard by the human spears and clubs, suffering heavy casualties. But as countless more surged into the fray, the tightly defended human formation collapsed in an instant. Without their overwhelming numerical advantage, the human resistance crumbled like paper. Lives were brutally trampled beneath the hooves of the Qishao riders, their forearms swung relentlessly, spraying blood, severed limbs, and entrails into the air. As people desperately fought back with weapons, they suddenly realized their chests had already been impaled only to be flung backward by the withered black hands protruding from their own wounds, then torn to shreds midair by the Qishao waiting behind them. Hopeless from the start, the final defensive line formed by hundreds was swiftly fragmented and consumed. Screams and wails echoed across the southern shore, painting a hellish scene that sent many on the northern bank to their knees, retching violently. Lu Yao loosed an arrow, instantly killing a Qishao rider that had entered his firing range. More of the cavalry no longer fixated on the humans being strangled on the southern bank, instead turning their single-eyed gaze toward the river's opposite shore. Large numbers of Qishao began entering the river at various locations, all within less than 20 minutes of their initial appearance. The northern shore descended into chaos. Onlookers turned and fled in panic while those determined to fight to the death formed defensive lines along the bank. Yet the greatest disorder unfolded across the central plains. Millions of ordinary people who had just begun to recover from their initial terror were once again seized by fear. They ran blindly in all directions, overturning boiling water, kicking over campfires, with women wailing helplessly and desperate warriors brandishing cold weapons against the tide, forming a scene of utter pandemonium. Lu Xiao moved unnoticed through the crowd along the shore, calmly picking off Qishao warriors on the opposite bank arrow by arrow. The largest crowd had gathered around him, with quite a few archers among them. He glanced over, estimating over 30 people using bows, but aside from 3 or 5 who could actually hit their targets, everyone else's shooting was tragically poor, essentially just wasting arrows. The crowd clustered around him for 2 reasons. 1, they hoped to provide him protection, and 2, they believed his combat strength was formidable. In truth, Lu Xiao desperately wanted to tell the people around him to run. He had only stayed behind because he'd calculated the Qishao's speed. They were slower than him, which gave him the confidence not to retreat. But he held his tongue. Their presence could delay the Qishao crossing the river,
buying precious time for the ordinary folk behind them.
Get away from the riverbank, Lu Xiao shouted while rapidly retreating.
After moving back 30 meters, he steadied himself again. Just as expected, over 100 Qishao creatures emerged from the water, then leaped onto the shore. At this distance, Lu Xiao didn't need to aim. He rapidly fired his compound bow, hitting 5 of the charging Qishao even as they accelerated forward. But with only 30 meters to build speed, the Qishao couldn't gain enough momentum to make their impact truly terrifying. The burly men beside him, already itching for battle, charged straight toward the Qishao.
Thousands of humans wielding long weapons pounded the 100-plus Qishao into complete helplessness.
These northern bank humans had learned from observing previous battles. Their long weapons were twice the length of Qishao's arms, allowing them to control engagement distances for maximum safety while thoroughly frustrating the speed-deprived Qishao. Lu Xiao cast a glance at the millions surging behind him, hoping more would survive. Other shorelines also saw hordes of Qishao cavalry coming ashore, but the human defenders along the banks were crushed in mere moments.
Bowstrings buzzed incessantly without pause.
The Qishao had long marked Lu Xiao as humanity's deadly weapon, launching repeated charges toward him. Yet each assault was met with fearless humans impaling them on polearms, while Lu Xiao's cold arrows proved utterly unpredictable. Almost every time his gaze settled on a target, a deadly shaft would come whistling through the air.
The trembling of their solitary eyes reveals the sheer fury of these Qishao riders.
These vicious beasts truly embody the saying few words but ruthless actions. Lu Xiao never once heard the Qishao make any sound, though he couldn't fathom what purpose their split mouths actually served. More Qishao were crossing the river while others from different directions, abandoning their pursuit of ordinary people, charged toward this battle at full speed.
Retreat! Everyone retreat!
The charging Qishao riders were no match for our group's resistance.
Lu Xiao shouted while firing 2 more arrows, taking down the 2 riders at the forefront.
These 2 poor souls were immediately trampled into pulp by the riders behind them, briefly stalling the full-speed charge.
The bloodthirsty fighters heard Lu Xiao's command and withdrew without hesitation. Behind them, countless black heads began emerging from the river's surface.
Lu Xiao fired his final arrow, sending a lightly wounded Qishao cavalryman who had been pursuing him straight into the afterlife. He immediately turned and sprinted toward the forest. Though he was the last to retreat, he instantly caught up with those ahead and in the blink of an eye was leading the entire group.
Holy shit!
As expected of the god-tier player. At first, people thought Lu Xiao was staying behind to cover their retreat, stirring such emotion in their chests that they nearly shed tears of gratitude only to realize in the next instant that this so-called badass was actually running faster than the monsters. Lu Xiao sprinted at full speed without a care, his mind drifting slightly, because right after that arrow shot, the system had popped up a message.
Primary bow mastery achieved. Reward, 2 bow mastery related options. Please choose from the following selections. Dynamic archery, passive skill, shooting accuracy remains unaffected while moving.
Guided arrow, basic, active skill, consumes spiritual energy to slightly alter the trajectory of fired arrows. Shadow severing arrow, basic, active skill, consumes spiritual energy to fire arrows that are undetectable. Concussive arrow, basic, active skill, consumes spiritual energy to knock back or repel targets upon impact.
Item, Windcatcher. Archery proficiency has finally reached the beginner level. 2 out of 5 options, awesome.
This time, the rewards all seem like really good stuff. I want them all, but multiple choice questions are just that cruel.
Dynamic archery was a mandatory choice. Lu Xiao knew his accuracy in shooting arrows on the move was embarrassingly poor, and dynamic archery perfectly compensated for his combat mobility.
Among the 3 active archery skills, one allowed arrows to slightly curve mid-flight but slightly meant the turn radius was negligible, so he dismissed it. Another was a lethal tool for jungle assassinations, rendering fired arrows completely invisible, offering immense tactical surprise and personal protection. The last one could repel close-range enemies, an indispensable skill for survival. And finally, this Windcatcher. As Lu Xiao ran, he examined the Windcatcher's attributes.
Name, Windcatcher. Quality, good. Creator, Cozy Eye. Creator's note, just made it with scrap materials. Item details, hunting bow. The bow shaft is crafted from rootless wood, and the bowstring is made from the sinew of a Kanluo beast. Slightly increases firing speed, slightly boosts arrow velocity, mildly enhances arrow lethality, with shooting range determined by the wielder's physical stamina. Stellar mark, rapid fire stance.
Rapid fire stance, archery skill, continuously consumes spirit energy when active, significantly increases firing rate.
No doubt about it, this is the one.
Lu Xiao had long been dissatisfied with his compound bow. His impressive 21-point agility stat had been bottlenecked by Earth's craftsmanship. Now that he had access to an arcane treasure from the origin point, he wouldn't hesitate. This was a now or never opportunity. Eagerly grasping the black hunting bow materializing from the void, the dynamic marksmanship skills simultaneously appeared on his interface panel. Lu Xiao turned his head to glance behind him, locking onto a Qixio warrior 500 meters away. Without breaking stride, he pivoted and loosed an arrow. The resilience of the Windseeker's bowstring was incomparable to his previous compound bow. With a resounding twang, the arrow instantly became a black speck in the distance, piercing straight through the Qixio. Its momentum unspent, it then tore through another, no, 3 more, lining them up like skewered meat. Since when had the Qixio become as fragile as paper? Overjoyed, Lu Xiao reassessed the Windseeker's formidable power. The brief description mentioning minor improvements clearly referred to enhancements beyond the bow itself. In reality, the Windseeker's material was leagues ahead of anything found on Earth, not only showcasing Lu Xiao's physical attributes perfectly but also boosting them outright with its absolute upgrade. In that instant, Lu Xiao felt like he had ascended. Note, Qixio is rendered in pinyin as it appears to be a proper noun/fantasy creature. He gave a cold glance at the horde of mounted raiders surging behind the crowd. Quietly, he activated Rapid Fire Stance. Chapter 27, Against the Wind Carry. Chapter 27, Against the Wind Carry. He didn't know what these star-patterned engravings were, but as long as they could be activated directly with psychic energy, they must be good things. Grasping the Windcatcher bow, he felt a cool tingling sensation spreading from the handle through his body. Some mysterious force seemed to guide Lu Xiao into assuming the perfect archer's stance, body turned sideways, bow drawn, arrow knocked and released. Without even checking the result of the first shot, he immediately loosed another arrow. His movements flowed like water, impossibly smooth. His body operated like precision machinery, repeating the archery motions flawlessly. Lu Xiao only needed to focus on aiming and releasing as all his strength concentrated in his upper limbs. Where he could previously shoot twice in a given time, now he could loose 3.5 arrows, a full 75% increase in speed. This feels absolutely satisfying. In stark contrast, the chasing Kerr riders along the distant straight path were having a miserable time. Originally, Pluto's arrows merely picked off targets with precision. Now, each shot skewered multiple enemies like candied hawthorns on a stick. The most devastating arrow pierced right through 6 Kerr riders at once. At this point, he'd stopped aiming for single kills entirely, instead seeking trajectories that could maximize collateral damage. What terrified the Kerr riders most was the human's astonishing firing speed. Often, before one companion even crumpled from an arrow strike, the next projectile was already whistling toward another victim. These arrows came too fast and furious to even attempt dodging. War Domain Creature Kill Count achieved. Title awarded, Antslayer, 100-fold. Achievement title, Antslayer 100-fold. Title obtained, achieved 100 Ant-class creature kills in the War Domain. Title effect, all physical attributes +5 within the War Domain, all spiritual attributes +5. The holder exerts a primary intimidation effect on nearby creatures at short range indiscriminately. This effect does not consume spiritual energy. Deterrence, primary affected by deterrence, hostile beings will experience fear, confusion, and decreases in physical or spiritual attributes depending on their soul strength and willpower barriers. Friendly beings will gain obedience, determination, and increases in physical or spiritual attributes. 100/achievement unlocked. The title has changed, and the effects have doubled. This basic deterrence is ridiculously strong, but unfortunately, Lu Xiao isn't a melee fighter, otherwise, he could have tested how the approaching Qixio would react. Still, the looks from the people around him have undeniably shifted. Especially within a 10-meter radius, the crowd exchanged glances with a shared sense of astonishment directed at Lu Xiao. Gradually, hints of panic and unease faded away, replaced by a focused unity centered around him, as if they had silently vowed to defend him with unwavering loyalty. Grade 1. Aim freely. I'll protect you with my life. Lu Xiao remembered this middle-aged man who spoke. During their earlier escape, he'd been trembling all over. But now, it was as if he'd become a different person, firmly gripping a kitchen knife and shielding himself with it. Killing 100 enemies on the battlefield could grant such a zero-cost effect. Lu Xiao couldn't help but crave the Thousand Slayer title now. A +5 boost to all attributes pushed his lethality to another tier entirely. Category, Organic Intelligent Life Form. Source, Galactic Order. Species, Human. Gender, Male. Title, Ant 100 Slayer. Height 1.76 meters. Planetary measurement. Physical attributes. Endurance 8, +5. Strength 10, +5. Agility 20, +5. Burst 5, +5. Spiritual body, pearl-bearing, hidden. Pneuma 1, +5. Spirit pool 5, +5. 5 senses. Vision 3. Proficient. Bow proficiency beginner, appraisal beginner. Physical skill basic precision, passive physical skill, slightly increases ranged attack accuracy. Dynamic archery, passive arrow skill, shooting accuracy unaffected while in motion. Moreover, the doubling of the spiritual pool's attributes gave him a vague sense of the growth in his spirit body's spiritual energy, which was crucial for Lu Xiao. The gluttonous feasting of his pearl-embracing spirit body relied entirely on this tiny strand of spiritual energy. Furthermore, the rapid-fire stance he had activated was continuously draining his spiritual power, albeit at a rate still within manageable limits.
I need more arrows, everyone else can serve yours.
Lu Xiao's words carried the weight of a military order, and soon nearly every archer nearby came running to hand over their arrows. The group led by him had been moving rapidly toward the forest, but now Lu Xiao lingered at the rear of the formation. This position allowed him to both cover the main group's escape and make himself the glaring target, deliberately drawing the charging Qixia riders into a straight pursuit behind him, lining them up like gourds on a skewer.
Arrows flashed in rapid succession as a dozen Qixia cavalrymen fell.
Streaks of light pierced through their ranks only to strike another group of riders 100 meters behind, producing another series of wet thuds. The force of the arrow was so tremendous that it blasted a bull-sized hole straight through the rider's chest. Detected elimination of cross-starfield metamorphic organism by intelligent lifeform bound by Galactic Order.
Galactic Order origin points +1. Galactic Order merit points +100 obtained.
Some poor bastard must have contributed merit points to him again.
He let out a dry laugh, thwack, 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 4 quick successive snaps. 4 arrows shot toward 4 different directions. Deactivating rapid-fire stance, he turned and fled. A true warrior never looks back to admire his handiwork. Rider after rider of the Xiqiao toppled to the ground, only to be swiftly replaced by more surging forward. Local victories could not alter humanity's inevitable defeat. The slaughter on the southern bank was nearing its end. The last military formations had been breached. Soldiers, unafraid of death, fought desperately alongside the handful of remaining civilians in a final stand. As the dark tide merged into one, it marked the complete fall of the southern bank of the valley plains. Millions of humans had been slaughtered without mercy, leaving nothing behind. Lu Xiao noticed a particularly conspicuous figure amidst the Xiqiao's main formation, a rider clad entirely in crimson armor, its massive frame twice the size of an ordinary Xiqiao. A matching crimson helmet concealed its face, revealing only a single, baleful eye. That guy must be the leader of this million-strong army. The distance was too great. He only caught a distant glimpse. The northern riverbank was at least 5 to 6 kilometers from the forest. Even though the battle had raged for nearly an hour, most of the fleeing humans were still far from the forest's edge. The obese men, some women, and those with weaker constitutions could no longer endure such an intense sprint. Along the way, they either sat or lay down, ready to accept death. The valley plain stretched dozens of kilometers deep. After crossing the river, the cavalry army also began to scatter in pursuit. Lu Xiao's group was far from the river crossing point, and the million-strong force had wasted considerable time during the crossing. This allowed him and the others to calmly move northward. It wasn't that the Qiuxiao didn't want to chase them, but Lu Xiao's overwhelming pressure made it impossible. Every attacker sent after him ended up dead. By the time he wiped out all the nearby Qiuxiao, there was nothing left to pursue. Why insist on hunting down humans who couldn't even fight back when they could have avoided certain death?
The group of nearly 1,000 people ran for another half hour, nearing the forest. Lu Xiao took opportunities to ambush along the way, but the gains were minor, which left him somewhat frustrated. The forest was already crowded with shadowy figures, people helping each other, some exhausted beyond walking and being carried inside by others. Teams that had originally set up their gathering points near the forest edge now appeared exceptionally wise in their decision. Sharpened wooden stakes were quickly crafted and handed to the stronger men among them. What most impressed Lu Xiao were the hundreds of torchbearers, spaced dozens of meters apart, standing in a straight line with fiery gazes fixed ahead.
This was preparing a scorched earth defense. Lu Xiao couldn't help but admire this ancient Chinese wisdom. Setting fires across these grassy plains would indeed thwart the Rhyhorn's fierce assault. People had already cleared the outermost vegetation near the forest, ensuring the flames wouldn't spread inward. Stumbling and staggering, the 1,000-strong group finally entered the woods. Many clung to tree trunks, vomiting endlessly. They'd never run so desperately for so long in their lives. Gasping for breath, they savored this fleeting respite of survival. Using his extraordinary agility, Lu Xiao scaled a tall tree by alternately kicking off left and right trunks. Gazing into the distance, the Qixiao cavalry advanced rapidly in a V-shaped formation.
Without even mentioning the slaughter along the way, their vanguard was already less than 500 meters away from the woods. The torchbearer nearest to the approaching vanguard hurriedly lit the haystack before him. As black smoke billowed upward, all the torchbearers successively ignited the haystacks in front of them. With tears in their eyes, they silently apologized to their countrymen who had not yet fled into the woods. These souls had to be sacrificed for the sake of the majority.
Flames spread swiftly, fanned northward by the wind as the inferno surged south.
The vanguard of the Qixiao cavalry immediately fell into disarray, hastily halting their charge only to be trampled forward by the rapidly advancing central forces. Countless Qixiao were directly pushed into the flames, where thousands could be seen rolling and scrambling amidst the fire before swiftly being reduced to charred husks. Chaos erupted across the front lines, forcing both wings of the human character formation to halt their advance early. After standing stunned for a moment, these Chixiao warriors began frantically stomping their four limbs around themselves while their dexterous arms worked swiftly to clear the surrounding vegetation. Damn it, these beasts are quite clever. Lu Xiao cursed under his breath as he leapt down from the tree. This move absolutely stunned everyone beneath the tree. This was a 6 to 7 meter drop. He just jumped straight down without even a stumble upon landing, while those life-enjoying Japanese athletes still need to take a giant step for it. This fire barrier won't hold them for long. We need to keep moving deeper in. His words carried the weight of a military command, and those around him were the first to rise. What else could they do, given everyone within 10 meters of him was affected by his intimidation effect? The others weren't fools either. This entire journey had stayed safe precisely because of this young man. Damn, this guy's wiping out everything in sight with just a single bow. If he's already owning this hard in a losing battle, imagine what he'd do with the wind at his back. Might as well just kick back and let him carry the whole game. They tried to persuade the others to leave with them, but some still stayed behind, claiming they wanted to see those monsters burnt to ashes, though in truth, they simply couldn't move anymore, not even able to stand on their feet. Chapter 28, Assembly. Chapter 28, The Gathering. The woods were densely packed with people. Truth be told, no one was foolish. The Quixiao's physiology wasn't suited for moving through forests. Their optimal terrain remained open plains. Thus, many clung to wishful thinking, believing the Qixiao wouldn't venture into the woods. After all, who could say whether deeper stretches of the forest harbored even more terrifying creatures? Strange, unsettling plants had already frayed everyone's nerves to the breaking point. With no water or food left, pushing further into the wilderness would have meant certain death. As Lu Xiao and his group ventured deeper, the crowd gradually thinned. The prairie fire would take a long while to burn out, buying humanity precious time. As for what would happen once the flames died down, Lu Xiao admitted even he didn't know. After nearly another hour of travel, they rarely encountered dense crowds along the way. Their 1,000-strong company eventually reached the massive tree where Lu Xiao had undergone his metamorphosis earlier. With its open, flat terrain, it made for an excellent campsite. "Let's rest for now," said Lu Xiao, sitting alone on a protruding tree root that rose from the ground. This might not be completely safe either, but the forest limits visibility, making it relatively safer. Even if those Chixiao creatures enter the woods, they'll only follow the crowds unless they're hellbent on sweeping the entire forest. The group sat around Lu Xiao, too exhausted to speak, only nodding repeatedly. Lu Xiao extended his hand and pointed behind them. "Over there are monsters far more terrifying than the Chixiao. I'll head there eventually. What you do next is up to you." They looked at each other, none knowing how to answer. A man beside him sprang to his feet, ready to speak, only to be yanked back into his seat by Lu Xiao. "Everyone around me, don't speak." The people around. "Big boss, I owe my survival this time entirely to you. I want to follow you from now on." "I feel the same." "That's right, boss. We may not be much, but we can at least be cannon fodder. Worst case, we die and get sent back to Earth." The crowd was fired up. In their eyes, Lu Xiao was the ultimate lifeline. Now was the time to latch on. When would they ever get a better chance? "Do you really think all of you can return to Earth by dying here?" Lu Xiao took out roasted lizard meat and began gnawing at it without restraint. Xiantang is filled with car crashes, fires, and all kinds of accidents right now, yet everyone's physical bodies lie there as unconscious vegetables. You'd better recall where you were and what you were doing just before being transported. Hearing this, everyone began carefully retracing their final moments on Earth, and many faces gradually turned ashen. "How do you know all this, Great One? Have you returned before?" asked a young man who looked like a college student, his voice tinged with doubt. Lu Xiang ignored his question and simply continued, "No one wants to be cannon fodder. The creatures over there can kill you, or even me, with a single strike, while the weapons in your hands wouldn't even scratch them." With that, Lu Xiang stood up and walked deeper into the unknown. This time, over 200 people still followed behind him. At the origin point, we're just ants, but even ants should value their lives. Lu Xiao finished speaking and disappeared into the foliage. It turned out that the guiding insect was truly a native navigation marvel of origin point. After nearly 2 hours of continuous travel, Lu Xiao spotted figures moving in the distance, though they hadn't noticed him at this range yet. It wasn't until they drew closer to each other that human voices could finally be heard ahead. "Someone's coming." Then a few heads popped up, first looking startled, then seeming to recognize Lu Xiao before breaking into smiles. "It's Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao's brought a whole group of people to find us." There were no enthusiastic hugs. After scanning the crowd and confirming all his familiar faces were accounted for, Lu Xiao motioned for everyone to sit down nearby. The 200-plus people who had followed him, combined with the student group's nearly 40 members, formed quite a sizable gathering of almost 300 people when seen together like this. "Let me introduce first," said Lu Xiao,
though he wasn't much of a social butterfly. Since he was the common link between both groups, he reluctantly took on the role of mediator. The people who came with me are all skilled fighters against the monsters. We've been through life and death battles together. This team here is made up of students from Qiantang University, also comrades who fought side by side. Both sides nodded in acknowledgement, though the students were visibly more reserved. To summarize what's happened, Lu Xiao continued, nearly 10 million people were transported to Qiantang. We've lost at least 70% of our numbers. The entire river valley plain has fallen, including the station troops. The survivors have mostly fled into this forest. For now, it seems our current location is secure. Lu Xiao spoke casually, but his words sent waves of shock through the students. The 3 university students who had arrived earlier had already shared some battlefield updates. They'd mentioned humanity had won the previous battle, but the future remained uncertain. I never expected things to turn out this way. Complete collapse in the end, with millions slaughtered. Some girls covered their faces and lowered their heads, but none cried. Lu Xiao, explain why you think this place is safe, asked Li Tianjia with a grave expression, his voice heavy. First is motive, second is timing. Lu Xiao extended 2 fingers. This creature is called a Qixiao, an extraterrestrial being. As for their motives in attacking us, I suspect several possibilities. First, for war rewards. Second, for galactic order merits. Third, to find potential evolvers among humans. The 200 people who came with Lu Xiao stared with blank expressions, some even nodding gravely as if they understood. No questions for now, save them for later. Lu Xiao cut in as someone raised their hand to speak. Once we enter the jungle, killing becomes far less efficient, time sensitivity drops. Unless humans gather in large numbers, the Qixiao are unlikely to push deep into the forest. Li Tianjia nodded pensively. This war has disrupted our original plan, Yishan spoke up, shifting focus from what had already happened to the future. After discussing it, we've decided everyone will go with you to that place. Are you sure? Lu Xiao frowned and asked, his gaze sweeping over the students. For some reason, the students found Lu Xiao noticeably different upon his return. His aura was so overwhelming it nearly suffocated them. Being scrutinized by his gaze even sent chills down their spines. Absolutely, Yishan replied with firm conviction. Even within 10 meters, the intimidating effect varied drastically from person to person. The timid and hesitant will submit to obedience, while those with unyielding wills like Yishan and Li Tianjia will grow even more resolute. Since that's the case, we'll rest and reorganize here before setting off. Lu Xiao didn't hesitate further. Since this was everyone's choice, he respected it. Lu Xiao, setting off sounds so ominous. Can't you use a different phrase? Zhou Yukai protested from the side. Sure. How about knowing the mountain has tigers, yet we forge ahead toward it? Lu Xiao winked at him mischievously. Seems about the same. Zhou Yukai muttered sulkily to himself. Lu Xiang handed over the 200-plus people who had followed him to Li Tianjia and explained the matter of the war title. Clearly, he had no intention of managing such a large group himself, but since they had all come together, they might as well consider themselves a team now. The students began to systematically record the names, special skills, and weapons of these newcomers. Surprisingly, this group of people, who had dared to face the Qixiao riders without retreating, not only possessed greater mental resilience and bravery than the average person but also exhibited higher physical attributes. At the very least, their stats were better than Lu Xiang's initial data panel. The cataloging process was completed quickly. Including the university students and Lu Xiang himself, there were a total of 303 people. Based on their physical attributes and individual strengths, they were divided into 5 categories: long-range fighters, close combat fighters, archers, logistics, and medics. The long-range fighters were those equipped with polearms, tasked with surrounding the enemy and maintaining distance, 133 in total. Close combat fighters wielded hunting knives, cleavers, or fist blades, responsible for defense and assault missions, 57 individuals. Archers, numbering 33, were self-explanatory. At this stage, they served as the primary offensive force and scouts. The logistics team, comprising 70 people, handled arrow production, temporary camp setups, and meal preparations. The remaining 10 were medics. Most bizarrely, 3 of them were actual doctors, emergency physicians from Qiantang First Hospital no less, who became the backbone of this small group. The other 7 were tasked with dragging the wounded out of combat zones. 5 teams, 5 captains. The long weapon squad leader Yang Yunlong, with a martial arts school background, wielded his spear with terrifying force, resilience 7, strength 8, burst 8, a certified superhuman. Close combat captain Li Tianjia, who also served as leader of the entire 303-person team, was one of only 2 evolved individuals. Marksman Captain Lu Xiao, needless to say, no one else would dare take this position. Logistics Captain Yishan was unanimously recognized for having both organizational skills and IQ constantly online. Medical Captain Zhang Quan, nicknamed One Hand Zhang, was unparalleled in manual hemostasis techniques at Qiantang First Hospital. With roles assigned, they got down to business.
First, Li Tenjia combined his own knowledge with Lu Xiao's intel to explain Origin Point's fundamental rules to everyone, including evolution, the nexus, merits of galactic order, reward missions, etc.
This approach helped each person anticipate their future growth and accurately position their standing at Origin Point.
However, when it came to certain critical information, especially regarding Lu Xiao, he disclosed nothing.
Moreover, under Lu Xiao's instructions, they also began to refer to him as Ren Pingshang.
The newcomers in the team had already steeled themselves, showing no excessive surprise but rather great excitement as they worked hard to memorize every crucial detail. The moment they chose to follow Lu Xiao, they had already embraced the idea of surviving in Origin Point.
This information was far too important for them.
The cohesion of this new team swiftly strengthened within each individual. After the cultural education class, Li Tianjie dragged out the corpse of a lizard man, which Lu Xiao had prepared in advance. Now, everyone finally had a tangible understanding of what Lu Xiao had described earlier. This thing was terrifyingly powerful. Li Tianjie elaborated on the lizardman's attack methods and weaknesses one by one, while Lu Xiao added further details. Afterwards, the combat units conducted training under the leadership of their squad leaders, with the objective being for 1/5 of the personnel to achieve entry-level proficiency. Yi Shan immediately began assigning tasks to the logistics team. The top priority was collecting medicinal plants like bay leaves and shadegrass from nearby areas. Next was gathering sturdy branches to craft arrows, followed by securing fresh water and food, though all three tasks could be carried out simultaneously. Zhang Quan's medical team had a relatively leisurely task, with 3 emergency physicians teaching basic first aid on site, hoping it might prove useful. Everyone was full of motivation, with the team leaders generously sharing their knowledge. The only odd one out was Lu Xiao, who kept sitting on the tree root, tirelessly gnawing on roasted meat. He appointed a reasonably skilled archer as vice captain and simply watched from the sidelines while eating, reveling in the pleasure brought to him by the pearl-swallowing spirit body. What's more, everyone considered his behavior perfectly justified. After all, he was a supreme expert. With great exertion came great appetite, so eating more was only natural. He really couldn't eat another bite, but after all that feasting, his strength attribute had now skyrocketed to 12.
Chapter 29 Animal Hide. Chapter 29 Animal Hide.
With nothing better to do, Lu Xiao took out 3 animal skin maps and 9 animal skin documents. Ever since his return from Earth, he'd been embroiled in almost continuous battles, and only now finally had some time to examine these spoils of war. Having spent 100 merit points bargain price for limb-risking knowledge to master the lizardman's language and script, he began studying them. The moment he started reading, the very first parchment revealed something astonishing. The text above actually documented the lizardman's research findings on spiritual metamorphosis. Naturally, the energy replenishment of psionic crystals went without saying, but the crucial aspect was the consumption of a metamorphous spirit. It turned out my previous understanding had been wrong. The hide recorded that when a metamorph died, their spirit would linger for a brief period. If kill notifications appeared, there was still time to retrieve the spirit from the corpse. In other words, it was possible to obtain the spirit after physical death triggered the kill alert. There was no need to weaken enemies to near death and frantically dig into their still warm corpses. This gave Lu Xiao a renewed understanding of the Qi Zhao's desperate killing actions, and it also significantly increased the possibility of his own group undergoing metamorphosis.
Knowledge is indeed the primary productive force. Keep reading.
It's a record documenting the growth of the lizardman population, showing the number of evolved individuals, unevolved individuals, and overall growth trends during each origin cycle, along with the evolution time of each evolved individual and the reserve of psychic crystals.
Lu Xiao was truly unlucky.
The record stated there were only 2 psychic crystals left when he launched his ambush, and one ended up being used during the process. Had he gone earlier, he could have seized more psychic crystals. 217 evolved lizards and 339 unevolved lizards. This number still posed a considerable challenge for Lu Xiao.
But at least knowing the enemy's total strength was valuable information.
The next leather document contains something rather peculiar, a timetable recording the casting times and effects of belief-based techniques called power release. From the recorded effects, lizardmen who were subjected to power release generally gained an increase of around 15 points in their strength attribute.
Unfortunately, no other details about power release were provided.
This couldn't help but remind Lu Xiao of the bizarre ritual he had secretly witnessed after completing its metamorphosis by charging the psychic crystal. That small lizardman did seem to be under some kind of spell. Its body then rapidly enlarged. Apparently that was the effect of power release.
This would explain it.
At the time, Lu Xiao had assumed the body would instantly become robust after metamorphosis, but it seems he guessed wrong. Come to think of it, that dark red lizard man, the strongest creature in the peripheral zone of falling stars celestialite, must have mastered some divine faith. When he was waving that short staff,
he was probably releasing the faith-powered technique power release. No wonder he looked so mystical, almost like performing a shamanic dance. Lu Xiao had always thought this zone's strongest creature lived up to its name only marginally. Turns out the guy was actually a spellcaster. And what do casters fear most? Getting rushed down and ambushed by ranged attacks. Alright, my bad, strongest creature. I screwed up by killing you off before you got to show your true power. The subsequent 5 pieces of parchment documented the physical attribute values of each evolved lizard man, which was similar to what his team was currently doing, understanding the attributes of every member to better coordinate combat capabilities. Through them, Lu Xiao gained a general understanding of the lizardman's physical attributes. A lizardman who hasn't undergone the baptism of power release is essentially just a small-statured lizardman, with physical attributes typically around toughness 13, strength 15, agility 8, and burst 7. However, after the baptism, their strength generally exceeds 30. Thankfully, they aren't all-around superhumans, otherwise, Lu Bao would have been done for the first time he encountered a lizardman. This time he got to know the reptilian beings inside out. Much to Lu Xiao's relief, his confidence in defeating these extraterrestrial creatures grew significantly. The final piece of parchment document solely recorded the growth of a single lizardman over 24 origin point cycles. Its final physical attributes reached robustness 22, strength 41, agility 15, and burst 14, with a special note indicating this lizardman had returned to its home planet. Well, Lu Xiao finally realized which individual the documents were referring to. This much-anticipated racial prodigy was now lying rather unpeacefully in the defective products pile, or more accurately, parts of it were. Fortunately, his group had accidentally managed to kill it. Otherwise, this mental Superman could have easily shown them what one warrior against 1,000 truly meant in a sudden encounter. He had finished reviewing all the parchment documents, but the much-anticipated energy crystal ore wasn't mentioned even once. With how many spirit crystals these lizardmen possessed, Lu Xiao couldn't possibly believe they hadn't discovered a vein. No choice but to check the map again. Perhaps during his last hurried escape, he might have overlooked some crucial supplies. Unfolding the first animal skin map reveals a rough aerial view of the falling star eye, crudely drawn with just a few lines outlining the general shape. The falling star eye truly lives up to its name. The entire area resembles a giant eye. The outer perimeter forms a date pit shape, while the core area is a perfect circle at its center, looking precisely like an eyeball within an eye socket. The outer region encompasses everything from the mountain base to the summit in the main range. According to Lu Xiao's memory, the mountaintop is notably flat and expansive. The core region, meanwhile, is a massive circular sinkhole. A falling star? Could this actually be the result of a celestial body crashing down? This map focuses mainly on the outer region, marking the evenly distributed lizardfolk settlements across 8 directions and noting several access points leading down into the sinkhole. Just when I was sleepy, someone brought me a pillow. How perfect! The second hide map depicted the surroundings of the southern gathering point, including some freshwater sources, animal dens, and plant distributions. It wasn't of much value to Lu Xiao, but it might be useful to Yi Shan. As for the last hide map, Lu Xiao was baffled at first. It wasn't until he noticed a curved long line flanked by blank spaces on either side that he connected the dots. This might be the river valley plains where humans dwelled. Piece by piece, he deduced it was a map drawn by the lizardmen after exploring the surrounding regions. The center of the map was northwest of the falling star celestial eye, at a lake called Mirror Lake. Whether the lizardman's scale was accurate or not was anyone's guess, but on the map, this Mirror Lake was depicted as larger than 6 river valley plains combined. A name, Yadin, was marked in the lake, with no explanation of what it referred to. Centered around Mirror Lake, only the southeastern corner bore markings and annotations, while the rest remained blank. Stretching southeast to the map's edge lay the river valley plains. Though estimating the exact distance between them was difficult, the lizardfolk's map was dreadfully crude. On the map, several twisting and turning lines were drawn. The starting points of these lines all originated from an area called the Mistmarsh Wetlands in the western part of Fallen Star's Eye, and each line extended toward the direction of Mirror Lake from a different angle, yet not a single one ultimately reached Mirror Lake. Lu Xiao was also puzzled. Why were the lizard folk so obsessed with Mirror Lake? Could it be that they needed it for spawning? Well, he didn't understand, so he shouldn't jump to conclusions. And what does this Aiden represent? Is there a colossal monster named Aiden in the lake? The lizardman's deity is called Aiden? Or perhaps, is there a city named Aiden over there? It seems the answer can only be found by myself. What a pity, there's still no information about the core area of Falling Star Celestial Eye, let alone any records about Spirit Crystal Oregon. But at least we've got clues to enter the core zone. These documents and maps are still incredibly valuable. Lu Xiao carefully rolled up the beast hide and placed it back among the defective items. Chapter 30, The Battle Approaches. Chapter 30, The Battle Approaches. The ongoing regional judgment in the war domain indicates that the Qijiao's hunt and encirclement of humans has not yet ended,
or that the number of hostile species within the same area remains within a threshold required for warfare. It's unclear what the situation outside is like or what the aftermath of the fire will bring.
Perhaps only upon reaching the mountaintop will answers be found.
Training within each team continues with fervor. Those like Yang Yunlong, who already possess solid foundations, only needed minor adjustments to achieve beginner-level mastery with the lance. But for others, especially those with no combat or weapon experience, reaching even an introductory level may still take a long time. These people can afford to wait and take their time, but Lu Xiao has no intention of delaying.
The time he can spare for the others is limited. Human physical conditions are practically garbage at the origin point.
Without rapid growth and gaining early advantages, maintaining a mindset of steady development will soon leave them worse than garbage. Being utterly crushed by the Qixia in a single battle is the clearest proof.
No one will give you time.
If humans want to become stronger and establish stability at the origin point, they must take greater risks to grow powerful quickly. Lu Xiao approached Li Tianjia and exchanged a few words with him.
Last hour. Li Tianjia then shouted to the crowd.
The logistics team member holding a watch nearby immediately began counting the time. Afterwards, Lu Xiao went to find Yishan and asked her to draft a prioritized list for spirit body transformations. The 4 girls had to be the first 4, followed by others based on individual willingness and the danger level of their surroundings before the teleportation. He also gave her the map marking the resource points around the lizardmen gathering spots, roughly explaining the meaning of each annotation and label.
Yishan's logistical team worked with remarkable efficiency.
They quickly identified suitable hardwood in the forest for making arrows, organizing a multi-person assembly line. Using rudimentary tools, they'd already produced hundreds of arrows. However, lacking metal materials, they could only sharpen the wooden shafts for arrowheads, drastically reducing their killing effectiveness. Lu Xiao tested a few arrows, shaking his head helplessly. This thing could barely penetrate the lizardman's defenses unless he hit vulnerable spots like their eyes.
But it's better than nothing.
Besides, since the lizard people can produce weapons like hunting knives, daggers, and punch daggers, they must have smelting and forging tools.
If you don't have something, just take it by force. Didn't the 8th Route Army start with neither guns nor cannons until the enemy made them for us?
The weapons of the long-range and melee teams were somewhat more decent thanks to the weapons and materials Lu Xiao had previously scavenged. They managed to assemble a few truly lethal tools.
An hour passed quickly.
The new round of statistics confirmed that achieving the set goal was impossible now. Only 17 people had reached the beginner level of weapon proficiency. Among them, the long-range team had 3, the melee team had 12, and the archer team had 2. Though the numbers seemed small, it was still more than Lu Xiao had anticipated.
Li Tianjia and the Yang brothers, Yang Zhao and Yang Zhe, were among those who succeeded.
As for Zhou Yuk, well, he was hopeless, having no foundational skills whatsoever, merely someone who'd done a bit of farm work during holidays back home. The 2 archers who reached beginner proficiency were the earliest followers of Lu Xiao. As his top-ranked disciples, numbers 1 and 2, they naturally chose primary precision as their skill. The team assembled, with Lu Xiao at the forefront, followed by the long spear squad, short weapon squad, medics and logistics, and finally a small team of long spear fighters bringing up the rear.
Before setting off, Li Tianjia gave a rallying speech.
Our objective this time is to seize the outer regions of the falling star Sky Eye. Our enemies are more than 500 lizardmen. You should all be aware of the situation by now.
Let me reiterate this once more.
We are not marching to our deaths, but neither should we fear sacrifice.
We Chinese must show our fighting spirit here at origin point.
Being slaughtered like cattle doesn't prove we're weak, only that we're not yet strong enough.
After this battle, those who survive will have the chance to become true warriors, and those who fall will be remembered by this land, remembered by every one of us. That's all I have to say. Let's move out.
Move out, he growled in a voice low but brimming with intensity. Ugh, catch your breath. Wait till I get as strong as the pros, then I'll turn back and slaughter these bastards.
Soul evolution complete. I'm ready to take these alien motherfuckers down at the origin point.
Though their thoughts varied, the morale among these 300 teammates had never been higher. Holding the vial of guiding insects in his hand, Lu Xiao weaved through the woods with a silent procession trailing 3 meters behind.
The pace of progress wasn't fast, and after nearly half an hour of travel, the area information finally appeared.
Alert! Primary danger zone detected. Outer perimeter of falling star eye.
Ahead lay the true danger zone. After a brief reorganization, the team set out once more.
Gradually, various animals and unfamiliar vegetation began to appear around them. The logistics team grew somewhat excited, as their food reserves were critically low.
However, after consulting with Lu Xiao, Yishan decided to temporarily refrain from hunting the animals.
Lu Xiao's goal was to first capture the southern settlement of the lizardmen, the same place he had successfully ambushed before.
Their advantage lay in remaining hidden.
If the lizardmen were allowed to gather, their small group would certainly be outmatched.
Combat effectiveness isn't just about simple attribute stacking.
The attributes of an evolved lizardman might only be 1:2 or 1:3 compared to a human,
but can 2 or 3 children really defeat an adult? What if the adult is wielding a butcher's knife, or clad in scaly armor?
The journey proceeded surprisingly smoothly. There wasn't a single lizardman in sight, nor did they encounter any of the beast-trapping snares they had seen before. The team ascended to the summit of the falling star Celestiali without major incident along the way. While the group marveled at the breathtaking panoramic views from such heights, they also beheld a sight that chilled their hearts. The distant river valley plains were no longer a peaceful campground for humans, but had become the exclusive hunting ground of the galloping Arazeks. Ordinary people couldn't clearly see, but Lu Xiao could distinctly make out the Arazeks scouring the plains for humans playing dead or still clinging to life, while even more Arazeks were feasting on the corpses of both humans and their own kind. At the forest's edge, trees occasionally toppled or swayed violently, likely signs of Arazeks pursuing fleeing humans through the woods. Just as Lu Xiao had said, the deeper they ventured into the forest, the calmer it became. At the foot of the falling star eye, there were almost no signs of pursuit, fleeing, or large-scale movements. As witnesses to the interracial war, people were dazed within, yet all of this now felt so distant from themselves. From the college student's early evacuation to Lu Xiao's measured advances and retreats on the battlefield, all the way to his current distance from the front lines, these facts told them everything had unfolded exactly as he had foreseen.
Even in the chaos of battle, where blades showed no mercy, Lu Xiao still possessed the ability and confidence to emerge unscathed. This undoubtedly made everyone present gaze at Lu Xiao's receding figure with even greater admiration.
It must be noted that after leaving the war zone of River Valley Plains, Lu Xiao's tidal effects had already faded, yet his influence over the crowd hadn't diminished in the slightest. After a brief rest, the team continued forward, their expressions growing graver and movements more cautious, for their destination was now close at hand. Lu Xiao scouted ahead alone, the distance between him and the main group stretching from the original 30 meters to over 100 meters now. Amidst the shadows of trees, Lu Xiao silently pulled up his hood, activating his camouflage as his form completely vanished into the surroundings, only his sharp, watchful eyes remaining visible. Seeing Lu Xiao disappear, Li Tianjia behind him raised his right arm in signal, and everyone halted their steps, crouching low as they waited in uneasy silence. Not daring to breathe, the only sounds were the thumping of their own hearts and the rustling of swaying branches.
The agonizing wait felt interminably long. Everyone silently encouraged themselves, struggling to remain calm, willing their trembling hands to steady around their weapons. Not nervous? Impossible, especially on the eve of battle. Unless one was a battle-hardened veteran, no one could escape the grip of instinct. A male student from the long spear unit, positioned in the second row, trembled uncontrollably. He desperately tried to steady himself, but it was futile, as if his body no longer belonged to him. Then, a large hand pressed gently against his back. Startled, the student turned to see a grown man beside him smiling kindly. Feeling the warmth radiating from that palm, the student pressed his lips together, nodded with difficulty, and gradually steadied his breathing, calming his racing heart. A shadowy figure darted from ahead to the front of the formation, exchanging hushed words with their leader, Li Tianjia, before vanishing back into the forest gloom. Battle formation, prepare for combat. Li Tianjia's voice wasn't loud, but carried tremendous force.
The orders were quietly relayed down the line one by one, followed by the rustling sounds of mobilization. Each unit took up unfamiliar positions, polearm troops securing the front and flanks, short-range fighters standing behind them, archers stationed atop several large boulders at the center, medics and support personnel bringing up the rear.
Chins up, go for it.
People cheered each other on, both those around them and themselves. After the formation was set, all that remained was to wait. 302 pairs of eyes stared straight ahead at the woods.
Chapter 31, Team Battle. Chapter 31, Team Battle.
Before long, eerie cackles and the snapping of broken branches echoed from the distance. As everyone held their breath and tightened their grip on their weapons, a humanoid figure modeled with bizarre colors came into view. Nimble as a spirit cat, it zigzagged in wide leaps while advancing toward them. The steady thump of a hunting bow punctuated the air, followed by the dull thuds of arrows embedding themselves into tree trunks. Lu Xiao inadvertently showed off his skills in front of everyone. It wasn't intentional, he simply wanted to inflict maximum damage on the lizardmen before the confrontation. He had already infiltrated near the lizardmen's gathering point. This time, the creatures were clearly prepared, with at least 40 visible. They'd even begun constructing low walls using stones and logs. This defensive measure was likely due to the arrow wounds found on the corpses from their last encounter. The lizardmen, fearing another ambush, had resorted to makeshift fortifications. After assessing the situation, he returned to his team to briefly Tianjia about the lizardmen's gathering point and their subsequent plan. Then he returned once more to the vicinity of the encampment. This time, he didn't waste words either. There was no way he was going to charge in.
They'd better come out on their own. He raised his hand and let loose several arrows.
3 lizardmen outside the low wall, plus 2 more still building the wall. 3 of them had their heads pierced before they even knew what happened. The other 2 arrows missed slightly, but the wounds were still fatal. The sound of the arrows wasn't loud, but the wounded lizardmen howled miserably. Lu Xiao, who had learned the lizardmen's language, understood exactly what they were screaming. Help! Help! Alright, it's only human nature to call for help, that's understandable. This really stirred up a hornet's nest. A horde of lizardmen cackled hideously as they surged over the low wall, while even more of the reptilian creatures charged out from the stone structures in fury. Holy hell, just a quick glance told me there were already over 100 of them. There were 8 gathering points with over 500 of them in total. Damn it, how come a quarter of them are here? In astonishment, a large number of lizardmen gathered outside the low wall, searching for enemies with their small eyes. Yet despite their numbers, they failed to locate their target for a long while, making the whole scene rather awkward. Where are the enemies? Where the hell are the enemies? The lizardmen hissed and snarled, but simply couldn't find the one who had ambushed them. Lu Xiao couldn't be bothered to play hide-and-seek with them either. Finding the right angle, he drew his bow to full stretch and let the arrow fly. Thud, thud, thud. The muffled sound of arrowheads piercing flesh was music to his ears. The bowstring's perfect tension demonstrated the lethal force of the arrow, which pierced through 2 lizardmen and still had enough momentum to embed itself in the chest of a third. Hundreds of crimson, vicious eyes finally noticed Lu Xiao concealed among the tree shadows. There! Kill him! I'll devour his head. No one dare take it from me. It must be this beast who killed the chieftain. Capture him, sacrifice him alive. Amidst the shouts and threats, a towering lizard man with a massive swinging tail charged toward Lu Xiao at full speed. Retreating while firing, Lu Xiao weaved through the forest. His dynamic archery skills gave him the advantage to kite his enemies, while constantly stretching the lizardman's formation allowed his arrows to penetrate with greater efficiency. Just when he began to believe he could single-handedly wipe out this swarm of over 100 lizardmen, several spear-riddled lizardmen instantly brought him back to his senses. He couldn't act so arrogantly now that the enemy had ranged attacks. During the retreat, he had to zigzag constantly. Those thrown spears had taught him a painful lesson, leaving him with lasting trauma. Watch out for their spears. Just before rejoining their own battle formation, he shouted loudly, urging everyone to take cover before engaging in close combat. The quick ones immediately hid behind rocks or trees, the clever ones dropped flat on the ground, while those who froze in place paid the price. In an instant, several spears whistled through the air, pinning 4 members of the halberd squad to the ground before they could react. Meanwhile, dozens of vicious lizardmen charged forward like enraged rhinos through the dust. Even though they'd seen lizardman corpses before, the terror of facing living monsters paralyzed them with dread. Just as fear began shaking the legs of many frontline halberdiers, Li Tianjia shouted fervently at the front lines, "Remember, this is humanity's first battle at Origin Point, but it will certainly not be the last. Remember, after this battle, we shall all emerge as the strong." At the same time, Lu Xiao, standing atop the giant boulder, let loose a perfect stream of arrows. The lead lizardman charging forward fell lifeless with just 2 of his shots. Lu Xiao in rapid-fire stance was practically a human Gatling gun from the cold weapon era, loosing 2 arrows per second. Li Tianjia's shouts and Lu Xiao's fearless bravery greatly boosted everyone's morale. The chilling cold throughout his body gradually transformed into surging hot blood. Kill! Come at us, you beasts! Amidst heart-wrenching roars, people emerged from their battle-timid hesitation. Having hit rock bottom, they erupted with fearless valor that defied death. Creatures from different star realms collided completely at this very moment. The lizardmen charging at the forefront plunged directly into the array of spears and clubs. With a series of chaotic cracking sounds, these reptilian warriors experienced the delights of trap mechanisms, their eyes bursting with rage even as they staggered forward drunkenly. Countless spears and wooden staffs were instantly severed by their claw blades, yet some sporadic long-handled weapons embedded with animal horns still managed to pierce into the unprotected abdomens of several lizardmen. After this initial clash, the lizard vanguard failed to break the human spear formation. Remarkably, the human side suffered only 4 spear wounds with no other casualties. This was already a perfect start. The polearm unit's killing potential was extremely limited. Their only role was to prevent the lizardmen from disrupting the formation. The real killing power still came from the archery unit. Within just 2 breaths, over a dozen lizardmen held at bay by the polearm unit had already become Lu Xiao's arrow-ridden corpses. Several more flying spears came hurtling in, 3 of which were aimed squarely at Lu Xiao. With great difficulty, he dodged the ambush from afar, but several more in the spear unit were pierced by the flying projectiles. The wounded were gravely injured, yet not a single cry of pain escaped their lips. Lu Xiao couldn't help but feel a surge of respect for his team. The medics had just dragged the previously injured 4 to the rear before rushing forward again. The Lizardman battalion emerged from the tree's shadows, and the real battle began. Dozens of lizardmen crashed into the human defensive line in one tumultuous wave, their brute force snapping many of the long weapons in half. Without the trap clamps to slow them down, the lizardmen charged forward like unstoppable war chariots. Casualties spiked instantly as the lizardmen's blade fists whirled up and down, reaping lives like vegetables once they got close. their massive tails constantly lashing out to effortlessly knock aside weapons thrust at their flanks. The spear-wielding warriors on the flanks rushed to reinforce the line, barely managing to hold their ground against the relentless onslaught. Several unusually robust lizardmen broke through the midline, charging straight into the midst of the close combat squad's axes and blades. Li Tianjia wielded a punch dagger in his left hand and a hunting knife in his right, leading his team in a chaotic melee against several lizardmen. Though his strength had surpassed the threshold of 10, he was still no match for these adversaries in a single exchange. To bridge the gap in raw power, he relied on sheer blade technique. With all his might, he parried a downward slash from the lizardman's fist blade. The impact split the web of his knife-wielding hand open.
Seizing the opening, Li Tianjia thrust his left-hand punch dagger straight into the creature's vulnerable belly.
The blade sank into the pail, yielding flesh with a wet thunk. The strike landed true, sending the lizardman into a screeching frenzy of pain. It retaliated with a backhanded slap, hurling Li Tianjia stumbling backward. But in that split second, two more hunting knives plunged into the creature's lower abdomen. Zhang Zhu and another teammate twisted their blades in a vicious horizontal slash. Green blood and thick ropes of entrails spilled from the ragged wound. Several lizardmen that charged into the close combat squad were swiftly dealt with by everyone working together.
Dragged the corpse to the back. Yi Shan, Lu Xiao, standing atop the giant boulder, shouted a warning.
These lizardmen were physically robust, clearly all metamorphs. Leaving their spirits unconsumed after death for too long would be nothing but sheer waste.
Logistics team.
Yi Shan's voice came from behind. Soon, dozens of men dragged away the corpses that had fallen within the defensive line while also taking on medical duties, hauling the wounded who'd lost combat capability to the rear. In just a few short minutes, the 133-member spear troop was already showing signs of collapse. With dozens of lizardmen charging simultaneously, heavy casualties became unavoidable. Captain Yang Yunlong roared as he pulled his spear from a lizardman's chest, while the remaining troops slowly retreated. By now, Lu Xiao had eliminated 8 lizardmen skilled in spear throwing. These 8 had exhausted their javelins and resorted to hurling stones, forcing the archer squad to scatter for cover, infuriating him enough to pick them off one by one. Freed from long-range harassment, the remaining 28 archers finally bared their fangs. A sudden swarm of arrows rained down, thoroughly saturating the lizardmen locked in combat. This drastically reduced the pressure on the engaged fighters, allowing them to reorganize their formation.
Lu Xiao stood at the highest point, his sharp gaze directing each arrow with unerring precision, never missing a shot.
A girl remained steadfast behind him, like a surgical nurse handing instruments, swiftly passing him arrows with practiced accuracy. This allowed his firing speed to quicken even further. Lu Xiao had completely lost himself to the killing frenzy. At this range, each arrow was aimed squarely at the lizardmen's heads, his shots coming almost without pause. Because he understood all too well, every unhurried moment he had to loose his arrows was bought with his comrades' lives.
Thud, 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 thud.
Green plasma splattered across his vision, flesh exploded beneath his arrows, and in his eyes, the lizardmen were just as humans appeared to them, ants, doomed to be crushed before overwhelming strength.
The bowstring burned hot, the sounds of battle fading. Labored panting gradually became the only sound left on the battlefield. People swallowed hard, exchanging uneasy glances. Their eyes held hesitation, excitement, and the relief of having survived a catastrophe. When the dust settled, a suppressed exhilaration burst forth from their throats, condensing into a single, simple word. Oh ha!
Everyone raised their weapons high and roared with all their might. Before them lay the corpses of once arrogant extraterrestrial beings, far more formidable than the Rishio who had once trampled humanity beneath their feet. These creatures possessed impenetrable scaled armor, razor-sharp weapons, and powerful massive tails. Yet ultimately, they had fallen before what they deemed insignificant, fallen beneath the feet of those they considered weak.
This must be what victory feels like. Aside from Lu Xiao, everyone else was tasting the true flavor of triumph for the very first time in their lives. Some hadn't even seen blood before this. But these people didn't just survive, they truly triumphed. Everyone was afraid, yet no one chose to flee. Even in death, they faced the enemy head-on. Those on the list, hurry up and devour the spirit bodies. Lu Xiao's shout snapped everyone out of their revelry in the joy of victory. Numbers 1 through 100 on the list must consume the nearest spirit entity immediately. Yi Shan's shout rang out. She had long since numbered the list of those requesting metamorphosis, precisely in anticipation of this very situation. The crowd rushed toward the still warm lizardman corpses as if waking from a dream, grabbing their claw blades and hacking at their heads. Meanwhile, a large number of wounded were being treated on the spot. The 3 emergency doctors were drenched in sweat from exhaustion, their bodies completely stained with blood. The logistics team scavenged red and white pellets from the lizardmen's corpses. These items could save lives. Without proper tools or medicine, the 3 doctors could do little more than swiftly stop the bleeding. Most of the critically injured had gaping wounds. People kept turning away to vomit. The scene was far too gruesome. Red and white pills were found, either sliced open or directly stuffed into the woundeds' mouths depending on the severity of their injuries. Lu Xiao saw a male student using both hands to desperately clamp down on the gushing wound in a middle-aged man's abdomen. His youthful face, smeared with red and green bloodstains, still wore a smile as he looked at the man. "Hold on, big brother, open your eyes. Look at me, don't fall asleep." The student would never forget how this man had given him warmth when he was shaking from nervousness, and now, it was his turn to do something in return. The pale-faced middle-aged man, writhing in pain, raised his hand and grasped the young man's hand. He smiled faintly and closed his eyes. The young man kept pressing on the wound, unwilling to let go, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. He just went home. Someone tapped the boy on the shoulder and whispered to him. The boy turned his head to look at Lu Xiao standing behind him, wiped the tears from his eyes forcefully, and nodded silently. "I don't even know his name yet. He is your companion, as are all the people here." With that, Lu Xiao walked away. Clearing the battlefield would take a considerable amount of time, and the process had little to do with him anyway. After exchanging a few words with Li Tianjia, Lu Xiao walked away. He returned to the lizardmen's gathering area, where fewer than 10 remained, evidently all untransformed or uninitiated specimens, judging by their size and lack of metamorphic features. With deliberate steps, Lu Xiao walked into the area enclosed by the low wall. He moved unhurriedly past the bodies that had just fallen, until finally stopping before a massive stone house at the edge of the cliff. There, he sat cross-legged on the ground, gazing at the long string of merit reward notifications. Instead of opening them, he indulged himself, spending his hard-earned merit points to exchange for a pack of his usual brand of cigarettes. Tearing open the plastic wrapping, he pulled out a pack, ripped it open, took out a cigarette, and placed it between his lips before lighting it. At this point, the southern gathering point of the lizardmen has been completely occupied. Chapter 32. See you at the destination. Chapter 32. See you at the endpoint. Nearly an hour later, human figures emerged beyond the low wall. The reorganized team began entering this architectural complex built by extraterrestrial beings. Li Tianjia plopped down beside Lu Xiao, who offered him a cigarette, which he declined. 79 dead, 14 gravely wounded with permanent disabilities. The rest have mostly recovered, Li Tianjia said softly. Lu Xiao nodded non-committally. The attrition rate was lower than expected. 54 completed the transformation, including Yi Shan and her 3 companions. The numbers don't quite add up, Lu Xiao remarked. Some probably exceeded the spirit's retention time, Li Tianjia speculated. Can we estimate roughly how long it's been? Yi Shan said it should be about 5 minutes. Lu Xiao nodded and said nothing more. The red pills don't work on severed limbs, Li Tianjia said somewhat dejectedly. Normal. This time, the actual number of casualties is 93. You'll get used to it. We've only moved part of the lizardman corpses. What should we do with the rest? I'll take care of it. Okay. Tianjia, I might need to leave the team. Lu Xiao tossed his cigarette butt to the ground and crushed it underfoot. Why? Li Tianjia looked at him in astonishment. With me here, the team can't grow. I've counted 77 kills are credited to me personally, and there are no more rewards for killing higher-tier enemies anymore. This means the lizardmen are now on the same tier as me. Lu Xiao's gaze was unfocused. This decision came after careful consideration. But without you, Li Tianjia trailed off, unable to finish his sentence. As long as I'm here, everyone will always remain as mere tools. Most of the resources would be taken by me. Without me, you all would have the chance to grow, though the cost would be heavy. Lu Xiao lit another cigarette. The ground was already littered with stubs. I've always been thinking, what's the real purpose of Origin Point throwing us here? Just to make different creatures slaughter each other? No, slaughter is only a means, not the end goal. What is the goal? Perhaps, it's to make some people grow stronger quickly through brutal battles. Survival of the fittest? Li Tianjia murmured. Right? When Homo sapiens first appeared on Earth, wasn't it the same? That makes some sense. Are you sure? Lu Xiao looked into Li Tianjia's eyes. I suppose there might be. Li Tianjia looked back at him. Suddenly, they both burst out laughing simultaneously. By the way, where's that thing that called you coming from? Behind you, Li Tianjia answered casually. Ah, Lu Xiao couldn't stay calm any longer. He turned his head to look at the stone house behind him. Inside the house? Li Tianjia shook his head, stood up, and pointed in a direction. Lu Xiao followed the direction and saw the stone pillar at the edge of the cliff. His lips twitched as he stared blankly at Li Tianjia with a completely expressionless face. That's the one, I can feel it, Li Tianjia said with solemn gravity, slowly walking toward the stone pillar. Lu Xiao watched his departing figure, choosing not to disturb him further. Li Tianjia approached the base of the stone pillar, gazing up at the statue perched atop it. Then, he knelt on one knee, his expression devout,
bowing his head in whispered reverence. Under the sunlight, the statue faintly began to glow in a halo of light. In that moment, the surrounding clamor seemed to vanish, leaving behind an eerie silence that felt solemn and sacred.
Lu Xiao stood with his arms crossed, silently waiting. The entire process didn't last long.
Li Tianjie slowly stood up, opened his eyes, and there seemed to be a new brilliance in his gaze. When he returned to Lu Xiao's side, before he could speak, Lu Xiao was the first to ask,
"A belief in deities?" Li Tianjie nodded. "The god of war, the creator deity of Origin Point. I had my suspicions before, but now they're finally confirmed." Lu Xiao checked Li Tianjie's panel information and indeed, a new title had appeared on it. War's proxy, got the ability to unleash power? Lu Xiao was deeply impressed by this faith-based skill. Unfortunately not. It was a choice of 3, and none had a similar power unleashing skill. I chose Warcry instead, a skill that temporarily boosts strength and resilience for allies while weakening enemies. That's still quite good. Step by step. How do you level up faith? Simple and brutal. Keep fighting. Li Tianjie smiled wryly. Alright, it seems the way to enhance divine faith is related to the deity itself. Got it. A shame there's no energy release, otherwise. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Maybe that skill was meant for magic users, better not overthink it, Lu Xiao said, extending his palm. Now that you've got divine faith, I feel much more at ease. You're leaving already? Li Tianjie looked at the outstretched hand and asked. Otherwise what? Keep being a nanny? Or watch you guys slowly grow? Lu Xiao replied with a laugh. Ha ha, their hands clasped together firmly. Be careful out there, waiting for you at the finish line. After briefly greeting the Yang brothers and Yishan, Lu Xiao walked away without another word. The group gathered around Li Tianjie, watching the retreating figure. Is Lu Xiao really leaving just like that? Zhou Yukel asked in bewilderment. Otherwise what? Keep being your nanny and bodyguard forever? Li Tianjie scoffed. That's not what I meant, Zhou Yuk quickly explained. Then what did you mean? Yang Zhao chimed in. I meant why didn't he say goodbye to me too before leaving? Everyone, fuck off. By the way, boss, have you told him about Yi Shan? Yang just suddenly asked. Li Tianjie slapped his forehead. Damn, I forgot. Everyone replied, alright. Returning to the battlefield, the human corpses had already been buried where they fell, while the ground was littered with the mangled remains of lizardmen. Lu Xiao stuffed as many of these massive creatures into the defective item as possible. After all, they were fuel for his growth. Waste not, want not, so he packed them all up. Over 400 lizardmen had already lost more than a quarter in this battle. If the remaining forces regrouped to attack Li Tianjie and his group, it would spell certain annihilation. Lu Xiao unfolded the animal hide map, determined the southeast direction, and began heading toward another lizardman gathering point. 2 hours later, at the southeastern gathering point of the lizardmen, Lu Xiao stood at the center of a circular area enclosed by over a dozen stone huts, surrounded by the corpses of more than 20 lizardmen. He meticulously tallied the number of corpses, then looked up to calculate the remaining lizardmen. With a slight frown, he cursed under his breath. There were still far too many. Then he leaped into the forest shadows and vanished. 3 more hours passed, and Lu Xiao's figure appeared atop the tree canopy. From his commanding vantage point, he gazed down at the lizardmen settlement ahead. This one was significantly larger than the previous encampment. He could already count over 50 of the reptilian creatures milling about below. His gaze locked onto the lizardman carrying a long spear as his figure gradually blended into the surrounding foliage. Full draw, thwack. The chaotic gathering point instantly turned into a scene of utter pandemonium. Bonfires were kicked over, flames licking wildly in all directions. More lizardmen came charging out of the stone structures, only to collapse for no apparent reason. One by one, the spear-throwing lizardmen were picked off with precise shots, and only then did the true massacre in the midst of chaos begin. Lu Xiao stood high above like a shadowy Gatling gun, mercilessly reaping enemy lives. When the lizardmen finally spotted him in the treetops and rushed beneath, expending immense effort to climb the branches, they discovered their cunning foe had already leaped to another tree. There he perched on the boughs, grinning at them with playful mockery. A profound sense of helplessness fueled the lizardman's rage, sending it charging recklessly after Lu Xiao, who nimbly leapt between the branches, until the last lizardman fell with an arrow piercing clean through its skull. The seemingly one-sided battle had come to an end. Pushing back his hood, Lu Xiao landed deftly, prodding the corpse on the ground with his fingers while methodically retrieving arrows from the body, the tree trunk, and the dirt. 67. He rested his chin on his hand and continued his mental subtraction, evidently satisfied with the number that followed the equal sign this time. Lu Xiao's goal was simple. The remaining lizardmen couldn't be too numerous nor too few. Otherwise, where would Li Tianjie and his team find targets for their crossfire kills? Without enough adversaries to practice on, that would be truly inexcusable. After gathering all the useful supplies I could carry,
I used the lizardman's green blood to scrawl your welcome on the outer stone hut wall. Lu Xiao reopened the animal hide map, searching for the marked location that led into the core area of the falling star's celestial eye. The nearest marker nearly overlapped with the eastern gathering point where he currently stood. Arriving at the cliff's edge, he discovered a lifting device, a rudimentary tool resembling a hanging basket. By pulling a rope, a wicker basket could be hoisted from the unfathomably deep sinkhole.
Descending was far simpler and more brutish. Just release the rope.
Testing the rope's durability, Lu Xiao found it reliable and gripped it tightly before climbing into the basket himself. As he slowly let out the rope, the basket carrying him descended steadily downward. 20 minutes later, dense fog enveloped the surroundings, shrouding the sinkhole sky completely. From the cliff's edge, nothing within the pit could be seen. 5 more minutes of descent through the mist brought a change. The milky white fog shifted, transforming from thick white to bright red, then deepening into a dark crimson hue. The air even carried a metallic, bloody scent.
As Lu Xiao's basket emerged from the crimson fog, the world inside the sinkhole was finally revealed.
Simultaneously, a system notification popped up. Intermediate danger zone discovered. Crater of the falling star.
Chapter 33, Within the Crater. Chapter 33, Inside the Celestial Eye.
Intermediate danger zone detected. Crater of the falling star. Intermediate exploration reward obtained. +5 free attribute points for physical fitness. Detection of first entry into this region by Galactic Order intelligent lifeform. +50 merit points awarded by Galactic Order Origin, +5,000 Galactic Order merit points obtained. With the system rewards delivered, Lu Xiao's Galactic Order merit points have officially surpassed 20,000, reaching 20,050 points. If all merit points were converted to RMB, he would already join the ranks of billionaires with 2 billion yuan in assets. It's a pity that the merit points from the Galactic Order are of little use within Origin Point, only good for knowledge payments, language learning, and transporting some low-grade items. I dumped all my free attribute points into agility, bringing it up to 25. But after witnessing the four-dimensional superhumans among the lizardmen, this number feels rather pitiful. No choice but to accumulate bit by bit. Lu Xiang could only console himself like this, already possessing the spirit body of the pearl. Asking for more would be a bit too much. Under the crimson mist, the sinkhole was eerie and sinister, its desolate ground barren and lifeless. Not a single living thing could be seen, not even a blade of grass, flower, or tree.
Nothing.
Within the dozens of kilometers of the sinkhole, aside from the reddish-black soil and the scattered small ponds, there stood only one tree.
To be precise, it was an enormous tree with a lush, blood-red canopy.
The tree stood solitary in the center of the entire circular sinkhole, its massive canopy reaching 200 meters high, with the top third already obscured by thick fog.
Was this the intermediate danger zone? But there's nothing here at all?
Still suspended mid-air, Lu Xiao scanned his surroundings but indeed couldn't spot a single living creature. Of course, it might also be because the dim lighting within the sinkhole was limiting his range of vision. The basket woven from vines came to a steady rest on the ground. Lu Xiao stepped out and inspected the bundled vines lying on the earth, his only hope for departure later. After confirming they were intact, he began surveying his surroundings. The soft, damp soil sank slightly with each step, oozing a crimson liquid from its depths. He crouched down, dipped a finger into the liquid, and brought it to his nose. There was indeed the scent of blood, but not as concentrated as fresh blood, more like diluted blood water. He casually grabbed at the air, and a handful of small, floating objects resembling dandelion seeds landed in his palm. These particles permeated the air, almost ubiquitous. When he opened his palm, the substances dissolved into blood water, not organic matter, but simply condensed blood liquid. Everything here exuded danger and eeriness, completely contradicting Lu Xiao's original assumptions. He gazed at the colossal entity more than 10 kilometers away. It seemed the answers could only be found there. Footsteps went pia as Lu Xiao slowly walked toward the center of the sinkhole. The irregular protrusions on the ground were roots emerging from below. In each shallow pool of water, bubbles occasionally rose from the depths. Whenever a bubble burst on the surface, a thick metallic odor of blood filled the air. What rendered this land barren, and what soaked it in blood? Just that tree? To be honest, Lu Xiao also felt a bit uneasy. The depths of the sinkhole were classified as a mid-level danger zone. If it had been teeming with powerful creatures, he wouldn't have complained, just run for it and return when he was stronger. But the problem was, there was absolutely nothing here. What did that lizard man come down for? Could it still be for laying eggs? He wanted to mock himself for always being preoccupied with spawning matters, but the eerie dimness surrounding him made even smiling impossible. Suddenly, Lu Xiao came to a halt. He lazily pulled out a cigarette from his waist pouch and lit it for himself. This kind of environment was especially fitting for a smoke. They say cigarettes are a man's spiritual solace when under pressure, people desperately need the psychological comfort brought by these tobacco leaves. Truth be told, Lu Xiao couldn't feel the euphoria of nicotine releasing in his alveoli, because he was doing mouth smokes, meaning the smoke never reached his lungs, just made a round through his mouth and throat before being exhaled. But when it came to smoking, this series of actions still made him feel at ease. The damp, metallic scent of blood quickly dulled the ember of a cigarette left untouched for mere moments. Impatiently lighting another, if such cigarettes cost merely 20 yuan a pack back on Earth, here each stick came at the price of 50,000 yuan. After all, it cost 100 merit points to exchange. Not smoking it to the filter would be too wasteful. Lu Xiao suddenly felt foolish. Why had he exchanged for 20 yuan a pack cigarettes when, in the eyes of the Galactic Order, they were all the same? Next time he should trade for a whole carton of Supreme 999s. Yes, let's do it this way. While laughing at himself, he was getting closer and closer to that magnificent towering giant tree. Why use the word magnificent? Not because Lu Xiao had run out of vocabulary, but because this tree could already be compared to the grandest single structure in Shu County of Huaxia. Before it, he wasn't even as significant as an ant. Looking up, the crimson canopy had already enveloped him under its shade, the blood-red branches blotting out the sky, with countless scarlet flowers embedded among the boughs. Wait, unusual glimmers suddenly appeared in Lu Xiao's field of vision. Focusing his gaze, he noticed flickering dots of light amidst the withered flowers, like tiny yet distinct stars hanging in a crimson night sky. Those were spirit energy crystals. His gaze swept across the treetops, and even his usually unshakable composure was shattered. His mouth hung agape in disbelief. Countless psionic crystals hang from the entire tree. What the hell is going on? Didn't Ling Yufeng say spirit energy crystals were produced from energy crystal veins? Is this even a damn mine? This is just fruit growing on a tree. Or is this what they call ore? This tree is the actual vein of ore? Lu Xiang felt his brain was suddenly overwhelmed, inching toward a complete shutdown. Have internet slang become so outlandish nowadays? Have they reached the level of calling a stag a horse? Soon, another thought arose. This time, we've hit the jackpot. A complete windfall. The value of this thing lies in its ability to recharge spiritual entities, and the Galactic Order's mission specifically mentioned it clearly. Even advanced civilizations like them highly prize its worth. And with an inexhaustible supply of spiritual energy, I can charge full speed ahead on my path of endless consumption. At worst, I'll just go back and turn all those lizard men into jerky, tough it out for a year or two of eating them, and directly buff myself into a four-dimensional superhuman. Ha 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 ha. A young man with a dazed expression stood foolishly in this eerie environment, lost in his elaborate internal monologue. Scum! What the hell are you spacing out for? Lu Xiao abruptly jolted awake from his pleasant dream, as an extraordinarily profound voice trembled within his spiritual being. This voice's presence closely resembled the divine message once initiated by the Galactic Order. It was as if someone was speaking directly into his ear. Who's there? He swiftly scanned his surroundings but found nothing unusual. Ho, so it's not a Manhwa being, but a human? The voice carried a hint of surprise beneath its mockery. Fine, at least you're smarter than those trash. The voice murmured to itself. Who are you? Why can't I see you? Lu Xiang knew the other person must be nearby. Can't see me? Ha 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 ha. Amidst the laughter, the entire tree canopy trembled violently, the rustling sound like howling winds from a Category 12 storm. Seems you're not as clever as you think either. The voice's origin seemed to be scrutinizing Lu Xiao. Face me. The voice abruptly amplified, rattling Lu Xiao's spiritual form with an inner-to-outer shockwave. Had he not possessed unyielding willpower, that single tremor would have brought him to his knees. Lu Xiao turned slowly, facing the trunk that stretched hundreds of meters wide. A faint suspicion arose within him. The source of that voice had to be this very tree. Can you see now? Stupid humans. Why did this phrase, stupid humans, sound so familiar to Lu Xiao? It seemed like all alien creatures particularly loved saying this. Are you, Mr. Tree? As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Xiao felt intense embarrassment that had come out disgustingly awkward. The other party also seemed thoroughly disgusted, and the atmosphere became intensely awkward. Human of the Galactic Order, your kind to the south has provided me with quite a feast of blood. The south? A river valley plain? It swallowed the blood of dead humans? So far away? It doesn't seem entirely impossible though. This creature's roots have already grown beyond the heavens. Only recently awakened as a spiritualist, somewhat skilled in archery, killed quite a few in battles against some riffraff, and seems to carry traces of a sealer's aura. You've really given the Manhwa people a hard time. Lu Xiao felt like a newlywed bride stripped naked before the sky, desperately trying to cover herself yet realizing she couldn't conceal a single secret. What level is this tree really at? Is it truly just mid-level danger? Why do I feel like I'm completely insignificant in its presence? Wait, what's a spirit release? Does it mean the metamorphosis of a spiritual body? Yeah, that seems about right. Mr. Tree, are these Manhwa people you mentioned those green-skinned lizards? Despite the chill running down his spine, Lu Xiao still spoke with feigned humility. Obviously, besides those stupid green crawlers that cannibalize each other, there aren't any other intelligent creatures to be found here. The voice clearly held a grudge about this. For the sake of kinship with your kind, I won't kill you, but since you killed the Manhwa people, you must take their place. The voice was imperious, as if it held the power of life and death over all surrounding creatures.
What's the point of replacing them? Lu Xiao asked. To provide me with enough blood fair.
Before this, camel beast's blood was quite tasty, but now, human blood seems even better.
So, what you need to do is deliver 100 humans to me every day. Remember, they must be alive. Damn it.
No wonder the lizard men are so obsessed with capturing pack beasts. It's all to feed this thing, and now it's developed a taste for human blood, picky as hell. I'd really like to ask if it's ever tried the taste of shit, might just blow its mind.
If you ask me to round up 1,000 live humans just to produce shit for you, I'd absolutely be down. Mr. Tree, when you say tomorrow, do you mean an origin point cycle?
There aren't many humans left now, probably not enough to serve as your blood meal.
Lu Xiao asked with feigned concern. Duh, what's in it for me? Lu shouted his best to act like a loyal lackey.
Same as the Manhwa people, blood sakura and energy crystals.
Got it. So the lizard folks' blood sakura came from this thing too. Lu Xiao squinted with obsequious laughter. But the Kiksa riders from the south and the remaining Manhwa remnants still threaten me and my kin.
I worry these vermin will make your future blood feasts increasingly scarce.
Oof. The voice dripped with menace. That is your concern to bear. Lu Xiao cursed inwardly.
Chop down this damn Treyant, and there'd be endless blood cherry essence crystals. Instead, here I am wasting time listening to its drivel. You little wretch, it seems, you're trying to play games with me.
Lu Xiao's spine turned cold, feeling countless unseen eyes watching him from all around. Looks like you lowly worms still don't understand who you're dealing with.
As the voice faded, the earth trembled violently.
Countless root tendrils erupted from the ground, swaying through the air like whips as they closed in on Lu Xiao. Mr. Tree, I think you must have misunderstood me. Lu Xiao backed away as he spoke, utterly baffled by the sudden hostility. Could this guy read minds? Is that so? Then let me extract your spirit core to see if it's really a misunderstanding.
It seems there's no room for negotiation.
Lu Xiao drew chasing wind and leapt backward in retreat.
It was just a moderately threatening creature, not terrifying enough to stop him from fighting.
Though admittedly, it was still quite large.
He quickly retreated as the harsh sound of roots whipping through air echoed behind him. Better to withdraw first and strategize from a safe distance.
Suddenly he realized drawing his bow was a mistake. Where to shoot?
This was the classic case of shooting arrows without a target.
You little bastard. You actually have a sealed space container.
The voice seemed startled by something within itself. Turning his head, he saw densely packed slender roots stretching taut like straight lines, stabbing toward him from all directions. As he dodged, the roots snared his ankle. A tremendous force began dragging him toward the trunk. Lu Xiao swiftly drew his hunting knife, severing the roots coiled around him. He rolled across the ground, barely steadying himself when a spear-like root pierced straight through his calf. A sudden weakness overcame him. Looking down, he realized the root impaling his calf was actively draining his blood.
Damn, this must be a leech.
With a swing of his blade, he severed the tree root. Blood sprayed from the severed tendrils. You're the one getting chopped, but it's my blood that's flowing. Shoving a red pill into his mouth, Lu Xiao gripped his hunting knife with both hands. The blade danced up and down, momentarily blocking the entangling roots. As the red pill took effect, healing the sores on his calves at incredible speed, he wasted no words, just 2 swift slashes, before turning on his heel to flee. 25's agility was no joke either. His sprinting speed would definitely make him a world champion on Earth. Of course, it still couldn't compare to a cheetah's absolute speed of 100 kilometers per hour, but covering over 10 meters in a single second was already terrifying enough. At full speed, the roots could only barely keep pace with him, struggling to close the distance again. If not for the soft soil, he might have actually escaped outright. After running non-stop for 10 kilometers in one go, Lu Xiao glimpsed the basket he'd descended in just ahead. He tilted his head slightly, glancing back to confirm that he seemed to have long since outpaced the root's attack range. There was no longer any trace of the snake-like creature chasing him.
Well, I guess I was just too focused on running away. Just as I caught my breath, the ground beneath me suddenly shuddered and began to churn. Something beneath the surface was clearly about to emerge. Damn it, the bottom of this sinkhole is completely covered in this tree demon's fur.
Thudding sounds reverberated all around as tree roots thicker than his entire body ruptured through soil and rock, lifting upwards like giant serpents raising their heads.
This was downright unreasonable.
Lu Xiao swiftly assessed the current situation. Clearly, just running away wouldn't solve anything.
Time to fight. Archery? Useless. Where would you even shoot? The tree trunks are bigger than a football field. Then, could it be possible to use fire? Chapter 34, Burning the Duke Chao. Chapter 34, Burning Lord Chao to the ground. The phrase from Romance of the Three Kingdoms flashed through my mind. To defeat Cao Cao, fire is the key. That thing spanning across the sky pit was none other than Cao Gong's creation. This isn't just connecting boats with iron chains anymore, it's practically an aircraft carrier now. Burn him. Since he was determined to set the fire,
he would have to play the role of Huanggai this time. Without letting the fire ship crash in close, he wouldn't be able to ignite the blaze. He hadn't forgotten the lit cigarette had gone out in moments when left unsmoked. The blood chi in the sinkhole was simply too thick. But the precondition for all of this was to shake off those roots, get closer to the trunk. He wasn't sure how the tree demon locked onto his position at this distance. Eyesight? He doubted a tree demon's vision was that sharp. Then how? Lu Xiao arced in a wide curve, leaving the relentless roots behind. While tilting his head to observe their movement patterns, he discovered that his location could always be accurately pinpointed. Dragging out some of the defective lizardmen corpses from the rejects, he threw them into the distance. As expected, he noticed some of the root tendrils immediately diverting toward where the bodies landed, quickly entangling them into tight cocoons. Yet even these subtle trajectory shifts allowed Lu Xiao to detect revealing clues. The corpse only drew the root's attention after hitting the ground. Does this mean the tree spirits rely on ground vibrations to pinpoint my location? With that thought, Lu Xiao forcefully kicked off the ground, leaping high into the air before landing more than 20 meters away. Midair, he noticed countless roots tangling together where he'd leapt from, writhing into empty space. So that's how it was. Correct judgment. Oomph. Intermediate danger. Lu Xiao glared at the distant tree trunk, narrowing his eyes. Without needing any tools at all, Lu Xiao leaped up and down in this manner, bouncing his way closer to the center of the sinkhole. Yet, the roots continuously emerging from the ground could only lock onto his fleeting jumping positions just a step slow, forever playing catch-up. You dare come back? When Lu Xiao was still 500 meters away from the tree trunk, the voice once again echoed within his spiritual essence. Too lazy to waste words on it, Lu Xiao pulled out a black gelatinous sphere midair, affixed it to the arrowhead, and vigorously rubbed the surface. The sphere instantly burst into flames. Landing lightly, he sprang once more, aiming for the tree canopy. The bowstring stretched taut, and a blazing arrow shot forth. This wasn't enough. Lu Xiao followed suit. After all, he had plenty of these gelatinous spheres from the lizardmen. 7 or 8 fire arrows shot toward different locations. How dare you? The voice showed no panic, but was clearly furious. At the treetops, flames ignited the branches. What initially seemed like insignificant sparks swiftly grew into raging fires. Lord Chao, hello, I'm back. Lu Xiao wore a smug smile, looking utterly punchable. Foolish humans, do you realize what you've done? Typical villainous nonsense. Lu Xiao couldn't even be bothered to respond. The vines that had been chasing him through the field suddenly stretched upward toward the tree trunks, violently beating at the raging flames, desperately trying to scatter the fire. Unfortunately, it was completely ineffective. Instead, it ignited countless roots, and as they flailed about, the flames spread even further. In less than a few minutes, nearly 1/3 of the tree canopy within several kilometers had been devoured by raging flames. A massive number of spirit energy crystals rained down like ripened apples, crackling as they fell. Lu Xiao was practically beside himself with glee at the sight. But when he saw vast swaths of bloody cherry blossoms being devoured and melted by flames, he could no longer laugh. Free from the entanglements of roots, Lu Xiao scavenged like a garbage picker, swiftly and deftly shoving the fallen energy crystals into his defective container. His movements were nothing short of swift and practiced. Some branches, after being burned through, came crashing down, and a few of the blooming blood cherry blossoms naturally ended up in his possession. Lu Xiao's heart was blooming with joy, while the tree spirit's heart dripped with blood. The entire canopy was now engulfed in flames, as if heavenly fire blazed across the night sky. The massive blood cherry tree emitted mournful wails while enormous burning branches kept crashing down. The thick crimson mist in the sky was illuminated by the firelight, its bloody haze dispersed by billowing black smoke. Everything here resembled celestial fire descending upon the world, presenting a scene of apocalyptic devastation. Charred roots collapsed segment by segment onto the ground as this ancient blood cherry tree, whose age no one knew, struggled desperately amidst the sea of flames. In stark contrast stood a mushroom-gathering boy, gleefully picking up pear-shaped crystals one after another and stuffing triumphant armfuls of blood-red cherry blossoms into his clothes. Lu Xiao's face brimmed with joy. This haul was enough to make him wake up laughing from countless nightmares. Until Falling Star Celestial, I upgraded to High Danger Zone. Falling Star Celestial, I upgraded to Extreme Danger Zone. Falling Star Heavenly, I changed to Death Zone. Falling Star Heavenly, I changed to Realm Distortion Zone. What is the meaning of this? Lu Xiao stared in horror at the series of system alerts, his mind utterly blank as events far beyond his comprehension were unfolding. This unpredictable sense of danger made every pore on his body instantly tighten. This blood cherry tree has been fused with my spirit for nearly 1,000 years. Never did I expect it would be completely destroyed by a human trash like you. It was the same voice, but this time, what it conveyed was no longer contempt or arrogance. but a chilling self-deprecation.
Mr. Tree, what are you talking about?
Lu Xiao dared not act rashly this time. Moderate danger was the limit of what he could handle, but this,
Ha 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 ha. The laughter was maniacal and piercing. Mr. Tree, do you really think I'm just a crimson sakura tree?
As soon as the words fell, Lu Xiao was horrified to discover that in the surrounding soil, the blood pool, and even the air, blood began to separate from other impurities. Droplets of blood started condensing in mid-air, forming pulsating spheres of blood.
Fine, humans may be weak, but there's no other choice at the moment.
Countless blood spheres suddenly crashed into Lu Xiao. Though he felt no pain, the spheres merged and converged around his body until he became entirely encased within a massive blood sphere, with only his head left exposed. Utterly powerless to resist, from the moment before, Lu Xiao's body had ceased to obey him. The blood coursing through his veins seemed to be under someone else's control, tightly binding him in place.
There must be some misunderstanding between us, actually.
Lu Xiao struggled to initiate a verbal attack, but the other party didn't give him a chance to finish. The blood sphere violently compressed, and he felt his entire body twisting, as if a giant clutching him in its palm was squeezing him into pulp. The agony nearly rendered him unconscious. In his fading vision, a crimson shadow shot out from the tree trunk and slammed into his mouth in an instant. That mass felt like solid matter upon entering his body. It immediately began coursing through him. Soon, as if sensing the location of his spiritual core, an indescribable weakness surged through his entire being. This must be the spirit body being attacked.
Lu Xiao's consciousness gradually blurred. The death of the spirit body meant his complete eradication.
The fragments of the past 20-something years flashed rapidly before his eyes. When everything froze in the cafe that afternoon, the rewind of memories came to an end.
Death. So this is what it feels like. I, too, am indeed just an ant.
The icy darkness began to gnaw away at his thoughts and soul, bit by bit.
Chapter 35, The Blood Fiend Lu Xiao. Chapter 35, Blood Fiend Lu Xiao.
What is death?
No one could explain it clearly.
Only vaguely considered to be either agony or relief, the grief of loved ones, or the triumph of enemies.
At the moment consciousness completely ceases, death becomes pure nothingness, utter and absolute darkness, like turning into a speck of dust, drifting aimlessly through the boundless void. God said, "Let there be light." And indeed, in the darkness, light arose.
The radiance was so intense that in an instant, it dispelled all shadows. The surrounding scenery abruptly transformed, and Lu Xiao found himself standing upon an endlessly vast battlefield.
His own body turned out to be a monstrously towering and robust abomination. 3 heads, 6 arms, standing several zhang tall, its entire form blood red. He possessed only consciousness but couldn't control this monster, as if merely watching an immersive first-person VR movie.
Creatures of different races fought desperately on a desolate black earth, while bizarre, kaleidoscopic lights bloomed across the sky and ground. Beneath this body's feet lay a pool of blood, attracting every drop spilled by the surrounding creatures, gathering them into itself. Countless arrows and magic spells struck this form, only to ripple like waves across the blood-red surface. And this body, like an indomitable war god, recklessly charged through the enemy ranks, reaping lives, encountering almost no opponent who could withstand a single blow.
Until a human wielding dual swords emerged from the opposing crowd.
That human stood out conspicuously, not only because he was the only human here, but also because warriors on both sides were retreating from him. Lu Xiao could even feel the towering monster's body he was inhabiting begin to tremble slightly. This was a silent world composed only of images. Through the titanic monster's gaze, Lu Xiao stared intently at the human ahead.
The blood pool beneath erupted, transforming countless droplets into razor-sharp arrows that shot toward the human.
At the same moment, the human's figure vanished from its original spot, only to reappear right in front of itself. The trembling gaze looked down at this human, only for the massive body to be slashed by hundreds of sword strikes in an instant. The perspective suddenly shifted to a severed head rolling sideways. The human had already retreated far away, pursued relentlessly by countless blood arrows shadowing its movement.
Yet with mere flicks of its wrist, rectangular void portals unfolded like watery curtains before it.
The blood arrows plunged into these gates and vanished without a trace. His body was severely injured, blood rapidly pooling around his wounds.
With one arm clenched fiercely, all the creatures surrounding the human exploded instantaneously.
Yet the human vanished into thin air once again, their gaze darting between 3 different heads, never catching sight of the human's figure. In the distance, the battlefield stretched endlessly. On the ground, countless creatures twisted together like a surging tide, while in the sky, flickering lights and shadows danced. Dragons breathed fire through the clouds, engaged in fierce combat with swarms of dark specks. Yet with just a fleeting glance, one's gaze inevitably twisted backward, where that human stood precisely at the junction where 3 necks merged into a singular being. That cold, handsome face was so close to him. Those obsidian-like eyes, deep and indifferent, stared down as a single hand pressed against the neck of this body.
The man opened his mouth and uttered 2 words. Though Lu Xiao couldn't hear, from the shape of the lips, those 2 words were spirit seal.
A surge of vertigo took hold.
In an instant, the body began to collapse.
The blood suspended in the air fell drop by drop to the ground. His vision blurred uncontrollably, as though his body was no longer his own, running, fleeing madly in reckless desperation. But escape was impossible. That human clung to him like a relentless parasite, effortlessly obliterating his dying struggles. His vision locked onto that void-like gate in an instant, then his entire body hurtled through it. After a brief darkness, light suddenly flooded before his eyes. Lu Xiao's consciousness followed this body as it emerged from the sky curtain, plummeting uncontrollably toward the ground.
But what he could see now no longer belonged to this body's vision. It was still the spiritual form attached to the physical vessel.
The sensation was marvelous, for he could perceive everything around him, no longer constrained by visual perception. In this silent visual realm, the body crashed like a meteor into a sea of flowers. Dust billowed into the sky, the earth trembled violently, and everything surrounding them crumbled and churned in upheaval. When all returned to silence, time passed swiftly. The body lay quietly in the wasteland, eroded by time, returning to dust. Yet the still conscious spirit, before its imminent dissipation, merged with a seed, that of a blood cherry blossom tree.
Pearl-containing spirit, passively activated. Absorbing spiritual essence. Absorption complete. Warm and cozy, utterly comfortable. Eyes slowly fluttered open. The massive blood cherry tree crown still burned in the sky within his field of vision. He discovered himself lying on his back on the ground. Lu Xiao slowly sat up, examining his entire body, and found nothing unusual, not even a single injury. Was it just a dream I had? I pinched my heavy head. Wasn't I just trapped by the blood sphere and then killed by that shadowy blood figure? How could I have just dozed off lying down? And what about this whole string of system prompts? This is acquired blood source pearl, spiritual talents pearl quality upgraded to tier 1. Intelligent Lifeform 87242-82231-25241-2241. Spiritual attribute total reaches 21. Total attribute of intelligent biosoul reaches 21. Please select from the following rewards. Spiritual entity free attribute points plus 2. Origin point random auxiliary item reward. Basic energy skill, Night Owl. Intelligent being 87242-82231-25241-2241. Spiritual attribute total reached 101. Intelligent being spiritual attribute total reached 101. Please choose from the following rewards. Spirit free attribute points plus 5. Intermediate skill, Focus Mind. Intermediate skill, Eagle Vision. Spirit pool reached maximum capacity. Spiritual pond transforms into spiritual lake. Spiritual lake reaches limit value. Spiritual lake transforms into spiritual sea. Sentient being 87242-82231-25241-2241. Please locate the boundary marker promptly. Intelligent Lifeform has acquired the primary ability, Blood Guidance. Please select a reward from the following options. Plus 1 free attribute point for Spirit. Random accessory item. Faith Clue. Detected elimination of Origin Point Demonic Tier Lifeform. Bloodfiend Serkan by Galactic Order Intelligent Lifeform. Galactic Order Origin Point Merit Points plus 100,000. Galactic Order Merit Points plus 10 million awarded. Galactic Order Identity Protection obtained. Detected Intelligent Lifeform eliminating higher tier Intelligent Lifeform. Cross-tier elimination reward obtained. Plus 1 free attribute point for physical capabilities. Intelligent Lifeform detected. Origin Point Demon Class Entity Bloodfiend Serkan. Reward for Demon Class Entity elimination. Plus 50 freely allocable physical attribute points. Current realm limit. Reward for Demon Class Entity elimination. None. Current realm cannot provide rewards for Demon Class Entity eliminations. Completed Demon Class Entity elimination. Obtained title, Demon Slayer. Title name, Demon Slayer. Title acquisition, Slay a Demon Tier Lifeform. Title effect, significantly increases damage dealt to lifeforms with dark or forbidden type origin cores. Greatly enhances reputation with native factions. Detected that the intelligent lifeform possesses a demon tier blood origin core. Obtained title, Bloodfiend. Title, Blood Demon. Title obtained, possessor of the demon ranked blood origin core. Title effect, when the holder releases blood origin abilities, their effects are significantly enhanced. Respected human of the Galactic Order, your strength has been recognized by the Origin laws. Please name yourself. This name will become your sole identifier in Origin Point and be permanently recorded in the Origin Annals. Snap. Lu Xiao stiffened and collapsed backward, lying flat once more. Quietly, ever so quietly, he checked his status panel. Category, Organic Intelligent Life Form. Source Galactic Order. Race, Human. Name, to be named. Gender male. Title Demon Slayer. Height 1.76 meters. Planetary measurement. Stamina 50. Endurance 8. Strength 12. Agility 25. Burst 5. Spirit body. Pearl bead eye, hidden.
Blood origin bead, hidden blood origin core, demon, hidden.
Soul 9-3. Spirit C5-121. 5 senses. Vision 3. Mastery. Bow mastery novice, appraisal novice. Body techniques.
Precision novice, passive body technique, slightly increases ranged attack accuracy.
Dynamic archery, passive arrow skill, shooting accuracy unaffected while in motion. Skill.
Blood control, primary blood origin skill, active ability, manipulates inactive blood within range. Blood forming, primary blood origin skill, active ability, materializes blood into weapons. Blood armor, intermediate blood origin skill, active ability, covers the body with blood to form armor. Bloodline constitution, origin core ability, passive skill. When the spirit body remains uninjured, your blood regenerates endlessly. Blood scent, primary hematic ability, passive skill. Detect biological information through blood scent and perceive creatures' locations within a certain range.
Close, open, then open again. After countless confirmations,
Lu Xiao realized it was all real, so real it felt unreal. So real it left him utterly bewildered. The spiritual energy crystals clattering to the ground lost their allure. The blood-red cherry blossoms drifting through the air no longer seemed beautiful. He stared blankly at the sky, his already crashed mind still feeling dizzy and confused.
Perhaps one more dream, and he'd return to reality. Chapter 36, Galactic Shockwave. Chapter 36, Galactic Shockwave. Within the medieval castle, countless creatures bustled about at their respective posts.
A small beast with feet but no hands, its head shaped like a serving tray, carried an exquisite porcelain plate as it ambled leisurely around the grand hall. As it passed by a high-backed chair, a slender arm reached out and plucked a cluster of grapes, translucent as white jade, from the porcelain plate. In the high-backed chair, a girl with two bun hairstyles sat with her legs crossed, her cherry-red lips parting in indignation. Without moving a muscle, a grape flew straight into her mouth.
Above, a faint octopus-like creature floated down and landed before her. As if receiving bad news, the girl impatiently turned her head away.
The small octopus leisurely drifted back into the hall ceiling, merging with countless others of its kind. Then several more small octopuses landed in front of her, but this time she directly waved them away with a commanding swipe.
Gurgle gurgle, yo, what's wrong? Not happy anymore?
The faceworm beside her stretched its head forward, peering over with a grinning expression.
Who dared to provoke the great windmaster of humanity?
Gurgle gurgle, tell me, and I'll take revenge for you. Get your stinking mouth away from me, the girl snapped, wrinkling her nose in disgust.
Can't you smell your own bad breath?
Gurgle gurgle, hee hee, last night I ate 2 river motherworms. They were a bit stinky, sure, but oh so tasty when eating them. Gurgle gurgle. The faceworm shifted its massive body slightly, also retracting its head a bit.
What's up? Gurgle gurgle didn't earn enough merits? Or are there too many weaklings now?
Tell your big bro, maybe I can help. The girl shot at a fierce glare.
What help could you possibly offer?
We're both equally useless.
If you're so capable, why don't you give me your clan merits? Or are you saying that since you won this time, you won't take my spot?
The faceworm simpered obsequiously, winking at the girl.
Honk honk, don't be like that, our 2 clans go way back, we're practically knocking on the door already.
Humph. The girl turned her face away and gulped down a white jade grape in one bite.
Then quit your nonsense.
These extraterrestrial visitors are all tough guys, glug glug. Our 2 races were already weak to begin with, being able to maintain our current positions makes Big Brother here laugh till his old back snaps. But your spot is still pretty sweet though, glug glug. Ah, the girl couldn't be bothered with it and sighed, muttering to herself, our numbers have already been reduced by more than half, and it hasn't even been a full origin day yet. Forget about racial merit evaluations, at this rate, we might not even be able to deliver the required number of humans to the middle realm. The sages at the academy are definitely going to curse me to death. What am I supposed to do? As she spoke and thought, the girl was on the verge of tears.
I never should have taken this job.
I thought I could grab some benefits, but instead it's turned into a complete disaster. The small octopuses gathered in front of her in increasing numbers, showing no signs of leaving no matter how she commanded them. He simply pulled his hood over his head and closed his eyes, pretending to sleep.
Come on then, bring on the bad news. Go ahead and pick on me, it's not like I can avoid being scolded anyway.
Wind envoy Song Qingfang, come here for a moment. With a sudden jerk, the girl Song Qingfang sprang up from her high-backed chair.
Yes.
With that, her body levitated mid-air as she twisted toward the inner side of the grand hall.
Ha ha. Glug glug, probably pissed him off. Lucky she didn't call on me. Glug glug.
The human-faced worm watched the girl's retreating figure with schadenfreude. Gliding past thousands of high-backed chairs suspended in midair, Song Qingfang gazed enviously at the creatures seated in the front rows, imagining how magnificent it would be if she could one day claim such a seat for herself. At the far end of the great hall, a winged man sat before a stone table, gracefully pouring wine into the delicate cup before him before filling his own stone goblet. Song Qingfang alighted softly, her earlier sorrow and distress transformed as she solemnly bowed her head.
Arrow Sage, I have arrived.
Sit, the winged man gestured with his hand.
Song Qingfang sat down somewhat awkwardly, her eyes fixed on the exquisite cups before her. She thought to herself, since when has Jianxian been so good-tempered as to pour me wine? He wouldn't be planning to kick me out, would he? Try the Rulan wine from Shaojie. It's quite good, the winged man said kindly, making the drumming in Song Qingfang's heartbeat even louder. Yet she timidly extended her small hand, delicately lifted the cup, and brought it to her lips for a taste. Her gaze shimmered as she downed the contents in one gulp. Fine wine, exquisite flavor. Setting down the cup, Song Qingfang praised warmly, her eyes blinking playfully as she gazed at the impossibly handsome winged man before her. This arrow sage was strikingly handsome with an impeccable figure, though his imposing aura was overwhelming. Wind emissary, your human race has performed exceptionally well this time. Your evaluation has been deemed satisfactory. What? Song Qingfang's already large eyes widened in disbelief. Arrow sage, am I hearing things right? The avian man slightly furrowed his brows, clearly finding the other party somewhat impolite. But considering the great merit the humans had achieved this time, he didn't make much of it. I'll inform your academy's sages shortly. Your reward will be sent to the academy. As for your position, Song Qingfang's mind was still stuck on that previous statement. She hadn't registered a single word the avian man had just said. Take the first seat for now. I'll inform you if there are any adjustments later. Yes, yes, yes. Song Qingfang's mind was in a daze, so she could only nod. The Galactic Order has additional rewards for this achievement of the human race. You may go. The feathered man drained the stone cup of wine and gestured for Song Qingfang to leave. Then, he extended a jade-white hand from within his white feathered robe and pressed it against a corner of the stone table. Starlight patterns shimmered as dark ripples remained. In that instant, all seats in the grand hall from the second position onward shifted backward by one space. The high-backed chair Song Qingfang had previously occupied was carefully carried forward by a small creature and gently placed in the first position. This first position was right in front of the avian man's stone table. The top 10 contenders each enjoyed ample space, with a semicircular banquet table laden with exotic fruits and beverages. Each position even had 3 personal attendants, small magical beasts dedicated to their service. Song Qingfang stood dumbfounded in front of his seat, utterly bewildered. What the hell? Who am I? Where am I? What did I do? Thousands of eyes from the surrounding distance fixated on her, silently asking themselves the same question. What happened to the humans? What did they do? For a long time, Song Qingfang ran her hands over the strangely familiar high-backed chair before finally settling into it. She shifted her weight from side to side, adjusting until she found the most comfortable position. With a snap of her fingers, a swarm of eager little octopuses hurriedly floated toward her. No way! A sudden exclamation from Song Qingfang erupted in the quiet hall, startling several floating octopuses into falling from midair. The winged man practicing calligraphy at the stone table made an erratic brushstroke. Raising his head impatiently, he fixed Song Qingfang with a glare. Cowering, Song Qingfang shrank deeper into his high-backed chair, not daring to lift his head. 100,000 merit points? For killing a blood fiend? What in the world is this? And with full identity protection, highest clearance level. Even I can't access his information? She looked terrified. What kind of monster has humanity sent this time? Who is he? Where is he? What exactly has he done? Chapter 37, Regrouping. Chapter 37, Regrouping. With a sudden jerk, Lu Xiao sprang up from the ground. Damn it, who needs sleep? Let's get this party started. Come on, think, what the hell just happened? How did everything suddenly turn out like this? This is all a bit chaotic. But no worries, let's sort it out step by step. Elementary school teachers taught us that questions are followed by answers. Secondary teachers taught us that because is followed by therefore. The Monkikyu taught us that inquiry leads to response. Buddha taught us that existence follows causation. But judging by Origin Point's usual antics, cracking this mystery hinges on asking the right question first. Lu Xiao decided to start by sorting out the established facts before him. First, I killed a creature recognized by the hub as demonic tier, and the system commended this kill with unequivocal approval and high praise. Second, while rewards were being distributed, some Origin Point missions were simultaneously completed, resulting in another batch of new rewards. Third, the spiritual attributes have been greatly enhanced, and the spiritual talent Pearl Containment has also ascended by 1 tier. Fourth, I inherited this deceased blood demon's legacy. A blood origin pearl has emerged within the Pearl Containment spiritual body, along with mastering 5 abilities that are clearly related to the blood origin pearl at first glance. From a purely objective conclusion, one answer has already become glaringly obvious. That answer is how this blood demon Serkan was slain by none other than myself. At this thought, Lu Xiao's expression grew peculiar. He was torn between wanting to laugh and shuddering at the memory. The laughable part was this supposedly formidable Lord Blood Demon. After its blood cherry tree vessel was destroyed, it had attempted a Origin Point style possession by plunging into his body,
only to be devoured in reverse by his bead-containing spirit body. Or perhaps devoured wasn't quite accurate, at least the blood source bead had remained intact. The same thought struck him with delayed fear. If not for the overwhelming effect of the pearl concealing spiritual physique, he would have been dead beyond dying long ago. The last memory was that blood-red shadow pouncing at me must have been the spectral form of the blood demon Serkan. He dared to charge so brazenly because he was absolutely confident of victory. This kind of thing must have been done countless times by others before. But today, the tables turned. It wasn't just biting off more than he could chew, it was like a fly slamming into a sticky trap, with no chance of escape. Come to think of it, that incredibly vivid memory must have belonged to this very blood demon Serkan. So this blood-drinking eunuch Chow hiding in the tree had once been glorious too. Pity he was still effortlessly exterminated by us humans. Speaking of which, the man who defeated Serkan was unnaturally strong, beyond the 5 elements, transcending the 3 realms, at least by my understanding. The speed of that sword strike, the effortless ease with which he summoned a void gate, especially that final command, Soul Seal, left Lu Xiao shaking his head in intoxicated admiration. That was truly god-tier badassery. No matter what, he had to express gratitude to this human whose power defied the heavens. Not only had he defeated the blood fiend Serkan, but his summoned void gate had also forced Serkan to flee into the falling star sky eye. By some unseen providence, Lu Xiao had stumbled upon an incredible windfall. If fate granted him another chance to meet this human in the future, he would absolutely find a way to properly thank him. Though that seemed unlikely now. So many years had already passed, even Serkan had been clinging to life here for centuries. That human must have long since departed this world. Amidst the blaze filling the sky, Lu Xiao cupped his chin and paced back and forth. The next problem was rather tricky. How exactly did this spiritual body talent, the Pearl of Containment, operate? The spiritual attributes had clearly improved significantly. Judging by the magnitude of this enhancement, even if he had to eat lizardman's flesh, it might have taken him years to achieve such growth, yet this time, it had happened in just over 10 minutes. Furthermore, there was now a blood origin pearl inside the Pearl of Containment. What was going on with that? And most outrageous of all, 5 entirely new blood origin abilities had appeared. Not that he was complaining about the lack, but if you told him that someone like the blood demon Serkan only possessed 5 basic or intermediate abilities, no one would believe it. Here he was, having turned such a being into a pearl lodged in his mouth, yet only 5 abilities came out of it? How could that be? Of course, it's not that these 5 skills aren't amazing, they absolutely are, but why couldn't I get something like Shinra Tensei or Earth Rebirth, abilities that better match my blood fiend vibe? Let me reiterate, they are absolutely amazing. As Lu Xiao gradually sorted through the frameworks, his mind felt much clearer. He didn't like the feeling of being bogged down by too many questions, not necessarily obsessive-compulsive tendencies, just a simple aversion to unnecessary burdens. This time, Origin Point was quite generous, directly granting him the right to name himself. Seems like he's finally no longer at the level of an insignificant insect. Naming, Ren Pingsheng. Naming complete. You shall possess the unique name, Ren Pingsheng. This name shall henceforth be inscribed in the annals of Origin Point. Next came his favorite stage, the multiple choice segment, since earlier he'd had no alternatives to choose from. Total attributes of intelligent biospirit have reached 21. Please select from the following rewards. Free spirit attribute points +2. Origin Point random item reward. Basic energy skill, Night Owl. This free spirit attribute points reward is something I'd never choose in my lifetime, permanently off the table. Lu Xian chose the elementary ability, Night Owl. Night Owl, elementary active ability, when activated through psychic energy, allows one to maintain vision in darkness. Nightfall in Origin Point could arrive at any moment, 7 consecutive days of darkness. This ability would serve as an early precaution. Now then. Total spiritual attributes of intelligent being reach 101. Please choose from the following rewards. Ethereal free attribute points +5. Intermediate skill, concentration. Random support class intermediate proficiency. After checking the description of the intermediate skill, concentration, it's an auxiliary ability that enhances the absorption efficiency of elemental affinity. Although its precise value and the growth logic of elemental affinity remain unclear, for those like Long Yufeng who possess innate elemental talents, this should be considered a god-tier skill, but for Lu Xiao, it's utterly useless. Looking next at the intermediate skill, Eagle Eye, without a doubt, this is exactly what he needs. Eagle Eye, intermediate active skill, consumes psychic energy to summon a psychic eagle high in the sky, allowing the user to share its vision. Go on. Intelligent Lifeform has unlocked primary energy skill, Blood Guidance. Please select from the following rewards. Spirit attribute +1. Random accessory item, Faith Clue. This goes without saying, Lu Xiao decisively chose random jewelry items. Random jewelry item being accounted for. Random jewelry item confirmed. Obtained jewelry item, Amber Ring. A small ring falls into the palm. Name, Amber Ring. Quality,
Common. Item details, slightly increases the wearer's agility attribute.
It's just average, really, but accessories are always rare treasures, having one at all is already pretty good.
Sigh, to think that after over 20 years of being single, I'd end up wearing a ring before anything else. Can't find a girlfriend, so I'm doomed to look for one here, huh? Farther and farther away.
I evenly distributed 50 free attribute points in agility and explosive power, then reveled in the system's rewarding sensation.
Intelligent life forms' total physical attributes have reached 51. Please select a reward from the following options. Basic body technique, hardening. Physical freedom attribute points +2. Item, poison sting.
A glance at hardening revealed it was a defensive ability skill, while venomous sting appeared to be a spear infused with toxic elemental damage. Neither seemed particularly suited to me. But considering the old saying that one cannot have too many skills, Lu Xiao still chose hardening. Hardening, a primary body technique, temporarily increases the hardness of the skin and muscle tissues.
Only now were all the obtainable rewards fully accounted for.
As for the kill reward that couldn't be granted within this domain, Lu Xiao didn't dwell on it too much after all. There was no customer service hotline to complain to, but with the laws of origin point in place, this reward was unlikely to slip away.
Checking his own panel attributes. Category organic intelligent being. Source, galactic order. Species, human. Name Ren Pingsheng. Gender male. Title blood demon. Height 1.76 meters. Planetary measurement. Physical fitness. Endurance 8. Strength 1-2. Agility 5-0. Explosiveness 3-0. Spirit body. Pearl containment I, hidden. Blood origin pearl, hidden. Blood origin core demon, hidden. Soul 9-1. Spirit ocean 5-1-2-1. 5 senses. Vision 3. Mastery. Bao mastery novice. Appraisal novice. Body techniques.
Precision novice, passive body technique, slightly improves ranged attack accuracy.
Dynamic archery, passive arrow skill, shooting accuracy unaffected while in motion.
Hardening, active body skill, temporarily increases the hardness of skin and muscle tissue for a short duration.
Energy skills.
Blood manipulation, primary blood origin skill, active skill, controls inactive blood within range. Blood forged arms, primary blood origin skill, active skill, materializes blood into weapon forms. Blood armor, intermediate blood origin skill, active ability, covers the body with blood to form protective armor. Source blood constitution, core origin skill, passive ability, provides an endless supply of blood as long as the spirit body remains unharmed. Blood scent, primary blood origin skill, passive ability, obtains biological information through blood scent and detects creatures' locations within a certain range. Eagle sight, intermediate active skill, consumes spiritual energy to summon a spiritual eagle at high altitude and share its vision. Night owl, a primary active ability. Once activated with spiritual energy, it allows vision to be maintained in the dark. Hee, this time it's truly a case of trading a blunderbuss for a cannon. My heart brims with boundless satisfaction, and even the bloody scent within the sinkhole smells sweet. Moreover, Lu Xiao turned his head, gazing at the blood cherry tree whose flames were gradually dying out and the scattered spiritual energy crystals littering the ground. Chapter 38, Spiritual Voice. Chapter 38, Spirit Voice. The defective Mogtha corpses were cleared out from the pile before the psychic crystal blood cherry blossoms. Anything salvageable became as worthless as garbage. The colossal blood cherry tree stood in ruins, its former grandeur and splendor now utterly vanished. Lu Xiao was skeptical about the spiritual energy crystals growing on the blood cherry tree, because his master appraisal skill told him that while the tree could produce blood cherry blossoms and blood cherry fruits, it definitely shouldn't bear something like spiritual energy crystals. This was probably another one of the blood demon's strange concoctions. After all, the fact that the blood cherry tree had grown this enormous was already a miracle in itself. For a defective product with 125 cubic meters of sealed space, it had once felt quite spacious, but faced with piles of spiritual energy crystals covering the ground, it now seemed rather cramped.
Ren Pingsheng, I am the wind emissary Song Qingfeng.
A somewhat familiar voice echoed within the spiritual essence as Lu Xiao halted his movements, listening intently.
Congratulations, you have become the first human in the lesser thousand worlds to reach the Walker realm under the galactic order of mankind.
Lu Xiao recognized whose voice this was. It was the same feminine voice that had resonated within everyone's spiritual selves when they first drifted to Origin Point. I am the human race's guide officer for this galactic order, communicating with you through soul resonance as required by the Origin Point laws.
Hello, Lu Xiao said faintly. You're so boring. I've said so much, and you only replied with 2 words? The female voice spoke with mild anger. Sorry, I was distracted just now. Hello, Song Qingfeng, I remember your voice.
I'm in a good mood today, so I won't hold it against you, but addressing someone by their name directly is incredibly disrespectful.
You must call me Wind Envoy Song Qingfeng. My voice is so enchanting, there's no way you wouldn't remember.
How strange, you clearly haven't left the insect charm yet, so how do you already have a name?
Excuse me, What is a goo worm? Lu Xiao's mind raced.
He had a feeling this girl might hold answers to many of his questions.
Worm curse is just what we call it.
The place you're in is actually called the Lesser Thousand Worlds. Creatures that haven't reached the Walker realm are all trapped there.
Have you found the waymark? What is a beacon?
It refers to towns, the towns within the minor worlds.
All origin beacons are located there. Alright, no wonder one of the missions from the Galactic Order was to find a town. This explains it. Not for now. Currently, there are no leads regarding towns. Is that so? You've reached the practitioner stage without even finding the pathmarker. Not bad, not bad. It seems my descendants still have some talent after all. Windblade Song Qingfeng, are you from Earth too? Correct. I suppose I'm a few hundred years older than you. Lu Xiao, ancient people? What's this about ancient or modern?
At origin point, age holds no meaning.
I'm very curious about this small world. Can you tell me about it?
Why do you call this place goo? And what does Walker Mirror Stage mean? I suppose there's no harm telling you. After all, you've already become a walker, though you haven't yet entered the middle world.
Goo is what we call it on Earth. You must have heard of it, right?
It's when you throw all kinds of poisonous insects into a jar, seal the lid so they can't escape, and give them no food or water. The insects fight and devour each other, and the one that survives becomes immensely powerful.
Sounds quite similar to the realm you're in now, doesn't it? As for the Walker, it's a title denoting a level of strength.
Beings in this minor world are classified into 4 tiers: frail, weak, ordinary, and strong, each corresponding to your physical attribute values. We Earthlings mostly fall into the frail category, the lowest tier.
But you've just broken through the strong level and entered the Walker tier. So that's how it is.
Throwing creatures from different races and star realms into this place was precisely meant to rapidly forge the strongest through merciless slaughter.
Are all humans in this minor realm? Of course not. What are you thinking? How big do you think a minor realm is that it could hold all of you? The laws of origin point are quite strict. Allocation is based on the total attribute values of a race's population.
Powerful races will have fewer members grouped together. Since Earth humans have low attributes, more of them are clustered together in one place, but each batch will be scattered across different minor realms.
Understand? Now that you put it that way, I understand.
I recall you mentioning before that hundreds of billions of humans were scattered into the origin point.
With so many people, am I the first to become a walker?
I'm not sure about other star systems, but in the Galactic Order, you truly are the first.
How about that? Doesn't it make you proud? And Earth humans are the weakest among all human races.
From frail beings to walkers, oh my, it's really tough. Song Qingfeng seemed to recall his own experience back then, and even after all this time, a trace of lingering fear remained.
Earth's gravity is low, so human physical abilities are weaker.
Starting from such a low point makes it really difficult.
What is the true meaning of us drifting to origin point? Lu Xiao finally asked the most crucial question.
Child, you should be asking, what was the meaning of your existence on Earth? Lu Xiao hadn't expected the other party to counter with a question, one he found himself unable to answer.
Birth, aging, sickness, death, experiencing all the flavors of life? These are merely aspects of survival, so where does meaning lie?
Lu Xiang badly wanted to say something about contributing bricks and mortar to the socialist cause or aiding the advancement of humanity, but he was painfully aware that these were just notions drummed into people by the ruling class. As for what they truly meant, well, he honestly had no idea.
Can't answer that, can you?
The reason this place is called Origin Point is because it's where everything begins, just as life originates from spirit, and the cosmos originates from this point. But explaining it deeply would be beyond your comprehension. All you need to know is that Earth's inhabitants have been able to enjoy carefree lives not because they're some exceptional species, but because of predecessors like me who fought hard here at Origin Point.
Understand? It's been tough labor. What if you weren't here? Know us?
You've encountered creatures from other races before.
Do you really think they couldn't find Earth? Or that Earth's civilization could stand against them? Has Earth been under protection all this time?
Of course. Oh, I've been rambling so much with you.
Any other questions? Ask quickly. What should I do after finding the beacon?
That's something I can't tell you, because you can only understand matters of the lesser world, such are the constraints of Origin Point's laws.
All I can say is, you'll know when you find it. Besides evolving spiritual bodies, what other uses do psychic crystals have? Simple, they're used to recharge spiritual bodies. These things are the universal currency. You can practically think of them as money. How are energy crystals produced? Are they mined from the ground or grown on trees? Grown on trees.
Your imagination knows no bounds. When life dies or dissipates, the residual psychic energy left in spiritual bodies or corpses crystallizes as they decay. So yeah, you could say they're dug from the ground. That's not entirely wrong.
How big is a microcosm? What if I can never find the waymark? Size isn't necessarily fixed. I've no idea which microcosm you're in anyway. If you can't find it, just keep searching until you do. Don't expect me to tell you, to be exact.
Firstly, I don't know which microcosm you're in. Secondly, I don't know where the waymark in your particular microcosm is located. And thirdly, even if I did know, I wouldn't tell you. But, enough, we'll stop here. I've already broken protocol by speaking this much with you today. As the first human in the Milky Way order to achieve the Walker's Mirror stage, you'll naturally receive some benefits, but those can only be claimed after you've found your waymark.
See you around, kid. With that, silence ensued once more.
Lu Xiao remained quiet for a long while. The wind messenger Song Qingfang had conveyed an overwhelming amount of information, answers to so many of his questions, and a clear directive for his next goal.
Find the beacon. Chapter 39, Destination Aden. 39th chapter, Destination Aden. The falling star I no longer bore its former eeriness.
The bloody pools on the ground seemed to have dried up with the destruction of the blood cherry tree, and the floating blood particles in the air had long vanished in the towering flames. This place was originally a pristine paradise of blooming flowers, and soon enough, it might reclaim its original vibrancy. The ground had been thoroughly cleared, with no remnants left behind. The defective products had been packed full, and the cumbersome corpses of the Manhwa people had long been removed. After tidying everything up, Lu Xiao found the hanging basket he had descended in and gradually ascended, piercing through the thick fog to return to the mountaintop. Based on his current understanding of the microcosm, the only way to find the guiding marker was via the Route 11 bus. The Mirror Lake and Yading marked on that beastskin map of the Manhwa people, he suspected, were likely where the towns were located. Fortunately, there were no time constraints. Since he'd already gained substantial benefits, there was no need to rush. Journeying northward, Lu Xiao strode boldly through the jungle. It wasn't that the Manhwa people had ceased to pose a threat, rather, his current speed and agility made it impossible for them to catch him easily. Weakling, inferior, average, superior, who knew there were 4 distinct tiers even before becoming a walker? Judging by Song Qingfang's classification based on physical attribute values, the demarcation points must be 25, 50, 75, and 100. That would mean he genuinely qualified as a weakling. Considering he should represent the average among earthling males, well, saying earthlings were pathetically weak wasn't inaccurate at all.
Contemplating the philosophical questions of life, Lu Xiao raised his hand and released an arrow.
A ghostly green leopard plummeted from the branches of a nearby tree. His right hand lifted as he triggered the blood manifestation technique. From the leopard's pierced wound, torrents of blood gushed forth, rapidly converging into his right palm before coalescing into a crimson blood arrow. This arrow, condensed from blood and water, could yield yet conquer, its weight no more than that of the liquid itself. With the bow drawn to its full arc, it was loosed with a whistle through the air. A series of thudding sounds reverberated through the forest. Every tree trunk along the straight line had been completely pierced, ultimately nailing into a massive boulder before dissolving into a small puddle of blood.
Lu Xiao couldn't be more satisfied.
The ability to shed blood into soldiers granted him an endless supply of arrows on the battlefield. Moreover, the speed at which the arrows materialized was incredibly fast, significantly boosting his archery frequency at the same time. His spiritual C stats were off the charts, whether it was his spiritual energy reserves or its regeneration rate, he hardly needed to worry about energy consumption. What a pity this blood demon Serkan was ultimately reduced to a barely lingering spectral form. Otherwise, had his physical body also been devoured by the pearl, wouldn't that have been? But there are 2 sides to every coin. If others still have their physical bodies intact, how could there be any leftovers for me to scavenge? Lu Xiao chose not to venture westward into the mist-marsh wetlands marked by the Manhwa people, but instead turned northward toward the region they had crossed out with an X. His reasons were rather laughable. Firstly, he disliked wetlands, and secondly, having already sampled Manhwa flesh, he wanted to try something new for a change. Without incident, we soon arrived at the northernmost peak of the entire fallen star Sky Eye Mountain. Standing at the cliff's edge, gazing into the distance, the endless forest stretched far into the distance, with no visible end in sight. Eagle vision. A phantom eagle soared straight into the clouds from above Lu Xiao's head.
If this mountain isn't high enough, then I'll see from the clouds.
The spectral eagle circled at high altitude, allowing Lu Xiao to finally glimpse the edge of the forest through its eyes.
It was a stretch of gray-yellow wasteland.
There should have been something at the boundary between the forest and the desert, but from this angle, nothing was visible. At least now he knew what kind of terrain he'd be crossing. Back on Earth, Lu Xiao had visited the remote northwest a few times. Personally, he rather liked the vast, wind-sculpted wilderness for no other reason than that nothing could suddenly pop out at you from nowhere.
Maybe the Manhwa people just don't like dry places, so they marked it with an X. Back on Earth, it had been too hard to just pack up and go on a trip anytime. But here, it seems to have become a routine occurrence. Descending the mountain swiftly, Lu Xiao darted through the forest like a leopard, in fact, even faster. His current speed and agility far surpassed that of any leopard. The jungle blurred past his vision as all sorts of bizarre creatures scattered in panic at his reckless charge. Lu Xiao occasionally paused to examine peculiar plants and flowers,
wondering if any might be valuable. For now, though, they were merely curiosities to satisfy his passing intrigue. His appraisal mastery was still only at the beginner level. This skill apparently relied on accumulated knowledge to advance a perfectly reasonable design. After all, if appraisals required no knowledge at all, that would trivialize things too much. This was, after all, a real world. Ahead, a group of wild oxen grazed peacefully, though calling them oxen wasn't quite accurate. They were roughly the same size as earthly bulls and sported 2 horns each. In the midst of their rapid sprint, 3 arrows came whistling through the air, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 6 massive, bizarre creatures staggered briefly before crashing to the ground. Pools of blood attracted and coalesced around their bodies, forming a set of crimson armor that pulsed ominously with a bloody glow. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, with Lu Xiao carrying himself as effortlessly as if he'd simply passed by to exchange a casual greeting. With this suit of blood armor, the surrounding animals were doomed to suffer. The blood within his armor continuously transformed into crimson arrows, firing them without the slightest hesitation. Lu Xiao harbored no regrets. He refused to waste valuable travel time idly, certain that mastery in archery wouldn't blossom merely from rewards. Dashing swiftly through the jungle while continuously aiming and loosing arrows at moving targets. Streaks of crimson light traced fleeting red lines through the forest. Any unlucky birds, beasts, or reptiles that crossed these paths were instantly pierced, a matter of sheer luck determined entirely by Lu Xiao's archery skills. Meanwhile, he began to comprehend the role of explosive attributes more deeply. The momentary bursts of strength not only enhanced the speed and lethality of his arrows but also granted him explosive acceleration beyond his constant speed, along with quicker initial movements. Why can a muscle-bound fighter lose to a skilled boxer or martial artist? Theoretically, their sustained strength might operate on different levels, but mastering the sudden burst of muscular intensity, the ability to unleash power rapidly, can decide a battle in an instant. The same principle applies to dribbling past opponents in basketball or soccer. Your ability to change direction and breakthrough relies on flexibility and explosive power. If your initial burst is slow, others will easily catch up. With a powerful push from his legs, Lu Xiao leaped 10 meters into the air, landing nimbly on a tree branch. This wasn't even his limit. Using the branch's recoil, he propelled himself forward, losing an arrow mid-flight, though his inexperience with such movements showed, as the shot missed its mark. Those galloping moves he'd only seen in ninja anime before? Who'd have thought he could pull them off so effortlessly now? Sadly, the arms flailing behind him running pose wasn't just ridiculous looking but also totally impractical, prompting him to dismiss it outright as ergonomically unsound. Lu Xiao paused before the corpse of a blue-blooded leopard. After drawing its blood, he noticed that the blue liquid turned red upon contact with his skin, so much for his hope of crafting blue blood armor. He decided to rest a while. After all, they'd run at least several dozen kilometers in one go. Building a campfire, he skewered the entire leopard over the flames to roast. Soon, the savory aroma attracted creeping vines slithering toward the scent, only for Lu Xiao to hack them apart without mercy. The barbecue in his belly seemed to rouse his pearl spirit body from slumber, as it began absorbing the leopard's vital essence and gradually converting it into incremental gains of strength. His current toughness and strength were still low, but that was acceptable. After all, he was an archer who didn't engage in close combat. With consistent eating like this, he could slowly replenish them anyway. When the +1 strength notification appeared, Lu Xiao stopped eating. Running with a bloated stomach would undoubtedly make him vomit. The road ahead was long. With practiced etiquette, he buried the campfire's embers before resuming his journey northward. Running and shooting along the way made time pass quickly. When large stretches of grayish-yellow appeared between the trees ahead, we finally reached the forest's edge. At the same moment, a system notification appeared. Entering Gale Valley, this area is currently a war zone. Chapter 40, War Film. 40th Chapter, War Film. Oh ho, War Domain? Seeing these 4 words, Lu Xiao felt a mix of nervousness and excitement. Eagle eyes activated, he gazed down imperiously, surveying the entire scene below. No signs of impending conflict were visible on the grayish-yellow wasteland. Looking downward at the border between desert and forest, an enormous fissure meandered east to west, cleaving the landscape in two. This must be Riftwind Canyon. Lu Xiao stepped out of the forest and stood on the high cliff at the edge of the canyon. The wind wailed like weeping demons. This gorge shouldn't be called Lingfang, Wind's Edge. It ought to be named Giku, Demon's Wail. The canyon's depth was irrelevant since the end couldn't be seen, but its north-south width spanned at least 1 kilometer. The rocky walls on both sides were covered with flute-like creatures that clung desperately to the stone with their tails, their bodies swaying in the wind. The ghostly howls came from countless such beings that blurred the line between plant and animal. And inside the canyon, %. 2 vast armies stood in deadly silence, facing each other across the battlefield. To the east, an endless black tide of crawling insects stretched as far as the eye could see. These insects came in only 2 varieties, one wolf-sized with 6 legs, their heads resembling pincers armed with two massive claws, named stag beetles. The other type were monstrous maggots known as rotfiends. The rotfiends appeared to be the brood mothers of their kind, each surrounded by hundreds of thousands of stag beetles. To the west, meticulously arranged in disciplined formations, stood a million-strong host of Caldorii, their name somewhat peculiar.
In appearance, they differed little from humans, though their stature was taller, their features uncannily reminiscent of elves from fantasy tales.
The males were tall and strikingly handsome, while the females possessed ethereal beauty with gracefully curvaceous figures.
Every single Caldorii uniformly wielded longbows. Well, it seemed others had come to the origin point thoroughly prepared, with such equipment and battle lines.
A 1-kilometer buffer stretched between the two armies, with the high cliff where Lu Shao stood positioned precisely at the center. Towering over 300 meters above the ground, its steep rock walls plunged nearly vertically on both sides. Caldorii stood firmly at the windy ridge, quietly awaiting the Zerg's onslaught. The battle was imminent, and the tension had reached freezing point. Meanwhile, Lu Shao sat cross-legged and pulled out a roasted leopard leg. The little stools were already set in place, melon seed-munching spectators bringing their own snacks as they waited for this epic war blockbuster to begin. After what felt like ages, even after Lu Shao had finished the roasted meat in his hands, the insectoid side still showed no signs of movement.
This was driving the sole spectator in attendance absolutely frantic. Could it be these two factions had already been in this standoff for days? What kind of nonsense was this waiting game? Back on Earth, people would have been demanding refunds by now. With a resolute heart,
Lu Shaoxiang drew his bow and shot an arrow at the nearest rotting specter. A crimson arc sliced through the canyon air. Though the howling canyon winds diverted the arrow slightly off course, the rotting specter's massive bulk still made it an easy target. The arrow struck the clumsy maggot-like creature, though the actual damage was likely minimal. After all, those things had plenty of flesh to spare. A shrill, piercing shriek rang out. The wounded Fuyan's massive body convulsed violently, while the stag beetles around it grew increasingly restless. Perhaps they thought the Caldorii had struck first, or maybe they simply decided since they were already within the Caldorii's firing range, they might as well attack. A swarm of stag beetles began charging forward. With the vanguard surging ahead, the rest of the beetles followed in a frenzied rush.
Hee. Lu Shao smirked maliciously before settling back down. The show has finally begun.
Amidst the rolling dust clouds, countless horned beetles surged forward toward the Caldorii battle lines at high speed. They feared neither death nor life, obeying only the commands of their queen. Their 6 legs pounded through the sand, while their massive pincers opened and closed menacingly. Ahead of them, the Caldorii stood ready, not a trace of panic in their ranks. One Caldorii clung to the cliffside, continuously gauging the distance between the stag beetle and their own battle lines, shouting something too far for Lu Shao to hear. When the beetle army was 500 meters away from the Caldorii, thousands of them collectively drew their bows and notched arrows. The first 2 rows aimed straight ahead while those behind lifted their bows at a 30-degree angle. The sound was drowned in the clamor, as a storm of arrows rose from the Caldorii ranks, tracing a graceful arc before plunging into the surging tide of scarabs. In the blink of an eye, right beneath Lu Shao, numerous stag beetles were struck by arrows, tumbling across the ground. Some were pinned directly to the earth. Before the injured or dying beetles could even struggle, they were trampled into pools of green blood by the relentless surge of their own kind behind them. Then came the second wave of arrows, sending another swath of people tumbling to the ground in chaos. Lu Shao had never seen a race as disciplined as the Caldorii. Each of them stood steadfast as statues, never wasting a shot. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, firing in perfect unison every time. This kind of area bombardment is far more effective in battlefield engagements than individual precision shots. After the third volley of arrows, the corpses of Odonta beneath Lu Shao had already piled up into small mounds, blocking the advancing beetles behind them from moving forward quickly. Lu Shao roughly calculated the interval between each volley, about 2 seconds apart.
Damn, these Caldorii are born archers.
The vanguard of the insectoids was thwarted, but their stag beetle reinforcements soon arrived. Many of these beetles used their hooked legs to scale the cliff wall sideways, launching another frenzied assault. Despite sustaining heavy casualties, their battle line continued to advance toward the Caldorii phalanx. When the charging stag beetles closed within 300 meters of the Caldorii formation, the first 2 rows of defenders switched to targeted shots. The beetles on the cliff face proved exceptionally vexing, as they remained largely untouched by the arrow volleys.
Who could have anticipated that in what seemed to be a planar battle, the insectoid enemy would suddenly unleash full 3-dimensional warfare tactics? Fortunately, these insects were only climbing the cliff face out of sheer momentum for a short distance in height. Otherwise, Lu Shao would have had to find another spot to continue watching the show. Getting accidentally injured by the actors would have been rather unfortunate. At 200 meters, the Caldorii battle line shifted. A portion of their forces withdrew toward the rear,
while the remaining several thousand charged directly at the scarab swarm. Crimson could clearly see that these charging Kaldorii weren't even carrying arrows, they gripped their bows and launched into a suicidal charge. Lu Xiao realized what they were doing. They are going to their deaths. To buy time and distance for their kin behind them, they had to march to their deaths. Like Lu Xiao, each Kaldorii carried only one quiver with 20 arrows. Once fired, those arrows could not be retrieved, so they could only take their bows to their doom. Tens of thousands of Kaldorii formed a wall of flesh, charging headlong into the horde of stag beetles. In mere moments, blood and gore splattered the battlefield, limbs strewn across the sky. The stag beetles' massive mandibles effortlessly tore through the Kaldorii, even as their enraged brethren behind them unleashed volleys of arrows, slaying both their own kin and the beetles, devouring them without distinction. This is a war between races, and also a battle for survival. Song Qingfang was absolutely right, this place is indeed a goo vessel, and everyone inside is just a worm in the jar. The Kaldorii's advantage lies in their strict discipline, with every member skilled in archery and possessing considerable military training, while the Zerg's strength stems from their fearlessness in the face of death, their physiologies better adapted to diverse environments, and their overwhelming superiority in close combat. It's hard to say who will win this war. The first batch of Kaldorii began their suicidal charge. This meat grinder tactic can't be blamed as foolish under such circumstances, it was their only option. Those Kaldorii who survived and repeatedly withdrew from the charging ranks were likely those who earned the Antslayer title. These elites were preserved as embers of hope, given the chance to survive. Lu Xiao kept suspecting that these Kaldorii already knew about Origin Point's existence. Otherwise, why would every one of them carry standardized bows? Alternatively, this entire race might have already been at war before arriving at the starting point. This is clearly a case of mobilizing the entire populace. Batch after batch of Kaldorii fell under the stag beetles' massive pincers and the arrows of their own kin. The battlefield was already saturated with red and green blood. Whether it was due to the blood origin pearl or not, Lu Xiao now felt a tinge of excitement at the sight of blood. The insectoid swarm suffered heavy losses, but in exchange, the distance between both vanguards gradually narrowed. Once the beetle army charged into the Kaldorii battle lines, their fate would be all but sealed. The Kaldorii side clearly understood this as well. From Lu Xiao's vantage point, he could see their rear forces quietly retreating, preparing to establish a second defensive line 500 meters behind the first. Moreover, they were piling up stones in front of the second line to form a waist-high barricade. Naturally, these movements remained completely invisible to the insectoid swarm. The small force of Kaldorii who remained here became isolated troops and abandoned pawns. Lu Xiao observed and learned these were things no university classroom could teach. The beetle swarm finally broke through the Kaldorii formation. The Kaldorii fought desperately, using their longbows as clubs and arrows as swords, hoping to take as many of these insects down with them as possible. Unfortunately, the effect was minimal. The severity of their bites now matched the brutality of their earlier wounds. Almost none of the fallen Kaldorii had intact corpses. They had all been torn apart alive. Were it not for Festerot's order to attack swiftly, these bodies would likely have been gnawed down to the last bone by the beetle drones. The first wave was shattered, with over 1 million Kaldorii perishing, though the Zerg's casualties undoubtedly exceeded theirs. The Kaldorii did not let their brethren's blood go to waste. Even as the beetle drones tore into them, a rain of arrows was already descending. Lu Xiang only wanted to say one thing to the leader of the Kaldorii: "You're truly heartless." But at the same time, he couldn't help but admire his ruthless decisiveness. If it were him, he probably wouldn't be able to do it, though upon deeper reflection, perhaps he would if he bore the fate of an entire race. Just a matter of differing perspectives. By now, the giant scarabs had already climbed over the mounds of their fallen kin and enemies, charging toward the second line of defense. Behind them, the bloated Mother Corruption sluggishly dragged their massive bodies forward, inch by inch. The battle had only been underway for 2 hours, yet both sides had already sacrificed millions of their kin. Arrows fell like rain, and blood mingled in the trenches. An hour later, the Kaldorii second front also became cannon fodder. The insectoid race's casualties had neared half their forces, while the Kaldorii threw in another 1,000,000 lives. And then, the most critical problem arose. Their arrows were about to run out. To be honest, this is the most frustrating situation for archers. They're still capable of fighting, but circumstances simply won't allow it. Arrows were continuously transported from the rear to the front lines, but it was like trying to put out a wildfire with a cup of water. At one point, there was even a 2-minute period with no arrows at all. The outcome of being gradually devoured now seemed irreversible. Some Kaldorii, devoid of arrows to shoot, charged headlong into the stag beetle horde. This marked the first instance of impulsive behavior among individuals in the Kaldorii race, clear evidence that despair had shattered their spirits. Lu Xiao let out a long sigh. Finally, he rose to his feet. "Considering you bear some resemblance to humans, I suppose I'll lend a hand." Chapter 41, Special Appearance. Chapter 41, Special Appearance. From his vantage point high above, Lu Xiao gazed down upon the slow-moving gaseous corpses advancing through the gorge. As the brood mothers of the swarm, they enjoyed queen-like privileges. Their maggot-like bodies bore no discernible heads, just enormous translucent forms through which one could see bloated internal organs and thick green veins pulsing beneath their skin. Who cares? Anyway, our family has plenty of arrows. Without the ability to create soldiers from blood, Lu Xiao would never waste ammunition, but since we have it now, we must make full use of it. The bowstring was drawn taut, blood transforming into arrows, his gaze fixed on a rotting fiend. Bang, bang, bang. 3 arrows in rapid succession, then aiming at the next target, another 3 arrows fired. The blood arrow pierced through the Fuyan's body, exploding its pus-like green plasma in an instant. Whether these 2 Fuyan lived or died didn't matter, as long as they were within my range. They were virtually stationary targets. The blood armor continuously transformed its fluid into arrows, and Lu Xiao immediately adopted rapid-fire mode, becoming a stationary turret. Bang, 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 bang. Above the canyon, blood arrows traced crimson streaks across the sky, each one lancing toward the sluggish, gargantuan brood mothers creeping below. Fuyan was also a tragic case. He initially thought he was perfectly safe in the rear, with hordes of stag beetles guarding him even if enemies attacked. Who the hell would have guessed such a thing would appear right above him? Forget about its long-range precision shots, after all, our slow movements and large size are just objective facts. The real problem was this bastard sitting 300 meters up on a cliff face. How the hell are we supposed to deal with this? Piercing, agonized shrieks began to ring out. The stag beetles guarding Fuyan instantly fell into chaos. By now, every insectoid nearby had noticed this unwelcome guest looming overhead, but others had the high ground. There was no way to climb these sheer cliffs. Lu Xiao, firing relentlessly from above, left the protective stag beetles in a frenzy. Swarming beneath the cliff where he stood, they smashed into the rock face in desperate attempts to scale it. The phrase "like ants on a hot griddle" had never been more apt. He couldn't be bothered with these pests. Lu Xiao ignored the beetles entirely. His arrows focused solely on the decaying horrors, each shot aimed with lethal precision. Finally, after a sickening squelch, one of the decaying slumped to the ground, utterly lifeless. Whether it was a hit to the vitals or simply too much blood loss, after taking 7 or 8 of Lu Xiao's arrows, it finally kicked the bucket. The stag beetles beside it all froze motionless at the moment the queen died, as if possessed by some spell, creating an eerie scene. Countless stag beetles began piling onto their queen, attempting to shield the Fuyan with their own bodies as living shields. Unfortunately, they underestimated the sharpness of Lu Xiao's arrows. Their desperate defense only served to amass more kills for Lu Xiao, proving utterly futile. As more and more Rotborn collapsed in pools of blood, the Zerg began their frenzy. They started forming human pyramids. Countless stag beetles trampled over each other to build a living ladder upward. This method proved remarkably effective. Scaling the vertical cliff face, they quickly reached a height of 100 meters. Stag beetles kept falling, but even more surged forward to take their place. 100 meters, 200 meters, the speed was so fast that even Lu Xiao felt surprised. Simultaneously, the chaos in the rear of the insect swarm, compounded by the deaths of numerous queen insects, caused a sudden shift in the frontline battle. The Caldoriai's pressure instantly lessened, as the reinforcements of horned beetles ceased their advance. With many beetles standing dazed on the battlefield, they easily turned the tide and happily harvested the lives of the insects. Just as the Caldoriai were left bewildered by this unforeseen development, they gazed toward the distant cliffs, where countless horned beetles were stacking themselves into walls of flesh, desperately charging toward the summit. At first they thought the insectoids planned to climb to the cliff top this way, then attack them from above, but that made no sense. Those bugs couldn't even attack from range. What use was going up there? Were they really going to jump from such a terrifying height? That would be suicidal. A Caldoriai metamorph who had mastered the Farsight ability finally saw the truth. He hurried to the Caldoriai main camp and reported his discovery to their leader, Prince Indu. "So you're saying, a human is ambushing the insectoid queen from that high cliff?" Indu stood tall and handsome, his chiseled features emanating an air of heroic sharpness. "Yes, your highness, the great Prince Indu. Through Farsight I see clear as day. That human's archery is masterful, his arrows are blood-red, peerlessly sharp. Now the insectoids are launching frenzied assaults upon him." Indu nodded. "Continue observing." "Understood." The evolved Caldoriai responded before departing. Indu turned his gaze to the right rear where a female Caldoriai stood with skin resembling polished jade. Her flawless face bore thoughtfully blinking eyes, azure blue as the pristine sky itself. "Tanya, it seems we've been saved by humans." Indu's expression was stern, tinged with a hint of disdain. "You shouldn't be prejudiced against humans, there are strong ones among them too," Tanya said earnestly. "If not for this human's appearance, we wouldn't have escaped our destined defeat. That's only because we didn't have enough arrows." Indo clearly refused to admit defeat. "What if we fought on open plains?" Tanya said casually. "There are no what-ifs." Ndu insisted forcefully, only to realize he'd fallen into his sister's rhetorical trap. leaving the rest of his words stuck in his throat.
This human helped us, shouldn't we do something in return? My magnificent brother, Prince Ndu, son of the Kaldorii? Tanya gazed toward that high cliff, though she couldn't clearly make out the human figure.
I know, Ndu replied impassively. Then he barked sharply, full army advance, retrieve arrows along the path. The orders were quickly relayed downward. The Kaldorii army began to advance forward. At that moment, Lu Shao on the high cliff unleashed a barrage of firepower onto the rotten llama below. With each rotten llama that fell, countless stag beetles on the erected flesh ladder would lose consciousness and tumble down aimlessly. This caused the stag beetles' assaults to fail repeatedly, only for them to rebuild their formations again and again. Each rotten llama controlled around 10,000 stag beetles, and there were at least 1,000 rotten llama here. In just a quarter of an hour, over 100 of them had fallen to Lu Xiao's arrows. The frenzied insect swarm was no longer merely constructing a ladder of flesh, they were practically using the stag beetles to fill in and create a gradual slope. By now, the Kaldorii were no longer their primary enemy. This small human who could directly kill their brood mothers, the rotten llama, had become their greatest threat. If they didn't eliminate this human, the insect swarm would truly face ruin. Lu Xiao cast a cold glance at the insectoid engineering marvel below the cliff, a feat worthy of being recorded among the world's top 10 wonders, and smirked disdainfully. Let them rage with strength, the breeze still sweeps the mountain ridge. Let them run wild with might, the moon still shines upon the great river. In the blink of an eye, another putrid yen let out a final screech, its bloated body falling motionless. He couldn't help feeling frustrated. Not a single one of these putrid yens turned out to be an evolved creature. After expending so many shots, he hadn't even received the cross-galaxy kill reward notification. If it weren't for the fact that Lu Xiao currently possessed so many galactic order merits that he couldn't even count the zeros, he would have quit long ago. As for fleeing, these dung beetles could never catch up with him anyway. That was precisely why he could afford to ignore these foolish insects. Meanwhile, he was contemplating another matter. On the other flank, the Kaldorii battle formation had already dealt with the struggling dung beetles and was now advancing toward this side in perfect unison. While slaughtering the barely alive beetles, they simultaneously collected arrows scattered across the ground in corpses. Before their eyes, the insectoids' actions had reached utter madness. They had somehow piled themselves into a steep, cone-shaped slope ascending upward. Lu Xiao also noticed the approaching Kaldorii battle formation. It seemed this elven-like race still had some courage, knowing to seize the opportunity to regain their honor. The arrow rain arced down, sending numerous scarabs tumbling from the insect towers. The insectoids had now become mere targets. Their command system was simple and crude, likely limited to instructions like attack here or attack there. In the current situation, their sole directive was to attack Lu Xiao, making the Kaldorii the biggest beneficiaries, effortlessly finishing off the wounded. The slower-moving rotfiends farther from Lu Xiao had already begun retreating. At their sluggish, crawling pace, escape was little more than a pipe dream. Over 300 rotfiends had already fallen to his arrows, with many others severely wounded but not yet dead. This amounted to nearly one-third of the entire swarm's queen population, and combined with those Kaldorii had eliminated earlier at the front lines, the insectoid forces were now beyond the point of recovery. As the Kaldorii's relentless barrage of arrows rained down, the tower of flesh painstakingly built by the beetle warriors with countless lives collapsed in despair before it could achieve any strategic advantage. The once formidable insectoid horde had lost their momentum, dispirited and defeated. The remaining stag beetles clustered around their brood mother, forming small defensive circles for a final stand. Lu Xiao sheathed Windcatcher, swallowed a white pill, stretched his arms, and settled into a cross-legged sitting position. It seemed this grand war epic was nearing its finale, amusingly enough, with himself making an unexpected cameo appearance. Chapter 42, Tanya. 42nd Tanya. Tanya tilted her head to gaze at the cliff's peak, where that human sat so leisurely, as if the bloody turmoil within the canyon was mere child's play, or as if he had never been part of it all. What a strange human, she thought to herself, a bewitching curve forming at the corner of her lips. Give me the grappling hook. I wonder who she's talking to. Yes, Princess Tanya. Soon after, female Kaldorii arrived with grappling hooks. Tanya, what are you doing? The war had entered its final stages, and Ndu's grave expression softened slightly, though he maintained his usual authoritative demeanor. I'm going to meet that human, to express the harp elves' gratitude to him. Without waiting for Ndu to reply, she bounded off with a few leaps toward the cliff face. You, Ndubiz was about to scold her, but seeing she had already run far away, he simply swallowed his remaining words and sighed helplessly. This younger sister truly wasn't someone he could control. Your Highness, shall we send some guards for protection? The attendant behind him asked while bowing slightly. It's fine. If real danger arises, sending a few men would be useless anyway. Out of sight, out of mind, Ndu simply stopped worrying about it. His heart was still pounding with excitement. During this origin point drift, the Elven King, his father, and their bowstring controller, wasn't by his side. So for the first time, the clansman who normally obeyed his father's commands now followed his lead instead. Though it had many flaws, in the end, it still won. For Ndu, who had just assumed command sweet tasted more lovely than honey. Yet these were merely thoughts in his mind. Outwardly, he had to maintain the dignity of a monarch. In truth, he greatly desired to meet that human. No matter how much prejudice he had previously harbored against mankind, this individual had undeniably turned the tide of battle, presenting him with an extravagant gift package. Truly luxurious. 6 of my kin had already achieved the title of 100 Ant Slayer, while over 100 had earned 10 Ant Slayer. With these title bonuses, the combat power of the Kaldorii surged instantly. A specialized grappling hook clung to the cliff face as Tanya, nimble as a swift forest cat, scaled the rocky wall rapidly by stepping on the slender rope attached to it. Once she stepped atop the first hook, she launched another, repeating the process until she soon reached the pinnacle of the high cliff. Something was moving on the cliff face, instantly catching Lu Xiao's attention. The movie's almost over. Why are people just now coming in? Turning my head, I saw that it was actually a female Kaldorii. Her eyes were a piercing blue, her beauty breathtaking. Golden hair cascaded over her shoulders, with a few strands dancing in the valley breeze across her forehead. Her graceful figure was wrapped in silver-white fitted garments, over which she wore a short leather jerkin made from animal hide. Only the pointed ears peeking through her hair revealed her difference from humans. To be honest, Lu Xiao had seen beauties on Earth at least through photoshopped images, or perhaps those enhanced by East Asia's 3 great cosmetic arts, but none could compare to the woman before him now. He stood up to face this female Kaldorii. Her longbow was slung across her back, clearly signaling no ill intent. The two stood facing each other at a distance of over 10 meters, and Tanya made no move to close the gap further. After a brief exchange of unintelligible greetings, Lu Xiao decisively spent 100 merit points to acquire the language of Kaldorii. I am Tanya, daughter of Balrua, the king of string-weaver elves. Esteemed human master of the strings, I offer you our most sincere gratitude on behalf of the string-weaver elves for your righteous deed and unparalleled valor. She clenched her right fist and placed it over her left chest, a salute of respect among the Kaldorii. Bowstring elves? Alright, others call you Kaldorii, your people call yourselves bowstring elves. Fine, no matter, the name elves suits you better. The king's daughter, so she's a princess? Are all princesses this beautiful? Though it seems all female archery elves are quite stunning. Come to think of it, I've actually conversed with aliens before. This would be the first time, of course excluding the Manhwa people. Flattery gets you nowhere. I was just passing by and fired a few arrows while at it. Lu Xiao immediately regretted how lame that sounded. He didn't have social anxiety, he just had no clue how to interact with non-human races. The terror of saying something wrong and suffering eternal embarrassment haunted him, like getting immortalized in some Kaldorii historical records or something disastrous. Your noble deeds saved us all. May I know your name? Tanya's gaze was clear, her words sincere. My name is Lu, Run Pingsheng. That was almost a slip of the tongue. I will remember this name, Run Pingsheng. Why aren't your people with you? At origin point, lone wolves hardly ever survive. Tanya couldn't fathom why this human was all by himself. The other humans are busy with their own affairs, so I'm alone. Lu Xiao answered truthfully. Tanya showed slight surprise, this person was truly acting alone as a lone wolf. What shocked her even more was that this human carried nothing at all. Where was the bow? Where were the arrows? Where had they gone? Did you know about this place before coming to the origin point? It seems each of you came prepared. Yes, for this very reason, the Elven King even convened a royal assembly, something that hadn't happened in centuries. After my father returned, he immediately began making arrangements. My brother Ndu, who leads this troop of archers, and I came together. Tanya recounted the story unhurriedly, withholding nothing. Her gaze drifted toward the cliff below. This is our first battle at Origin Point, crucial for all of us, and remarkably fortunate in its outcome, because we met you. You guys are quite lucky. At least you knew about Origin Point in advance. As for us, it was far more tragic. Lu Xiao cursed the galactic order in his mind. Just look at how others are treated, and then see what garbage you've pulled off. Could it be that your people haven't received the news? Tanya wore an expression of utter disbelief. Being thrown into the origin point unprepared was no different from seeking death. She couldn't imagine how her people would fare if they faced war without any preparations. Yet this human had actually grown so formidable despite being completely unprepared. Heh, Lu Xiao let out a dry, somewhat helpless chuckle. Let's not talk about that, just thinking about it brings tears. By the way, how did you get up here? Use this. Tanya took out a grappling hook from behind her back and showed it to Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao slowly approached. He was entirely enveloped in a crimson glow, with bloody radiance continuously seeping from his body. Tanya suppressed her inner tension, forcing herself to appear calm and unnoticed. Conversing with this human made him seem amiable, but as he drew nearer, the sense of oppression became almost tangible. His blood armor exerted an overwhelming pressure. Lu Xiao casually took the grappling hook, trying hard to focus only on the tool and not linger on Tanya's figure or face. An absolute bombshell. He feared that looking too much might make his nose bleed, that would be the ultimate social death. And I have a blood origin constitution, so my blood volume is huge, while others bleed. I'd probably gush like a fountain. As his inner conflict raged, he studied the grappling hook in his hand. Its exquisite craftsmanship and ingenious design made him covet it intensely, but asking for it outright felt too shameless. He returned the grappling hook to Tanya. "Let me borrow it later," said Lu Xiao, locking eyes with the elven princess to emphasize his sincerity. "May I?" It was the first time the elven princess had been stared at so closely by a man of another race. An indescribable sensation instantly layered upon the sense of oppression, making it hard for her to breathe. "Of course, you certainly may," Tanya hurriedly replied. "Good. I'll return it to you when I'm done." Actually, Lu Xiao just wanted to use the grappling hook to cross the Gale Valley. What he meant by returning it was simply tossing it back from the other side. But his words made it sound like he feared Tanya might not lend it to him. "No, no, no. Humans of the bowstring, we owe you no debt. Keep the grappling hook. I have plenty more. Besides, you're the hero who saved us. If we were on bowstring elven lands, we would serve you our most precious unicorn spirit wine and etch your name onto the sage's stone tablet, ensuring you forever receive the blessings of the bowstring elves." Tanya blurted out everything in a rush. As a princess of her people, failing to properly thank the hero who saved them would have been inexcusably rude. Lu Xiao scratched his head. He had no interest in fancy wines or engraved tablets, but getting to keep the grappling hook made him genuinely happy. "Thanks then, this is actually quite useful to me." Feeling the communication with the alien was progressing rather smoothly, Lu Xiao considered asking more questions. "Aren't you called the Kaldorii? Why are you also referred to as the bowstring elves?" Kaldorii is the phonetic translation in our language. It simply means elves. Seeing Lu Xiao had retreated to a certain distance, Tanya visibly relaxed. "Our elven kin also have many different races, just like you humans. There are humans on our planet too." "What? You have humans there too?" The astonished expression on the other's face made Tanya feel this human wasn't that dangerous after all. "Right, the humans on our planet excel at commerce, trade is their greatest strength. They're also quite clever and love researching all sorts of peculiar gadgets. My father, the king, believes those things only make people lazier or more vain. But secretly, I really like some of them. I even hide a few away without letting him find out." Tanya seemed to be thinking of something amusing, the corners of her lips curling slightly upward. This gave Lu Xiao quite a dizzying sight. Without smiling, he was already like that, but when he grinned it became downright exaggerated. "Keep your gaze chaste, keep your gaze chaste. It seems humans aren't limited to just the galactic order." Lu Xiao muttered to himself. "Ah, you." Tanya nervously covered her small mouth with one hand while pointing at Lu Xiao with the other. "Me? What about me?" Lu Xiao looked utterly bewildered, wondering if something strange had appeared on his face, and quickly reached up to check. "Why did you reveal the name of your star domain? That's taboo at Origin Point," Tanya exclaimed urgently. "Father warned us never to disclose which star domain we belong to while at Origin Point, or we might face retaliation from other domains." "What? There's such a thing?" Lu Xiao was stunned. He genuinely hadn't known about this. Detected that Ren Pingsheng has doubts regarding retaliatory actions outside Origin Point. Consume 10 Galaxy Order merit points to exchange for related knowledge. This operation is authorized by Origin Point. Proceed with exchange? Yes, yes, yes. Interplanetary and intraplanetary retaliation frequently occurs. Stay vigilant and never disclose the planet or star system you reside in. It's over. Lu Xiao's face twisted as if he'd just eaten shit. Chapter 43, Trust. Chapter 43, Trust. This isn't how the game should be played. My perspective was still too narrow. Perhaps those seemingly weak creatures at Origin Point were actually civilizations experiencing technological explosions on their own planets and star domains. If they went back and brooded over things until their anger simmered, they might return wielding dimensional collapse weapons or triphase waves, wiping Earth out of existence in an instant. There's no such thing as "can't find you on Earth," they'd just obliterate your entire solar system instead. Then let's see where you could run. Lu Xiao stared dumbfounded at Tanya, his gaze shifting from sorrow to resignation, then from resignation to a flickering tenderness, until finally a keen sharpness flashed through his eyes. This series of transformations thoroughly unnerved Tanya. She could clearly sense a fleeting murderous intent emanating from this human called Rin Pingsheng. Now it was her turn to feel like she'd swallowed something vile. Why did I have to open my mouth and alert him? Now he could just kill me and be done with it. I swear I'll keep the secret. I'll never reveal the secret of the bowstring elf hero. I vow this to the Lord of Bowstrings. Tanya hastily raised her small hand. No need, I trust you. Lu Xiao smiled wryly, fully understanding why Tanya was so insistent on making a vow. But killing her would be pointless, her spirit would just return for revenge, bearing even deeper resentment. Besides, he'd only mentioned the galactic order, not Earth. At least that offered him some small comfort. And this celestial beauty of an elf princess before me seems somewhat trustworthy. Certainly her looks are a plus.
Let's pretend I never said this, and you never heard it. Got it? Tanya nodded obediently without pause.
Lu Xiao gave a somewhat satisfied nod.
I assume you came from the west. Did you pass by any towns along the way?
Tanya pondered briefly before shaking her head. We encountered a few small settlements of extraterrestrial creatures, but none were sizable enough to be considered towns. Seeing that Lu Xiao had dropped the subject, Tanya exhaled in relief. Communicating with this human felt like navigating a minefield, far more thrilling than the recent battle, though she found it oddly fascinating. Life as a royal in her clan had always been tediously uneventful.
I know what you're searching for. Father King also instructed us to seek out towns. The origin beacon is located in a town.
After our trials here conclude, we must find that beacon. I have a rough hypothesis and plan to search north first.
If not found, we'll head west. Lu Yao's gaze drifted toward the desert north of the canyon. Tanya nodded gravely. So that's how it is. If you're correct, then our initial chosen direction was completely opposite. Not necessarily wrong.
You can proceed with your original plan first.
If it ultimately proves incorrect, you can still try my suggested approach later.
After all, our final objectives align.
Coming from the west, did you pass through the smokes and wetlands?
Yes, we did pass through a large swamp area where some Manhwa people lived. They were exceptionally ugly but incredibly strong. Tanya exaggeratedly gestured the size of the lizardmen while puffing her lips to mimic their big mouths.
This made Lu Xiao burst out laughing.
He thought this elven princess wasn't just naturally beautiful but also particularly amusing, utterly adorable in her charming way. It seems both our sides have pretty much cleaned out the Manhwa people thoroughly. Judging from the distribution map of the Manhwa people, this wretched race has most likely been wiped out, with only a few leftovers for Li Tianjia and his crew to snack on.
Ha, really? You've encountered them too?
Yes, some of the Manhwa people have already become metamorphs.
Did you harvest their spirit essences?
Tanya shook her head helplessly. No, we know how to acquire spirit bodies, but by the time they carried the Manhwa corpses to us, the spiritual entities within the bodies had already vanished.
This is the tragedy of shooters and class consciousness.
First, the corpse was far away, and then they had to carry it to the leader of the clan. By the time all that back and forth was done, the spirit had long since left the body.
Doesn't your clan have even a single evolutor? Lu Xiao pressed further.
There are indeed 7 of them, all scouts, people responsible for reconnaissance. They killed Manhwa beings during their missions, so they're permitted to conduct soul searches on the spot.
What about you?
Tanya shook her head, her petite lips puckering again in clear displeasure. With a smile, Lu Xiao reached into the rejects and pulled out 2 spirit energy crystals, shattered, wrapped them in a leaf of ba, and handed them to Tanya. Here, take it as thanks for the grapple hook. Tanya glanced at Lu Xiao, then at the leaf-wrapped bundle he held out to her, asking inquisitively,
Give it to me? What is it? One for you, one for your brother, what you both need.
Lu Xiao simply smiled, gesturing for her to take it.
Tanya took it with a puzzled expression, unwrapping the leaf to reveal 2 faintly glowing energy crystals inside.
Her captivating eyes instantly widened in disbelief as she looked up at Lu Xiao.
This is spiritual energy crystals. And 2 of them? Are you giving these to me? Lu Xiao nodded.
This is too valuable. Spirit crystals are the most precious treasures. Ren Pingxing of the bowstrings, you might not know, these crystals can directly turn someone into an evolved, and they allow evolved ones to replenish spiritual energy at any time.
I can't accept this, absolutely cannot accept it. No, absolutely not.
You've already helped us enormously, and I have no way to repay you.
Now you're giving me spirit crystals? No. Tanya was torn with inner conflict.
She desperately wanted the energy crystal, yet her beliefs and the royal principles instilled in her since childhood made her fiercely resist such charity. This inner conflict manifested in her trembling hands as she hesitantly tried to return the leaf-wrapped parcel to Lu Xiao. Yet her pale fingers moved with agonizing slowness, the motion unfolding like a scene in slow motion.
I know what it does, but you can keep it.
Lu Xiao casually pulled out another handful of energy crystals.
Tanya, the meaning couldn't be clearer. This stuff is precious to you, but to me, well,
as the saying goes, don't flaunt your wealth, but timing matters.
If not for Tanya's reminder, he unknowingly might have made an irreversible mistake later.
Her single warning proved crucial for Lu Xiao. Moreover, the greater his own value and abilities, the heavier the weight of verbal promises would carry.
Tanya's hands froze mid-motion, her hesitation lingering even though Lu Xiao paid it no mind.
This only reinforced Lu Xiao's belief that he had made the right choice. It proved the elves, at their core, were a kind-hearted race. Without further ado, he clasped Tanya's hands together and gently pushed them back toward her. The moment their fingertips brushed, both felt a flutter in their hearts, their cheeks faintly flushing pink. Tanya struggled to organize her words, unsure what to say in this moment, causing a brief awkward silence.
I'm preparing to leave. Please inform your clan, so they don't end up riddling me with arrows later. Lu Xiao glanced down the cliffside, breaking the awkwardness. Alright, I'll notify them immediately. Wait, are you leaving right now? Tanya found herself unexpectedly reluctant to part with this human. Yes, your war is over too. It's time for me to move on. Lu Xiao dared not say it aloud, but with such a grand spectacle concluded, what kind of fool would he be to linger purposelessly? Here, I hope you'll accept this. Tanya reluctantly accepted the gift, taking off a silver-white necklace from her neck and timidly handing it to Lu Xiao. This is the only thing I brought to Origin Point. She didn't explain its specific purpose, but the fact that she hadn't offered it to Lu Xiao earlier suggested this necklace was her most cherished possession. Lu Xiao took it in his hand, noticing the necklace's material was lighter than silver, with a sapphire-like pendant that was exquisitely crafted. Thank you, I love it. He generously draped it around his neck immediately. On Earth, this too was a gesture of gratitude. Tanya's expression was complicated, though her small mouth curved in a sweet smile. Thank you, Run Pingsheng. Tanya placed her palm gently against her chest, fingers pressed together, gazed at him for a lingering moment, then turned and walked away with light, graceful steps. Lu Xiao didn't know what the different gestures symbolized, but he gave a slight nod, watching her retreating figure. Silently, he wished this beautiful and charming foreign princess well. As Tanya was about to descend the cliff along the rope she had used earlier, she turned back, looked at Lu Xiao, and waved her arm vigorously. Lu Xiao smiled and waved back at her. In his line of sight, Tanya's stunning figure darted across the cliff face before landing gracefully on the ground. Many clan members had been waiting for quite some time, and as they gathered around her, she returned to the central army. After exchanging words with a remarkably poised male elf, Tanya turned and waved once more in Lu Xiao's direction. Taking this as his signal, Lu Xiao hesitated no longer. He might not trust the elven people as a whole, but he trusted Tanya's promise completely. Mimicking Tanya's technique, he used the grapple hooks to descend the cliff wall. Though his movements were somewhat clumsy and lacked her effortless grace, he managed to reach the ground safely nonetheless. Under the watchful eyes of countless bow-wielding elves, Lu Xiao boldly strode from the southern cliff face toward the north. His overflowing crimson aura exerted overwhelming pressure, yet bound by the prince's command, none dared even raise their bows. Though this human helped us turn the tide of battle and even gifted us 2 spirit energy crystals, it won't change my opinion of humans, they're far too cunning and fickle. Endu's gaze remained locked on Lu Xiao as he traversed through the central army ranks in the distance. That's your opinion, not mine. The mentor's teachings are mostly correct, but his judgment of humanity is too one-sided. At least he's different. Back among her people, Tanya regained the dignity and majesty befitting a royal. And I believe father wouldn't wish an ungrateful bow-wielding elf to accept gifts from others either. Endu turned his head, looking somewhat sorrowfully at his sister, then at the leaf-wrapped package in her hands. Frowning, he let out a deep sigh. Given his sister's temperament, there really was a chance she wouldn't give him the psionic crystal. You win. This human has earned my approval, Endu. Happy now? Tanya smiled faintly, but her voice instantly turned icy. His name is Rin Pingsheng, not this human. Remember, he is the hero of us arcane elves. Fine, he is the great bowstring controller Rin Pingsheng. Later, I will recount his deeds to my father the king, and whether they are inscribed into the memorial stele will be his decision. Happy now? Endi spoke softly, afraid of being overheard by others. Humph. Tanya gave a light hum, acknowledging her brother's attitude. Arriving at the northern cliff face, Lu Xiao swiftly ascended to the summit using his grappling hooks to traverse the vertical surface. He stood atop the high cliff, facing Tanya as he waved farewell. Tanya too waved her arms vigorously, but sensing this might compromise royal dignity, gradually reduced the enthusiasm of her gestures. Lu Xiao chuckled and turned to leave. Before him stretched an endless desolate wilderness. What lay within, who the hell knew? Chapter 44 Wind-Eroded Yardong. Chapter 44 Wind-Eroded Yardong. Medium hazard zone identified. Wind-Eroded Yardong. Detected first entry of Galactic Order intelligent lifeform in this sector. Galactic Order origin merit points plus 10. Galactic Order merit points plus 1000. As the area prompt lit up, Lu Xiao turned his head to look back the way he had come. The wind and sand had long since buried his footprints, while the celestial eye of falling stars and Windrunner Canyon vanished amidst the endless yellow dunes. This was wind-eroded terrain, gray and hard earth with a surface layer of gravel, yet it was not a desert. Crossing a bare, dark gray hill protruding from the sandy soil, one could gaze upon a vast barren expanse and the precipitous mounds towering within. This was the Yardong, a marvelous wind-sculpted landscape. Though the soil was hard, it had been honed into sharp angles by years of relentless wind and sand,
standing like solemn statues across the desolate plains.
Lu Xiao had no idea what this minor world truly was it also a planet, or merely a fabricated space? The landscape here was remarkably similar to that of Earth. It often made him wonder if he was exploring the uninhabited areas of the Northwest Territories. He had lost track of how long he'd been trekking through wind-eroded yardongs. Without the cycle of day and night, time had truly become meaningless. Several Earth days have passed since I drifted away from the origin point. 4 days? 6? And during this time, I haven't slept even once, yet haven't felt particularly exhausted either. It seems that with a different body, the concept of a biological clock has completely vanished, and there must have been subtle changes in my physical structure as well. Still, he felt he should try to sleep. Back in the forest, there was no opportunity. Who knew what might have burst out of the jungle? But here, in this endless, open wasteland, it felt relatively safer. Climbing to the tallest mound, he fired his grappling hook and scaled its height with the rope. The summit of the mushroom-shaped mound was flat. Lu Xiao took out an animal hide, spread it on the ground, pulled up his hood, and lay down. The mournful howling wind sounded like a lullaby in his ears. He closed his eyes and slowly drifted into sleep. In his dream, he sought his university classroom, the familiar smiling faces of classmates, the lively gaming sessions in the dorm, passing by the campus bell while fetching water, wearing a graduation gown and taking photos with peers under a massive cherry blossom tree, their faces filled with smiles and hopes for the future. When they tossed their caps into the air, Lu Xiao suddenly saw countless branches sprout from the cherry tree behind them. One by one, his classmates died gruesomely before his eyes, flesh and blood scattering everywhere, their once smiling faces now drenched in scarlet. He bolted upright. His chest heaved violently. He rapidly scanned his surroundings. It was just a dream after all. Thankfully, it was just a dream, but some dreams never end. The rustling friction sounds instantly put him on alert. It was a noise distinctly different from the howling of wind-blown sand. Lu Xiao crouched low and crept silently to the edge of the mound. Stretching from east to west as far as the eye could see was an endless procession of creatures spanning dozens of kilometers. The very mound where he stood happened to lie directly along the path of this extraordinary migration. That rustling, whispering sound was none other than the collective movement of these beings advancing across the land. The upper body was human, the lower body a snake, this creature called Joeen. Though half human in form, its completely white eyes and gaping maw made Lu Xiao feel no semblance of kinship whatsoever. He dared not stand, using his elevated position to steal glances into the distance. The weapons wielded by these Joeen varied wildly, with many carrying longbows, a detail that unsettled him. And on sandy terrain? Who knew how fast these damn things could move? The sole advantage was that this thing definitely couldn't climb high, seeing as it had no legs. Countless Joeen slithered beneath him, occasionally accompanied by peculiar rustling sounds. Lu Xiao had nothing better to do, so he decided to exchange for the Joeen language, curious to hear what these half-snake, half-human creatures were saying. "I'm so hungry." "Me too. I want to eat you. Can you just fuck off? I'm so hungry. When will we ever get out of this place? Your flesh must be delicious. You stepped on my tail. Did you just eat a bug? It stinks so bad. Get off me. Stop poking me with your fork. Damn it. There's not an ounce of substance here. These Joeen are just a bunch of freeloaders." Lu Xiao lay on his back, gazing at the sky, deeply frustrated in reality. He bitterly regretted learning the language of Joeen, because what had previously just been rustling noises mixed in with the wind, sounds he'd assumed were mere background noise, now flooded his ears as meaningless drivel. Boom! A deafening roar echoed from afar. Lu Xiao quickly rolled onto his stomach, adopting a prone position. He strained his eyes towards the source of the sound. There, an enormous sandworm was emerging from the earth, its colossal head breaking through the soil. What the hell? This isn't a desert. Where did these sandworms come from? He quickly checked the system for information about these creatures. The system informed him that these weren't creatures from some alien star system, these damn things were native lifeforms of this minor world, and not even intelligent lifeforms at that. Meaning, these things were complete idiots. Alright, we've got tough opponents here. Boom, boom, boom. A series of deafening explosions rang out continuously. 3 more sandworms emerged from beneath the ground. The gaping circular maw was lined with barbed spikes, unfathomably deep like the mountain of knives in Buddhist hell. Just this mouth alone measured dozens of meters across. Given Lu Xiao's current strength, extraterrestrial creatures didn't pose much danger to him. The origin point's laws capped their attribute values, meaning even the most formidable ones remained at pre-Marshall Walker levels. But native creatures? They had no such restrictions. And as for these bizarre, enormous monstrosities relying on arrows, he'd still be shooting at them next year with no guarantee of finishing them off. Even the creatures that Lu Xiao found quite formidable became a stroke of sheer misfortune for Joeen if one appeared. If 2 appeared, it was called misfortunes never come singly, but what they face now, nothing short of total calamity. The long serpentine formation instantly collapsed into a panicked stampede. Are you kidding me? We're both snakes here, you're thick and huge, I'm thin and small. I'm not even big enough to be a snack for you. Why should snakes make life hard for each other? This snake's making a run for it now. Boom, boom, boom.
It was like triggering a buffet party. The giant sandworm began calling for friends, with more and more worms emerging one after another.
Meanwhile, faint stirrings of soil and rocks hinted at movements from the other side too. Looks like Joeen is about to be completely surrounded.
When the sandworm struck head-on with its gaping maw toward Joeen's swarm, a massacre unfolded instantly. The sandworm, upon crashing into the ground, swallowed hundreds of Joeen along with the sand in one gulp, then burrowed back into the earth. Its massive body and segmented tail followed as it emerged from the cavernous hole, finally disappearing into the same pit its head had created. Immediately afterward, all the sandworms began tunneling through the sand like dragons leaping across wilderness. With each dive, the Joeen shaded by their shadows on the surface vanished without trace. The scene was exceptionally brutal, yet completely bloodless, for there was no blood at all.
Every single Joeen had been swallowed alive. Run! Run! Help! Someone please help us!
The shouts were still utterly meaningless. Compared to the bowstring spirits, the Joeen swarm was simply disorganized and undisciplined, a chaotic mob. Though, admittedly, they were still slightly better than humans.
Lu Xiao also feared that some sandworm might unwittingly collide with his position.
Activating his camouflage, his body quickly blended into the earthen mound. Yet, he wasn't entirely sure how the sandworms detected the Joeen in the first place. He had never seen any eyes on those creatures.
But these reckless Joeen, avoiding safer paths, chose instead to burrow into the maze of Yardongs.
Probably because these structures offered some form of cover, making them feel marginally safer.
Damn it, Lu Xiao really wanted to curse in Joeen language. Get the hell out of here. Don't come ruin me. Chapter 45, Griga. Chapter 45, Griga.
If back at Lingfeng Canyon Lu Xiao had been an audience member watching an epic war movie, this time, he was attending a circus performance with beasts running wild under the open sky. Before, he was merely a spectator outside the battlefield. Now, he was right in the thick of it. And besides the beasts on stage attacking him, even the circus clowns might gang up on him. Talk about rotten luck. Wait, Lu Xiao suddenly wondered. Could it be because of his bloodline constitution? Lying stiffly atop the earthen mound, he could do nothing. He could only watch helplessly as 7 or 8 colossal creatures spun and leapt in the distance. Watch the Joeen tribe slithering across the wasteland with their serpentine tails. Listen to the terrified shivering of those hiding among the Yardong formations all around. Sighing, Lu Xiao suddenly wanted to go back to sleep. Perhaps when he woke again, these giant and tiny worms would all be gone.
Gradually, Lu Xiao's mood improved considerably.
Not only because the sandworms remained occupied with dealing with the Joeen on the wasteland and didn't approach, but also because after prolonged observation, he began to sense a bizarre sort of beauty in these massive creatures. 300 to 400 meters long and 40 to 50 meters wide, its enormous body churned through the sand, its initial appearance evoking a primal fear of the immense. But once you realize it's merely an animal surviving by instinct and intuition, you understand it's simply engaged in the most ordinary act of feeding. It's difficult to associate such a creature with malice or cruelty. It's akin to a diver in the deep sea, watching a whale endlessly devouring schools of fish. You recognize it as just another day in nature's cycle, even admiring how each movement of the whale shimmers beneath the rippling water, breathtaking in its grace. Unless, of course, it accidentally swallows the diver along the way. And now, Lu Xiao was that diver beside the whale. Stay where you are. Nobody move. Everyone stay still. As long as we don't move, the sandworms won't detect us. Shouts resembling commands began spreading through the crowing crowd, as if the group had discovered some patterns about the sandworms' behavior.
Could these sandworms be similar to the blood cherry trees, detecting living beings through ground vibrations?
Lu Xiao also started paying extra attention to the sandworms' movement patterns. Sure enough, he noticed that the croween who remained completely still in the wasteland were never attacked, while those fleeing in panic were quickly detected and devoured by the sandworms. The ranks of the Joeen stretched in a long serpentine line, with those at the front and rear now converging in the distance, though they remained quite far from this hunting ground. Though individually no match for the sandworms, their numbers gave them an advantage.
Judging by their formation, it seemed these extraterrestrial beings, half human, half serpent, were preparing for a showdown with the sandworms. Lu Xiao couldn't quite grasp the reasoning behind this move by the Joeen.
From any angle, it seemed a highly unwise decision. Firstly, there were no gains to be had, and secondly, the losses would be too great. The sandworms were merely native creatures. What would be the point of sacrificing countless serpent lives just to kill them? Unless the sandworms held some other unseen value? A sudden question struck his mind. These Joeen had been traveling westward across the desert from the east. Without fresh water or food in the wasteland, could they possibly be craving the flesh and blood of sandworms? Just as Lu Xiao was pondering this, From the ranks gathered on the eastern side emerged an exceptionally robust Join. Even from several kilometers away, Lu Xiao could sense this one was extraordinary. Its scales shone with unusual brilliance, its stature dwarfed ordinary Join by twofold, and it wielded a gleaming longsword that clearly wasn't ordinary steel.
Is this a one-on-one fight?
The Join's serpentine body began swaying and undulating from side to side, gradually accelerating until it achieved an inconceivable speed as it raced westward. It soon entered the combat zone and targeted an area where the ground was churning violently. With a spray of sand and soil, an enormous sandworm's head emerged from beneath the surface. And now the Join had closed the distance. With a sudden leap, it actually jumped directly onto the sandworm's head.
What a slick move!
Join soared into the air along with the sandworm's head. Raising his long blade high, he brought it down with tremendous force, plunging it deep into the creature's flesh. A burst of black blood sprayed across his body. The sandworm's massive body trembled slightly, as if it had merely felt a tiny prick. Join clenched his long blade tightly as his body began sliding along the creature's back. With all his might, he dragged the blade downward. Instantly, a fountain of black blood erupted as the sandworm's spine was nearly split open.
Whoa-ho! Whoa-ho! Grega! Grega! Below Lu Xiao, the hidden Join tribesmen amidst the Yardons erupted in cheers as they witnessed their clansmen instantly wounding the seemingly invincible sandworms.
That Jaraga of the Join tribe was truly valiant, embodying the very essence of slicing through 10,000 troops to take a general's head. The sandworm finally registered the pain racking its body and began convulsing violently, surging forward at breakneck speed like an aircraft carrier rampaging across land. Gripping the longsword embedded deep in the sandworm's flesh with both hands, Jaraga barely managed to anchor himself against being flung off, while simultaneously drawing a short blade from his waist to repeatedly hack at the sandworm's already split hide and flesh. The sandworm's agony had driven the colossal creature to increasing frenzy.
With an earth-shaking boom,
the agonized sandworm collided directly with its own kind, and the impact of the two behemoths sent clouds of dust billowing into the air. The one that was hit was instantly dazed and crashed to the ground, taking dozens of innocent Jioyan with it in the process. Seeing the massive creature lying stunned from the collision, the surrounding Jioyan swarmed forward, attacking with every weapon imaginable. Though enormous, the sandworm's body was soft and adapted for underground movement, making its outer flesh easy to carve through. By the time the worm regained consciousness and lifted its head again, its body was already crawling with bloodthirsty Jioyan.
Unfortunately for them, their triumph was short-lived. With a single roll, the sandworm sent its assailants flying, leaving their fate unknown. Were they flung away or simply crushed into pulp? Meanwhile, the sandworm that Jeliga was attacking also began to thrash violently. Just when Lu Xiang thought this extraordinarily brave Jioyan had been reduced to a bloody smear, he caught sight of half its head peeking out from one of the worm's wounds. This guy is really fierce. He sliced open the sandworm's fleshy hide and shoved his whole body inside. A long blade glinted coldly, relentlessly slashing and destroying within the wound. Soon, Glega's figure was no longer visible clearly. He had already ventured deep into the sandworm's body. Lu Xiang didn't have much fondness for the Join race, but he couldn't say he particularly loathed them either. After all, these intelligent beings shared half their resemblance with humans. But when it came to this Gariga, he still felt a certain admiration, not exactly the mutual respect between heroes, as Lu didn't consider himself a hero to begin with. At the very least, he wouldn't charge headfirst against sandworms like Gariga did. He simply believed that anyone who showed no fear of life or death and possessed their own combat wisdom, whether friend or foe, was worthy of respect. Lu Xiao couldn't be sure what method Jeliger planned to use to kill this colossal creature. Simple lacerations wouldn't be fatal to a sandworm. The current injuries were merely equivalent to a child scraping their arm during a fall, causing some bleeding but nothing affecting muscles or bones. As the sandworm leaped high and came crashing down, burrowing into the sandy soil, both Jeliger and the sandworm disappeared from sight. Other sandworms continued to churn across the wasteland like giant whales stirring oceans, while the Join tribespeople on both shores could only watch helplessly as their kin vanished in swaths along the horizon. No second Jeliger appeared. Perhaps there had been others, but they'd vanished too quickly to matter. As the number of Join in the sandworm's active areas sharply declined, the scene gradually quieted down, leaving only a few scattered Join trembling across the wasteland. With no traces of prey left, the frequency of sandworms emerging from underground also decreased. For the Join, losing several 100,000 of their kin was still bearable. At least the majority remained alive, obediently staying in place without daring to move. For a full quarter of an hour, the pockmarked wasteland remained completely still, until a gigantic head emerged from a deep pit. But it merely stuck its head out before becoming utterly motionless, as if its body had become wedged and trapped in place. A pitch-black mass crawled out from the sandworm's spine, inky blood dripping steadily as gleaming scales emerged. The entity slowly moved to the sandworm's head, raising a long blade high above it. As the dark blood receded, the powerful figure of Gleger stood revealed, towering atop his trophy like an ancient war god. Instantly, cheers erupted from the entire Join tribe across the wilderness. Impressive,
Truly impressive, even Lu Xiao couldn't help but feel the urge to applaud.
This creature named Glega completely redefined his understanding of what a warrior could be.
Never mind how exactly it managed to slay that sandworm, the term, both brave and resourceful, fitted perfectly. The cheers lingered endlessly, for Gregor and for the colossal sandworm carcass, enough for all the Joeen to feast heartily, with likely some despair.
Yet awkwardly, none of the Joeen dared approach. This was what they called moral support, it seemed.
Only after another half hour were some Joeen reluctantly prodded toward the sandworm corpse. Presuming the subterranean sandworms had long fled, these mine-clearing pioneers safely reached Gregor's feet. Relieved at their narrow escape, they gazed upward at the hero's dazzling magnificence. Seeing that it was safe, countless Joeen bees swarmed forward, instantly surrounding the sandworm's corpse. They really went straight for the bite, tearing open their mouths and feasting directly.
The Joeen were delighted, but Lu Xiao was somewhat agitated.
It was clear these creatures wouldn't leave so quickly, forcing him to stay stuck on the mound with nowhere to go. But he had clearly underestimated Jiu Yin's degree of hunger and feeding efficiency. In less than an hour, all that remained of the entire sandworm was a massive skeleton. Not even the flesh buried in the soil was left. Across the desolate wasteland, millions of Joeen formed into a vast circle as they set out on their eastward journey. Having witnessed the entire process, Lu Xiao watched them depart into the distance while simultaneously embarking on his own path northward.
Chapter 46, Bloodthirsty Beetle. Chapter 46, Bloodthirsty Beetles. Waves of yellow sand howled across the endless wilderness.
Beyond this, there was only silent desolation. Wiping the dust from his cheeks, Lu Xiao narrowed his eyes and gazed into the distance, yet all that met his sight remained boundless nothingness. Looking up, the sky was gradually darkening, as that sun-like star finally deigned to clock out for the day. This also means I have survived at Origin Point for a full 7 Earth days. Without the cycle of day and night, time passes with excruciating slowness. He swiftly climbed up a desolate stone mountain, planting his foot firmly atop its peak.
Ren Pingsheng, do you accept the spirit voice interaction request? Accepting this interaction will not consume any merit points.
Yes, Chao Feng, I am Long Yufeng.
So it's this guy. Hello Long Yufeng, goodbye Long Yufeng. Hey, what do you mean by goodbye? I need you for something. What is it? Speak. Lu Xiao sat cross-legged, gazing into the distance.
First, your ranking has disappeared from the merit record. They asked me if you'd redeemed identity protection.
Second, it's about time we shared some information about the Origin Point with you.
Third, as a reserve member of Hidden Dragons, you'll need to start accepting team missions.
Lu Yao's gaze fixed on the distance.
Yes, I did exchange for identity protection.
State the second point. Good, then there's no issue. Otherwise, some old-timers might question my judgment in selecting candidates.
As for the second point, when your physical attributes reach 101, or your spiritual attributes exceed 51, you will have surpassed the strongman level to become a wayfarer.
I'll explain what distinguishes a strongman from a wayfarer shortly. Afterwards, you'll need to find the origin beacon within the minor world, correct? I'm aware of this. How did you know? And how do you know about the minor realms? Tell me the truth, did you already know about the origin point's wandering phenomenon? Why would you think that?
Advanced civilizations from other star systems notified all races before their departure. I don't believe the Galactic Order failed to inform Earth's civilized nations.
Long Yufeng fell silent for a moment.
This question, in fact, I don't need to answer, but I can give you a hypothesis. If the people of Huaxia knew about this before drifting away, what do you think would happen across all of Huaxia? This time, it was Lu Xiao's turn to fall silent.
If this hypothesis held true, societal chaos was inevitable.
Whether it would affect political regimes was uncertain, but basic order would surely collapse. After all, people had grown too comfortable for too long.
Suddenly introducing concepts like alien civilizations and the origin point could very likely trigger violent riots. By then, civilian casualties might far exceed the current toll. I see.
My perspective was too narrow.
What else can you tell me about the origin point?
It will still take a long time to become a wayfarer. During this period, focus on improving yourself, especially combat mastery skills.
Try to avoid getting involved in large-scale wars between races.
If you awaken elemental talents, you can seek elemental cores scattered across this world. If you sense a deity's summons, locate the summoning deity to receive divine blessings.
What exactly are these elemental cores you mentioned? Could it be that you've awakened elemental affinity as well?
Not really, just purely curious.
Tisk, I thought you were as lucky as me.
Lu Xiang rolled his eyes.
I'm much luckier than you. You awakened an elemental talent, but I awakened a spiritual entity talent. Elemental cores, how should I put it?
They usually manifest as a special type of element. For example, a wind core might appear in the eye of a tornado, looking like a cyan glowing sphere.
Heh, as for other elemental cores, I'm not sure. Will there be many creatures guarding the elemental cores? Absolutely, there almost always are. Elemental creatures gather around elemental cores because it helps enhance the inner core of their spiritual entities. Understood.
Lu Xiao's vision was filled with countless small sandworms entwining with each other amidst the yellow sand, while at their center lay an earthen yellow glowing sphere.
What else?
Our worlds are separated from each other, so within the world you currently belong to, the number of humans is limited.
If any emergency arises, I won't be able to help you. TCH. Ha, what are you sighing about? Somehow I feel like the information you provide has zero nutritional value. Xiao Feng, I am the deputy leader of Hidden Dragon, you should learn to show respect.
Alright, great comrade deputy leader.
Since our worlds are completely separate, what's the point of the team assigning tasks?
We're separated for now, but not forever.
Right, the mission, I remember now.
The mission is to acquire as many spirit crystals as possible. They're strategic resources.
Also, the Galactic Order has upgraded humanity's racial status.
Rumor has it there are significant benefits, likely because humans achieved some great merit.
You should keep an eye on the humans around you,
see if anyone did something extraordinary or stands out as remarkably powerful.
Something extraordinary? Well, that something extraordinary was probably done by me, and that remarkably powerful human is most likely me too. Got it. I'll keep that in mind. How's Earth doing right now?
The situation is gradually stabilizing. Most of the population in major cities has returned. Specific data is still being compiled.
There are some real casualties, but it's within manageable limits. You're from Qiantang, right? The majority of Qiantang's displaced citizens have returned. Reliable sources say you encountered an attack by extraterrestrial beings, is that true?
Yes, a type of extraterrestrial creature called the Qishao. It seems you're safe and sound, so I'll skip the formalities. The situation in Qiantang has stabilized, so you can rest assured.
What will happen after we find the beacon? That, I know, but I can't say it. What do you mean?
The law of origin restricts the spirit voice from revealing information outside this world.
Unless we're on Earth and speaking face to face, certain things can be said.
I see, it seems you know quite a lot.
Heh, of course.
Don't forget how long our Hidden Dragon group has existed.
Alright, I've got things to attend to. Hanging up now. What do you think this is, a phone call? Go on now, see you later.
The ethereal voice ceased.
See you later? Lung Yufeng's 3 words seemed to carry some hidden meaning, but there was no need to dwell on it for now. If I'm not mistaken, that luminous pearl glowing in the twilight must be the Earth core.
Hundreds of small sandworms swarm around the glowing orb, basking in its ochre radiance. Apparently, these sandworms are elemental creatures themselves, no wonder they move through the earth as effortlessly as fish in water. The designation small is only relative to the enormous sandworms Lu Xiao had encountered before. Even these so-called small sandworms are at least the size of a truck. They jostle eagerly around the glowing orb, desperate not to be pushed out by their fellow creatures. As night descends, this world's sun casts its final rays of light and warmth across the horizon, painting the sky in blazing crimson hues.
The night at Origin Point had finally arrived.
The light faded away, and the star-studded sky burst forth as if freed from shackles, while the wind-eroded Yardongs, devoid of moonlight, were utterly consumed by darkness. At the same time, countless points of light emerged across the land, clearly some form of living creatures, as each luminous dot was constantly moving.
Lu Xiao focused his mind slightly and activated the Night Owl ability.
As his vision gradually sharpened, he felt immensely grateful for having acquired the skill. Otherwise, surviving the nights at Origin Point would have been impossible.
Within his expanded field of vision, he finally understood what the luminous dots were, palm-sized beetles.
In the rocky mountain where Lu Xiao stood, these insects crawled out from every crevice and soil layer, searching for something. The twinkling stars above mirrored the glowing beetles below, their faint luminescence so similar that Lu Xiao momentarily struggled to distinguish between heaven and earth. He picked up a beetle and placed it on his palm, examining it carefully.
Name, blood beetle. Origin, native creature.
So this thing was called a blood beetle. He eyed the beetle in his hand with curiosity. To his surprise, the little creature suddenly jabbed a stinger into Lu Xiao's palm. In an instant, it had pierced his skin and voraciously sucked 2 entire tubes of blood.
Holy shit! Lu Xiao immediately flung the cursed thing away.
But the blood beetle frenziedly came crawling back. Unable to fly, it scrambled toward Lu Xiao from every possible angle, as if he were the most delectable feast in the world.
This thing sucks blood.
Realizing this, Lu Xiao suddenly understood, to the blood beetle, he was indeed like the legendary Tang monk's flesh. As a source blood physique bearer, his body could continuously generate blood, presumably of exceptionally high quality.
No wonder the beetle went completely berserk after just one taste.
Blood dripped from his wounded palm onto the ground. What happened next made Lu Xiao's scalp prickle with horror. All the glowing dots across the entire stone mountain instantly turned towards him, lunging in his direction, while countless more light points emerged from the crevices between the rocks.
Holy crap!
The sight sent his entire being into a fever pitch. A shock of cold surged from his heels straight to the crown of his head. Blood beetles, like sandworms, are indigenous creatures of this world with limited intelligence. Their behavior is driven by instinct, and the thirst for blood lies at the very core of that primal urge. Dodging left and right, Lu Xiao swiftly leaped down the mountainside, while the swarm of beetles behind him clung like a shadow, flowing after him like a river of light. He took out a bay leaf and quickly bandaged the wound on his palm. Perhaps the scent of the leaf masked the smell of blood, as the pursuing beetle swarm gradually slowed before losing their trail entirely. Lu Xiao instantly understood. The sandworms detected prey through ground vibrations, while the beetles relied on scent. Now he knew. Ha! He suddenly thought of something and grinned wickedly as he looked toward the direction of the light sphere, now obscured by the swarm of sandworms.
Chapter 47, The Rock Core. Chapter 47, The Rock Core.
To approach the Earth core, he would have to pass through the sandworm swarm, any one of which could swallow Lu Xiao alive in a single bite. Though these small sandworms are now nourishing themselves on the elemental cores like newly hatched chicks eagerly awaiting food, who knows when these creatures might suddenly shift their behavior and start devouring everything in sight, just like their parents. Moreover, their very existence might be protecting the elemental core from being approached by other creatures, showing a rather possessive demeanor.
Barging in?
That wasn't Lu Xiao's style. As a college graduate, he at least had normal reasoning abilities.
This wasn't barging in, this was practically asking for death.
But the appearance of the blood beetle gave him a clear plan. Draw the wind, congeal blood into arrows. The metallic scent of blood rose in the air, immediately drawing swarms of blood beetles toward its source. Aiming at one of the sandworms in the distance, the bowstring vibrated with a resonant hum. A blood-red arrow streaked through the darkness. With a soft thud, it effortlessly pierced its target. The arrow didn't inflict much damage on the sandworm, but black blood began oozing from the wound. The surrounding swarm of beetles immediately pounced on the sandworm. However, what attracted them wasn't the sandworm's black blood, but rather the blood transformed from that blood arrow.
It seemed the sandworm's dark blood held no allure for the blood beetles. No matter.
As long as it worked, whose blood it was made no difference. A smirk crept across Lu Xiao's lips as he watched countless blood beetles burrow through the sandworm's wounds into its massive body, all competing for the remnants of his blood arrow lodged within the creature. Being inundated by tens of thousands of beetles flooding into its body, one can only imagine how wretched the sandworm must feel. The massive creature, as large as a freight truck, suddenly convulsed before thrashing violently in continuous rolls. The more it struggled, the more frenzied the blood beetles trapped inside became, relentlessly tearing through the sandworm's internal tissues with needle-like stingers.
Ha! Interesting.
Seeing the method was effective, Lu Xiao didn't waste another moment. Arrow after arrow, he coated them with blood drawn from his own wounds and sent them flying, one after another. Sandworms fell to his shots. The scattered points of light visible on the ground madly converged toward the sandworms in the darkness. They swiftly surged into the creatures' bodies, recklessly devouring and destroying everything in their path before pouring out from the already half-dead sandworms, only to immediately pounce on the next victim. The sandworms were utterly helpless against the blood beetles. Without eyes, they couldn't even comprehend what was happening around them, why their fellow worms were thrashing violently, leaping up and down, perhaps trying to burrow ahead of them. The instigator of it all stood in the distance, firing silent arrows of blood while watching coldly from afar. Each luminous blood beetle gathered together like quicksilver spreading across the ground, merging into flowing rivers of light.
These radiant currents swallowed sandworm after sandworm, all for the scattered traces of Lu Xiao's blood within their bodies. This must be what they call the ant eating the elephant.
Lu Xiao began to approach slowly. The blood beetles were highly efficient, and most of the sandworms had already fallen silent. Soon, he climbed onto a sandworm carcass. There was still some distance to the earth core, but the writhing bodies of the sandworm swarm tightly blocked the path. A quarter of an hour later, only a road paved with sandworm corpses remained ahead of Lu Xiao. His nimble body leapt between the towering corpses, swiftly bringing him to the forefront. A radiant object blooming in the darkness lay bare before his eyes. At closer inspection, it revealed itself not as a sphere, but as a diamond-shaped stone hovering above the sandy soil. Likely due to his lack of elemental affinity, even at this proximity, Lu Xiao couldn't sense anything this glowing rock might offer him.
Identification: Rock Elemental Core.
Purity: Rebirth.
Attribute: World Forging Earth. Detected Ren Pingxing's inquiry regarding elemental purity. Consume 100 merit points to exchange for relevant information? Yes. Elemental purity. The origin point is constructed from world forging elements.
The longer an element has existed, the higher its purity and the greater the elemental energy it contains.
This damn thing isn't Earth Core. Trying to fool me when I can't read?
It clearly says rock.
Why does it have Earth attributes when it's named rock?
Detected Ren Pingxing's inquiry regarding the relationship between rock core and world-building Earth.
Spend 10 merit points to exchange for relevant information? Yes. Rock element is one of the branches of Earth element. Damn. Turns out it's an illegitimate son. Alright, pardon my ignorance, my physics classes were wasted. Detected that Ren Pingsheng has questions about newly produced element purity. Consume 10 merit points to exchange for relevant information? Yes. Elementary purity rebirth, the lowest grade of elemental purity. Well, that was expected. The elemental core purity contained within this minor world was bound to be the lowest grade, yet even so, it possessed sufficient elemental energy to attract the surrounding sandworms. Just how powerful is this thing? Lu Xiao slowly advanced toward the light source, but with just one step forward, the surrounding sandworms grew restless. Many of them directly raised their heads, turning in his direction. Damn it, do you really want me to wipe you all out? Since you're so blind, don't blame me for calling in the little brothers. He bent his bow and set an arrow, blood sprayed in every direction. The blood-armored insects bustling behind seemed to have received an imperial decree, as rivers of light flowed from the sandworm corpses, beginning to charge inward, drawn by the scent of blood. Half an hour later, the sandworm swarm that had tightly encircled the rock elemental core now lay as nothing more than lifeless mountains of flesh. Lu Xiao strode forward slowly, approaching the rock elemental core. Brilliant and radiant, the light carried a divine aura. His footsteps were slow, filled with awe for the unknown. Though the sandworms crowded against one another, they never dared to approach within 20 meters of the stone nucleus. There had to be a reason for this. Otherwise, their limited intelligence wouldn't have allowed them to estimate such a precise distance. He took a single step into the 20-meter radius. In that instant, the stone nucleus reacted. The once quiet hovering diamond-shaped stone suddenly flared with intensified light. What was this? Why had it just lit up? Had I accidentally triggered some mechanism? Lu Xiao hurriedly retracted his right foot. At that very moment, a muffled thud sounded. A conical stone spike over 2 meters long suddenly erupted from the ground where he just stepped. Had his reaction been even slightly slower, his entire leg would have been impaled. Bang! 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 Thudding sounds continued as, within a 20-meter radius centered on the rock core, stone spikes emerged from the soil one after another like bamboo shoots. The once flat sandy ground now resembled a porcupine's back, densely covered in stone protrusions. The interlocking stone spikes formed an impenetrable web. So this was why the sandworms dared not approach. Lu Xiao was also drenched in a cold sweat by the sudden turn of events. In his dazed state, he felt immensely grateful for his vigilance. Had he carelessly walked straight in, he would have been skewered alive right then and there, turned into a human shish kebab. Is the rock core actually alive? How could it possibly possess self-protective consciousness and abilities? Lu Xiao's original intention was simply to stuff this ownerless treasure into the defective container and take it away. After all, for someone with an affinity for earth elements, this was truly a priceless artifact. But reality proved far more complicated than he'd imagined. The stone core wasn't merely surrounded by sandworms, it could spontaneously unleash elemental techniques on its own, area of effect attacks at that. This was getting ridiculous. Was collecting one damned item really supposed to be this difficult? Lu Xiao reached out and touched the stone spike. The rock was incredibly hard, with an especially sharpened tip. These stone spikes could not only impale approaching creatures but also firmly encased the rock elemental core at their center. Brutal. Hardcore. Today I've really kicked against a steel plate. Chapter 48, Hub, you know nothing about the pearl. Chapter 48 Hub, you know nothing about the pearl. Actually, the 20-meter distance was within range for Lu Xiao to retrieve the rock core directly using his grappling claws. However, since he couldn't confirm whether the stone spikes were the core's only lethal move, he wasn't about to act recklessly. If this thing still had some ultimate trump card up its sleeve, he'd truly be inescapably doomed. After weighing his options, he decided to put his newly acquainted little companions to use. He gently pulled the bowstring and aimed the arrowhead at the rock core, launching a blood arrow lazily without much force. The moment the blood arrow touched the rock core, it dissolved into liquid blood. The contaminated core dimmed slightly, but the nucleus itself didn't tremble upon impact. Not even a single scratch appeared on the surface of the diamond-shaped rock embedded within. This was exactly the effect Lu Xiao desired, not to send it flying, but to let bloodstains cling to its surface. As if guided by lasers, the blood-seekers behind Lu Xiao caught wind of the scent and began launching precise attacks toward the rock core. His blood held an undeniable allure for these beetles. The little creatures would stop at nothing for even a single lick. The crisscross stone spikes posed a deadly threat to creatures of Lu Xiao's size, their sharp points easily piercing flesh and bone. But for the blood-seekers, a mere splash in the water. They darted effortlessly between the rocks, soon reaching the vicinity of the rock core. The stone spikes even provided them direct pathways to crawl onto the core itself. The moment the blood beetles touched the yuan core, the earthy yellow light abruptly intensified. Lu Xiao was prepared, immediately retreating several steps, fearing another bizarre magical eruption. All the stone spines shattered explosively, crumbling into a field of rubble before spontaneously rolling toward the center. Eventually, the debris coalesced, completely encasing the rock yuan core at its heart, forming a massive diamond-shaped stone pillar. With a series of crisp cracks, Lu Xiao's little friends were crushed into powder as easily as stress relief toys. Clearly, this was also a kind of rock elemental energy technique. Compared to the earlier stone spikes, this technique leaned more towards defense. The combination of one offensive and one defensive technique truly complemented each other well. Lu Xiao rested his chin on his hand, staring at the stone pillar before him. This all-encompassing rejection was truly giving him a headache. Is it going to stay like this forever? Or will it deflate soon? Should I wait a bit longer? Or should I go all out against it? 15 minutes later, the diamond-shaped stone pillar stood unmoved, showing no signs of disintegration. The rock core seemed thoroughly frightened, steadfastly refusing to reveal its true form again. This left Lu Xiao utterly frustrated. He circled around the outer perimeter of the pillar, unable to think of any way to breach this tortoiseshell-like defense. During this time, he also attempted to lure blood beetles with his blood, hoping their numbers might break through, but the effort ended in failure. Yet he discovered one thing: the piled rock pillar had minute, invisible fissures through which his blood could seep in. A sudden image flashed through his mind. It was the moment when the blood arrow struck the Yin Yuan core. When the core was tainted by the blood, the radiance it emitted visibly dimmed. What did that signify? He wasn't sure, but desperate times called for desperate measures. After all, he couldn't think of any better solution now. Blood gushed continuously from his wound, forming a 20-meter-long rod. Lu Xiao pressed one end of the rod against the stone pillar, allowing his blood to flow down its length and spill onto the pillar's surface. The thick blood attracted swarms of crimson beetles, forcing Lu Xiao to continually solidify the blood into spheres with one hand and toss them away, just to distract the relentless little creatures. Blood continuously soaked into the stone pillar's surface, some already seeping deep through its crevices. Lu Xiao had a peculiar feeling through the blood sticks connection. These droplets of blood still seemed like part of his own body, pulsing with unusual vitality. Yet this phenomenon didn't belong to any blood origin technique he knew. Apparently his understanding of the blood origin pearl remained incomplete. This peculiar ability might possess even more formidable potentials, ones he couldn't even begin to fathom. I can't worry about this right now. Harassed incessantly by the blood beetles, he was already on the verge of collapse. His entire body was swarmed by the insects, with countless crawling directly onto him, greedily sucking his blood. Unable to breach the defenses of his blood armor and blood staff, they could only scurry frantically all over Lu Xiao's body. The greater the pressure, the more one must keep their composure. He simply clenched his eyes shut and used his psychic senses to perceive his own blood. The traces of blood seeping into the stone pillar were gradually approaching the center through the crevices. It's right there! A trickle of blood finally broke through the layers of rock, flowing into the hollow space. Lu Xiao could even feel the warmth emanating from the light. Fresh blood continued pouring in relentlessly. Were it not for his primordial blood constitution, Lu Xiao would have long bled out and perished. And without his expanded spirit sea, he couldn't possibly have sustained his series of reckless and chaotic maneuvers. The surging rivulets of blood slowly rose through the hollow expanse until the crimson tide touched the core of Earth. At that instant, the core of Earth quivered as if its tail had been seized. A panic Lu Xiao couldn't see, but its earthen yellow brilliance dimmed sharply, and the nascent bedrock trembled violently in resistance. It refused to be claimed by any living being. Perhaps, from its very birth, it was meant to remain free. World-forging elements were far nobler and purer than mere life itself. Though devoid of intelligence, they regarded all living creatures with disdain. Pearl-containing spirit, passively activated. Absorbing geo-element. Absorption complete. What the fuck? Pearl, you, me. At the same moment, the stone pillar crumbled into rubble in an instant. The earthen yellow glow in the darkness vanished, the rock elemental core was gone. Lu Xiao struggled to shake off the blood beetles clinging to him and swiftly retreated to a distant location. He felt like a thief fleeing in panic. Though he had originally intended to take the rock elemental core, he never imagined it would end like this. The defiant rock elemental core had offered almost no resistance after contact with his blood pearl had effortlessly whisked it away. With a single wave that truly swept all away, Hanju seemed to look down on this so-called newborn rock as if it were mere trash, casually scooping it up. She even appeared puzzled, wondering why her master would want her to absorb such useless stuff. Lu Xiao sat dazed on a rock, his gaze blank and unfocused. His thoughts lingered endlessly on his panel display. Category: Organic Intelligent Lifeforms. Source: Galactic Order. Species: Human. Name: Ren Pingsheng. Gender: Male. Title: Blood Demon. Height: 1.76 meters. Planetary measurement. Physical attributes: Fortitude 8. Strength 1-2. Agility 5-0. Explosiveness 3-0. Spirit: Pearl Containment I, hidden. Blood Essence Pearl, hidden. Blood Core, demon, hidden. Rock Origin Pearl, hidden. Rock Origin Core, rebirth, hidden. Soul 9-1. Spirit C5-1-1. 5 senses. Visual 3. Proficiency: Archery. Proficiency: Novice. Appraisal: Novice. Body techniques. Precision I, passive body technique, slightly increases accuracy of ranged attacks. Dynamic Archery, passive bow technique, maintains shooting accuracy while moving. Harden, active body technique,
temporarily increases the hardness of skin and muscle tissue. Abilities: blood control, bloodline primary ability, active skill, manipulates inactive blood within range. Blood forge weaponry, bloodline primary ability, active skill, materializes blood into weapons. Blood armor, intermediate blood origin skill, active ability, covers the body with blood to form protective armor. Source blood constitution, core ability, passive skill, provides limitless blood regeneration provided the spirit remains unharmed. Blood scent, primary blood origin technique, passive skill, acquires biological information through the scent of blood and can detect creature positions within a certain range. Eagle vision, intermediate active skill, consumes spiritual energy to summon a spiritual eagle at high altitude, allowing the summoner to share its field of vision. Night owl, primary active energy skill, after activation through psychic energy, maintains vision capabilities in darkness. Rock spike, intermediate earth element active skill, causes rock formations to protrude sharply from the ground within a 20-meter radius. Solid rock, an intermediate level kinetic earth element skill, draws surrounding stones to completely encase the user. Continuously drains spirit energy during the process. Rock control, primary active earth element ability, manipulates surrounding rocks, continuously consumes spiritual energy during use. Sure enough, there was a new pearl inside, the Earth Source Pearl. Not just that, but 3 new elemental abilities appeared directly. 2 of them were familiar to Lu Xiao, one offensive and one defensive. But the last one, Rock Control, why does the name sound just like Appearance Obsessed? Judging purely by Lu Xiao's skill panel, it's genuinely hard to imagine he's a specialization archer. Anyone would assume he's some sort of mage-type character. Honestly, he doesn't want this either. Really, it's downright embarrassing. Besides, what exactly is this pearl absorption phenomenon? Previously obtaining the blood source pearl could be understood as the blood demon spirit directly colliding with my own, or during their tug-of-war, the pearl absorption swallowed it whole. But this time, it was merely my blood coming into contact with the rock core. My spirit was still 20 meters away. How could the absorption succeed like this? Detected Ren Pingxing's doubts regarding spiritual talent. Exchangeable for 1 million Galaxy Order merits to acquire relevant knowledge. This operation is origin point authorized. Proceed with exchange? He hesitated slightly. After all, this was a full 1,000,000 merits, worth hundreds of billions in cash, enough for countless luxury cars and beauties, or even several quadrangle courtyard houses in first-tier cities. It represented 1/10 of his entire merit reserves. Gritting teeth, yes. Currently known information about the pearl-containing spirit body is as follows. First, creatures possessing the pearl-containing spirit body can acquire the chi and blood of consumed creatures through feeding, while simultaneously nourishing themselves. Second, the pearl-containing spirit body can extract or devour the spirit bodies of other creatures, with the devoured spirits nourishing the host creature. Third, as an innate spirit body, the pearl-containing spirit body possesses growth potential, though the effects of its maturation remain unknown. Fourth, the pearl-containing spirit body is an inheritable talent, meaning a new possessor will only emerge after the death of the previous one. That's it. This is worth 1 million just like that? Is this it? Lu Xiao felt a surge of blood rising in his chest. What kind of answer is this? Aside from the fourth point, I literally already knew everything else. And what's even the point of the fourth one? It's completely useless. I didn't want to hear any of this nonsense. I know way more than whatever the core system just told me. Do you know that the pearl-bearing spirit body can devour source cores? Do you know that the pearl can remotely absorb essence cores? You truly have no idea of Hanju's real strength. Sigh, my 1 million merit points. Chapter 49, The Journey. Chapter 49, The Journey. The Central Hub's understanding of the pearl-holding spiritual physique remains at its most rudimentary stage. Its ability to absorb physical stamina and spiritual attributes likely represents the full extent of their knowledge. Yet even this limited information about the pearl-holding trait justifies its staggering valuation of 1 million merit points. Of course, this exorbitant price also stems from the physique's hereditary nature, as a new bearer only emerges upon the death of the previous one, significantly complicating the acquisition of its spiritual data. If Lu Xiao remembered correctly, the meaning of Han Pearl referred to the precious pearl placed in the mouth of the deceased. Literally, it carried an extremely ominous connotation. But putting superstition aside, Han Pearl also symbolized the most cherished possession of the dead. What is the most precious thing? Flesh essence and spiritual bodies, of course. So to speak, that's quite correct. But what about the pearl held in the mouth? Could it all be just literal meaning? Can the origin core be directly transformed into a pearl? Impressive. The talent of a spiritual body is actually this heaven-defying. The fact that he possessed the pearl must never be known by anyone. He understood the saying, a man's virtue is his own, but his treasures invite calamity. The more extraordinary the pearl was, the greater the danger would be if discovered. However, the issue of directly absorbing the rock essence core through his blood still seemed unresolved. Perhaps my thinking was wrong. The reason might not lie within the orb itself, but rather in a special property of the blood source ability. However, as for the key issue, Lu Xiao had questioned the system several times but received no answer. He faintly sensed that when the blood was connected to him, even if it wasn't inside his body, it wouldn't deactivate and still remained a part of him. His perception and psychic energy could also extend through the range covered by the blood. The effectiveness in this regard could only be verified through continuous experimentation. The gains this time were undeniably enormous. Absorbing the rock origin core allowed Lu Xiao to directly obtain the newborn rock, transforming him from an elemental insulator with zero affinity into a master of rock element. Beyond that, the use of blood origin energy had given him an entirely new understanding of this unique ability. If properly developed, perhaps combining different elements could unlock even greater potential. The most terrifying thing is, since Hanju can absorb rock essence cores, she might be able to devour even more elemental cores. Wouldn't that mean? Just the thought alone could split Lu Xiao's face with a grin. He stood atop the rocky peak, gazing down at the desolate wasteland below, when a surge of heroic passion suddenly welled up within him. 70 Earth years ago, a voice echoed across China. The Chinese people have stood up. Today, the same sentiment resonated in Lu Xiao's heart. Earth's humanity will stand taller because of me. In the darkness of night, a lone figure raced across the wilderness. Silhouetted against the sky, the figure held an upright posture, no overt movements, just a slight bend in the forward leg, torso leaning forward, arms stretched flat, bracing against the wind. He stepped onto a rock, as the underground strata continuously propelled it forward, carrying his figure at tremendous speed. Lu Xiao covered his nose and mouth, leaving only his eyes exposed to gaze ahead. While others used rock manipulation for combat, his was for fleeing. The abundance in his spirit sea allowed him to freely expend spiritual energy. Galloping across the wasteland with rock-controlling energy techniques wasn't as fast as Lu Xiao's full-speed sprint, but it had the advantage of not draining physical stamina. Though he'd initially struggled to wield the rock manipulation skill smoothly, eating dirt face first several times, he'd now gained considerably more proficiency. I had always longed for the carefree elegance of riding a flying sword, and now I've gotten a small taste of a scaled-down version, though it still feels more like playing with a skateboard. Lu Xiao no longer headed north but turned westward instead. In the endless night, only the starlight from above and below kept me company. I never had that experience in the city, but in this utterly lightless environment, gazing up at the starry sky evoked a strange sensation, the terrifying feeling of being devoured by the galaxy, dissolving into the dark night. The glow of blood beetles scattered sporadically across the ground. These little creatures had their own predators, two small beasts with tripod-like legs and two long tentacles, constantly hunting the beetles across the wilderness. Lu Xiao didn't show any courtesy to these little beasts either. Whenever he spotted one, he would shoot an arrow without hesitation. After all, those blood beetles had helped him before. Moreover, his archery skills were so rudimentary that even he couldn't bear to watch. After several battles and prolonged training, there still had been no improvement. He even began to suspect that Origin Point was forcing him to abandon the path of body refinement altogether. A pack of wild wolves emerged from a distant mountain pass, initially running parallel to him. But when their numbers exceeded 20, the entire group suddenly changed direction and charged straight toward him. This wolf was enormous, nearly twice the size of an Alaskan Malamute, one of Earth's sled-pulling trio breeds. The bowstring twanged, and the arrow flew. Moments later, 3 dire wolves whimpered as they abandoned him, leaving behind more than a dozen of their companions who lay gasping on the ground, barely alive. Blood beetles swarmed around, drawn by the scent of carnage, sharing these spoils with Lu Xiao. The journey was long, but Lu Xiao felt no urgency. He lit a campfire right there, skinned and gutted the massive wolf carcass, and set it roasting over the flames. The blood beetle reveled in its feast of blood, while Lu Xiao savored his roasted meat, two creatures of different species coexisting as peacefully as old friends, each content in their own way. He tried offering the roasted meat to the blood beetles, only to find them entirely uninterested. Somewhat dejected, he abandoned the idea of teasing these little creatures. The rich, savory juices filled his stomach with profound satisfaction. In his mind's whim, the surrounding rocks began to form a low wall encircling him. Were Lu Xiao not utterly inept at engineering, he might even have conjured up a small house from the ground. The pearl within him continuously absorbed the essence of the grassland wolf's flesh and blood, but he craved more than just marginal gains. Secretly, he added crimson cherry petals to the roast. To any onlooker, it would simply appear as seasoning. Endurance +1. Strength +2. Absorbing physical essence from intelligent organism. Physical attributes slightly enhanced. System messages kept popping up. Blood chi overload? Not a chance. Lu Xiao's blood had long transcended the limits of ordinary humans. Still, the throbbing ache in his muscles and bones made him cautious enough to refrain from shoving entire handfuls of blood cherry petals into his mouth. He had no desire to suddenly sprout bone spurs or turn into Kimimaro from Naruto, with bones growing wildly everywhere. My rebellious stomach began to whimper in quiet protest. The roasted wolf feast had finally reached its conclusion.
Toughness increased directly by 10, and strength soared by 22. Lu Xian's current physical attributes have reached Resilience 1-8, Strength 3-4, Agility 5-0, Explosiveness 3-0.
If 101 was the walker's mirror tier, Lu Xiao wanted to soar past 400 directly in the lesser thousand worlds. After all, no one knew what trick's origin point might pull next. The stronger one's own abilities, the more confidence one would naturally have.
Moreover, the number of crimson sakura petals is incredibly abundant, though it's unclear whether there's a limit to their enhancement potential. If there's no limit, that would be truly terrifying. Beneath the soil, rocks surged upward as the low walls around Lu Xiao rapidly grew taller. The sandy ground was replaced by stone as he lowered his eyes slightly, his thoughts guiding the construction of the surrounding rocks. With each flicker of intention, a domed stone hut gradually took shape. There were no doors or windows, only 3 narrow air vents, each too small for a person to pass through. When he opened his eyes again and surveyed his surroundings with satisfaction, he felt it, satisfaction. He spread out the shed wolfskin and lay comfortably on it. It was a bit smelly, but in these conditions, one couldn't ask for more. The crackling campfire beside him emitted warmth, and Lu Xiao drifted off to sleep just like that. Chapter 50, Don't Stand on Ceremony. Chapter 50, Don't Stand on Ceremony. The night passed uneventfully, yet when I awoke, it was still night.
I draped myself in a coat made from the steppe wolf's pelt and stuffed the leftover grilled meat into my flawed container.
With a faint thought, the rocks composing the stone house began rapidly fragmenting until they turned to dust, vanishing into the dark night.
The house that had risen from flat ground thus completed its brief mission as its creator departed. A solid slate rose beneath my feet, and with silent thrust from the ground, Lu Xiao set forth once more. The night in the wasteland was bitterly cold, and the sweeping winds carrying sand felt like shards of ice scraping against the skin. He had considered using his rock manipulation ability to craft a stone vehicle. It would at least provide comfort and shield against the windborne grit.
But after some attempts, he ultimately gave up.
The reason was simple. He couldn't simultaneously maintain the dual functions of propelling the surface rock layer and stabilizing its structure.
Moreover, sustaining bidirectional control exceeded the limits of his psychic energy reserves.
The ideal state he envisioned was achieving a perfect equilibrium between the restoration and expenditure of his psychic energy.
Gliding swiftly atop a rock slab might seem crude and straightforward, but in reality, it demanded deep mastery and comprehension of his rock control skill.
What he was manipulating wasn't just the slab beneath his feet, it was the layered earth behind him, rising continuously to form a descending slope. In truth, Lu Xiao had been surfing the entire time, only his wave was the cascading bedrock surging behind him.
Come on, speed up.
Lower your center of gravity and control the increasing incline of the rock layers behind you. The speed keeps rising as you maintain balance while managing the surrounding rock formations.
Up we go.
He charged toward a steep slope, using his momentum to launch into the air. After an awkward midair spin, he landed unsteadily but managed to stay on his feet.
Yes, a full 360-degree aerial spin. Difficulty level 2.0.
The cheers quickly dissolved into the dusty wind. For some, loneliness is harder to bear than death.
But for Lu Xiao, solitude had always been his companion.
Friends might deceive or drift away, yet loneliness never would. It stays with you forever, whether you wish it or not. Across the wilderness, he galloped freely and unchecked, his mastery over rock manipulation growing ever more proficient as his forward speed accelerated. Occasionally, some reckless local creatures would be drawn by his commotion, but those clever enough to pursue couldn't catch up, while those fast enough to chase couldn't get close, and those that did quickly became appetizers for his drinks. This frail-bodied earthling had, against all odds, become the apex predator reigning over this desolate wasteland.
Come on, catch up with me.
Lu Xiao wildly waved his arms while shouting at the top of his lungs. Behind him, the earth surged and mountains trembled as dozens of giant sandworms twisted through the ground like sea dragons, drawn by the vibrations in the rock layers as they pursued unseen prey.
Ha 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 ha, this is amazing.
Laughing wildly, Lu Xiao resembled a lone leaf boat amidst raging waves, seemingly on the verge of capsizing at any moment, yet persistently riding the crest of the tide. He kept shifting his posture and changing his path forward, teasing the colossal creature behind him. With each narrow dodge, his mastery over rock control rapidly improved. The adrenaline thrill blended with a sense of unbridled exhilaration, like an ice-cold cocktail, leaving him utterly addicted. The ground directly ahead began to collapse. Leaping into the air, the rocks beneath him swiftly crawled up his body, forming an airtight stone armor. Just as the sandworm that had taken a shortcut lifted its massive head from the ground, Lu Xiao was already standing firmly atop it, clad effortlessly in his earthen rock armor, the entire feat executed in one fluid motion.
Be a good boy.
He stood with his hands behind his back, muttering to himself. Standing atop the head of the true master of this wasteland filled him with exhilaration. Unfortunately, before I could revel in that moment of breeze-cooled ease, the sandworm plunged back into the ground, and Lu Xiao continued gliding forward on his stone slab. After a long while, when he looked back,
those enormous earth dragons were nowhere to be seen.
He waved behind him even though no one could see it. The gesture lent a sense of ritual. The sandstorm blotted out the starry sky as howling winds raged across the wilderness, whipping yellow sand through the desolate expanse. Lu Xiao sat by the campfire, chewing roasted meat leisurely as the wind howled mournfully outside the stone house. A litter of young sand foxes huddled beside him, gazing pitifully with their big, naive eyes at the meat in his hands. Their parents had failed to return due to the storm, leaving the whole brood to be unexpectedly adopted by this inexplicable human. Nestled in the soft warmth of wolf fur blankets, the little foxes couldn't decide whether to feel frightened or to enjoy their predicament.
When chunks of sliced meat were tossed their way, they hesitated uncertainly about whether to take the offering. "Eat it, it's not your flesh."
The human spoke, and he didn't seem that terrifying. A young sand fox mustered its courage, crept forward, and licked the chunk of meat on the ground.
So fragrant, it took a bite.
Soon, the other young sand foxes gathered around too. Lu Xiao smiled as he watched these adorable creatures with their big ears and pointed snouts, slicing a few more pieces and tossing them over. After who knows how long, the storm gradually subsided. Lu Xiao turned his head toward the unsealed stone doorway, where two sandfox heads peeked out from the darkness of the night.
Looks like the little one's parents had come looking for their children.
He took one last look at the den of sleeping sandfoxes, hoping they would grow up safe and sound. Then he stood up and walked toward the cave opening on the other side of the stone house. Lu Xiao left without taking the wolf pelt or the remaining roasted meat, leaving them all, even the stone house, to the little family.
Lu Xiao. English notes. Don't rush, I haven't finished reading yet. It's your turn to write for me now. I'm thinking about what to write. Write whatever you want. Then I'll just write randomly? Are you always this casual?
Not at all, no way. I'm very serious, extremely serious. Then, remember to show me when you've finished writing.
Absolutely.
Stars and fluorescence receded before our eyes, flickering back through the loneliness like memories.
Once dreamed of traveling the vast lands together, yet now only I tread this desolate wilderness alone.
The biting wind whips across my cheeks, and an inexplicable melancholy settles in my heart. Everything of Earth seems like a lifetime away, distant as the horizon yet vivid before my eyes, as if I'd crossed the Naiha Bridge but forgotten to drink Granny Meng's soup of oblivion. He lifted his head, gazing toward a certain height. There, the lights of the buildings lit up one floor after another.
With every illumination, a little head would lean out from the balcony, waving to him.
Until the last light went out, and the world seemed truly dark. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips.
Stone surge.
Stone spikes erupted violently from the soil in an instant. The dull sound of flesh being pierced echoed in his ears.
Everything before my eyes cleared once more.
Scanning the surroundings, dozens of emaciated humanoid creatures were impaled one by the rocks, their forms barely recognizable. One of them had claws as thin as spicy strips of jerky, mere inches away from him.
Sand ghost.
Gazing at the information about this primal organism, Lu Xiao's face turned as cold as ice. Creatures capable of triggering memory flashbacks and inducing various hallucinations, devils wandering the wastelands. TCH, Lu Xiao sneered coldly. The stone spikes shattered instantly. Gripping Wingcatcher, his gaze turned icy as he stared at the ghostly sand fiends beyond the range of the rock protrusions. "Thanks," he spat, "for making me recall things I'd rather forget. Let me return the favor with some words of my own."
The bowstring twanged, streaks of crimson cutting through the night. Sand ghouls began scattering in panic, but their movements were sluggish.
One by one, they crumpled onto the yellow sands, until the last one fell, its skull pierced, collapsing into the embrace of the darkened night.
You're welcome. Chapter 51, Earth's Order. Chapter 51, Earth's Order. Entering Mirror Lake. This area is currently a war zone.
When the system prompt lit up, Lu Xiao's footsteps stepped out of the sandy soil of the wasteland. Before him stretched an endless grassland, vibrant with blooming flowers and lush greenery, while behind lay the desolate, barren earth of red sand. The eastern sky was already turning fish-belly white, and the earth was coming back to life. Lu Xiao hadn't expected the east-to-west journey to take a full 7 Earth days. Lighting a cigarette, he walked onto the grassland and lay down on his back. The effect of the blood cherry blossoms indeed stopped increasing after reaching 50, but the effect of the spirit pearl body remained active. However, the enhancement from consuming the meat of the wasteland's creatures grew increasingly negligible. It seemed the chi and blood essence of these beings now offered almost no benefit to his current state.
Tenacity 5-1, Strength 5-2, Agility 5-0, Burst 3-0. Staring at his physical attributes panel, Lu Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What were originally his weakest stats, tenacity and strength, had now become his strongest traits.
Since we've arrived at Mirror Lake, there's no need to rush onward with the journey. A spirit-manifested eagle soared straight into the clouds, after confirming there were no creatures nearby that could threaten it. The soil layer loosened, then abruptly collapsed into a deep pit. Lu Xiao leapt into the hollow as the overlying rocks swiftly sealed the opening above, forming an underground stone chamber. From the Eagle's vantage point, it was nearly impossible to discern any traces of the buried site below.
After completing these tasks in the pitch-black confined space,
Galactic Order initiating spiritual transmission for Rin Pingsheng, searching.
Origin Point Law 99 approves this transmission.
Scanning intelligent lifeform vitality status, meets transmission requirements.
Ren Pingsheng's origin body returns to source. Spiritual conveyance in progress?
Opening his eyes, he found himself in his familiar bedroom, with sunlight streaming peacefully through the window. Yet what did these unnaturally lush flowers and plants before him signify? I sat up and found my body covered in ivy-like vines whose roots were embedded in my temples.
It seems this is the life-sustaining effect on the body bought with 20 merit points. Lu Xiao's face turned ashen. Vegetable, did they really use a damn plant to make a person? Forget it, no need to dwell on it. At least it's better than keeping the body in a low-temperature state, no stiffness at all, as if the body has maintained considerable vitality all along. As he woke up, the plant promptly detached from him and withered away at a visible speed. Hearing movement from the inner room, the bedroom door was suddenly flung open. Lu Xiao widened his eyes, staring at his father who had burst in, followed by his mother, her face brimming with delight. Father didn't speak, only smiled, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepening, his bloodshot eyes weary. Xiao.
Mother pushed aside father blocking the doorway and rushed in frantically, wrapping Lu Xiao in her arms.
Tears streamed endlessly as mother trembled all over, holding him tighter and tighter. You're finally back. Thank goodness you're back. Father stepped forward and embraced both mother and child. Just glad you're back. Dad, Mom, why are you here? Where's Grandma?
Your grandmother is being taken care of by your uncle and aunt. She's been very tired lately, so we didn't bring her along.
Father kept scrutinizing his child. Why did you return so late? Most people in Xiantang came back long ago.
Mother sobbed, turning aside to pull out a pile of tissues to wipe her cheeks.
That's right. Your father and I returned 7 days ago.
The highways reopened soon after, and we've been staying at your place for several days now. It seems Lung Yufeng was right. Qiantang's daily life has largely returned to normal.
One can't help but marvel at the resilience of both the government and the hard-working populace. Let's talk about these matters later. Have there been any changes during this period? Changes? My parents exchanged glances. Too many changes. Let me think where to begin. My father said casually. Come, let's all sit down and tell me everything properly.
After nearly 2 hours of conversation with his parents, Lu Xiao had gained a general understanding of the series of changes that had occurred on Earth over the past 10+ days.
First, the Galactic Order has officially intervened in Earth's affairs. The United Nations has been formally renamed the Earth Order Alliance, referred to simply as Earth Order.
The original 5 permanent members have expanded by 1 seat. It said the new permanent member comes from the Galactic Order. It appears that important matters on Earth will now have the Galactic Order's involvement in the future.
Second, there has been an explosion of new scientific research breakthroughs.
Many problems that previously troubled human scientists have been resolved in a short period, particularly in quantum mechanics, string theory, renewable energy, and medicine. The greatest killers of human life, cancer, AIDS, and leukemia, have actually seen treatment solutions emerge. The Earth Order introduced the Galactic Coin, which integrated with all global currency payment systems within just a few hours. Its purchasing power was set at a ratio of 1 to 100,000 against the RMB, almost equivalent to the value of merit points that Lu Xiao had previously learned about. It is said this currency can be used across the entire Milky Way, but the only way to obtain it is by exchanging merit points. Furthermore, shortly after its establishment, the Earth Order issued a series of decrees, several of which were directly relevant to Lu Xiao. For instance, they created the Origin Point Information Sharing Platform, where anyone providing valuable information could receive tangible rewards. Another example was that those listed in the race proxy records would receive prioritized protection and resource allocation from the Earth Order, including their families. Additionally, the Earth Order simultaneously began compiling data on those who had yet to return and established an organization called the Earth Proxy Alliance, inviting metamorphs, humans with physical attributes above 50, or those who had attained elemental or faith abilities to join. Finally, the Galactic Order would provide corresponding support to various nations based on their merit accumulation, aiding them with theoretical knowledge, technological advancements, and more. As a result, countries launched large-scale campaigns to strategize origin point missions. They also aggressively recruited or even resorted to assassinating the physical bodies of those who had not yet returned. Block inspectors came knocking door to door almost daily. Since Lu Xiao still hadn't returned, he became a priority target for their surveillance. Just before Lu Xiao awoke, community workers had delivered daily necessities to his parents, treating them with utmost care and consideration. They kept emphasizing that they needn't worry about any daily needs. insisting it was actually a wonderful thing that Lu Xiao hadn't returned yet and so on. During a casual chat with the street administrator, my father learned that the entire Qiantang area currently had fewer than 10,000 unaccounted individuals who hadn't returned. Each one was treated as a precious treasure. Even comatose patients without relatives in Qiantang were directly admitted to cadre rehabilitation centers, with dedicated military personnel assigned to guard them. In just a few days, China enacted the Drifters Protection Act and the Drifters Information Security Act, directly imposing legal restrictions on certain types of information and personal safety. My parents' experiences at Origin Point could truly be described as both heroic and tragic. In their small Chen world, over 10 million people fought directly against the extraterrestrial creatures for 3 whole days. In the end, utterly overpowered, my father held my mother and leaped off a cliff. As my mother put it, they never expected to relive the tragic heroism of wartime at their age. But through this ordeal, their bond deepened, and the way my mother looks at my father has grown even more tender. Everything seemed unchanged, yet everything seemed altered. Earth had changed, nations had changed, even my own home had changed. Lu Xiao asked his parents to prepare dinner while he sat alone on the balcony, lost in thought. His true identity had to remain strictly confidential. Even before any major developments, nations had already begun assassinations and talent poaching. It seemed the power struggles from Earth were secretly unfolding here. Once these machines started moving, there'd be many scenarios beyond what a fresh graduate like him could possibly imagine. The street side should be easier to handle. After all, few currently had the capability to return. A mere 100 merit points meant nothing to him, pocket change really, but for ordinary people, it might as well be a king's ransom. He needed to make some arrangements for his life on Earth too, but everything had to be done quietly. Too big a move would draw attention. His status as a reserve member of the Hidden Dragon Group should prove useful in certain situations. He had no idea how much knowledge beyond Earth's civilization the Galactic Order had bestowed upon humanity, but he was certain events beyond his current understanding would occur. Preparing in advance wasn't optional, it was absolutely necessary. While his parents were preparing dinner, Lu Xiao made a quick trip to the community center. He reported his complete return and casually spun a tale about fleeing into the forest only to be ultimately killed by the Manhwa people. The staff meticulously recorded information about the forest and its inhabitants, most of whom had perished during the Qixiao's attack. As Lu Xiao recounted the terrifying extraterrestrial creatures lurking in the woods, they listened wide-eyed, unable to blink. The information Lu Xiao provided was crucial to them. Reporting it might even earn them commendations from higher authorities. However, news of Lu Xiao's definitive demise left them deeply frustrated. Having nurtured a lone survivor in their jurisdiction, someone both the district and local officials had placed high hopes on, now all their efforts had come to nothing. As he left, the community secretary placed a solemn hand on Lu Xiao's shoulder, offering words of encouragement before reluctantly letting him go. As night fell, the family gathered around the dining table and enjoyed a hearty meal together. Ever since Lu Xiao left his hometown to attend university in Qiantang, opportunities to be with his parents had become exceedingly rare. This Origin Point wandering had given the family a sense of happiness akin to reunion after life and death separation. When talking about his experiences at Origin Point, Lu Xiao avoided going into details, partly to spare his parents worry, and partly because he couldn't let them know too much for fear of causing trouble. After dinner, however, Lu Xiao confessed to his parents that he was already bound by the laws of Origin Point, and made it clear he intended to continue his journey there. To his surprise, apart from his mother's slight sadness, his parents actually supported his decision. As my father put it, "We'll just consider you working and living in Qiantang, dropping by to visit us occasionally in our hometown." My mother's words were more blunt. "Anyway, if you die over there, you'll just come back." Clearly, having experienced death at Origin Point themselves, my parents took the matter rather lightly. This completely dispelled Lu Xiao's concerns about leaving home behind. But in the end, his mother laid down the rule for him: you absolutely can't marry a monster. As night fell, his parents went to bed early, while Lu Xiao stood alone on the balcony. Gazing up at the starry sky, the enormous arbiter ranking still loomed prominently at the zenith, but his own code had long since vanished. The urban jungle of steel and concrete blazed with lights. Ordinary citizens had already moved on from the Origin Point incident, returning to their normal lives. He kept refreshing the webpage, hoping to learn more. The internet is flooded with news and speculation about the Origin Point, with most theories suggesting it exists in a different dimension or plane from Earth, that the Origin Point is merely a simulated game among advanced civilizations competing for resources. Those who returned were essentially eliminated from the game, but since humanity performed decently this time, the advanced civilizations granted them a decent reward. That's all it boils down to. Of course, certain news items also caught Lu Xiao's attention. A telecom operator employee was arrested for selling the list of individuals who hadn't returned, becoming the first person to be eaten by a crab since the enactment of the Virtual Security Act. A small nation reported the mass disappearance of the bodies of non-returnees, suspected to have been stolen by American agents. In England, A returnee claimed to have become an evolver and disclosed extensive details about spiritual metamorphosis.
Lu Xiao browsed through the news with a faint smile.
Small stones in the flower pot beside him were eerily piling up on their own.
Chapter 52, Undercurrents. Chapter 52, Undercurrents. The next day, Lu Xiao rose early, or rather, he hadn't slept at all. The transformation of his spiritual body had liberated him from the physical constraints of his original brain structure, rendering extended sleep unnecessary. Dressed in casual clothes, he was jogging leisurely around the neighborhood while his thoughts interacted with the central system. Consumed 200 Galactic Order merit points to exchange for physical replication. Physical replication complete.
A surge of energy coursed through his body, instantly making him lighter and stronger. The physical attributes and combat skills of his original form at origin point had been perfectly replicated onto his earthbound body.
As his physical stats at origin point skyrocketed, the merit points required for replication also increased dramatically.
It seems that to the Galactic Order, the biological bodies of Earth's creatures hold little importance. They can easily be replicated with technology far beyond human reach. Otherwise, such a small amount of merit points wouldn't suffice for exchange.
Detected Ren Pingxing's concerns regarding the safety of galactic credits usage on Earth. This inquiry requires no merit point expenditure. Galactic credits are the universal currency within the Galactic Order's economic system. They have currently been integrated into all Earth's financial networks. All transactions employ Brody encryption and concealment protocols, ensuring neither users nor transactions can be detected or recorded by any terrestrial technology. Due to current technological limitations of Earth's civilization, galactic credits have been automatically linked to existing human payment accounts.
Users can complete transactions directly through their original payment methods.
Nice. The Galactic Order has really thought this through. Money isn't stored in banks, which undoubtedly greatly enhances security.
Detected Ren Pingxing's query regarding identity protection. This inquiry does not require expenditure of merit points. Protected individuals' identity information and records will not be disclosed through any information exchange channels of the Galactic Order. This protection measure applies to all beings within Origin Point and throughout the Galactic Order. Looks like they just won't announce it publicly, without implementing any more substantial protective measures.
Ah well, can't expect too much anyway. Detected Ren Pingxing's inquiry about using psychic powers outside Origin Point. This question requires no merit point expenditure. Spirits are transcendent spatial fragments of life essence. Spiritual techniques can be used unrestricted across all realms and spaces, but psychic energy cannot be replenished outside the Origin Point domain. So that's how it is.
Lu Xiao tried it last night. His abilities could still be used on Earth.
The only limitation was that once the spiritual energy was depleted, it couldn't be replenished. It seems this spiritual energy can only be restored at Origin Point.
Consumed 10,000 points of Galactic Order merit.
Galactic coin account balance, 10,000.
Heh, just a drop in the bucket, just a drop in the bucket. I really hope the 1:100,000 exchange rate is real. That would truly be the pinnacle of life.
Wait, this is getting out of hand. It's expanding too much.
Although Galaxy coins pose no security risks during transactions, once you purchase assets, issues like property rights and taxation come into play.
As a fresh graduate with a retired civil servant father and a stay-at-home mother, how could I suddenly strike it rich? Holy crap, now I finally understand what it means to have money but nowhere to spend it. Sitting on a bench in the residential complex, Lu Xiao dialed a phone number. Beep beep, hello, may I help you with something? I'm looking for bailing. Certainly, I'll transfer you right away. Please hold while I connect you to the dedicated line.
After listening to over a minute of hypnotic hold music, Bailing's voice came through on the other end of the line.
Speak up, I'm Lark. Is that Mocking Breeze?
Her voice was breathless, suggesting the girl had rushed here in a hurry.
Doesn't the Hidden Dragon Group provide their members with cell phones? Right, I'm Chao Feng.
There's something I need to consult with you, to see if you can help solve it.
Hold on about your business first. Have you been in contact with anyone since you returned? Did you disclose any information about Origin Point or yourself?
Ling Bai spoke with a grave tone, clearly indicating the importance of this matter.
My parents, and the people in the community. People in the community? What exactly did you talk to them about?
Leave nothing out, tell me every detail of your conversations. Seeing her resolute attitude, Lu Xiao proceeded to describe the general situation.
The other end of the phone noticeably relaxed.
Good. You handled it quite appropriately. To ensure the safety of Hidden Dragon operatives, each member's identity is highly confidential. Even I, as your personal assistant, cannot indirectly inquire about your true information. This is something you must always remember, Xiao Feng.
Alright, I understand. According to Hidden Dragon regulations, I will ask you some questions.
You only need to answer yes or no without explaining specific details.
When it comes to sensitive matters, you are permitted to lie. There's actually such a protocol? I'll begin. Is your physical attribute above 50? Yes. Is your physical attribute above 100? No. Have you awakened elemental affinity? No. Have you perceived divine summons? No. Have you found any towns at the origin point? No. Has your origin code ever appeared in the deed record of racial agents? Yes. Has anyone had a spiritual resonance interaction with you through origin point coding? Yes. Is there anyone at origin point who knows your true identity? Yes. Does anyone on Earth know about your true strength at origin point? No. Have you obtained any information about the psychic crystals at the origin point? No. Have you communicated with extraterrestrial beings at the origin point? Yes. Do you possess at least one skill ability? Yes. Have you encountered any humans with extraordinary abilities at the origin point? No. Have you experienced any unusual circumstances at the origin point? What do you mean by unusual circumstances?
I'm not sure either, but that's how the question was written. Bailing replied helplessly.
Seems like I keep encountering nothing but special cases. Then I'll just answer no. Finished?
Lu Xiao asked, noticing Bailing had fallen silent.
Wait, almost done.
The sound of pen scratching against paper kept coming from the other end of the line.
Why not use computers for the tally?
Lu Xiao wondered aloud. For information security, we've switched entirely to paper records now, Bailing replied solemnly.
I see, Lu Xiao nodded in understanding.
Presumably, something like the internet would be virtually defenseless against an advanced civilization like the Galactic Order.
But from another perspective, it seems countries haven't completely submitted to the Galactic Order either. My questions are finished. Now I'll brief you on some developments. Alright, go ahead, I'm listening. The Galactic Order made direct contact with Earth's governing bodies 7 days ago.
The reason is that the human race currently ranks first in cumulative merit points among all species during this anomaly event. The Galactic Order has indiscriminately provided solutions to certain scientific research and theoretical problems. However, due to Earth's divided political systems and ideological factions, the massive resource support cannot currently be distributed.
After deliberation by Earth's order, each nation will independently establish its merit statistics. Ultimately, all resources from the Galactic Order will be allocated according to each nation's proportion of total merit. How do we determine which country each metamorph belongs to? Lu Xiao asked.
Transmuters can directly determine ownership through the system. You can simply have the system search for the term merit attribution. Originally, the system directly determined affiliations and calculated merit points. While this method seemed fair, it actually left our nation at a disadvantage.
Who knows whether these evolved individuals might betray their country?
Xiao Feng, as a reserve member of the Hidden Dragon Unit and a descendant of Huaxia, you must stand firm in your stance.
Don't be swayed by the policies of other nations. Understood. I know what needs to be done, rest assured. May I ask about Huaxia's current ranking among other nations? Certainly. This information is also available on the Central Hub.
Oh, really? Then no need to tell me, I'll go see for myself later.
Do you know anything about those unallocated resources? Sorry, my access level isn't high enough, I don't have that information. Fine, let's assume they're exceptionally valuable.
If just some casual handouts could cure diseases that stumped Earth's greatest minds for centuries, imagine how mind-blowing the real treasures must be.
Whoever gets hold of them might very well unify the entire planet.
That was the first matter.
Let me continue.
This origin point drift may lead to a reshuffling of nations' power hierarchies, so various countries have taken covert actions against metamorphs. I'm warning you here, you must strictly protect your identity information, especially during the period when your spirit returns to Earth.
Some nations have established special task forces specifically to assassinate metamorphs returning to Earth.
Damn, if my spirit gets assassinated while returning to Earth, that would really be game over.
I understand. I've already been extremely cautious. Every metamorph still at origin point is a valuable resource.
If you encounter any metamorph there, regardless of which nation they once belonged to, try to recruit them to our side or obtain their identity information.
The state will ensure their physical safety and provide considerable resource support.
If you have the capability, do your best to assist more Chinese in becoming metamorphs. These efforts will become your capital for becoming a formal team member in the future.
Alright, what other countries are doing, we're doing the same. Okay, what else?
Currently, the Galactic Order has monitored all mobile signals.
Some follow-up information about Origin Point can only be spread by word of mouth.
For now, I can only share some details about the current domains of Origin Point.
If it's about landmarks or towns, don't bother, I already know those. Alright, Based on your phone signal and previous government request records, you should be in Xiantang, right? Right. Lu Xiao smacked his forehead. Why hadn't he thought about the phone signal tracking? There's a special mission that requires your assistance. Can I choose to refuse? Alright, it's not a mandatory mission.
Then you go first, I'll listen.
Good. I'll brief you on the general scenario and the people involved.
If you choose to participate, I'll fill you in on the details.
A student from a university in Xiantang has become a metamorph and has completed the divine blessing rite. Currently, his information has been discovered by foreign forces. I'm in, give me the details.
Lu Xiao already knew who this metamorph was.
Alright, I'll take notes.
Here are the mission details. The university student's surname is Li, given name Tianjia.
His body is currently under intensive care at Xiantang Sanatorium.
According to reliable intel, Li Tianjia is the leader of a Chinese team still at origin point. Several members of his team have already undergone metamorphosis, but one member leaked team information to foreign entities. Currently, covert operatives from 3 countries have infiltrated our nation, planning sabotage operations targeting Li Tianjia and several other metamorphs' physical bodies. Since we're uncertain about the infiltrators' identities, numbers, or capabilities, security gaps may emerge during the protection detail.
We require metamorph participation for 3 objectives. First, protect these metamorphs' physical bodies from sabotage. Second, locate and eliminate these saboteurs if necessary. Third, if possible, extract useful intelligence from them. Understood. How do I participate? How will the security team identify me? Later I'll inform them of your codename. The recognition phrase is, reporting the begonias still sleep sound, yet must keep watch for their blue hue. Why is the recognition phrase classical poetry? Don't ask me about this, it's the higher-ups rule. Alright, I'll go in a bit. What were you going to tell me earlier?
I want to use galactic credits for spending, but going through all the asset verification processes is such a hassle.
Is there any way to solve this? Alright, I'll make a note of it. You can contact me again later. I'll handle the arrangements. Then I'm hanging up. Wait, when you carry out the mission, make sure to conceal your face.
The metamorphs basically never forget a face, you should know that by now.
Thanks for the heads up. Goodbye.
After ending the call, Lu Xiao immediately returned to his rented apartment, said hello to his parents, grabbed some belongings, and headed straight for Xiantang Sanatorium.
Chapter 53, On Guard. Chapter 53 On Guard. Xiantang Sanatorium wasn't far from Lu Xiao's rented neighborhood, but constrained by the electric scooter's painfully slow speed, it still took over half an hour just to reach the vicinity.
The sanatorium is located near West Lake, surrounded by verdant hills and clear waters, with lush trees providing shade. It has long served as a retreat for retired senior cadres and high-ranking officials. 2 hospitals are also nearby, attracting a steady flow of visitors. Had it not been for the Wander event, this place would still be bustling with tourists.
Lu Xiao parked his electric scooter near the hospital and walked toward Xiantang Sanatorium.
At that moment, he was carrying a large backpack almost as tall as a person, containing the short bow he had practiced with before. Though its quality was mediocre, it would suffice for the time being. At the entrance of the sanatorium stood 4 soldiers, their postures ramrod straight like temple guardians stationed on either side of the doorway.
Lu Xiang's approach immediately caught their attention. No entry beyond this point.
A soldier raised his arm, blocking Lu Xiang's path. I was sent from above to assist with the metamorph guardianship. Ha, never thought I'd live to use that line myself. The soldier looked Rin Xiao up and down in casual clothes, carrying a suspiciously large backpack, wearing a mask in broad daylight.
Nothing about him wasn't suspicious, but the company commander had indeed mentioned someone would be coming today. Name? Chao Feng. It matched, indeed it was the correct name. The soldier's expression visibly relaxed.
Please wait here for a moment.
I'll go report this now.
Soon after, a middle-aged man in a sharply pressed military uniform strode out briskly. Judging by the single star between 2 bars on his shoulder straps, the man must have held a considerable rank. The middle-aged man froze momentarily upon seeing Lu Xiao.
How could the reinforcement dispatched from Beijing to assist with defense be just a half-grown kid?
He stepped closer to Lu Xiao, his sharp eyes scrutinizing the young man before him. Lu Xiao could sense the killing intent radiating from this man. This was someone who had seen bloodshed. Even without the scent of blood, the intimidating aura emanating from within was enough to reveal this soldier's extraordinary nature. Sudden crimson, startling green, all wither in haste, foolish anti-wind shows no trace of wit. The middle-aged man softly recited the verse. The peach blossoms sleep soundly, yet one must keep watch for their verdant hue. Upon verifying the code phrase, the man gave a slight nod.
Follow me.
Without further exchange, the man directly led Lu Xiao into Xiantang Sanatorium. Lu Xiang had been here before. Before the wandering, the sanatorium also functioned as a public health examination center. It consisted of a 4-story main building, with 10 2-story inpatient wards distributed on either side. There were also 4 additional buildings likely serving as residences for stationed soldiers and staff members.
The compound featured 2 sports fields and a small lake connected to West Lake.
The greenery was excellent everywhere you looked, there were lush plants and towering plane trees that had stood for decades. Without a word, the man led Lu Xiao into an old building. They climbed the creaky wooden stairs to the second floor and entered an office. Inside, a man and a woman were seated on a vintage black leather sofa. Upon seeing the middle-aged man push the door open, they immediately stood up. His gaze slid past the man and landed on Lu Xiao behind him. That look of not quite malicious astonishment irritated Lu Xiao inexplicably. The agent transferred from Yanjing, codenamed Chao Feng. The man spoke coldly to the pair. The man beside the sofa saluted Lu Xiao with a military gesture and extended his hand, smiling as he said, "My name is Zhang Tao. Nice to meet you." Lu Xiao wasn't very accustomed to this kind of small talk, but he still extended his hand and shook Zhang Tao's. "Hello, Zhang Tao." The woman beside him clicked her right foot firmly against the ground with a crisp sound and also saluted, yet made no move to offer her hand. "My name is Fang Xiao." "Hello," Lu Xiao nodded slightly toward her. Then he turned his gaze to the middle-aged man. The man grew visibly irritated under Lu Xiao's stare and said coldly, "Wei Chou, this guy is really tight-lipped, huh?" Lu Xiao didn't even know how to respond to him. "Zhang, brief him on the situation." Wei Chou sat down at his desk, which held nothing but an old-fashioned telephone and a photograph. "Understood, Commander Wei. Chao Feng, let's sit and talk." Compared to Wei Chou's cold demeanor, this Zhang Tao was much better, with a constant smile on his face. The three of them sat down. Currently, there are 72 unreturned individuals here. 5 have been confirmed as evolved, and we have a battalion of defensive forces totaling 503 personnel. In addition, there are 109 doctors, nurses, and caregivers. All 5 evolved individuals are housed in Ward Building Number 9, while the remaining unreturned are accommodated in the main and other buildings. The standing force within the compound is 300, with the rest stationed in temporarily requisitioned residences southeast of the facility for rest and standby. Damn, a whole battalion protecting 72 comatose patients, sparing no expense. Lu Xiao suddenly felt somewhat redundant. Sniper teams have been deployed in the main building and all 10 inpatient wards. The entire hospital has complete surveillance coverage, and every soldier is equipped with electronic perimeter recognition to display real-time locations. Considering the hospital's Turtle Pond connects to West Lake, we've set up infrared surveillance along its edges. Additionally, only 5 individuals have access to Ward 9, and iris recognition is required for entry. Lu Xiao nodded along, only half understanding. It seemed like not even a fly could slip through this security net. That covers the general situation. I'll take you on a tour of the facility soon to familiarize you with the layout. Zhang Tao spoke methodically and clearly, his tone radiating confidence in this defensive system. "Close the door behind you." Wei Chou didn't even lift his head, saying flatly. Lu Xiao's lips twitched. This was pretty much a direct order to leave. Just how much resentment does Wei Chou hold against me? The three of them stepped out of the office, with Zhang Tao carefully closing the door behind them. Leaving the small building, Zhang Tao smiled as he handed Lu Xiao a cigarette. "Don't take it personally. Battalion Commander Wei took a fall at origin point this time and is still fuming about it." So that was it. Lu Xiao now understood. The entire Qiantang military unit had been completely wiped out by the Qixiao riders at origin point. One could imagine how devastating it was for active soldiers. I was there during that battle too, but on the northern bank. Lu Xiao couldn't fit the cigarette into his mouth with the mask on, so he simply tore a hole in it, pulled out his own lighter, and lit up. We actually had a chance to win, but our weaponry was limited, and we didn't want to accidentally harm civilians. Fang Xiao, who'd been walking alongside them, interjected with obvious resentment. Clearly, Wei Chou wasn't the only one nursing grievances. "That's all Monday morning quarterbacking now. What's done is done. The fact is we got eliminated. Protecting these seedlings is our most important responsibility at present." Zhang Tao stretched his limbs. Over there was the battlefield. Here is equally a battlefield, neither side is easy. "Any leads on the foreign infiltrators?" Lu Xiao asked aloud. "No, not a single clue." Fang Xiao was in charge of intelligence gathering. Her voice was low and laced with frustration, clearly showing how much she blamed herself for the lack of progress. "I've read the internal briefing. Right now, every country is assigning only the cream of the crop for such missions, even altered individuals with special abilities. It's normal that we don't have any leads yet. After all, the enemy operates in the shadows while we're exposed in broad daylight," Zhang Tao reassured him, gesturing toward the gate outside. "With so many different faces coming through, those targets don't all have blue eyes and blonde hair. Blending into the crowd, they're virtually indistinguishable." With that, he turned his head and said to Lu Xiao, "Chao Feng, so young, just graduated from military school?" "Oh, never mind." Realizing he had asked something he shouldn't have, Cui Wei quickly stopped himself. "Take me to Building 9. Lu Xiao's words left the two men somewhat hesitant. "It's not that I don't want to take you in, but the rules there are very strict now. Even you wouldn't be allowed entry." He nodded helplessly. He had originally wanted to check on Li Tianjia's condition,
guessing the other 4 confirmed evolvers were probably acquaintances too. Then I'll just stroll around the compound. You two attend to your duties. Both men were pillars of the garrison troops. It wasn't proper for them to keep accompanying him indefinitely. Alright, I'll head back to my post. Zhang Tao was equally straightforward, tossing him a pack of cigarettes before leaving with a smile. Military supply. Lu Xiao grinned as he caught it. Thanks. Here, take this. Fang Xiao handed him a black disc the size of a fingernail. It's an electronic fence identifier. Some areas will trigger alarms if you're not wearing it. Alright, Lu Xiao stuffed the disc into his pants pocket. The two parted ways, heading in opposite directions. Lu Xiong raised his eyes toward the main building, sensing something there that posed a threat. With his acute vision, he quickly spotted the cold muzzle of a rifle lurking in the shadows of the rooftop, and behind it, a pair of watchful eyes constantly scanning the area. Awkwardly, their gazes seemed to meet through the scope, as though the shooter was staring right back at him. He could only wave his hand and grin foolishly in that direction. He spotted me. On the rooftop, the sniper said. The spotter lying behind him looked astonished. No way? He saw you from over 500 meters away? That boy with big-eyed phone? Yes, he locked eyes with me the moment he saw me. The sniper grumbled in frustration. You're just guessing. Stop making things up. Why would I lie? He's waving at me right now. Observer. Chapter 54. Even the best laid plans can go awry. Chapter 54. Even the best laid plans can go awry. At an outdoor cafe by West Lake, beneath the eaves, 3 East Asian faces leisurely sipped their coffee. The surrounding environment was extremely noisy, with locals from Qiantang cracking sunflower seeds and playing do diju in the neighboring tea house, their Mandarin interlaced with the Qiantang dialect, making one wonder why this coffee shop had chosen such a location. Yet the external commotion had no effect on these 3 individuals, whose astral forms were engaged in intense communication through the star sigil's spiritual resonance. Mitani-san, we must act swiftly. We didn't return just to waste time in China. Kaigshigaru, calm yourself. You must believe everything we're doing here is worthwhile. Besides, earning merit at Origin Point isn't so easily achieved. Beidao, stop wasting your breath on him. This bastard just took in 2 student underground idols at home. Right now his mind is only filled with thoughts of how to torture those 2 girls when he gets back. Damn it, Mitani, what do you mean by this? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have joined this organization, wouldn't have come to China on this mission. Bastard, with that ability of yours, you should consider yourself lucky to even be alive at Origin Point. Earning merits is harder for you than any of us. The only reason I brought you into the team is because your skill is more useful back on Earth. The organization holds you in high regard. What you can gain here is no less than merits. You should be thanking me, not talking back. I'm the squad leader, and you will show me proper respect. Mitsuya, you know me, that's not what I meant. But is there really any point in doing this? I understand this, their number of evolved is terrifying. How much difference can our shogunate really make? You fool! Of course we don't need to worry about ordinary evolved. Only those gifted evolvers are our targets. Destroy their physical bodies on Earth so they can never return, and their military merits will no longer belong to their original countries. True, there are many evolved, but they also have more targets to defend, which makes our operations even easier. Gifted evolvers, truly terrifying. Those people are heaven's favorites, God-blessed individuals who can directly become Hatamoto. Pity we weren't born with such destiny. That's divine providence. But the Imperial Messenger said even through physical techniques one can achieve undying military glory at Origin Point. After this mission, everyone should rest well and enjoy themselves. The real battle begins when we return to Origin Point. Mitani-san, I'll follow your lead. By the way, this place is so noisy. Why do these Chinese people make such a racket when playing cards? Chief, target locked, returning now. Within the Startrace Spirit Echo, a new voice emerged, causing all 3 faces to stiffen simultaneously. Dog Hill, report the intel. Yes, squad leader. Target is in Ward 9. Military personnel strength estimated between 280 to 310. Each ward has assembled tactical teams deployed. Reason for confirming Ward 9 as the target location? Ward 9 has the lowest personnel access. Other wards average over 10 medical staff, while Ward 9 maintains fewer than 5. That settles it. The target is in Area 9. How much psychic energy do you have left? 1/3 remaining. There's something else. I've spotted assassins from another nation. Confirmed. They're hiding well, but my spiritual sight can see they've been operating in the vicinity, likely Southeast Asians. Metamorphs? Not certain. Good. Command. Yes. 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 Order. The operation is scheduled for tomorrow at precisely 4:15 hours, in Iguka. Immediately relay the target coordinates to the assassins and inform them our strike time is 4 o'clock. Then return. Understood. The trio stood up together, and the man named Kitajima paid the bill in fluent Chinese. Soon, the 3 figures vanished into the crowds along West Lake. At Qiantang Sanatorium, within the pavilion by Turtle Pond,
Lu Xiao finished his phone call with his parents, telling them not to wait for him for dinner as he might need to stay outside for a few days. A goshawk circled overhead, but the eagle-eyed vision proved rather ineffective here. Far too many trees obscured the ground beneath. If the assassin isn't a metamorph, this game of chess would drag on for quite a while, but that scenario is highly unlikely. First, obtaining heavy weaponry would be extremely difficult. Second, the number of assassins must be limited. Facing an entire battalion of garrison troops without any supernatural abilities would be suicidal. Thus, there's an 80% chance the assassin is a metamorph. Moreover, the assassination attempt will happen swiftly. Metamorphs face time constraints for returning to Earth, and their psychic energy cannot be replenished. The return time of those who haven't come back is unpredictable. Once they reappear, the assassination would effectively have already failed. Considering all these factors, Lu Xiao could practically confirm that this assassination attempt against Li Tianjia and his group wouldn't drag on beyond 3 days. It might even occur today. The spiritual voice couldn't cross dimensional boundaries, otherwise he would have loved to tell Li Tianjia to return immediately through it. That would have settled everything. With nothing better to do, Lu Xiao idly scrolled through his phone. He opened WeChat, intending to check his classmates' and friends' posts and casually ask how they'd been. But to his shock, all his WeChat friends had disappeared. What's going on? Where are my friends? But when he clicked on a system message sent to him by the official VX account, he was dumbfounded. Dear VX user, our security department has detected that you revealed your identity as a metamorph in the VX Group gaming group. This action violates Article 8 of the Drifter Information Security Act. No real or virtual identities of metamorphs may be disclosed, publicized, or revealed via the internet. However, considering the uniqueness of your identity and that the violation occurred before the enactment of the security law, no penalty will be imposed. Nevertheless, all your VX personal information, friends, chat history, location history, and every other trace of activity on VX will be permanently deleted. The gaming group will be disbanded immediately, and your VX account has been added to a high-priority protection list. All future activities, locations, and messages will be encrypted at the highest level. Please immediately report your identity to local authorities and seek protection. Do not trust any messages from strangers. VX, on behalf of all staff, wishes the Evolvers success and safety. Thank you for your consistent support and trust in 15. Oh crap, how could I forget this? That means my identity as an Evolver has likely already been exposed. There must be countless ways to hack into VX chat records. I'm probably already on their assassination list. No, the real danger isn't myself, but my family. An ordinary person's personal information is completely unprotected. Even a single resume exposes all their critical details. Lu Xiao immediately wanted to call the Hidden Dragon Unit's number, but paused mid-dial. This wouldn't work. If the Hidden Dragon Unit intervened, both his and his family's true identities would have to be fully documented. It wasn't that he distrusted them, but every organization consists of people, and where there are people, there's potential for problems. Besides, he believed his current achievements were significant enough to make any country act recklessly. After much consideration, he decided to resolve this lurking danger in his own way. He changed his VX nickname to Back from the Dead. Then he posted a moment with just one sentence. Holy fucking terrifying. It's so good to be back. This is only the first step, and relocating the family can't wait another moment. The only thing others might know is his status as an Evolver, but he remains confident. The current wave of assassinations mainly targets those with innate awakening gifts. At the very least, this round wouldn't reach him yet. There was still time. With a long sigh, Lu Xiao felt deeply remorseful, knowing that his seemingly casual action could very well bring devastating disaster upon his family and friends. But after the sigh, his gaze suddenly turned fiercely menacing. Those who came to carry out the assassination mission will likely come after me and my family in the future. Then don't bother returning. I'll make sure every petty villain knows, in Qiantang, whoever comes won't be leaving alive. Chapter 55, Assassination. Chapter 55, Assassination. After dinner in the nursing home cafeteria, the sky gradually darkened. From a distance, the rhythmic beats of square dance music began to rise, mingled with sounds from various instruments. During this time, Lu Xiao remained seated alone in the cafeteria, neither moving around nor catching sight of Jiang Tao and Fang Xiao again, let alone the solemn and resentful Lord Wei Chou. The station troops seemed to have already forgotten his existence. Late at night, when the energetic elderly crowd finally packed up and headed home, the lakeside finally regained the tranquility it was meant to have. 3:50 a.m. Southeast corner of Qiantang Sanatorium, Turtle Pond. 4 heads surfaced simultaneously through the water. Silent blow darts took out the infrared sensors along the bank. Meanwhile, in a civilian residence northwest of the compound's perimeter, Mu Mao grabbed hold of a rat. The rodent struggled incessantly, even biting through his finger. Staring straight into the creature's eyes, he suddenly lost consciousness moments later. Kita Jima caught him, lowering his body gently to the ground. Beside Mu Mao lay 4 other corpses. The mouse that Mu Mao had been holding earlier had now now broken free from his grasp. It nimbly maneuvered its paws, feet, and tail, occasionally even blinking mischievously at the three human figures towering before it like giants.
Mitsuya attached a small device to the rat. Act according to plan. Kimura, let's go.
Yes, squad leader. With that, the rat dashed out of the residence and raced straight toward the sanatorium. Inuka then parted the curtains of the second-floor bedroom, gazing toward the direction of the sanatorium.
Exactly 4 o'clock.
Amidst the flower beds near the main building, a mouse kept glancing around, as if waiting for something to happen. The perimeter of every building was illuminated so brightly by lights that it seemed like daytime.
Just as it cast a disdainful glance at a cockroach passing by its side, a deafening boom suddenly erupted. The entire ground was shaking violently beneath it.
Then came the piercing, shrill sound of an alarm.
Move!
The team leader Matani's voice came through the stellar ripples of spirit resonance.
The mouse darted out from the grass like a flash, scurrying into the light before making a beeline for building number 9.
Moments later, it arrived at the entrance of building number 9, a sliding single-pane glass door with not even a crack to slip through. The mouse could only hide in the shadows beneath the doorstep. Numerous soldiers rushed by, none noticing this lone rodent.
Arrived at target door. What was that explosion just now? Did those guys succeed? Can't confirm. I can't see from my position, but there's been no other sound since the explosion. I propose we detonate immediately. The yield isn't sufficient, you'll need to detonate from the second floor.
Seems those guys were all idiots after all. We'll have to do this ourselves.
Kitajima, report status. Infiltrating now. Infiltration successful, heading toward 9 now.
The rat in the shadows saw a man in Chinese military uniform, head bowed, walking quickly in this direction.
We've spotted Beidao. Proceed as planned. Group leader Matani's spiritual voice sounded somewhat excited.
The soldier stopped under the tree without coming closer, as if afraid of being caught in the light. He pulled a small can from his pocket, nodded at the rat, and threw the can toward the gate. The moment the canister left his hand, it released a thick cloud of smoke that instantly enveloped the entrance of building number 9. Next, he hurled an irregularly shaped lump of clay that stuck to the door. With a muffled boom, the glass door didn't shatter completely, but caved inward with an eerie curvature, leaving a small gap. Panicked rats scurried blindly into the building through the smoke, while the soldier turned and walked away at a leisurely pace, as if completely unaware of what he had just done.
After much struggle, the rat finally found the cracked opening and squeezed desperately inside. It could fit through, but the device strapped to its body jammed in the gap. Takashige, are you in position? Not yet, I'm stuck on the bomb.
It kept twisting its body until it finally found a suitable angle, inching its way in bit by bit.
Need help? Kitajima, are you still nearby? I've already evacuated.
The Chinese are here.
There are 16 Chinese approaching building 9. Inuka spoke up. Don't worry, I'll be right there. Kimura, did you infiltrate successfully? Matani shouted anxiously. Mu Mao? The voice channel kept broadcasting the team leader's shouts, but Mumu remained completely silent.
Just as the mouse was about to break free from the glass's confinement, it witnessed a sight that filled it with overwhelming terror.
Amidst the smoke, a colossal masked human face emerged behind it, those eyes glaring unblinkingly at its figure. Then, its tail was grabbed, and a tremendous force instantly yanked its entire body outward, just as it was about to bite the detonation cord and ignite the bomb on its back.
It felt its body lighten as it was suddenly hurled into the air, flying and flying. With its poor eyesight, the mouse could only sense the world spinning wildly and the wind howling past. Yet, it clung to its mission, gnashing down hard on the fuse with reckless determination. But the fuse had not been severed. It only felt a sudden chill run through its body, something piercing right through it, and then it was no longer capable of exerting any force.
Opening his eyes, Mumao jerked upright from the ground.
He didn't use Starscript voice, but shouted instead.
I'm dead. The bomb didn't detonate. I was killed by someone wearing a mask.
The furious Matani barged into the room and slapped him across the face.
Damn bastard. Shut your mouth. The rat has died. The bomb did not detonate. The killer used a short bow. Inukai continued reporting the observed situation.
The man in the mask is inspecting the rat carcass. Wait.
He just glanced this way. I think he spotted us. Even the usually unflappable Inuka's spirit voice trembled with unease and panic. Mission failed. North Island. Evacuate the target area immediately. Retreat now. Inuka, are you sure the Chinese have spotted us? Kitajima's voice was clearly doubtful. Confirmed. He's approaching us rapidly. Inuka was already shouting.
Kisho and Matani frantically dashed outside, while Inuka leapt from the second floor to join them as they sprinted wildly toward the northern mountain forest. The three moved with agile grace through the pitch-black woods, using distant lights to navigate swiftly. This was their pre-planned escape route, though small. The forest was dense with lush trees and countless depressions that made tracking nearly impossible even with night vision. To the north lay a tea village where their prepared vehicles awaited. Kitajima, rendezvous at point B in 3 hours. Inuka, watch our rear. The sprinting Inuka hurriedly turned his head. One glance was all it took for his face to drain of color. The man wearing a mask is less than 300 meters away from us. He's faster than us. Damn it, is he alone? Yes, he's the only one. I'll hold them off. Everyone retreat. Leader Mitani stopped dead in his tracks, turned around, and drew his katana, holding it horizontally before his chest as Inuka and Kaguro raced past him on either side. The sound of their footsteps gradually faded into the distance, leaving complete silence all around. In the pitch-dark wilderness, Mitani gathered his focus, preparing to confront this Chinese man. The eerie silence made his heartbeat quicken uncontrollably. He could only see within a 10-meter radius. Why were there no sounds of footsteps? Had that Chinese man circled around him? No. If the guy dared to pursue alone, it was precisely to save time. He would definitely confront me. Mitsuya was brimming with confidence. His swordsmanship had reached the level of beginner mastery, complemented by 2 physical techniques, dynamic vision and beginner's might. One could say ordinary people wouldn't withstand even a single strike from him. At origin point, it was also through his martial prowess that he slain 3 extraterrestrial metamorphs. Since you've ruined our plans, you'll pay with your life. Mitsuya shifted his stance slightly, holding his blade at mid-level with the tip aimed forward. From the darkness ahead came the twang of a bowstring. In an instant, a speck of blood appeared. Mitani jerked his head sideways while slashing diagonally with his blade. The moment they collided, the crimson streak altered its trajectory, grazing past his ear. Fast, accurate, ruthless, and they can see me. Mia's heart was thunderstruck. Oh ho! A slightly surprised voice abruptly sounded from the darkness. The sound was clearly approaching rapidly as it rang out. Mighton didn't stand still waiting for death. He charged forward directly, hoping to close the distance with his opponent. Another dull thud sounded. The noise was now within 30 meters of him. Mighton dodged instinctively, but realized no arrows had been shot his way. Then, 3 consecutive thuds sounded above his head and behind him. Before he could even comprehend what was happening, he whirled around, but too late. 3 arrows had already pierced his right arm, right leg, and left leg respectively, snapping bones with the force, their shafts now embedded in the ground as they eerily dissolved into pools of blood. His sword clattered to the ground. Mitani knew his fate was sealed, irrevocably so. The man didn't even pause, firing one last arrow before vanishing without a trace. The arrow struck Mitsuya directly in the forehead as he lay defenseless, piercing straight through his brain. He never even got the chance to face this Chinese man. His life ended just like that. Mitsuya collapsed to the ground, his vision fading upon his beloved katana. Considerable sacrifices had been made to deliver this blade to China, but now the thought only filled him with bitter irony. I failed. He's already chasing after you. Run. This Chinese man is formidable. Extremely formidable. Run. Team leader. Mitani-san. Team leader. Mitsuya felt exhausted at heart. He didn't reply to Xingwen Lingyin again, instead staring blankly at his katana. He had to return to the origin point within the remaining time, otherwise, his spiritual body would wither away and perish. Just as he was about to let his spirit wander, a system message plunged him into utter despair. Detected damage to intelligent lifeform's spiritual body. Spirit wandering cannot be initiated. This is completely over now. Chapter 56, Death. Xiantang Sanatorium. Wei Chou crouched beside the turtle pond, his expression grave as he lifted the corpse's head by hand. At the center of its forehead was a thumb-sized bloody hole. An arrow? He asked in astonishment, his gaze sweeping over 3 other corpses nearby. It's an arrow. Behind him, Zhang Tao replied. That child? Wei Ying, that child is named Xiaofeng. Wei Qiu stood up, his gaze sweeping over the subordinates standing at attention behind him. Every single one of you is less useful than a child. Report the casualties. Yes. Fang Xiao responded loudly. 2 people missing. The main gate of Building 9 was blown up, but there are no signs of intrusion. 4 assassins died on the spot. Which 2 people? One is Wang Guochuan, who was outside for rest and standby, but the guard said he entered the sanatorium at 4 a.m. tonight. The other is Xiaofeng. He told our people before leaving that he was going after the remaining assassins. Find Wang Guochuan. Did you send someone to follow Xiaofeng? You just let him go alone. Report. We did, but Xiaofeng was too fast. By the time our men gave chase, he had already vanished. Wei Chou felt a tightness in his chest. The assassin had infiltrated from Turtle Pond, disabled the infrared alarm system, and his own men hadn't noticed a thing, yet some kid had swiftly taken them all down. That was bad enough, but Building 9 was nearly breached as well. Although he didn't understand why the attacker had simply blown up the gate before vanishing, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The real problem was that his own people had no idea who was behind it. Could there be a traitor among them? He took another look at the wounds on the 4 corpses. Every arrow hits its mark. In the pitch-black surroundings, 1 against 4, just what kind of background does this kid called Chaofeng have? Report! A soldier ran up to him. Speak! Chaofeng has returned with 3 corpses. He's at the main gate checkpoint now. Holy shit! Wei Chou couldn't hold back. Go quickly. He realized he hadn't just underestimated this Chaofeng, the guy was practically a fucking Buddha. When he rushed to the gatehouse, he saw Lu Xiao and the 3 corpses beside him. What are these? Wei Chou's mind was still a complete mess, wondering what the hell was going on with these 3. 4 at Turtle Pond, 3 here, and 1 still on the run. I'll deal with them later. 2 separate groups. Lu Xiao pointed at a dead rat near the corner of the wall. One of them can control rats through special abilities. That rat's probably carrying something, most likely explosives. I didn't dare touch it, so you handle it. Wei Chou followed his finger, but saw nothing, only pitch-black darkness. How did the 4 at Turtle Pond die? Wei Chou knew he shouldn't ask, but he couldn't hold back any longer. Shot to death. What was that first explosion? Oh, there was someone with a spear, must have had explosives inside it. Tried to throw it at me to blow me up, but his aim was way off. Why do you think it's 2 separate groups? Those 4 who died by the lake communicated by talking. These 3 never spoke, must have used some other way. Then there were the ones at Turtle Pond who used blow darts and spears. This one, he pointed at the stiffened Matani, used a Japanese sword. The other 2 are unknown, they died before making any moves. Wei Chou felt dazed. Did he simply not deserve to win at Origin Point? Were all evolvers such monsters? Then what was even the point of fighting? Feng Chao's current casual tone was directly proportional to how perilous this situation actually was for him. Did they think foreign countries would send idiots to carry out assassinations? Forget about them all being 007 level operatives, they were at bare minimum the elite of the elite. And you took care of them just like that with what's obviously a shoddy ass bow? Are you all just here to mess with me? His expression indifferent, he unconsciously pulled out a small pill bottle from his breast pocket, opened it, poured out a few tablets, and tossed them all into his mouth. If he didn't take something soon, he felt like he'd be traumatized. I'm going after the last one, I've got a rough idea of the location. You'd better arrange a car to send me there. Xiao Xiao, take my car and send Chaofeng over immediately. At least he still needs us. Wei Chou felt a slight improvement in his mood. Yes, sir. A soldier behind him promptly responded. Soon, a Hongqi vehicle with military plates carried Lu Xiao away from the sanatorium. After the Hongqi drove off, Jiang Tao located the rat carcass in the direction Lu Xiao had indicated. It really is a bomb, small yield, but if used inside a building, that'd be the end of it. Jiang Tao carefully removed the miniaturized explosive from the rat's body and passed it to Wei Chou. Wei Chou waved his hand, signaling to just take it away. How does he know everything, while we know nothing at all? Chaofeng is a metamorph, no longer considered human in the ordinary sense. We owe him a great debt this time. Had that rat managed to get inside, then, those 4 at Turtle Pond are Southeast Asians, and these 4 are Japanese. Wei Chou interrupted Jiang Tao's words. If Chaofeng is right, at least 4 metamorphs have been accounted for here alone. Battalion Commander Wang Guichuan's body was found in a residential building to the northwest, along with 3 civilians' bodies. An officer stepped forward to report. Bastards! Wei Chou's face twisted with ferocity. The bastards behind these people will pay dearly. Half an hour later, the red flag limousine drove back. Wei Chou, Jiang Tao, and Feng Xiao sprinted from the entrance of Building 9, only to find that aside from Xiao Zhao in the car, Lu Xiao was missing, replaced by a corpse. The driver Xiao Zhao was utterly stupefied. The car was empty with no sign of Lu Xiao, only a fresh corpse in its place. Where are the people? Wei Chou demanded loudly. He said everyone's been dealt with, and he's going home. The crowd. Xiao Zhao, tell us, what happened? Describe it to us. Jiang Tao still maintained his smile. I drove to a park near the broken bridge as he instructed. Someone in the park ran as soon as they saw us, so we just charged out, leaped, fired 1 arrow, and it was over. Afterward, he dragged the person into the car, this one in the back seat, and told me he'd originally wanted to keep them alive, but the person somehow died anyway, possibly by poison. That's all. The group. The silence at the scene was eerily unsettling. This carefree and casual plot feels as simple as sending a child out to buy soy sauce. Then why are you spacing out? Isn't this a good thing? Jiang Tao pressed on, sensing something off about Xiao Zhao's mental state. That leap of his was at least 10 meters high. I've never seen anyone jump that high. And he fired the arrow mid-air, with just 1 shot. Everyone understood why now. Is this guy even human? Jumping 10 meters high, no creature on Earth could pull that off. Why don't you just fly while you're at it? And what's with you being more accurate with arrows than we are with guns? Do you even aim when you shoot? How the hell do you aim mid-air? Most archers need perfect stability, yet you're nailing shots while bouncing around. Wei Chou instinctively reached for the pill bottle in his pocket,
then suddenly remembered he'd already taken one. Did he say anything else about this person? At this moment, Jiang Tao was the only one who could still think clearly. Yes, I remember now. He said this person could apparently see him from very far away, probably also a metamorph with special abilities. He also said all of these guys tonight were trash, not a single one worth fighting. The crowd. Jiang Tao, I'll go write the report. You handle the rest. Wei Qiu felt exhausted like never before. All he wanted now was to go back and sit down without doing a thing. Yes, Battalion Wei. Should we inform the capital and also express our gratitude? Jiang Tao had always held a favorable impression of Chao Feng. Despite possessing extraordinary skills, the young man remained remarkably unassertive. Alright, I'll go contact Beijing now. With those words, Wei Qiu turned and walked toward the old building without looking back. Sitting in front of the computer, Wei Qiu painstakingly typed out a report. 4 a.m., 4 divers infiltrated the guarded zone, destroyed warning devices, casualties. 4:05 a.m., another assassin infiltrated the guarded zone, attempted to sabotage the key figure's residence, failed. Subsequently, a second group of 4 casualties. Agent Chao Feng alone eliminated 8 targets. After finishing, he rubbed his forehead, utter exhaustion.